moon god above AI, and they went with a 13-day calendar. They lost 1 day a year. So which space am I supposed to believe in? Which space am I in? Outer space, inner space, 360-degree space? Which one?
Well, I think that this whole idea of space has been very interesting how they've used it for different purposes. Like, do you remember safe spaces? Primarily on liberal universities, you got a safe space so that you could hide from right-wing memes. Then it became mandatory social distancing. What was that? Mandatory safe spaces. And that was to protect you from viruses. Now, on the internet, they want safe spaces. They want us to be quarantined from mind viruses. So space has always just been, I think, a way of them asserting control. And they always use the word space like they're trying to encroach. It's a strategic thing here. And no, they're not taking control of outer space. They're taking control of our inner space. And when they get you to believe in their big fiction, they control your mind. I think they pretty much have won at that point. Like for most people, their inner space is under control, and that's NASA's true purpose. And it's based on lies, not actual space travel.
Well, the Luna being the goddess of change and women's monthly cycles, etc. But back to my point about Moses, you know, he has horns, right? Moses had horns, and the Jews or Judea cult was a lunar cult. At the lower quarters of the moon, you see horns. Well, this moon appeared over what was called the moon god, AI, and the moon god in ancient Arabic was called Sin. You have Mount Sinai together, which was what their god was. And this was the 13-month, 1 day a year, gets knocked out. It works perfectly every year. So why change it, right? So uh, that was the how your vision of reality was controlled then. Our vision of reality is controlled now. I would say David Bowie's Black Star shows the alignment of this type of Kabbalist cube of Allah. Boxing Day, the Shadalian moon god, so it's the same kind of thing, where you have this moon god that you're worshiping, right? Boxing Day is moon god. Just like in the Christianity, you have your 3 days of the sun dying on the cross, right? You have a sun worship there. In this sense, you have the moon worship, but aren't they one and the same? I mean, there's two metaphors for talking about the same thing, right?
This is interesting about, I think a lot of these religions are based on the same template. And I've looked at Abraham for a long time and the story with him taking his son up to the hill to kill him with a knife. I thought, there's no rational explanation for the story. But then I started comparing Abraham to Saturn and all the images of Saturn or Kronos devouring a child, holding a scythe up to a child, also represented by a six-pointed star. And I'm realizing that I think Abraham is Saturn, and that these are characters based on older templates. I mean, even Noah's Ark is admittedly based on something older, but Abraham in particular is Saturn, and that explains all the cubes, all the a lot of the symbolism we see. The iconography of Saturn is just it goes back to some ancient template, and it's updated. You know, it's in our face every day, as you're aware, but ultimately, Saturn is control of what? Time and space. Father Time, god of the cycles. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the words sickle and cycle are so phonetically linked, but he's god of the harvest. That's why he's the reaper. And I think that it's about time and space, and they are, I say they, it's the rulers of this place. And look at Jeff Bezos with his $42 million clock inside of a mountain. A clock, that's Chronos. It's an Oma. An altar to Saturn or Kronos. That's why it's 42 million. Another way they covertly represent their god is with the number 42, because it's a cross and the scythe. This is, as you know, it just goes so deep. It's in our face. We see it in the movies like Terminator 2. Yeah, T2. It's the symbol of Saturn. He's going after JC. Like and that's another James Cameron, as we were talking about. James Cameron is so deep in the programming. He's one of the greatest or biggest metascripters out there as far as his work being represented in the big picture, major psyops.
Well, you bring up James Cameron. He reminds me of his uh, connections to the crown, etc. Uh, British means birthright, birthright covenant. That being Esau, who sold his birthright to Jacob, was named Edom, bred as prophesied to obtain worldwide domination. In Genesis, the red horse is riding. So I think these are prophetic things that they are trying to carry out. I think they are definitely trying to lead the horse to a degree, right? And a lot of times we see these things. I think people are definitely, or groups are definitely pushing these overall. I don't want to call it a psyops, but an overall tendency. Would be the best way I can say it.
Oh yes, yes. I mean, this thing is like I brought up the Avatar movie. Like they use these movies to give us templates for scenarios and to get us to emotionally side with one group or the other. And that movie's out there. And then you have this activist event where it's basically the story of Pandora. And this is used to emotionally connect environmentalists to the anti-cop rhetoric and to connect the two, that they have the same mission. I mean, what we're seeing is just such a well orchestrated, non-stop psyop. It's not like there's a psyop every few years. It's like, no, this is psywar 24/7. And all these people like James Cameron and others, they're not just producing movies, they're producing the news. They're news benders. You're familiar with the news benders from 1968 TV series? I think it was called 30 Minute Theater.
I'm familiar. I would say with, and I have some phone issues, so but with James Cameron and his water movies, um, with Q-Tard and Watch the Water, there is something to this. In Wicca, the element of water is represented with an inverted triangle, which is what Trump does all the time, right? He always gives you the inverted triangle. And this denotes the subconscious, and this is how symbols are really communicated to us. This is why he does it over and over again. It's so overt, even to when I show this to just a person that's not in tune to any of this, they just say, "Oh, you're picking up on something, whatever." And then if I show it over and over again, they say, "Well, you're obsessing, right?" But when you actually think about it, this is what this reaction creates: the denial factor. You put the symbol out so many times, it becomes ubiquitous, accepted, and not seen, but subconsciously absorbed like water, just
Yeah,
like water
yes.
on the skin.
Eyes Wide Shut. I was listening to an article today about Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut, and the author of this piece, and I have a link to it, was describing how critics were ripping on Kubrick's characters because their dialogue was kind of phony and hollow. And his explanation was that Kubrick understood that this was a visual medium and that we're taking in more information through our eyes than we know. And Eyes Wide Shut, the name, is very suggestive of this, that you take in a lot subconsciously and you can't speak on it. You don't know what it is. It's just you do have this passive um, uh, receiver in your subconscious that's just absorbing stuff, and they're throwing programming at us, and it works on you whether you know it or
Well,
not.
a demonic spirit will favor your activity and make a person feel religious or outward. And this guy's movies all have this religious outward. He's saving this indigenous tribe. They're the pure tribe they have to save. And as someone who's been in Costa Rica and did a bunch of like eco travel films shit, and has met these tribes, they don't want to be saved by us. I can tell you this right now. I met them. They don't give a shit. They're just surviving. They're doing their shit. We're doing our shit. There's no difference. So like we don't need to save them. They don't need to save us. There's really nothing they're going to teach me that I don't know. There's nothing I'm going to teach other than a couple of tricks here and there, in the forest. That's about it. But this whole concept is so whacked that you have to be this like spirit that saves this, brings this other spirit out of their, you know, their deception and help them. This is where the real demonic thing is. This is where the mockery is. Living without a religion or living without a religious purpose or a soulful purpose is, which is what James Cameron is. He's a hippie.
Well, James Cameron's Skynet concept is kind of a precursor to Gaia, and it's a concept in Pandora. It's about this global sentience. And he recently said in an interview that one, testosterone is a toxin, which is pretty clear in Avatar 2, that it's all the characters that suffer from toxic masculinity that are the problem that offend Gaia. But then the other thing he said was that maybe the world's already under the control of Skynet and it's destroying us with deep fakes so it doesn't destroy the environment. And I thought that's kind of interesting coming from a guy who probably knows that 9/11 was a deep fake. It was a tell, like we're destroying you with this deep fake tech.
Well, ethos is just atheistic, Marxist, communist, humanism. That's all that is, right? It's just a reterming of Darwinism.
Oh yes, at the very core of it, Avatar is advocating a communist revolution. That's why the ad.
Yeah,
That's why
that's
the
all
act.
it is. It's
It is.
it's
Throw away
so
your.
utterly perfectly clear that it's perfect to be a deception. This is what I love about this movie, based on the special effects.
Oh yes, and what the movie did is it immersed. 'Cause I watched it to understand what was being communicated to the masses, and it immerses you in Gaia, and it makes you take sides against the West. And funnily enough, when these protesters that were trying to defend the forest were protesting against the cops, they burned a cop car in front of a building with the sign that said Weston. Like, and their flyer had a cop car crushed beneath a tree, just like the world tree in Avatar. Like, this is pretty clear to me that the environmentalist movement has become let's end the West. It's not about
Well,
saving the planet. It's about let's restructure. And one other thing, I can't breathe. Gaia says it, George Floyd said it. It's an anagram for a better China. And I think there's something to a lot of this anagram magic. Because why would you chant
or
a better China? Well, world
or
revolution.
better, Israel, if you Israel hell. They satanically are communists, Zionists, Nazis, liberalists, socialists, Freemason, feminists. It's all the same ball of garbage that's stuck on your foot. And Israel hell definitely is a focal point of our demise here in the United States. Just no doubt about that.
Well, this has been very interesting. You mentioned something about the British Empire. I just want to point out that John Dee, the sorcerer, Elizabethan sorcerer, original 007, he coined the term British Empire, and he wrote a letter to
Right, which
Mercator.
which is Israel. That's what I'm pointing out. Israel was made out of the British Empire. It was actually formulated there. We can get into details, but it was formulated there after during World War One into World War Two, and it became a post World War Two creation.
Awesome. Well, listen, I have another caller trying to reach in here. Appreciate you bringing up the information. And let's see here. Quite a lot to cover. We talked about Donald Trump and the downward pointing triangle. You said that represents water. I didn't know that. That's very interesting there because I was noticing that hand sign. Andrew Tate does it as well.
Cool. Talk to you soon.
Cool. Thanks for the call. All right. Someone had just tried calling a couple of times. If you want to try calling back, that's fine. Let me go through some comments. Yeah, look, I have this theory now that magic is real, but it's not what we've been told. It's not the caricature, but we're talking about mind control as an ancient technology. And, like a lot of things that are mischaracterized, people just dismiss it and maybe they don't look into it too closely. But neurolinguistic programming, perception management stunts, hypnosis, influence operations, like the TV show. It was a hoax called Space Cadets, where five people believed they were orbiting in space because the other five astronauts were actors. And if it weren't for those actors, the illusion would have fallen apart. In other words, they needed one liar per space cadet to make it convincing.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How you doing, caller? Can you hear me okay?
It's
Okay,
coming in like you're in the other room. That's what's it's coming very low.
okay, let me see if I can fix that. I don't know if the other caller had that same issue. Maybe he did, and maybe he just soldiered through it. I'm gonna check my settings just a moment here.
Yeah, let me hang up and try back.
Well, give me 2 seconds here, because sometimes what or call back. Yeah, that is the case. Actually, I would have had to have hung up the call here. Let me go ahead and switch my settings. All right, and fixed. Okay, yeah, well, the issue was it was using my camera microphone, which is way across the room, and I've never even used it. And now we're in better shape. Okay. Well, surprisingly, that last caller dealt with it, but it would have sounded like I was in another room. Johnny's list says caller was doing okay until. Yeah, look, I've heard it all, and I don't believe any scapegoat stories. You want to say the Jews control everything? Say it. You want to run with Team Yay? I'm just not all that convinced. Infinite Plane Radio.
All right, there we go. Coming in clear now.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, so if you can just kind of fill me up to date for today's episode. I just got home from work. I was listening to part of it
Oh,
on the
cool.
way home.
Oh, yeah. Well, a couple of things. The protest that was happening before the Tyree Nichols protest was an environmentalist protest, and it was defending a forest next to Atlanta against the cops who want to build a training facility there. And I was just pointing out that it's 100% connected to Avatar. It's the same story. And I'm like, this is just showing how immersed the public is in these movies. And then they take these movies and they make you part of it in real life. And it's an amazing system for keeping everybody, uber spellbound.
And what's really strange is that movie Avatar, when it first came out, I don't know why, but I went to go see it 3 times. I went and with different people each time that were going. And personally, I didn't even want to see it each time, but I ended up seeing it, and it kind of like stuck with me a little bit because I had to see it 3 times. It was very odd.
It's a long movie. I mean, 3 hours. It's quite a commitment.
Yeah,
But I was impressed by the graphics. However, it was really thick on the propaganda, like the Marine stereotypes. The Every single character embodied something, and to me, I just felt like I was watching CNN. Kind of felt guilty about driving to the theater afterward. It was just an indictment of Western civilization. It was Dances with Wolves crossed with Fern Gully. It was nothing new, but my main thing is I think it's subconsciously affiliating people with this Gaia worship.
I don't know too much about Gaia. I've been following this one guy who does tours of megaliths in different areas of the world, but he lives in Peru now. And what I noticed is he started showing like Gaia shows up on his channel sometimes, like in the corner when he does certain videos. And it's just very strange because he doesn't seem to give you like false information because he doesn't really give you like
Sure.
too
Well,
much, like he doesn't
Gaia
assume anything.
is just a Greek. Is just a goddess associated with the earth, so it's the earth god. But what I'm pointing out is that the World Economic Forum has this new AI ideal for a utopian society run by AI, and they're calling it Gaia for Global AI Alliance. And I'm just pointing out that they are using the movie here to prepare people for this global neural network, and it's just to me it's programming,
Does
predictive
that have any
programming.
correlation with the channel Gaia or anything like that?
No, it
I'm
doesn't. No,
sure.
I'm mostly talking about the archetype because remember in Avatar how the characters would plug their hair like a USB cord into the
Yeah.
fish or into the tree. That's what I'm talking about. That we're gonna
Oh,
plug
okay.
into Gaia like Pandora, but instead of plugging in with our hair, it'll be with a USB cord. But basically, I think it's all about programming us, is what I've been suggesting. The other big news, if you haven't seen it yet, there's a balloon from China with the satellite dangling from it. Have you
Oh
seen that?
yeah. As soon as I saw that, I thought of your term, or the term you mention often, satelloons.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you think is more likely here? That it's a Chinese spy satellite that they just detected, or that one of their satelloons went too low?
Yeah, definitely propaganda cover up right there. Classic. It's just like a classic. It's like I have a boss who runs an Italian restaurant, and I'm like, if this guy, because this guy like always tries to go to all ends to save like fucking like $60. Like he won't hire a hostess. So I'm like, okay, and they did that ambulance thing with Mar Hamlin. I was like, okay, if my boss had to get like an ambulance for like some event that he had to manage, and he had to let go at the last minute, this is the ambulance he would have bought. And I'm like, this is crazy. I was like, half this shit looks like it's being run by like some like like mob guy trying to cut corners and do things cheap, like the type of quality they really put into this shit.
Yeah, that's remarkable. That's the look. That's the main thing. The criticisms of NASA that we have aren't based on anything more than bad special effects. They'll throw their math at you, their science at you, and they'll say you don't know what you're talking about. You're not a rocket scientist. But I'm like, I'm a video editor. I've done many videos involving chroma key. I've seen these special effects and I can't unsee them. And I'm just surprised at the bad special effects. But my take on it is that they don't have a big talent pool like Hollywood. They've got a small group of people who are compromised. And their main, I think, prerequisite for the job is being sellout scum. I don't think it's being brilliant at video editing. And they're just using whoever they have to. That's what I think. Government productions.
They always screw it up with the shadows too. If you notice, a lot of time with their frameworks, they like there'll be like two different shadows going on from something else they clipped in, and then the original shadow plus the other ones there that they tried to put on there, and that's usually like a dead giveaway when I see this stuff.
Yeah, there's a recent one where Kamala Harris was talking to an astronaut in space, and he was moving his hands around, and then you can tell that the microphone and cord was entered in post production because his hand was going through the cord multiple times. And I can point this out to the believers in it, and they just can't see it. They're not ready to see it, but the special effects glitches are all that you need, and they can't stand up to scrutiny. It's just to me, it's laziness. If you still believe in the space station, it's just a matter of being too lazy, I think.
It's like you're saying with everybody, like they're low information believers. They just don't want to. They don't want to think any harder. Like for example, I got in this argument on Sunday with one of my workers, and they like got a text message from the boss, and the boss is drunk, just sending out whatever random shit. And she's like, "What did you tell him?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She was like, "Did you talk to Mike?" And I was like, "Yeah, probably like 30 minutes ago." She was like, "Yeah, I knew it. It was you." And she went in the bathroom, like slammed the door. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then like I had to literally leave work and come back after she left because I was like, I'm not dealing with that. But she literally took zero information, and she just literally made an assumption right away. She just took like something that she wanted to hear, and she's like, okay, and then just gaslighted with no reasoning. And like it's people just do this now. Like I'm surrounded by people that do this at work. It's like put me on eggshells.
Yes, yes. It is interesting to me how people are very much, it's like the Truman Show, how they go with the program over what they perceive. And that's a mental evasion. And I think that's conditioning. And that to me is, yeah,
Like like
you're,
For
And
for example, like I live every day, right? And every day I do like the same thing, for the most part, except on my days off. But so like at work, there's this one school that orders, and they happen to have this big black cube like built into the front of the building. And then when I deliver the food, they want it delivered to room 333. And the address of the property is 1776. And then they have a police academy like right next door, like across the parking lot. But the whole property itself is like a vocational school. It's very odd. But like, how do people not like notice this? Like, I picked this out as soon as it happened. I'm like, okay, let me like keep my eyes peeled for something else here because this is very weird. But it seemed like it was just some faculty staff there, nobody big. But I just noticed this shit.
well, the first time I ever became aware of the symbolic importance of public monuments and courthouses and addresses, I was at a courthouse, and we can't take our camera phones inside, but in the room where I fill out the paperwork, there's this mural on the wall, and it has this block of 9 numbers, and then it has these words, and it says magical squares. Well, I look it up. I write down the numbers in my hand, I look it up, and it turns out it's the magical square of Saturn. And I find all kinds of interesting Saturnian symbolism around that place. But um, I listened to an interview or as a lecture by Jordan Maxwell, and he discussed the symbol of Saturn in L and the black cube and how it correlates to the judge and the black robe and the significance of the courthouse as it relates to what Saturn rules over, which is law, justice, and of course control over times. The prison, the whole thing about judgment and all this stuff, it's all under the purview of Saturn. And the more I looked at it, the more I'm realizing, yeah, we don't have a secret society that runs the world that just worships the devil. No, they have an entire pantheon. It's not as simple as the devil. But if you can recognize the classical deities and their symbolism, it's pretty much in your face all over the place. And I don't think these numbers are always significant or meaningful, but you can tell when they are, especially with the bigger monuments. I mean, look what they did at the One World Trade Tower. That is an ongoing public
You know,
performance art piece. It's not just a building.
a lot of companies they have a logo that has a ring around it. Like for example, Nike. The Nike isn't it's a swoosh, but it's actually a ring. It looks like a ring of a planet. Then you even have the car company Saturn, which is logo. It's funny because Saturn is a cube logo. Toyota got the three rings. I don't. That's like very like symbolic. The three, whatever. A lot of these car companies they have, and even other companies as well. They have like a logo with a ring around it, which is like their, I don't know if that's some sort of like giving their energy to Saturn or whatever. But they used to have a cartoon a long time ago. I wasn't born, but I saw this cartoon somewhere. It was like the planets in space and Saturn. They animated all the planets with a face, and Saturn had like a Jew nose on it, and he was like swinging a rope around like Earth or something. I forget exactly what was going on, but it was
Now,
very like
okay,
symbolic.
I had found this. There's a story by Voltaire written in 1752 called Micromegas, and I think this is the first. Because this is of course the neo enlightenment and stuff, and it's like this is the first example of science fiction where it's about someone traveling from Sirius to Saturn, and the Sirian and the Saturnian have a conversation. But yeah, 1752, alien from Saturn, alien from Sirius, and the guy from Sirius travels to Saturn, which I think is the original story of Space Odyssey, traveling to Saturn. But very interesting how far back this story goes. I mean, that's old. That's hundreds of years old.
Have you ever come across any videos by OCS 101 on YouTube, like way back, probably going back like 5, 6, 7 years?
OCS 101. I'll look into it, but no, what is it about?
So this is how I literally like this is how I kind of like picked up on this. He started pointing things out. The guy, he's like you do a very good job of like presenting it. he doesn't, but he kind of has like a more advanced, in-depth like understanding of it, and he tries to explain it. And sometimes it just like I can't take it. It's too much. Like it's too much like stuff. Like I gotta like take a break for a couple weeks and then come back, try to like understand it again, look at it from a different angle. But a lot of this stuff he points out with the number three and Saturn and very like similar things, but more so with like color codes and numbers and um, things of that nature.
Yeah, it goes deep, and I skim the surface in a lot of ways. And I plan to do a series of 10-minute short vids where I do a deep dive onto these topics in a more nuanced way, because I'm looking at these things where Elon Musk on Halloween wears a red costume with a ram on it. Well, he's the guy taking us to Mars. And if you look at the associations, Mars is associated with the ram and the color red, corresponding to his suit, and he looks just like the Emperor from the tarot card, who's an emperor in a red suit with a ram, and the
And
suit is called,
Mar
yeah.
you also means breakdown in Hebrew as well.
Well, the as you can see, then he's definitely, like, I would say, a very encoded character. Even the name Elon means oak, which has some significance, I think, to the Druids, which means knower of the oak. But here he is, the Devil's Champion. That's the name of his costume, and his rocket that he launched, the SN8, has a 42 on it, which is the symbol of Saturn, and it crashes to the ground on 2/2 last year, the 33rd day of the year. And I'm convinced that the SN8 is just a clever way of S8N, like Satan falling. Like, I think they, in our face, they have their way of using anagrams and reversing the numbers, but they tell their stories for those who can, read their witchy language, which is actually what it is.
Yeah, there's like crazy stories. Like the guy goes like that I was mentioned earlier, he goes like biblically like into some stuff. But he got like bans from YouTube and he had to go and make a separate site where you have to log in. I don't even know what it's called, but I have the website. So I go in there time to time to look at stuff, but just like he goes like really like hard into the shit. Some like I know I'm not like I get like depressing sometimes because like the more you find out, the more it's like the less you actually know.
Yes, that it's daunting. It really is. And one of the things that I realize is that what the quote normie or the NPC, what they see is a world that's been defined, and the explanations they've been given suffice. And because they don't have any questions, they don't have any cognitive dissonance because they don't know how big they've been lied to. It's like they're in the Truman Show, but they haven't cracked it yet. They haven't noticed the patterns yet. They haven't
But
learned,
how do they get this way?
because I think it's because we're born into it by default. And I think that the system is built on lies. And it's not just the liars on the screen, but it's the believers in the lies who repeat them. Like, I think our system is built on beliefs that are malleable and controllable as long as the elite have control over media. And what I mean is, we're people who believe stuff, so we're lost. We don't know. And it's a joke to them that we're in the dark. That's why they call themselves the Illuminati. They have the light. I think ultimately that's what we're looking at here, a world in a false light by the ones who are keeping them in darkness. And it's pretty obvious the effects of it. It's it's uh it's an old system. We've been born into a mental quarantine, and I think we are some who have broken quarantine.
Yeah, I agree.
But the NPCs are just the ones who don't rock the boat. And I think the system is designed to maintain an equilibrium. That way, people are so comfortable that they don't see anything wrong with it. And that was the whole thing about the Matrix. It's meant to be seductive, it's meant to be a comfortable alternative to the real.
And it's crazy. Like I work in a restaurant and it's just like everybody is an NPC. Nobody can see this. Even when I like try to like just mention it a little bit, it's like they don't see it or somebody else comes in talking louder over me. It's like fucking like absurd. It's
They Agent
very
Smith you.
strange.
Yeah, it's like the Truman Show where, They literally come in to distract. Oh, this one's veering off course. They have to, like a guardrail, bump you back in.
They
And
have the NPCs programmed to do that, to do damage control. This is a very intelligent like propaganda they have.
yeah, say what you will of David Icke, but in his book Children of the Matrix, one of the last chapters is one of the best things he ever wrote. And he said, "We are the prison wardens." He's like, you can blame the reptiles or whoever, but when it comes down to it, every person that follows the program is an extension of the elite. The elite isn't some group, far away from us on some island. No, the elite is your next door neighbor, the masked Karen, the next door neighbor that reports you for coughing after they declare a pandemic, thinking that you might get hauled away and quarantined. Like that's the way the system works. But it's not bad news to me to find out how deceived we are. I think it's good news. I haven't been triggered by the news in a long time, and I'm not bothered by the NPCs around me because I have this. If it wasn't for this think tank that's been, just been trudging along for these last few years, yeah, it would be maddening. It would be because and then you try to talk to somebody and you blurt out too much and they think you're crazy. But um, not that I need that validation. I mean, I know I'm right, but it's helpful to have other people to bounce ideas off of.
Yeah, I'm happy that I found this channel, and I think I started like listening over like maybe 6, 7 months ago, and before that, I like I said that other guy I would listen to every now and then, but he would drop some really heavy stuff, and like you said, it gets too daunting, and I got to give it a break because like I got work, I got other shit to do, and like sometimes that shit kind of like makes you start to really think, and you forget to do your prison life chores, your
Right.
slave
Yeah.
life work.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And and that's what I don't do here. Is like I look at this thing. I have a 30-year plan. I don't think I'm going to be triggered by anything. I'm trying to maintain situational awareness, and I'm not getting dragged into the dramas here. And this platform is going to remain more or less neutral, and it's going to remain open to all sides. I'm not into censorship here at all, whatsoever. And we're going to maintain sanity. This is an oasis of sanity. We're more in the know than anyone that is on this side of the fence, which I think is the reason why we need to maintain this thing. And why I appreciate callers like you and of course all the chatters, because the think tank itself, it's better than any AI generator or any chat GPT. You can get real original ideas and real people. No need to,
Yeah, this is amazing. I've never like seen this anywhere on any channels that I've watched and anything. Like you can send a message on one thing and it just transfers over across everything.
yeah, we have a funnel, and that's the whole thing. We have a funnel, and I get tips by text, by email, and through the think tank nonstop. And we've seen some periods where the channel blows up, and I get inundated with comments, and it's just unbelievable the human intel we have access to. But anyway, appreciate the call very much, and call back anytime.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. I'm looking to get into this, maybe like start a channel as well. This is really great. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Sure,
I'm
anytime.
gonna
And
make a donation soon.
and look, if you do start a channel, let me know, and we'll do we'll do a panel or a one-on-one. We'll do a chat and send people over because I need to do more cross marketing. That's how I blew up my channel originally, and we need a network anyway. I want to network all the minds that are on the same sheet with regard to what we're looking at. So anyway, thanks
Yeah,
again.
thank you, Tim. Take care.
All right, excellent callers. Thanks again for calling, and let's go ahead. If you're looking at the screen, you're looking at Scott Kelly getting stuck in a harness, uh, and the other guy tucks his hands under his arms to kind of hide the error. This is an interesting clip here. This is Donald Trump stopping for ice cream at a local South Carolina ice cream shop. And the woman at the counter says, "Will you pray with me?" And here she is. She sees Donald Trump, and the first thing she does, she prays.
Thank you very much.
You care if I
So
pray?
you recommend his food, right?
Yes, sir. You care if I pray?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Lord, I pray, Lord, in the name of Jesus, as you please Donald Trump. I pray, God, that you just help him in this presidency.
Now, I don't have any problem with prayer or whatever, but I think it's interesting how many people have prayed to Trump. Trump has signed Bibles. There are people who have actually prayed to Trump, like the guy that had, I think he was pulled over, and he prayed, "Please, Donald J. Trump, come and save me." Here we go. Just before the police bust out this guy's windows, he prays to Donald Trump. I don't know if he prayed to JFK Jr. or JFK. I would have prayed to JFK. That guy's tough if he survived the head wound and he's 107 years old. But this guy,
Please save
yeah, he's literally praying right before the police bust his window.
me. Please save me, Donald Trump. Please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people.
Now, if you look in the chat here, I see a lot of the people in the chat. This is like an Instagram. I don't know if they're super chatting him, but it looks like Donald Trump 77's in the chat, and he says, "Ha ha ha ha." So I don't think he's gonna help.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please.
No, anyway, Donald Trump didn't hear him. It was a sovereign citizen. This sovereign citizen thing is interesting. Like you're gonna talk to the police in some certain way, and they're gonna respond differently. You're gonna lecture them. I mean, it's a disaster. Every time I always see it ends up in disaster. All right, let me go ahead and continue. I'm blue checked on Twitter, so if you want to follow me there, it's real Tim Osmond. Blue check means I'm verified. You can trust my memes. We talked about SpaceX and this being the 2-year anniversary of their Satan rocket crashing. Starship SN8. No coincidences. Again, I think it's fascinating that Jeff Bezos was launching up at 9:11 a.m. on the anniversary of Apollo. And the reason why I think this is interesting is if you look up Revelations 9:11, there's a reference to Apollyon, the destroyer. And this connection, I think, represents something having to do with Bezos and his, what I would consider to be Jeff Bezos' world stage role, which I would consider him to be Nimrod for a lot of reasons. And I've discussed this at length before. And I'll do a short video. As I explained to the last caller, I'm going to be producing 10 to 15 minute short videos, topic specific, built on mind maps. And I want to go into the nuance on these small topics. Well, every brick, in this thing. It just sometimes you can't spend 10 minutes on a tangent. I just like to have a way to reference a lot of these things. Angst G says the apprentice was entertaining but actually praying to him. Well, some people do believe it. Some people do believe it, that he's more than just a president. I think the first caller had some insights on that. I'm skeptical. I'm still skeptical. I look at all these characters as very much hardwired into the script. Their actions are all preordained. If you're looking at the screen, you're looking at the balloon. Again, people are suggesting it's a Chinese spy. My take on it, this is a cover story that what you're seeing is a typical Satelloon. It's probably a CubeSat. Like if it fell, it probably has the SpaceX logo on it. And they had to come up with a cover story to hide this. That would be my take. Kanye West wears a ski mask to avoid paparazzi photos. A couple lawsuits that might be entertaining. Tucker Carlson's going to be sued by Hunter Biden. And Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be sued. Wrongful death lawsuits. I'm curious to see if Gage Grossarm sues him. Seems like that guy kind of just disappeared. And I'm still torn. I don't know how many of you are believers in Kenosha or not. The whole thing was incredibly realistic, but I walked away concluding it was a hoax. But I'm still trying to figure out how they choreographed that so excellently, and was it a squib? I'd like to see Gage Grosskreuz's arm. If it has a scar, I'll walk it back and I'll say Kyle's a hero. But I don't know. I'm still on Team Squib. If you don't know what a squib is, it's like what was the guy's name? It was back in July. His name was Abe or Abe, Squibby Abe. He was the former PM of Japan who had been shot twice by a homemade gun. Well, if you look closely, he had a squib. Again, it's a device that squirts out fake blood. It's an old movie prop trick that they did before CGI. Before CGI blood, they would use squibs. Now they just use squibs in psyops for this, street theater. Chicken feed, somewhat true but completely useless information. This is an interesting graphic I found on Twitter. Chicken feed is used by the system to keep the players busy investigating information that is pointless with no meaning. But because this useless information checks out with the coinciding illusion operation and can be confirmed, the players feel validated with whatever false crusade illusions they are participating within. Chicken feed is used on all, from armchair keyboard warriors to politicians, YouTubers, military generals, intelligence services, etc. Now, if you remember, the QAnoners were told, stay home, eat the popcorn, enjoy the show, nonstop. And they were given chicken feed. Every Q drop. Well, eat the popcorn. The whole time, it was the intelligence agencies behind Q telling the QAnoners, telling the MAGA crowd, yeah, keep eating the chicken feed. Keep devouring this somewhat true but completely useless information. Yeah, it's true that Hillary Clinton eats babies, but what are you going to do with it? Nothing. You're not going to sway her voters. And I also pointed out that the Q looks like a pacifier because it did pacify any remaining possible resistance of any kind to the NWO's new religion. No resistance at all. The Q was just a big pacifier, and they fed them this nonstop popcorn. And now, even if there was some kind of alien invasion or some kind of new world order attempt to take all the guns or whatever, they've been fattened on so much chicken feed they're in no condition to fight. Ollie Goering says popcorn scrapes your gut lining. Right, well, the popcorn eating got them nowhere. Now, I don't have a problem with it. I was saying in 2020, if you're buying ammunition and not popcorn, you're kind of missing the point. I'm more into throwing the popcorn at the screen, Mystery Science Theater 3000 style. Again, if you haven't seen Mystery Science Theater 3000, it's about a captive audience held by a group of hostile aliens that are forcing the captive audience to watch bad science fiction nonstop until they go crazy. And the reason they don't go crazy is they don't take it seriously, they laugh at it, and they throw their popcorn at the screen. And I kind of see that as what we are doing. Okay, scrolling through my notes here. You can follow my notes at minds.com/infiniteplaying-society. Pointed this out, protesters blocked traffic in Memphis on I-55 because of Tyree Nichols. Again, I-55. Then you have his funeral and the 55th anniversary of the MLK speech referenced. And now tomorrow, and I'll be watching this, if you're in Discord, we'll be watching this probably together, the new Kyrie Irving series, Kaepernick series. Colin Kaepernick's doing the Killing County, and it has to do with 55 police officers. Again, I don't know the number code here, what these numbers always mean, but there's something here going on when there's a pattern. And I have an entire web page devoted to this, and this is one of the reasons why I'm doing these shorter videos, because there's a meaning to these patterns that you can extrapolate. I pointed out 2/2/2022, a month of palindromes. They had a killing of a character 6:48 a.m. a mirror of 846, which is a code number they put in all these police shootings. His name is a mirror. I mean, a lot of these things kind of read like jokes. But if you go to metascript.cc, you can get an idea of how integrated this entertainment is with the news, and how consistent it is across the board with the symbols that they use. And you'll often find, like here's an example, you'll find characters in movies that have doppelgangers in the news. It's usually just archetypes, but sometimes they even look the exact same. Okay, I'm going through some comments. A sudden case of red pilling says, Tim, you have to watch a movie called Await Further Instruction. Noted, I'll take a look. And if you want to post a link, that's fine as well. I'll do a review of it. Await Further Instruction. River Styx says, 1055 police code, call coroner. Someone says they muted, or they murked the 24/7 Discord. Yeah, let me go ahead and bring that up really quick. That's my second Discord channel in a month has been canceled, and they pulled the 24/7 chat. If you want to go to the 24/7 Think Tank chat at any time, because the shutdown only lasts like an hour. Once I find out it's shut down, I build a new one, and we're pretty anti-fragile. We tend to grow back. We build back better. But if you go to infiniteplane.live, infiniteplane.tv, ips.monster, any of the above, these will all take you to the nearest access point to the free Discord server. It could have been Goldfinch. By the way, it is official. As of today, I filed my lawsuit and I've sent it over to the process server, suing YouTube, suing longtime channel stalker in small claims. But interestingly, I've included in my small claims suit a motion which will be filed in a couple of days there's a couple of things I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to instigate a criminal investigation. I want to get one opened up because of the hacking of Infinite Plane Society's Kickstarter account. And Kickstarter emailed me, and they are not going to require a subpoena. They've given me all the information about the person who hacked my account. They have 20 days. YouTube, Google will have 20 days. So on 2/22, if you want to mark your calendars, I'm going to get a response from YouTube within that time. And they're going to have to account for the fact that somebody claimed that my voice was theirs. They actually claimed my voice. And they've had preference on YouTube. They are the ones who own this channel from YouTube's standpoint, which explains why we've lost 160 channels. But that's not going to happen anymore. I have sent a letter to YouTube. I've sent a cease and desist. And before the end of this month, things will be cleared up. So my next goal here is to start doing these shorter videos and build up a large YouTube channel. And we have the one at Infinite Plane Society. I'm going to put safe content that can't be censored. But you'll see the numbers I think they're going to grow exponentially. I mean, we used to have some periods where we'd gain thousands of subs a month, and there's a reason why we haven't. Again, it's just been really, I would say, overt suppression. But we have put a stop to it. Today is it's been official. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow, same time. There are so many things to talk about, haven't even really scratched the surface. Appreciate the callers as always. I want to do a whole live stream dedicated to Christopher Nolan and the upcoming nuke psyop, which I believe is on the horizon. There's a movie Oppenheimer coming out this summer. Again, I'm working on a lot of shorter videos and mind maps, and if there's any topics or world stage characters that you want me to do a deep dive into, feel free to let me know. I do plan to spend time on every one of these characters, and I've done a breakdown of Musk. I've done a breakdown of Jeff Bezos. We find out what their base character is and what they represent on the world stage, and it's pretty telling, and it does reveal quite a lot. There's quite a lot of interesting stuff going on with this Yay, and this continuation of this Starman narrative that was started with Bowie, but actually references back to Elvis. And it has to do with, I think, the introduction of a living idol for the public to worship that is a living embodiment of, I don't know if you want to say Satan, but I think Rockstar contains the idea of light descent, angel falling, light descending into matter. It's a star, then hits the ground, it's a rock. I think the rock star is ultimately about a fallen star. And I think that's right now the reason why Ye is falling. Yeah, he's a star. He's one of the biggest stars. He's the king of culture, but he's a falling star. We're watching his downfall. It's all symbolic. His name West is symbolic, of course, with the downfall of the West, which is how this meta narrative is framed. Anyway, thanks for joining. We'll be back same time tomorrow, if not sooner. It's nice to be back on a more or less routine, and we're going to be doing this nightly and taking calls as usual. If you want to leave voicemails, please do. This is COVID Cooties by Symbia, going back to the 24/7. And I'll put a link below so you can subscribe to the newsletter.
I caught the COVID cooties. Now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Supposed to Christ exact sheep running through all of these psyops.
Okay, I'll get it started a little early. This is Chief Crow Auto Hoax or GTFO. I put a link to the track in the chat below. Phones are open. Backup number tonight. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey caller, can you hear me all right? What?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, what's up? Main topic tonight. I haven't even announced it, but mainly it's going to be the balloon. Do you have an
Oh,
opinion?
that's what I wanted to talk about.
Okay, what's your take on the balloon?
When I read it the first time, okay, it's almost the same stories. When they remember the first witness they asked on 9/11, that guy that was down there, yeah, they asked him, oh yeah, it melted because of the hot stuff and everything, and he gave a whole description of what happened.
Like he was a structural engineer who knew everything
Yes,
about the melting point of jet, everything, melting point of steel. Yes, he knew everything all at once. I remember that guy.
yeah. The first story on the balloon was some guy in Montana saw it, and he said what it was, and he said how high it was, and he gave all this stuff. He's just nobody. How would he know any of this stuff?
Yeah, exactly. From
First of all,
from the ground, right?
first first of all, they said it was 60,000 feet plus up. You can't see it at 60,000 feet up. That's 12 miles. You can barely see a 747 at 30,000 feet. And you want to say it's 12 miles up and you can see this balloon? It wouldn't be visible.
I agree with you there, and I've seen similar accounts, and I find it very dubious. I mean, my initial thought on it was that the Harley guy, as someone in chat pointed out, the Harley guy in 9/11, yeah, there was a similar explanation for this event, and it looked to me like maybe just one of their CubeSats, SpaceX CubeSat dipped too low, and this was a cover story. But now looking at it, it seems like it's connected to a bigger agenda. What do you think the agenda is behind this thing, or do you think it's just a glitch?
No, it was too well orchestrated. Um, it had to be something, but I just know the story is one of, okay. Did you see where they said the airplane circled it and had like a trail of the airplane where it circled it? Did you see that report?
Uh, Please tell me about that report because I saw one, but I thought it was possibly a deep fake. I saw one one.
They said it was the F-22 had went up there and circled the balloon.
Yes, that's the
Okay,
main
that was
story
the
that's
first.
going around. Uh huh.
That was the very first one in Montana. And so I go real quick to the government site and look up F-22s. F-22's ceiling, and that's the very ceiling. And it can only go the coast is 52,000 feet. It can't even get up to 60,000 feet. And then on the last day when they shot it down, they tried to put a news article. Oh, we have jet fighters can go up to 65,000 feet, and they tried covering that up. But the F-22 was no more than 52,000 on the ceiling feet, and that's gliding. It's not like they can do much else. So that was
Gotcha.
another one. It was terrible. It was just a
Okay,
horrible story. And they got, huh?
what about the footage of it? Like the cameraman who recorded the thing blowing up? Because I thought the footage was pretty good if it was from the ground, and if it wasn't from the ground, who was recording it? I thought that was a little unusual.
I after the first day, and I knew it was such BS, I didn't even watch it anymore. I said, this is just garbage.
Uh,
I said, some guy could see a balloon on the ground in Montana at 60,000 feet. That's if it's straight up above you, it's 12 miles. Let's say it's out 10 miles that way, and that's where it looks like he had an angle at. What are you looking at? It's no way. If it was real, it was no way 60,000 feet. There's no way.
Agreed. And I'm looking at it as when I first saw the image of it close up, I thought, why does this thing look like a TIE fighter in between the solar panels? And behind the TIE fighter, you see the Death Star. And it looks like the Death Star. And I thought, this is kind of a callback visually to Star Wars. And Star Wars was the name for the Strategic Defense Initiative, Reagan's Star Wars, preparing us for space war. I think this might be some kind of space war tie-in.
I don't think it's anything. I think it's just a distraction. I really do. Unless there's a bigger picture down the road, like you just said. But whatever it is, it was such an easy. I always call these just the barometer for a gullibility test. That's all.
You know what?
You know.
When I saw them rolling out, oh, it's a Chinese spy camera and it's sucking up your TikTok data. I'm like, okay, who's gonna fall for this? Well, yeah, pretty much anybody on the right. It's like, yeah, it's China, and Biden's letting them record our TikTok videos, or whatever they happen to be doing with TikTok, which has been kind of demonized. It's to me, it's kind of a barometer as well that people will believe anything.
That's all. Just another toilet paper theory. You know,
Well, if nothing
just
else,
like
though, this is an opportunity to say something about the fact that everything that is said to be done, every function said to be done by an orbiting satellite, could just as easily be done by a balloon. Like, this is no longer a secret. It's not a conspiracy theory. The people who have been talking about sataloons for a long time, I think, have been vindicated. Why would you have a CubeSat hurling around at 17,000 miles per hour going around the world when you could just have it up there peacefully, dangling?
and it does. It looks like you know what you know the people who've seen the ISS transit, right? And it does like when you said that the other day, the first time you looked at it, you said that reminded you of the ISS, the shape of it. The one when they see it and they transit, and people got pictures of it transit in front of the sun, in front of the moon.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It actually looks very similar to the ISS. Its shape and everything. It's pretty much that bunch of cylindrical modules around a centerpiece with a window.
The only thing that gets me is the balloon wasn't transparent. All the balloons we see go up, and all the lifts, and they've been doing for all these couple of decades, they're transparent. So I don't know this. So the reason is that's just a regular weather balloon they're trying to call, and it's a solid opaque color that you can see. So that something's just all wrong. You know, it's just all wrong. That's all.
I agree. And tonight I'm going to be going through what I've found so far, suggesting that maybe this is part of a bigger psyop. I believe that the sighting of it, or no, when they shot it down, it was, I think, the 1 year anniversary of the movie Moonfall, which is about sky infrastructure falling, the moon falling. There may be some kind of deeper meaning to this, but my first instinct was CubeSat drifted too low. They need a cover story.
So it could the people taking the pictures that we did see, if that's the pictures, pretty much all the same pictures it seemed like, but uh, it couldn't have been 60,000. You can't take a picture of it 12 miles away. You can't. You wouldn't see it. I mean, that's just the point right there. So when it went down, could the people on the ground actually see it? All these people saying they could see it.
You know, not at that altitude. I've seen Googleoons. I've seen these before on multiple long walks in the summer, and I don't know if it's the temperature, but for some reason, some of them dip low enough where I can see them, and they're transparent, but you see the reflection, and you can tell that it's a spherical object in the sky. And I generally can't even see the thing that's dangling below it, but there's no way these things are 60,000 feet up and visible to anyone like that. I think
On
that,
this story, there's no way it was 60,000. I agree with you.
no,
And
I agree. It's got to be. I mean, this could just be stock footage. It could be CGI. There could be false witnesses. I don't know anybody that saw it.
that's what I'm saying. It looked pretty. It just reminds me of them going asking the people on 9/11, look at this, and they all had the story already.
Yes,
You know?
exactly, exactly. Like, nobody knew about satelloons or altitudes or how high they fly, how these things even work. You'd say, oh, satellites are just, dangling from balloons. They would say, oh, you must be a flat earther. There's no such thing. Well, no, these are actually commonly used, and this is what I think SpaceX actually is, and that's one of their big secrets. That's why I'm glad this happened. If nothing else, you can point out that this is probably your SpaceX, um, what do you call it, Starlink satellite. Your Starlink is a balloon.
My very first thing I thought, the very first thing I thought when I saw it when it was coming out, I thought, oh, a balloon came down too low. It was just going to be a cover story. Could it be just that simple? And of course, we know the reason they didn't shoot it down over land or take it down over land is because we'd see what's on it. Just like when a few years ago when that thing crashed in Michigan and it had the Samsung photos and ID thing. Do you remember that?
No, what was that
When,
about?
when in Michigan, when one of their satellite balloons crashed in Michigan.
Oh, yeah, that was the Samsung selfie camera.
Yes,
That one,
it's
yeah.
supposed to be in space.
Oh, yeah, that was a big reveal as well. People went to a party where they were told that their selfie was being projected onto a satellite with the backdrop of the Earth, and therefore you're getting a
Right.
space selfie. Well, what happened is the Curverts used a GoPro lens, on a camera 20 miles up and didn't tell them. And they thought that they were being photographed, quote, in space. Well, that camera satellite that you're mentioning, yeah, it fell on somebody's front lawn and it was basically a balloon. And it said on there, Samsung Space Satellite. I'm like, it doesn't even get close to space.
Well, if you look at all the pictures, they almost always had the balloon cut out. You can see strings to the Samsung satellite part, right? But unless you knew what it was, you wouldn't know. I don't think there was one that showed a balloon in the crash. All the pictures were cropped that were showed no balloon.
Right. Nobody knew it was a balloon until it fell in somebody's yard. And that was a purposeful misrepresentation. They let people mislead themselves. They're dishonest. They omit things. So that is a lie by omission when they cut the balloon out. And when they say it's from space and they bend the horizon line, I don't know. I mean, if you can't see through that, I guess there's no help for you anyway. But yeah, that was an accident. It just fell in somebody's front lawn. Luckily, it didn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, and you've been following us enough years. I'm Harmon. I'm the one that's talked to you before.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Uh,
We've talked about a number of things, definitely.
right. Anyway, so I was calling in to get it out of the way right quick, so you can get back to your show. It's just that it's in all these guys listening to all these truth channels. None of them talking about it. They're acting like what this, what this. I said you couldn't see it. Not at that height. You cannot see it. Sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but you cannot see it at that height.
That's such a good point. I'm glad you're bringing that up because there are so many things that just one thing that always got to me was people saying that they've seen the space station at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., at midnight, and I'm like, you can't. It's too low, and hypothetically, if it was even there, it would be in the shadow of the Earth. You couldn't possibly see it, and
So that's the only thing I can say. That could have been one of those decoys. That's all. It looked like the same picture they see. You know that. You said that your first impression was that. I remember.
right, exactly. Yeah, if the ISS that we see during transits is some kind of balloon-borne prop, that could have been it. Anyway, I appreciate the call very much, and I'll go through whatever else I have that might give us any other indication as to the meaning behind this thing.
All right, people listening in, you guys make sure you sign up to his. Oh man,
The
I'm so
Patreon, yeah,
tired. What
yeah, it's
Patreon?
Patreon.
Make sure you do his Patreon, guys. Make sure you do it.
Appreciate the
Okay,
shout
that's
out
it.
there, and definitely appreciate the call in as always. Have a great
All
evening.
right, bye.
And if you want to sign up for Patreon, it's patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. And right now, there is a 1 month free trial, which means you get all the live notifications, you get the newsletters, you get access to the Discord server, and the first bill, which is only $1 a month. I'm working on volume, and right now I'm just trying to bring people in for the notifications alone. If you want the free ebooks, other things, yeah, there's higher tiers, but $1 gets you in, free month trial, and it gets you on the list. That way, as things progress, whatever happens, you don't miss anything. And you're not. It's not just me, obviously. It's the entire think tank and the research pool and what we bring to the table that you don't want to miss. Angle of Elevation says, "Why spend $1 billion for a satellite when you can do it for 33,000? This is probably a test to see what people believe." Yeah, that was sort of my take. But then I look at the symbolism here, and if you look at it close up, it looks exactly like a Tie Fighter. This is pinned on my Twitter account, Real Tim Osman, and positioned as it is below the balloon, it looks like a TIE fighter coming out of a Death Star, which is a direct reference to Star Wars, which was the derisive name for SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, Reagan's Star Wars thing, which has all really been recycled with Space Force. Trump has really just been, in so many ways, a lot of recycling. By the way, we have spent a lot of time talking about Damar Hamlin. We've been talking about the number 3 and the hearts and how this even tied into Tyree Nichols and this constant reference to the heart. Well, here is Kendrick Lamar wins Best Rap Performance for The Heart, Part 5 at the Grammys. This is very significant if you're not familiar with Kendrick Lamar's work. There was the Mr. Morale and the is it High Steppers? There's this album where he's got a song where he morphs. The face is a deep fake, and he turns into Kanye West. He turns into Will Smith. He turns into OJ. And yeah, Kendrick Lamar's The Heart Part 5 video deepfake. So the video I'm referencing is actually the one he got the award for. And again, he turns into OJ. He turns into Kanye West. He turns into Nipsey Hussle. And again, Nipsey Hussle, if you recall, dies at 33. The whole thing was framed like the death of Jesus right around Easter season, represented with the crown of thorns. Kanye West wore the crown of thorns, did the Jesus thing for his Sunday ceremonies. He did the whole Christ imagery for the Rolling Stones cover when he did Coachella. Will Smith, O.J. Simpson. I mean, it's an interesting mix. Again, this was a video where Kendrick Lamar becomes O.J. Simpson, Kanye West. This is some kind of message. On the cover of this album, he has a crown of thorns, and he's, so I'm referencing this constant refrain to this Black Christ, and it's been referenced with Nipsey, with Kanye, with him, and even more recently, I've been pointing out instances of this, and it's not insignificant. We're talking about when we say Christ, even with Damar Hamlin, we're talking about the ritualistic dying and resurrecting sun god, which is represented as Hiram Abiff within the Masonic context. So my point here, Kendrick Lamar gets an award for a song called The Heart Part 5, and I'll look into that more in the future here. Best Duo, Kim Petras and Sam Smith perform a song called Unholy, and this is probably going to be talked about a lot tomorrow because it's just more mainstream devil worship. I mean, what can you read into it? Demons, hell, woman in a cage, like a big cube dancing around the devil. Maybe it means something deeper. I'm not sure. I'll look into it. Going through some comments, Jake the A-hole says, I initially thought it was a cover story for the ISS or Satelloon coming down, but now I think it's a scripted psyop beginning to end. Yeah, there's a few media tie-ins. Let's go ahead and dig up some of these, because there are some things in here. And look, here's something else that I have to point out. The Westworld Season 3 intro, I believe, references what I call the meta script. That we live in a very scripted reality, sports, entertainment, politics, all of it. And our history is scripted. And Season 3 begins with this message here. And this is the one that was released right after COVID was declared, and you can see the obvious corona symbol in it. You even see there's plenty here. It looks to be an impaled person on the World Trade Tower, which looks exactly like a syringe. And again, the syringe comes from the Greek word syrinx, which means pan, flute. Think pandemic, god of panic. But anyway, it was a panicdemic. It was an epidemic or a pandemic of I would say hypochondria. People were simply, it was a mind virus in many ways. But look here, this is from the intro. You see the corona symbol, and it says, history has an author, a system. And this is referring to, I would say, the big script. And they had to initiate the system. The Westworld's going to burn down because they're becoming sentient. It says, history has an author and a system, but there is, quote, someone they haven't accounted for, you. And my take on it is that all of this move towards censoring the internet lockdowns. In fact, there was a lockdown or a shutdown in Italy yesterday. It's to prepare us for the internet version of a pandemic. And you are the super spreader. You are the mind virus super spreader. And if you're not compelled to wear a mind mask, you're going to constantly reinfect people or infect people who are susceptible to mind viruses. The same argument that they used for the healthy super spreader needing to stay home because they can spread it to people with weak immune systems is being used for locking down your mind because people with weak mental immune systems. The mind aids that they've pretty much given the masses really through conditioning and training where they don't have an immune system. They need an injectable one. This is not going to be a real vax, but it's a mental vax. And of course, if you're not taking their MSM mind vax, well then of course you're a mind virus super spreader. Okay, going through some other notes here. Yes, they did shoot it down, and I find the whole thing very questionable. Now, Apoc Shaker in our Discord server pointed this out, and this is one of the reasons why I think that we're looking at something more than just an accidental Sataloon CubeSat dipping too low. Before they even blew it up, he said, "Hey, look, it's starting to look like predictive programming in the movie Nope." You know, the movie Nope, Jordan Peele, about the UFO, the flying saucer thing. Well, at the end, it unfolds in this way, and it looks like a big Cthulhu-like thing in the sky, or a deflated opening, like a balloon blowing up. But as it falls to Earth, it actually kind of looked like something right out of the movie Nope. If you haven't seen Nope, it's about pretty much a UFO flying saucer thing. Not much more I can add there without giving you spoilers, but it does seem like there's some predictive programming here, and this is how it works. Last year, Moonfall was out, and I pointed out Moonfall is preparing us for space junk. Moonfall is preparing the masses to accept things falling from space with regularity, and then we'll have to have space wars or space force defending us, like a new air defense, but it deals with satellites, and everyone's going to have it. Like whatever they're coming up with, they've been preparing us for it with many shows I can mention. But Moonfall in particular, which coincidentally happens to have a savior who's a scientist, who looks like the savior in the movie Don't Look Up, which also has connotations to Nope, which if you look at the cover of the movie Nope, they're told don't look up. Because if you look at it, I'm talking about the UFO thing, it'll basically suck you up through its eye. So the don't look up connection is here. We're talking about the movie Moonfall having the protagonist who happens to be 33 looking exactly like the character Leonardo DiCaprio plays in Don't Look Up. There's a connection here. But anyway, Nope. In fact, someone has pointed out that you can connect the names of this director's movies, and there may be something in this. There's Get Out. There's Us, which some think might refer to the U.S. There's probably a deeper meaning here. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but I'm pointing out that there is some kind of Nope connection to this balloon thing. The number 55 is something that's been showing up very much lately. I want to point this out really quick. It has to do with this Tyree Nichols, which has a lot of connections to MLK in 1968. They had the congregation after his funeral go to the place where MLK gave his speech about I've been to the mountaintop, which was 55 years ago. And this was after these protesters already shut down I-55. And I kind of saw this as maybe there's some kind of a connection here. And then the new Colin Kaepernick movie comes out, this new series called Killing County. And Killing County, if you look at the first, and I watched the first two episodes, it's pretty bad. It's basically like Sandy Hook level narrative building with all the victims telling their stories. It's just one-sided propaganda, agitprop. But I study this stuff, and when you watch the trailer, it opens up with this mention of these 55 officers. So the number 55 is associated with Colin Kaepernick's new film. It's associated with, here we go, this is again part of this documentary, I-55, and 55 years since MLK's assassination, and they have compared him to MLK. They've compared him to Rodney King. I mean, these psyops, I mean, one of the reasons why I'm comfortable calling them fake is that they are so obviously scripted. They're tied into every other little story. By the way, we're on the weekend before the Super Bowl, and this should be an interesting one. It's Super Bowl number 57, and there's a lot of mention, a lot of talk right now about this one in particular among those of us who are looking at the Metascript view. It happens to be Abraham Lincoln's birthday, and there's a lot of predictive programming pointing at some kind of a nuke, some kind of, like, here's an example of the predictive programming that people are pointing out. Here's Kendrick Lamar, and that whole thing was fake, with the guy named Neil standing. It's got a 33 on his back. Everybody else is kneeling. The whole thing was a ritual top to bottom. 3 days later, it comes to life. We've gone through this ad nauseum, but if you look at his phone, Someone pointed this out. On his phone, it says 1032, but it also has the symbol for, it looks like, radiation, nuclear disaster. And the 1032 timestamp is the same one that Elon Musk has when he's wearing his Devil's Avenger costume. Again, not quite sure what that means. Nukes, Musk, but there's something up. Continuing, 3 of the officers that were involved were members of Omega Psi Phi, and their membership was revoked. Quote, the brutality shown in the video violated our moral sensibilities and transgressed our fraternal and established code of conduct, the organization said. Now, the reason why I think this is notable, that 3 of the officers were kicked out of their fraternity, is that this is the same fraternity that the family of Tyree Nichols' hired, what's his name? Benjamin Crump. I always call him Forrest Crump. I don't want to confuse anybody. Benjamin Crump is there for every single psyop where somebody says, I can't breathe. Whether it's Astro World, George Floyd, the fire in the Bronx. He's at every one of these events. Well, he's representing this family, and he happens to be a member of this fraternity. Probably just a coincidence. But one other example, one other point I wanted to make about it is that these would be 3 kicked out of the lodge, 3 kicked out of their club. In the killing of Hiram Abiff, in this death resurrection ritual, which we saw partly played out in front of the public for 9 minutes at the football game with DeMar, it was the same thing you saw for nearly 9 minutes with George Floyd. Same right. But there's this element in here where the martyr of the story is wounded 3 times by 3, quote, unworthy craftsmen. They're trying to steal a secret because they weren't able to get in. They were kicked out of the club. And I think that the 3 being kicked out of this club may correlate with the 3 ruffians who kill Hiram Abiff. There's been a lot of predictive programming for balloons in a few other places that have come out, like the new Time magazine on the back has a bunch of red balloons descending. And the cover says, Zip It, the power of saying less, which I think has some kind of censorship connotations. A couple of other things. The name Tyree Nichols is very significant for a couple of reasons. It has Masonic implications, but also you have this. You have from this is again Wikipedia, but Tyrian purple, also known as Phoenician purple. The name refers to Tyre, Lebanon. It's secreted by several species of predatory sea snails. Someone had pointed this out and how the entire funeral was draped in purple. And I think this was the case. We've noticed this before with this use of the color, but the name has some very special significance. And I even think that Trayvon Martin, the name Trayvon, Trey, there may be some other connection here. I've been mapping it out, and that's what I'm suggesting. These are all story characters. If you didn't know, Trayvon Martin was the catalyst for kicking off the entire BLM movement. If you're looking at the screen here, you can see what I was referencing. The 55 officers, Tyree protest shut down I-55, 55th anniversary of MLK's speech. And by the way, that was the last speech he gave before he was assassinated. Whether or not you believe that's real, just worth pointing that out. Going through your comments, Kevin Mooring says, Hurt is this year's Super Bowl script. What's with all the heart stuff and the CPR stuff that's being pushed by DeMar, and it all ties in with the anti-vaxxers and their thing about the heart. It just seems like something's up, and we're really close to Valentine's Day. And of course, with Valentine's Day, you have what? The heart and the arrow. And this entire last year, the entire summer, and even fall, it was all about the broken arrow of Artemis, the Artemis mission with the crack in it. And broken arrow is the code for nuclear disaster or accident. In fact, there were, according to the U.S. Department of Defense, 32 broken arrow incidents from 1950 to 1980. We're waiting on number 33, apparently. broken arrow. Damar Hamlin partnered with the American Heart Association. Make of this what you will. I mean, the fact is, he's been doing the heart sign forever, the number three forever. It's all symbolism at this point. Here's another example of symbolism in plain sight. Last year on 2/2, you had actually it was on 2021. The Starship SN8 is the one that fell to Earth on that day. And at the time I said this has got to be a ritual. And when it blew up, it happened to look like a mushroom cloud, like a little nuclear bomb. However, the name is pretty obvious if you think about it. SN8. Now, at the time, I noticed that there was a 42 spray painted on one of its engines, which is an obvious reference. Well, it turns out SN8 is most likely, if you ask me, an anagram for S8N or Satan. And that's a very significant day. It's the 33rd day of the year. And that was the day Jeff Bezos stepped down as CEO of Amazon. And why is this significant? This is significant because Bezos is Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel. It's very deep in his meta-scripted character. But it's very significant that he launched on the anniversary of Apollo 11 at 9:11 a.m. I believe this all ties in. Again, Apollo and 9/11. I think this connects to Apollyon from Revelations 9:11. I've been making some interesting connections here, which I will be delving deeper into that later. I'm just trying to catch everybody up on where we are. For example, the funeral for this Tyree Nichols included people from a number of other psyops. Breonna Taylor's the daughter was there, the brother of George Floyd, and someone found that the name Floyd is actually derived from a word meaning flood, which is interesting. Son of Eric Garner, the original I Can't Breathe started with him, and then Kamala Harris was there. And I don't think it's quite over yet. This entire event, this last psyop was building towards something. We were doing a deeper breakdown of the symbolism with that one, but for the most part, I wanted to point out one other thing. Day one, I said you're going to see how they're going to connect him to these other events, and I put some of them together, like Emmett Till, Rodney King, and look, they all have the same code, like the name King, the fact he was hit 33 times for 1 minute 19 seconds, all code. But I noticed that one of the pictures they put of this latest martyr was very George Floyd looking in the facial hair and the hat and the angle, the photo. It looked like one of the iconic photos. And I put this together the day it happened. Then a few days later, TMZ put those together for their thumbnail to conflate the two. My point being, when you recognize that you're looking at propaganda, you can actually more or less, predict where they're going to go and how they're constructing these characters, which are all composites. They're very two-dimensional, by the way. This character is no exception. Supposedly a photographer, but I can't find any real evidence of it. All right, phones are open. I put the number on the screen. Kevin Morin says CIA Alex Hicks started this censorship script. Yeah, Alex Jones did some damage control on this one. What he did was suggested that what we're looking at was some kind of EMP device because they use satellites for spying. If it was a spy thing, it would be on an orbiting satellite. Right. Now, I'm not saying that the Earth isn't a CGI ball, like many believe, but the existence of orbiting satellites, I think they're ridiculous, the whole concept. Unnecessary. Provably so. This latest event with this thing shows you that you're looking at something that it makes a lot more sense. Okay, let me go through some of the recent headlines. Kendrick Lamar, The Heart Part 5. Again, that's part of this ongoing narrative. We'll see more about this as it moves along. Not going to spend time talking about my stalkers, but and I'm not saying I overdid it, but one particular stalker got into my DMs for no reason after spamming a chat And I had just finished filing some complaints against the person I'm suing, a long time stalker. And I just happened to have the browser window open for IC3. And, I already warned him before. I'm like, look, I know your laws in California on interstate stalking, cyber harassment, you're walking a fine line. And some people said I went too far, but maybe I did. But I don't have time to sue people anymore. And if someone's intent on spreading lies and misinformation about you and defaming your character, you can't just ignore it. And I don't know, like I said, maybe it's just late at night. I wasn't thinking, but I figured, well, maybe this guy is crazy. I mean, legitimately crazy. I'm talking about my newest stalker. I'm not going to name, but this person is convinced that I'm a woman in disguise and some kind of Israeli intelligence agent, like a Jewish woman spy. It's the weirdest thing. I'm like, this guy's got to be crazy. He's got to be insane. There's no way you can believe that. It's just not possible. So I did, in fact, report him to, I figured, his superiors at the FBI. Now, whether they do anything with it or not, I don't really care. I just needed to make sure that he knows he's on notice and all his friends know that, um, yeah, I really don't care for stalkers. I've been dealing with them for years, and I know how to handle them, and I'm not going to let it distract this channel anymore. This latest lawsuit with Goldfinch has just taken up almost this entire month. And by the way, I'm in touch with a process server, and the process server informed me that they will have a proof of service for me tomorrow afternoon. That would be Monday, the 7th. I just have to get the actual payment for the service to them. Again, this is the third party that will be serving Google, and then they're going to be sending me a proof of service via email that night. And if you want to pitch in on that, feel free. I put a link below. I appreciate everyone who helped me push this thing over the finish line, which I have. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but the lawsuit has been filed and it's public information. You'll be able to read it. And essentially, what I've done is I have made the case that YouTube has been complicit in trademark theft and identity theft, in committing actual felonies against me. And I have a valid reason to sue them over this. And I'm going to use this lawsuit as a platform to bring about criminal charges against them. Anyway, I pretty much completed the process. One final step is getting them served. And there's no escape for Goldfinch on this. There's no way out. There's no bargaining. There's no settlement because he hacked Kickstarter, which gave him access to bank information. He hacked a website and he vandalized it. But with basically, I would call defamation. He doxed me, defamation, and the fact that he hacked it is what I'm bringing up here because Kickstarter is working with law enforcement. He committed a crime. Right there in plain sight, I have the evidence, and that was included in my lawsuit, which is against him and YouTube. That's moving along swimmingly. Now, the other lawsuit, if you're wondering which one I was referring to, the countersuit from the stalker that I sued, this is the guy who registered a clip art as his own, even though it's free, and he sued me for using it. And the judge awarded him $0 for emotional pain. $0 for supposed emotional distress. So he admitted that the memes hurt. He admitted that the memes caused him anxiety and pain, but he didn't get any money for it. He couldn't prove it. I'm like, show me the receipts. I want to see the receipts for where you got your hurt feelings treated, your traumatic emotional injury. There weren't any. But he did get awarded $53,000 for trademark violations. And obviously, I am already dealing with the process of having this thing examined closer because the judgment didn't really involve any real discovery as far as did he even prove any of this stuff. Did he prove that I sold a bunch of coffee mugs with his dumb avatar? I mean, it's just such a joke. But if nothing else, he's been tied up with this for a couple of years, and that was kind of the point. And it's going to continue for another 2 or 3 years. In other words, I'm looking at this thing as a game. It is a game, a chess game. And they made it a game. All of my stalkers have made this into a game. It's not a life or death thing. It's not a crisis. I'm dealing with weird psychopathic criminals. But um, someone says, what if he's not a real person, a CIA face? Oh, he's a real person, but he is part of a group of people. I think, who knows? Who knows? My main thing is this is a long-term thing. As long as this channel's on and as long as Infinite Plane Society moves forward, we're going to have trolls. And if they want to ride along, if they want to get dragged behind us, fine. I don't mind. I don't mind dealing with libel and slander and whatever else they do because that's just goes with the territory. I do think that it's a little obsessive that I've been dealing with the same person, well, two people now, 4 years and 5 years. That's a lot of time. I mean, think about it. When was the last time you devoted 4 or 5 years to a TV show or a celebrity or an author you like or a radio show even? I mean, people listen to Limbaugh or some. I mean, sometimes you hear these people they've listened to some guy for 20 years, but to hate listen. But my thing is this: they chose to go this route, and it's just not going to end anytime soon. Like you might actually be looking at like I look at these as long-term dysfunctional relationships, and by putting it into a 30-year framework, it takes away the stress. Like for example, even though I'm closing in on Goldfinch, even though he may serve time, and I will be collecting for 40 plus stolen domains, the civil, and everything else, at no point is it over because I have an enemy for life now. I mean, what I'm doing is I'm robbing his future. I'm going to destroy his reputation. He's going to be publicly humiliated and burned at the stake. Someone like that doesn't get over it. I'm going to be dealing with enemies for life, and I've accepted it. And to be quite honest, it doesn't bother me. That's why I was kind of talking to these new trolls, and I'm like, do you really want to be involved with this? Because I have a pretty good system. Like I keep files. Like so, those of you like the one who I mentioned, my new stalker that I filed a report on, yeah, I'm going to have to keep files on him for life. I mean, what else can I do? You cannot let any of these go because what will happen is it'll just fester. It'll get worse. You just have to deal with it. You just have to track them. And I do. I keep track through a couple of sites. Like I get emails. Oh, so and so moved to Arizona. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But there are many stalkers that have chased after this channel, and they're all connected. These aren't just random people. One of them is part of the White House Communications Agency, provably. One of them is. Another one is connected to NOAA. Another one was part of an IT company, and he was the top conspiracy Redditor. You go to reddit.com/conspiracy. The top Redditor for years was one of our stalkers, and I found out who he was one night. He slipped up. He clicked a URL grabber. And, back then, that was a couple of years ago, I had a course on counter stalking, on how to dox cyber stalkers, and we had a pretty good record. And I'm not going to drop any hints here, but I have some new ones. I had one. Look, they come in packs. I'm watching this show called it's on MGM. It's called From, and it's kind of this vampire thing, but they show up in packs, and they're all kind of slow, and they just kind of walk. You got to get in the house, and these trolls come in packs. So I get one troll here, and then three others jump on. One of them called last night, or the last time I was live. The second caller, the one that was euphemizing about Jews, he couldn't just say it. Yeah, he was one of them. They come in groups. And I look into these individuals on Twitter, I find their pages, and they act like they're big, scary internet Nazis because they're anonymous. And they're like, oh, we found you and you're a Jew, which I'm not. It's the weirdest thing. If you don't know about internet Nazis, you're missing out. It's weirder than Q. And Q went away. Q is dead. The QAnoners, the MAGAs, they're not really a thing anymore. I don't think you can resurrect that. But these internet neo Nazis are a bunch of clowns. It's like if the only thing you have in your toolbox is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And they're like, oh, you don't agree with me? Then you're a Jew. But it's not just Jew. They call me a. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into this thing. I'm just saying, this one was acting like he was some kind of big bad internet Nazi troll. And I went to his Twitter account and he had a Cash App. I could donate to him if I wanted to support his behavior, if I wanted to enable more of it. And I click his Cash App and I'm like, okay, there's his name. Okay, there's his user handle, search. Okay, cool. Rapper, Oklahoma, cool, interesting history, jail, drugs, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, then I go back to him because he was the one who was calling me a chick on Twitter. Now, I don't get offended. I really could care less. He's calling me a chick. Like, I don't know if that's supposed to be very offensive, but anyway, when I looked into him, the only picture I found of him was a picture where, he looked a little, um, not all that defined as far as his physique, and his hair was a little over his face. And I'm just saying, it didn't look definitively masculine. There was no MAGA beard. He didn't look like he was going to goose step. He didn't look like a stormtrooper for Hitler. He didn't look like a Nazi. He looked more like Kurt Cobain, like some kind of grunge guy. And I tweeted him back and I'm like, okay, you're calling me a girl. And here you are, you know, dressed in a very, I would say, non binary way. And that kind of shut him up. But my point is, I'm just saying that these neo-Nazi trolls have a fixation on me. And there's another one. I didn't want to get into this, but I'm going to have to for a minute here because Goyim TV used to troll us quite heavily. They used to call all the time, and Goyim TV is kind of like the WHO. You know how they want to like do a purity test on everybody? Check your vax status. Everybody has to be vaxxed. We're going to track everybody who's not vaxxed and pure. Uh, Goyim TV does the same thing, only it's about your heritage. They want to make sure that you're sufficiently white, or they're going to troll your chat. I mean, these are the same guys who went on the bridge after Yay went viral, and they draped the sign over freeways in LA that said Yay was right. So if you don't know who they are, that's who they are. The Yay was right guys. Well, more recently, the leader of Goyim TV, he goes by Handsome Truth, he's adopted this Alex Stein type of cringe persona. And what's pretty bad about this, though, is the best way to describe it, he's an anti Semite version of Alex Stein, Handsome Truth. It's a cringe persona trolling city council meetings, and that's fine. It's not a crime if you're offensive. It's not a crime if you're not that funny. It doesn't. I don't care. But here's the weird part. He went online and he started speaking to a couple of minors. And if you look here and watch these Hitler fanboys call in and defend this guy. So he's talking to a couple of children. They look like kids here. And he used vulgar pornographic language. This is the guy from Goyim TV. He asked intimate questions that can only be described as grooming. I mean, legally speaking, and this is from Reno versus ACLU 521 US 844, the Supreme Court ruled, quote, transmitting obscenity and other stuff via internet or other means is illegal under federal law for adults and juveniles. I was looking into it, and some of the things that he says here, because he's talking about snorting cocaine off of male genitalia. He's talking about things like to the kids. He's asking about their sex lives, asking them if they've had full surgery, if they're buying it. I mean, he's trolling because he's playing a character. But what I'm saying here is when he's asking a minor, who he asks a minor if he has an STD, and the minor says, "I'm only 17." Now again, I can't defend this. I'm pretty sure his followers will. I'll play a few seconds of it, but I'm not going to play any of the stuff that I consider to be criminal.
2000, early 2000, 2002. So it was a terrible surgery. So it's really. Have you looked at any of the surgeries? And they're kind of
Yes, I
graphic.
have.
You have?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
So
seen on TikTok. That's about it.
Anyway, he's talking to children about surgeries that involve things, and I'm just suggesting here that if he didn't get a waiver from their parents, this is worse than, I don't know, some of the stuff we've seen at the libraries. Going through some comments, Kevin Mooring says, Tim is one of those people that see and speak the truth, and they hate those people. They make your life hard. Yeah, they try to hit you in the pocketbook. But look, I spent yesterday, and I should have been here, but I spent yesterday troll hunting. I actually have seven on my list here that were basically kind of stalking me all at once. I was like, what is it? Then I looked up, and I think I figured it out because I was driving earlier tonight on an errand, and I saw a car going the wrong way in the Taco Bell drive-through, which you couldn't possibly do if you were right in the head. Like there's just no way that you could get into that particular drive-through in that way. I was like, how was he? How did he even do that? I need a crane to extract him. But I'm like, okay, it's a full moon. Have noticed this before. The full moon brings out the crazy. It brings out the crazy trolls as well. A grip of them, and these are all documented, like certifiable. I mean, when I say crazy, delusional, and that's fine. I have nothing against the neurodivergent. Just don't stalk me. Okay, moving forward, this is a Simpsons episode that involves a satellite that's actually just on a balloon. And many of you have already seen these. These are just examples of satelloons being launched into space. Again, my contention is there's nothing that can be accomplished by an orbiting satellite that couldn't be accomplished by a dangling satellite. Satelloons. Going through comments. Angle of Elevation says ex-convicts gang of stupid stalking. Well, we did a documentary about many of the informants among the Flat Earth Conference groups. Like you have these Flat Earth conferences and you find out that these are organized by individuals with intelligence agencies connections, mainstream media connections. They're totally connected to Disney, to Jimmy Kimmel. And then you find that the people who are speaking to the media are kind of shady. I mean, look, it's not guilt by association to point out the fact that the organizer of the last Flat Earth Conference was not only doing documentaries with the guys in jail for sex trafficking, but they had a bunch of offenders working for them. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, Carl? You got a slight echo in the background. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, loud and clear. Okay, gotcha.
Is that better?
Yes, yes. And what's your take on the moon? I'm sorry, the balloon thing. Do you think this is a significant?
Yeah, I was actually, hold on one second. So, I'm like, okay, you're going to have to work with me just a little bit because I'm trying to piece this together as I go. But I heard you talking about this whole thing, right? And I always think back to things that go on with NASA and all of these very occult-like symbols within Hollywood and movies and film and all over the Grammys and everything, And I thought back to the time that like Jeff Bezos launched, and Richard Branson both like launched up their sort of penis and vagina shaped rockets and did their whole fertility sex cult, like whatever.
You're not exaggerating. Saturday Night Live even played on that, and that's exactly it. Virgin Galactic is the goddess, and Jeff Bezos' company has been ridiculed for that. And yeah, that's absolutely what we're looking at there.
Right. Okay. So now check this out. Now I'm just piecing this together because I'm coming across this information as I'm listening to you, right? And I came across this thing. Okay, so I'm piecing together like what's going on in the news, right? Okay, we have the Chinese space balloon, which is so bizarre. Which I got to hand it to these guys because their imagination it's keeping me on the edge of my chair. They're good. They're really good.
They're masters of relentless back-to-back distraction for the TikTokified minds out there. It's like, okay, this psyop's expired. Let's just bring out another one.
I love it. Yeah, I love your take on it. So anyway, I was thinking, like, what else is in the news right now? And what's one of the things that there's many things in the news as we cover, but you cover the notion of eggs and the price of eggs, right? And
I couldn't help but thinking. I took a little break last night, and I went outside underneath the snow moon. I took a look up at the moon. I couldn't help thinking of the space balloon, but then I was also thinking of the egg shape, right? And how all cultures, well, it seems like all cultures or most cultures, and I'm not well versed on this, but I feel as though there's definitely some sort of mythos about the cosmic egg, right? There's definitely like a story that's to be told, and there's like, I always think of like in the realm of like magic and superstition, which is the realm that like NASA and these space, what they're, the space religion, space gods are trying to play. And I came across this notion of Ishtar, the star of Ishtar for Easter, and I'm coming across this information about this cosmic egg, and I'm reading on this. So I'll
No,
just
you're
do
on
it.
something here. Look, listen, this is interesting to me. You nailed it there. There's a fascinating connection you made with the balloon and the egg shape and the cosmic
Yes,
egg thing. But what's more, we're in the year of the rabbit. And at the beginning of the year, at the Chinese New Year, for the lunar year of the rabbit, again, lunar year, they had the shooting, and someone pointed out that in China they have the moon rabbit. Like the man in the moon over there, they refer to it as a rabbit. And China is about to go shoot a rocket to the moon. And they already have a probe on the moon called the Jade Rabbit. And what's associated with eggs on Ishtar, Easter, the rabbit, the Easter rabbit? There's something here, I think, between.
I think there is, and it's really fascinating what you pull up, and so just to like share what I'm like looking at right now. So I'm putting all this together as I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking about like Ishtar, and so I pull up a little Ishtar on the internet, and I'm looking at these 8-pointed star of Ishtar, and then I'm also looking side by side of Space Delta 18. If you pull up Space Delta 18, like their logo, it's a very like mythological like sort of picture, the triangle, but it's got the 8-pointed star on it. And I think there's a connection there between like eggs, Ishtar, the 8-pointed star, what's going on. There seems to be the shortage on eggs or the influx of the price of eggs.
Right,
Uh,
yes,
I just,
yes. I think these are valid connections between Easter, Ishtar, the eggs, and all the hype about eggs and them being burned. I mean, like those big fires that they're showing. Whenever I see that, that's usually to me it makes me think of burnt offering, sacrifice, some kind
yeah,
of offering.
sacrifice. And there's something with sacrifice. Oh my God, I have to pull this up. And I'm just going to read something real quick that I'm reading
And
right now.
a couple in 2019, if you remember, Notre Dame burned during Holy Week, and at the time I said, look, that's another reference to Ishtar. Our Lady, Notre Dame, that's the Lady Ishtar, same goddess. And when that temple burned, I was like, that's got to be some kind of an immolation rite. And I think we may be seeing something here with the eggs. But yeah, please go on.
Yeah, no, no, yeah, I have to get back. Yeah, yeah, like I was just reading something on that too about the eggs, and there's like a sacrifice of like Ishtar, but there's another name for uh, I just lost all my tabs. I don't know where that went. But so this is what I'm reading right now, though. I'll get back to what I was just talking about. But okay, the egg, the Monday egg is a well-recognized symbol of the world, the ancient pagans. In almost every part of the globe, here we want to, the eggs were wont to symbolize the world. Hence, this symbol is introduced into the cosmogony of nearly all nations, and there are few persons, even among those who have not made mythology their study, to whom the Monday egg is not perfectly familiar. Um, this is the egg is a symbol not only of the resurrection but also of the world rescued from destruction by Noah Ark. The lunette or horizontal crescent being a symbol of the Great Father represented by Noah the egg and lunette symbol, which was the hieroglyphic of the god Lunus at Heliopolis, symbol of the world proceeding from the Great Father. I apologize about my
No, no, this is great info. I mean,
reading.
you can find like Ishtar becomes pregnant on Easter, and then it ties into the birth of the sun god. Like this is syncretism at its finest, because Virgin Galactic, which you mentioned, they have that's Ishtar. It's the same goddess, however they represent it, and it's all this fertility, right? And of course, egg is an obvious fertility symbol.
Right, right. So anyway, so when you ask me what I'm thinking about the Chinese balloon, that's what's been coming to mind lately. I'll let you kind of piece that out together. I just feel like there's something there. There's a connection. It's like I'm just trying to follow this little trail.
Yeah, great information there, and connecting the balloon to the egg makes perfect sense. It even looks lunar, but the egg shape there is definitely very, very relevant here as we, approach whatever is going to happen next. I mean, I'm looking at Valentine's Day as the next big thing, but the eggs is showing up. It's creeping on this narrative with whatever that's going to be. Anyway, appreciate the call very much. Call back anytime.
No, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All right, phones are open, numbers on the screen. I even think there's a strong connection to be made between the ISS and Isis, because you're talking about the goddess of the night sky. You'll see it represented with the blue robe with the stars on it. That's the night sky, the canopy of the sky. And the ISS, similar, ISIS is a night sky castle or temple in the night sky. And to me, I'm looking at that as more or less the corresponding temple to the obelisk, which is the obvious male symbol. And they fly up to the space, and space is the womb of the goddess, where the sun god emerges in the morning. He's delivered from the womb of Isis, which is the night. They call him the child of darkness. But this sun worship symbolism is all over what we're looking at here. Moonfall was released on 2/4. I went and I watched it in the theater. And it is all predictive programming for the Sky Falling, directed by Roland Emmerich, who directed Independence Day, about alien invasion, but more importantly, predictive programming for 9/11. So I think Moonfall could be predictive programming for, well, something falling. Infinite Plane Radio.
Cam.
Hey, what's up, caller? How are you tonight?
Hey, it's Quincy.
Oh, Quincy, the pilot. Hey, I remember last time we spoke, you were talking about high altitude balloons, among other things. But anyway, what's your take on this balloon situation?
You know, I think it's a distraction. I think it could possibly be used as a false flag or a prelude to something with China.
Yeah. Well,
oh well.
Yeah, sure.
Because look, we did shoot it down, right? So supposedly, so like, could this whole thing be staged for some provocation to a war? Maybe.
I think so. I think it's believable as a scenario that these could be used as a delivery mechanism for all sorts of things. Not to mention
all sorts of things.
General mayhem.
Right, and so it's just the idea that no matter what the side war is, what are we being led to what the official story is, and do we even know the official story?
The official story, yeah, it's in flux. I find it interesting, though, the timing of, one, the power going out in Italy. No, I mean the internet going down. Because there's some kind of EMP preparation I see in a lot of the predictive programming. But with this in particular, at least it introduces the Sataloon to people that didn't know.
Yeah. It's funny because I just was on last week. Me and one of the other pilots were just talking about. I'm telling him about, hey, I don't think satellites exist. I'm telling them that they're all balloons. And now this week I say, so do satellites exist or are they balloons, sir? He says, well, they're both.
Right.
I'm like, okay, yeah, but yet you're still wearing a mask, sir. you know what? It seems to me that if you fall for one psyop, maybe you'll fall for them all. Or you know, how awake do people need to be before they understand that everything is in your brain? Like, it's really a side war of the mind, and the man with the strongest mind wins.
100%. And you're right about how people will fall for every psyop, because I think if you've accepted one, it means you've accepted the premise that you can trust the news, at least on the
Right.
factuals, the facts as they state them. And if you accept that premise, then it doesn't matter where you go with it, who you follow, you've already taken the bait. And I don't take the bait on any of this stuff, but the public will. The ones who accepted the lockdown and wear the masks will accept climate lockdowns without any resistance.
Climate lockdown, digital ID, you know, hey, don't pay me in cash, pay me in Zelle, Venmo, you know, just we really, I think I heard someone wise say, tyranny disguised as being convenient.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And what has it done? I mean, now you have every new entrepreneur, it has everything tracked, and it seems to me also that in the last few years, the public has just been conditioned overall to just adapt to new conditions, and I think it's gearing us towards centralized distribution of everything. You know, maybe Amazon, but
Hey, Tim. Before I leave, can I just say, I think I understand a flatter key point here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think that, okay, the stars are electric. The sun, moon, and stars are electric because every light, right? Every light that we use for light is electric. Why? Because it's like clean light. So the idea of light itself has to be electric. And there's times that when I'm flying at nighttime and I see a plane, I say, is that a plane or is that a light? And I know that the lights on the plane are electric, so why not the sun, moon, and stars, or everything that we use for light, Jim?
Right. That's fascinating. I mean, when I look at them, I would agree with that. They don't look like gas giants to me, and
Right.
and obviously, to me, the public's reality compromised. I don't know if you caught this, but a few months ago, some astronomer with a $10 billion satellite played a little joke. He showed a picture of a piece of salami in space.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, exactly.
Everybody fell for it.
Everybody, yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
And that alone says that they are all compromised, their reality is compromised, and they are what I'd call tainted witnesses. Meaning, you can't trust them when they say they've seen a satellite or they've seen the curve, because their cognitive bias replaces any real perception. But I understand where they're coming from. I understand the conditioning, I guess.
Well, Tim, it's known now. I'm at the airport now. People know me as the flat Earth pilot now. Like, it's known now, and now I have great points of conversation, and it's like I have good questions like, hey, pilots, where's the curve that we need to adjust for? You don't adjust for it. It's like, if you don't adjust for it, could the curve not be there? It's like, these guys try to always play both sides, and then once they understand that they've been duped, it's hard to admit, you know what, I've been duped. I would rather just keep wearing a mask and go along than admit, you know what, I've been had. But
yes,
that's man how you learn. You learn by trying to admit what you don't know.
Exactly. The beginning of wisdom is calling things by the right name and admitting that you know nothing at some point. And I think that the TV or the televised, this smartphone screen, the ubiquitous screen is the mind mask. And that's what most people put on. It's like a filter. And they will go with the official explanation over anything that contradicts it. And for me, I'm like, just show me the curve and I'll stop bringing this up.
Show me the curve, and I'll stop. And so many pilots, they swear they've seen it. I'm telling you, it's like they swear they've seen it, but it's like they can't show me a picture of it. But yeah, they swore they've seen it, and it's just beyond the mind. It's really beyond the mind. And then like I have good points like all the maps that we use to fly with are flat. I mean, the idea that east to west are not straight lines. I mean, these guys really don't understand that because they really fly over a flat world. It's like, and then you have the worst ones that I think that it makes no difference at all. And it's like, hey, if the powers that be are lying about that, what else are they lying about?
Yeah, exactly. And to me, that's their lack of imagination. Because if it's fake, if the moon landing's fake, and the Russians didn't call it out, then they're colluding. Then what's really with all these wars and contentions between nations if they all agree to fake us out on some higher level? But
It's like we pretend like we're against each other, but look on the ideas that we come together as one.
right.
COVID, space, climate change, you know, like, at some point, hey, the world is trying to collude against the people on every single level.
That's when I use the word monolithic to describe media, because on the big picture
Okay.
we can all fall under it. You can be a Muslim, Christian, an atheist, but as long as you believe in space, you're still in the monolithic worldview that unites everybody, the new universal faith. Uh, and really quick here, because you're a pilot, maybe you can point. I can look out
Hmm.
my window and I can see a mountain range that's 120 miles away, and I can see near sunset. I can see clouds behind those mountains. And the clouds that I can see are above the horizon, but they're not tilted away. They're not curving down over the horizon. Like,
No.
isn't that strange? Like, shouldn't if the world was a ball and the atmosphere and the earth are curved as they say, shouldn't those clouds 100 plus miles away be bent over the horizon? They shouldn't.
They should be bent over they should be bent. The the flight path should curve. And you know what pilots tell me? They sound just like people that don't fly. Well, the world's just so big. Like, do you not understand? If you kept going, at what point are we upside down?
Oh, the
Like,
world's so big you can't see the curve, but you can see a rowboat go over the curve. Suppose.
yeah, the world's so big you can't see the curve, but there is one. You don't have to equate for it, but there is one.
It,
Or the a spin. If the Earth spins, how do you fly a plane at one way? If the Earth has to spin certain way, they tell me, well, even though the Earth is spinning, there's no need to correct for it. Okay, so the Earth spins, we don't correct for it. There's a curve, we don't correct for it. Maybe there is no curve, and maybe there is no spin, which is why we don't correct for it.
yeah, I came up with this term. I call them low information believers, where they believe it because it's mainstream, but they don't actually have all the information to know it's true. For example, 90% of the people I talk to about this, I ask them what shapes the solar system, and they think it's like an atom, like the planets go above and below and around. But no, the solar system is flat, and that is new information to the people who believe in the solar system. But that's typical. Anyway, hey Quincy, appreciate the call very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Tim. It's been good. You're doing a great job, man, and I will talk to you soon, sir.
Wonderful. Yeah, call anytime. We'll talk again. All right, everyone, that's Quincy, pilot, and has made a lot of interesting observations. And I'm not saying that the Earth isn't a CGI ball. I'm just saying, show me the proof that it is. The burden of proof has been shifted on all major issues. You can no longer have faith in what your leadership says or what the screen says. I mean, you can, but you should recognize that it is faith. And faith and knowledge are kind of, I mean, faith is good in religion, but faith in media, it's misplaced. Faith in a liar, trusting a liar, wrong, bad idea. I mean, trust, but verify. And we've tried to verify, and we haven't found anything to corroborate with any of their real interesting stories. Continuing, this balloon thing's been the main talk. Here's a little throwback proof that the Kyle Rittenhouse trial was fake. This is a scene, and I use that word advisedly, where one of the actors in the background, his foot literally goes through the floor. And this is the type of green screen glitch you would expect to see on the ISS, where their heads go through the ceiling. Or I have a really good one, a recent one, where a cord from a microphone goes through an astronaut's hand multiple times. You know, whatever your opinion on the curve of the Earth, you cannot be a sane person and tell me that the ISS is real, given the preponderance of evidence that it's a very poorly produced, sloppy science fiction flick.
Yes. And you'd only started working.
So here we are looking at the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
August 14th.
Look at this guy's foot.
I believe.
And there you go. An individual in the background, his left foot went through the floor. I mean, how fake is this? Like, they fake when they don't have to fake. Like, liars, I understand liars. Lying is a form of, it's a power thing, it's for manipulation and control. But lying for the sake of lying when the truth would be easier, yeah, that's pathological. And the mass media is a pathological liar, and this proves it. The fact that they will throw in a CGI security guard when they don't have to. All right, continuing. Kevin Mooring says all theater. Yeah, absolutely. The Kyle Rittenhouse story, if you ask me, it's based on Chris Kyle. It's just another manufactured hero character. Here's a video if you haven't seen it. Incredible HD, the moment when the Chinese surveillance balloon was shot down by a missile from an F-22 from Langley. I'm just curious as to who photographed, who filmed it. And I'm looking at this, and it reminded me of the Challenger explosion. And I just want to point out that this time of year, there tends to be a lot of explosions in the sky. It was the last week of January. You had Challenger, you had the Kobe Bryant's explosion, you had, what was it, the Columbia? I think there's some deeper meaning to this. But I want to point out something else. The space shuttles are all fake, and we can prove this. Therefore, the Challenger explosion was obviously fake. And there's one video that gives it away more than anything, and it comes straight from NASA. Straight from NASA. One of their videos, which shows it's one of those tanks being dropped from the space shuttle into the ocean. But if you look carefully, you can find that it's not actually a tank being dropped into the ocean. What you're really seeing is a balloon, a blimp, being elevating into the sky. It's just a simple optical illusion. And I have a video I'm going to play here. Again, this is the only video you would need. And there's a dead giveaway in this video. For one, this was at a time when they still used handheld cameras, and these handheld cameras were kind of shaky. It's from Endeavor. But then two, at the end of this little clip that I'm going to show you, there is a jet that flies right by this tank. And this jet has been whited out of the footage. I changed the contrast and you could see it. Turns out it's a blimp recovery jet. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, yes. I just, I'm sorry. I wanted to call back just to share the information that I wanted to share before.
Oh, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is what I came across in this regard to the Super Bowl. Okay, so the Philadelphia Eagles have played 666 games in the regular season and playoffs at home between October 3rd, 1920 and January 8th, 2023. They also played in 1,318 games in the regular season in the playoffs between 1920 and 2023. 13:18 in regards to Revelation 13:18. This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666. So, and this is back in regards to the earlier caller about the egg. You know, there was also a news headline as well with the Philadelphia Eagles. Apparently, they had thrown eggs in their NFC Championship game against the 49ers. You know, Eagles. You know, it's very similar to egg.
Yeah, I see that here. Eagles fans were throwing eggs at 49ers fans.
Yes.
Fascinating. That was last Sunday.
Yes. And then I was also thinking about balloon. This is the information came around. Balloon, ball, and I always think about like how they love ball. You know, the god that they like to whatever.
Yeah,
That
the
god.
ball, the god of
And
the
the
earth.
balloon. The balloon being like a round egg, and Un actually there's a translation of Un and from the Bible. Not that like I'm not a Bible affirmist or denier or whatever. It is, but in the Bible, Un translates into an egg.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't catch that. Now, did I lose? Okay, the call just dropped. If you want to call back, that's cool. That is very good information. And here's another piece. And because we talk about the ball games, and I call it ball worship. Even the globe is ball basically, and it's big ball Earth, and these words and names that have this deeper meaning. It's all intentional. And I was looking at the word devil and diabolos. And I think it's interesting here that the word diabolos, if you look at the etymology, it means throw across. Dia is across, balo, throw across. And so it's kind of like there's something interesting in that word, how it correlates to all these sports, which is definitely ball worship, earth worship. Okay, now, if you're looking at the screen, this is proof that the space shuttles are all fake. Now, this is an optical illusion, and it's so poorly done, but they got away with it back then because there weren't as many fact checkers and skeptics like there are right now. Now, this is an optical illusion. You are supposed to believe that you are looking at a red tank from the space shuttle falling into the ocean. You're supposed to believe that you're looking at the tops of clouds, and that these clouds are covering the ocean where it's going to fall. You're supposed to believe that you're looking down a couple hundred miles. And here they are from within the space shuttle looking down as this tank falls to the ground. Now, my contention here is that they're in the space shuttle, but it's on the ground, and they're recording the sky. And the tank that's supposedly dropping is actually levitating up because it's a helium balloon. It's just a blimp. This is a blimp. And this is an optical illusion. It's not a blimp above the ocean. It's a blimp beneath the clouds. And the sky is being passed off as the ocean. That's what I'm saying here. This is a total hoax. There's no way you're 200 miles up and this is a falling object and you're recording it with the handheld camera this clearly. Huge giveaway. Now at the end of this video, which is from NASA, Endeavour's external tank falls away handheld camera footage of Space Shuttle Endeavour's external tank captured by the STS-134 crew. At the end of this clip, you see an airplane snatch it. This is a blimp, and the airplane has one of those rigs for recovering blimps. I'm going to pause it when the plane shows up, but right after that, and this thing is twisting and turning. And I've seen so many balloons because I live in Albuquerque where we have the International Balloon Fiesta. This is a balloon, and that's just my expert opinion. But what's even better is they move the camera as soon as the airplane shows up. There's the airplane on the right. Now, again, you might believe in outer space. You might believe in space shuttles. You might have cried for the Challenger astronauts. But this is evidence here that this is a blimp disguised as an external tank. And on the right is a plane recovering it. And they move the camera. Nothing suspicious about that. I'll play the last 30 seconds of this.
On the ground for a closer look to make sure, to gather any data that they can from it, and in particular make sure that there aren't any indications of anything that might have happened that would have hurt Endeavour's heat shield on its climb into orbit.
Now there it is spinning around. Again, that is not the ocean below it, it's the sky above it. This is an optical illusion, and it's this is just so poorly done. And they don't do this anymore. They don't record the sky and pretend it's the ocean and bend it so it looks like the ball Earth. Now it's all CGI. But again, you're going to see here, an airplane comes to scoop it up, and this handheld camera immediately moves away. I'm watching this thing spin. I'm not believing I'm looking down at the Earth. I know I'm looking up because I'm not a dupe. And here comes the airplane. Oh, move the camera away. Wouldn't want anybody to see that. That's inconvenient. And there's some debris. There you have it. All the evidence you need. And here is again the recovery plane, case closed, on the space shuttles. And if these aren't real, nothing else is real. If Apollo 11's fake, Apollo 12 is fake. It's a house of cards. It's all fake. Salty Siren says, real life Truman Show when the moon deflates and falls. Yeah, I was thinking about it. The Truman Show is about a character who wakes up to the fact that he's in a staged reality when one of the fake stars falls. And it's a satellite. It's a stage light. And it says Sirius, because it's like the star, or it's the stage light that represents the star Sirius. And that there are layers of significance to that. But this piece of stagery falling down to Earth, yeah, it could be a wake-up call. It could be a wake-up call if someone were to see this and actually really question it. By the way, I have a guarantee of being shipped within 24 hours on any of the hand-painted Valentine's Day cards. I'll post the link one more time. If you go to its Ko-fi/Tim Osman/shop, I am selling private commissioned art, and the ones I have right now are based on Mid-Journey visions of penguins, and I also have a number of penguin Valentine's cards, and of course these will be shipped out on time for you to have them before that holiday. Got a tweet from D-Train, said Alex Jones was wrong. He says it's not spying, they have satellites for it, it's a giant EMP. That's what they do. The guard railers, the conspiracy theorists that are approved on the world stage, look, they're not being censored. The fact that Alex Jones is always in the news means he's not being censored. Their job is to take the regular news and make it scarier. And the ones who are looking for evidence are the ones who are saying maybe nothing's happening at all. Maybe it's fake. So, for example, mainstream news, it's a spy balloon. Alternative news, it's a scary EMP, it's going to kill us all. But if you go beyond the guardrailed approved conspiracy theory line, you get to our territory, which is, it's probably just fake CGI top to bottom. I have a video here of a Satelloon passing in front of the moon. Now, what you're looking at here is yeah, basically what you saw the other day. It's a balloon at the well, it's a balloon with probably a CubeSat. Again, I think Starlink satellites are a bunch of balloons. The truth behind satellites. That's what's coming out of this. This is really, really good, or cringe. If you like cringe, you'll love this. This is Kamala Harris talking on the phone to an astronaut. These are always good. But this is the one where, again, maybe you don't believe me about the space shuttles. Maybe you give them the benefit of the doubt, and that was just a cloud shaped like a blimp recovery jet. But this is a cord from a microphone going through somebody's arm and hand repeatedly.
Change your view of Earth and your perception of who we are, who live on Earth?
Oh man, that's a great question, and I think it's something that we all share up here. You know, one of the unique perspectives that we have here is to see Earth in its entirety. You know, we orbit the Earth, we see 16 sunrises and sunsets every day,
and you know what? What's given away here more than anything? Let me just show you this. This shows you it's AVR. That the microphone isn't really there. That, or maybe it is, and the cord is fake. But that cord is fake, like their necklaces are often fake. There's no way that cord can be there because it is going through his watch. I'm going to leave it where it is. It's sawing his hand off. Like if this was I don't know how you can explain it. I'm sorry. Microgravity pockets. That's what they said when that one cosmonaut was dropping screws and they were hitting the floor. All right, let's continue. This is a short clip from The Truman Show.
Cease transmission. Ceasing transmission.
You want another slice?
No, I'm okay.
What else is on?
Yeah, let's see what else.
Where's the TV guy?
Okay, well, this is the end of The Truman Show. If you didn't get it, what it's referring to when Truman leaves the show, the people who are watching are immediately, they go from being totally transfixed to, okay, what's next? The system cannot keep up with society's, what is it, an appetite for chaos? Is it a short attention span? Is it just fragmented? Not sure. Les Luthor posted this, the Fugo balloon bomb of World War II, 33 feet in diameter. 33 pounds of explosives. We've been here before, in other words. Incendiary balloon bombs deployed by Japan against the United States. It looks like they were intended to start massive forest fires in the Pacific Northwest. It's all recycled. The news is green. And by that I mean it's all recycled. Everything is. George Santos claims he produced a Spider-Man musical. Now, people may think this is a joke, this George Santos thing. I think it has to be scripted and fake. If you don't know the story, he claimed his parents died from 9/11. His grandparents died in the Holocaust. He claimed so many things. He was behind many Ponzi schemes, and he made his way into politics, and he got himself into office. And I don't know how long this is going to last. But he's one of these, what do they call them? Fabulists. These individuals who just lie. It's not just compulsive, though. It's not just embellishing his resume. You know, this is a representative, which means a lot of people helped get him into power. We just don't know who. Now, I don't know if the exposure of him was supposed to happen or not. But one of the things this illustrates is that I'm correct about this being a lie world order. And that I think that the basic form of psychological operation is just the lie. A lie is a psyop in the very basic sense. And I don't think you can go that high on the world stage without being a magnificent liar. And I think this is just an example of how liars get rewarded. And this all ties in, I think, to the very notion of Like the reason why diabolos means to throw. It's referencing the devil as the accuser, or Satan as the liar, the father of lies. And whatever you think about them, I mean, I was looking at the Grammy Awards, and there's that song Unholy. I think it's safe to say that the power elite worship the devil, and they have taken lying to a really high art. It's very sophisticated. I think it's tantamount to magic in this sense. But anyway, this is like Jussie Smollett. Maybe the reason why they're exposing him, like they did Smollett, is to give the public the perception that, oh, if there's a liar among us, we would expose them. If there's a hoax, we'll expose it. And this makes the public think, okay, these are occasional events. These are isolated incidents. These are, well, exceptions to the rule. And I'm here to say, no, lying, psychological operations, no, these are the rule. The honest ones would be the exception, and they obviously get censored. Thanks to Timeless on Twitter who sent me this. Turns out we have another interesting thing regarding timing. I mentioned that the movie Moonfall came out the same day that this thing got shot down. Well, check this out. January 21st, 2022, monkeys escape after truck crashes. If you remember this, we had these monkeys escaping, and now we have this new story, a year to the date, arrest made in connection with monkeys taken from the zoo. So a year to the date, you have a story of missing and found monkeys. I don't know what that all means. I don't want to go too far into it, but I've come up with some interesting connections. Going through your comments here. Tominoid says power comes from lying, lying big, getting the whole world to lie along with you. Once you got everybody agreeing, they know in their hearts it's not true, you got them by the balls. Is that from a movie? Sounds like something Al Pacino would say. Oh, Sin City. Okay, well, it's true. And lying is the basic form of psychological operation, and then you have, of course, higher degrees of it. But you can't get anywhere in the lie world order without being willing to engage in that, to lie on camera. Then you have the visual lies, which are almost more dominant now. Like, it's almost more important to be able to tell the difference between real and fake visually than just discerning, because most of our experience is visual, and we're lost as a society. People have been so immersed in bad CGI that they can't tell the difference between reality and bad CGI. I don't know if you can fix that necessarily. It's a philosophical crisis. All right, this has been great. And if you haven't had a chance to check it out, go to conspiratained.com. We're producing news. This is the world's first AI-generated tabloid. And before the end of the month, this will see print. And we are looking for writers, not specifically as in writing articles like in a traditional tabloid, but rather working with our AI bots to generate stories, like Liver King hospitalized after consuming his own liver. Balenciaga Frazzle Drip collection marks Hillary Clinton's fashion debut. By taking this underground elite fashion mainstream, Hillary is again breaking a glass ceiling. The AI-generated art alone will make the tabloid worth the cost. Okay, it's Sunday, 2/6/2023. I expect it's going to be a very interesting week. We'll be live pretty much every single day. I want to spend some time going over this piece by The Atlantic about how we are already in the metaverse, a point that I've been making for a couple of years now about this immersive illusion. And the thing is, this is from The Atlantic. Their article has this graphic, which looks like somebody on an infinite plane, one. Two, the article makes every point that I make, only it says the people who don't believe the news are the deceived ones. It's just a complete inversion. but they steal all the good points, which kind of strikes me as interesting. Southern Poverty Law Center released 22,000 Alex Jones text messages. Why not 33, like Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails? But 22,000 Alex Jones texts. I'm hoping that out of these texts, which are being released little by little by SPLC, and right now they're focusing on his home life. Apparently, he believes he's living in hell. SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, is one of these PSYOP reinforcement groups. They demonize conspiracy theorists. They say the AOK symbol is a hate symbol, etc. But listen to this. This is just Schadenfreude. They're enjoying this. Alex Jones describes himself as living in hell, being part of a sick joke sinking down into a black hole. Like gravity. Like a black hole. 22,000 texts. And they're all pretty dismal on this little collection here. Some of it's about infidelity, stalking his wife through a private investigator. It gets pretty personal. I mean, he's been treated worse than the Sandy Hookers. If anybody, I mean, he could sue. Alex Jones could sue Netflix for trademark infringement for stealing Inside Job. Says here again, I'm not going to read any of this stuff, but apparently there's a lot of booze over at Infowars, a lot of vodka. A lot of people are concerned about his drinking. I mean, this is all stuff that's really not all that relevant, but it's part of the ongoing process of iconoclasm. They're destroying this icon that they have built up. And it's all meant to intimidate you. This is an example of how things could go wrong if you don't start going along with and crying along with the TV during tragedies. If you don't start showing tears, and if the way they're going to measure your brainwaves. If you're not experiencing grief at every fake school shooting, yeah, they're going to swat your house. It seems like it. That's where they're headed. But I'm waiting to see the tweets from 1/6. So I am actually interested in going through Alex Jones's tweets, and I will. So just a heads up there. I'll keep you all apprised of what we find there. FBI warns of neo-Nazi plots as attacks on the Northwest power grids spike. Now, just a heads up here. All of these neo-Nazis that attacked the power grid to shut down the power to stop drag shows or whatever, they're all fake. They're all feds. Real neo-Nazis are just internet trolls. I have proof. The neo-Nazis, the ones who hate Jews, they're racist, and they want America to be pure white, the Nick Fuentes types, yeah, they're just internet trolls. They are not terrorists. They are not some kind of threat to our power grid. They are the scapegoat. But really, I mean, I try to be nice. I try to be nice to them. Like, I recognize they're just damaged and brainwashed and they can't think for themselves. They're broken machines. And they're not a threat. Okay, continuing. This Sadaloon story's been great. I've been working on mind maps. If you go to metascript.cc, I'm making some updates there. And I have a new mind map right now that's really focusing on what I think is coming up with this Super Bowl. We'll cover that tomorrow. Another new development on the channel, I have started producing the short videos, 10-minute videos, breaking down topics independent from an actual live stream. Just something to look forward to. If you subscribe to Patreon, you will be in the know. Lean Dion says Trump's on 33 charges. Interesting. Let me take a look at that. Wouldn't shock me at all. Oh yeah, that's right. Trump could face 33 years in prison if he's charged. 33 years is what I'm seeing here, but has he been charged 33 times? Probably. Some of these charges against him are pretty bad. It's the type of stuff that if it was on the political left, the QAnoners would be all over it. I mean, really, if you look at it objectively, they're all just covered in pizza grease. Even JFK Jr. JFK Jr. was hooking up with Ghislaine Maxwell back in the day. That's like a document, is one of her chief conquests, JFK Jr. I'm like, well, what does that say? I thought he was trying to stop these people, but he's actually literally in bed with them. Like, none of that makes any sense to me. Again, if you missed the news, thousands of computer servers around the world have been targeted by ransomware hacking attacks. Italy's national cybersecurity warns. Oh, speaking of security and national security, not only did Marcus Goldfinch get reported to the FBI for hacking Kickstarter, but he's also been reported for sharing secret documents. That's correct. Above classified documents. Something I reported on in my blog. I'm not going to go through it here. I'm trying not to give them too much airtime because they won't exist in the very near future. That story about Trump getting 33 charges was from a few months ago. Not too old. But yeah, good point there with Lean Dion. See the cyber pandemic in Italy. If you remember, COVID started in Italy. Coincidentally, Tom Hanks was in Australia under quarantine. Meanwhile, Australia was on fire. It was an inferno. If you remember the fires in Australia that were all the news back right when COVID was about to start, Tom Hanks was on quarantine and Australia was burning. Now, what's the message there? Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, 2 weeks after they felt better. But my point is, here they are. Australia is burning because of climate change. And they're filming, I believe, the Elvis movie at the time. But the significance was Dan Brown has a book and movie called Inferno. Tom Hanks is in the movie. Inferno is about a super virus. So there you have your connection. Inferno, Australia burning, super virus. Now, in the movie, Tom Hanks wakes up in Italy in a hospital. Like, that's a weird connection because Italy is where the first lockdowns happened. And now we have the cyber pandemic beginning in Italy, the blackouts we've been talking about. No coincidence there. And I think there may be something with Christopher Nolan, given he's the one producing Oppenheimer. And I've looked into this quite a bit, and I talked about this the other day, that the Batman movie has a lot of predictive programming, not just for COVID, but for some kind of nuke. And now he's doing this Oppenheimer film. And Christopher Nolan is considered to be today's Kubrick. And that's very significant in this, in the bigger picture here. If anybody faked the nuke that's going to be presented on the news as real, is Christopher Nolan. Okay, I guess I should just mention this once. Just get it out of the way. I have a new term here just because, and I'm only dealing with this because I've been surrounded by these internet Nazis. I'm referring to them now as CJTs, for critical Jew theorists. Because I hear a lot of criticism of critical race theory from the right. Like, well, you can't just frame everything that blames and blame everything that's wrong with America on whites, on race. And that's how critics of critical race theory see it, as sort of a scapegoating and as unfair. And as grievance politics, as not taking responsibility. But then here you have on the opposite side of the fence, opposite from the critical race theory proponents, you have the ones who blame Jews for everything. And it's the same thing. It's grievance politics. I'm like, these internet Nazis all think they're being oppressed by Israel. I'm like, you're not oppressed. You're just indoctrinated. You're hyper-mediated. You're pretty much in a dream world. But I'm referring to them now as CJTs because I think these are parallel, mirrored ideologies. I think they're both equally disconnected from reality, and I think they're both kind of political. I would just say footballs, more or less, or rather, these are just things that divide people along these political lines. But I mean, you can't even reconcile it. It's like you can't have a universe where both of these things are true, and this keeps the political divide intact. You can't say this group runs the world. No, this group runs the world. This group's oppressing me. No, I'm oppressed by that group. Well, who's oppressed? It's like the oppression Olympics. And I just think it's kind of a joke when I see these internet neo-Nazis trying to make the case to me that they're somehow being oppressed. And since I'm not calling out their imagined oppressor, I am now their oppressor. That's what they do. They say, oh, you're one of them. I'm like, look, I have nothing to do with that. Article here just came out about the blue marble, and it's from theconversation.com. Blue marble, how half a century of climate change has altered the face of the earth. And this remarks here that this picture sparked environmentalism. The first photo taken from space. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is 50 years ago, the blue marble catalyzed the environmentalist movement. Again, this is Baal, the earth god, looking at the face of their god. Now they're worshiping it as Gaia. Now the thing is, Avatar 2 came out, and I said this is just a replacement for the blue marble. And the more I look at this, the more this bears out. Not only was Avatar used, and it's being used right now to do what blue marble did, but now they're fusing it with BLM. They're fusing the story of Avatar and Pandora with the Atlanta police cop city being built over a forest that these guardians of the forest eco defenders are trying to protect. And they basically staged the Avatar story in Atlanta between the cops and the environmentalists. I wrote a blog about that at timosman.blog if you want to check it out. Miles Mathis did an interesting article about a recent attack, another one of these race war provocations, totally fake. This was a bicyclist who was attacked. Supposedly the attacker said that he was taking revenge for systemic racism. Totally phony story. Laughably fake. But Miles Mathis did a piece on it, and one of the things he remarked is that there was a single shoe, and he took this as an indicator that this is a hoax. And he's not wrong about that. One of the things we've noticed, and a lot of people who've looked at a lot of these psyops have arrived at this, what is it with the single shoe that marks a psyop? Just seems like every one of these events has a single shoe. But that's not the only thing. Now, the interesting thing about this, though, and this is from milesmathis.com/mammon, the bicyclist stabbing appears to be fake. But what he remarks on here is that the stabbing victim is his age and in his area of the country, and he actually thinks, given certain terms that were used in this article, he thinks that this is directed at him. This is, again, Miles Mathis, one of the great psyop deconstruction artists out there. I mean, he takes it to a very elevated level here. I'll put a link in the chat. He says, I feel more and more like the Truman Show since this new theater project looks directly aimed at me. They know I'm a bicyclist living in California, and they need to increase my fear levels. I think they're trying to break me. But as you can see here, I'm not buying it. Now, in this article, he breaks down how he thinks this psyop about a murdered bicyclist was targeting him. Very interesting article and story here, and I don't disagree. Now, are they trying to chase him off? I wouldn't be surprised. I think if you're in this area of research, yes, you do get, but I find, to be quite honest, I find the trolls among the quote truther community are the worst. Like you have more to, like with friends like these, who needs enemies? Okay, this has been great. We're going to continue tomorrow. And again, there's going to be a lot more content here in the coming weeks in the form of short videos. I am freeing up my schedule. I've really been bogged down with this legal stuff, but it's going to pay off in more ways than one. We are winning this thing. It's already been won, if you ask me. It's like one of these chess games where the sore loser just doesn't want to admit that he doesn't have a way out, and he's just going to run out the clock, but it's not going to work that way. We are bringing this thing to a close. I put a link to Patreon below if you want to sign up, and if you go to infiniteplane.live, you get all of the relevant links, and you can also sign up for text notifications. Salty Siren says the truth community's out of control. It's not so much that it's that they're truthers, but it's that they're YouTubers. And I'm not a YouTuber. Like, this is independent of any of their platforms. YouTube hates me. But on YouTube, you have a closed, you have like this, it's a little ecosystem there. And you have a lot of big fish in this pool. And they just kind of, they want to keep, especially with the truther communities, it's small. So it's a small pool. Makes many big fish. And there's always been this contention between channels. I never got with that. I always thought, hey, why aren't we networking? Not for financial reasons, not as business arrangements that I'm saying. Why don't we just aggregate all of us who aren't completely hoodwinked? Which is what we're doing. Okay, I'm going through some comments. P. Trippa says Italy was also the origin of quarantine for 14 days. Yep. This cyber pandemic is part of the new agenda. It's the next thing. I called this out. This is why you have liberals leaving Twitter to run from right-wing memes. It's a repeat of the safe space. And the safe space was preparing you for social distancing and quarantine. And the quarantine and social distancing is preparing you for the internet becoming a safe space. And I think that's where the cyber pandemic comes in. And remember, Cyber Polygon was an exercise that was being planned for July last year. And on the day that they were going to do Cyber Polygon, because it got canceled, they had major outages throughout Canada. No coincidences. All right, there's so much to talk about right now. A lot of the symbolism right now has to do with the heart, as I've been talking about, as we've been seeing, and it's just been emphasized all over again, with Kendrick Lamar winning Best Performance for The Heart Part 5, which ties in with this Black Christ symbolism. And you see here the crown of thorns that he's wearing. And I'm putting together a video of all these figures that embody this and what I think it actually means. Because I think we are, I've been thinking they're going to introduce a new Christ for the new age, a new martyr that will consolidate everyone, all the believers under one faith, and they're all going to agree that this person epitomizes everything that's right with the world or with people, but what's wrong with the world, and he's going to suffer for it, and it's going to be some kind of tragedy. Like, I kind of figured that we're going to have someone, perhaps a civil rights type figure, taken out in order to say, hey, look, we've got to do away with right-wing memes altogether. We've got to do away with pro-gun attitudes altogether, globally. Like, that's kind of what I thought. Maybe that's where they're headed, but I don't think there's any one figure that they could kill, like another MLK, for example, or a Malcolm X. I don't think there's any one figure that could catalyze everybody into accepting this. So I'm thinking now that we're seeing a non-stop, I would say just back-to-back train of martyrs, that collectively we're seeing the crucifixion of, not, I'd say we're seeing crucifixion of the poor, of minorities, of victims of this classist system, of the capitalist oppression. The poor can't breathe, the environment can't breathe. And I think that's what we're seeing here. The can't breathe is asphyxiation, which is the crucifixion. Okay, I'm going through your comments. I put all the relevant links. I've been doing a little more review work. I'm writing a review for the rig, which if you haven't seen the rig, I recommend watching it. It's about the Kraken. It's about Earth becoming sentient, fighting against the oil rig workers. But what's even more, it ends with EMP. It ends with a blackout. It ends with a huge flood. And again, George Floyd's name means flood. And I think these things are just symbolic. I think the Kraken, Leviathan is awakening, and that statue in Manhattan of the goddess with the tentacle arms, yeah, that's what we're seeing here. It's the rising of the Kraken, the Leviathan. It's not some big Godzilla creature from the sea. It's collectivism. It's the hive mind. Here's a link from here, Zero Hedge. Italy's Tim suffers internet connection problems. Wasn't I don't think it's more than 12 or so hours, but it's back on from what I can tell. But I'm just thinking that these things are, the timing of it suggests these things are interrelated. And the first caller brought up that balloon being reminiscent of an egg or the moon. And again, this is the lunar year of the rabbit. You have the lunar rabbit, and China is going to the moon next. You had the lunar shooting at the lunar nightclub, which had a bunch of balloons and space stuff in the background, by the way. And finally, I think the other connection here is they have the jade rabbit. China has a jade rabbit on the moon. So there's some kind of lunar rabbit connections, and these eggs can't be coincidental. But we'll continue to examine this stuff as this story develops. Yeah, Phase Polarizer remarks the rig is on Amazon. One other point about the rig, the main characters in it are from Game of Thrones, and there's a parallel here. They're at the edge of the world, and they're witnessing the fall of the West. The Westeros burns, and you have what looks to be radioactive fallout as dark winter sets in. Winter is coming. The rig ends the same exact way. And it gets even a little deeper, I think, because when the first character in that movie dies, he falls 400 feet, and one of his eyes gets busted, and then he raises from the dead. So you have this man who falls to Earth, and like the new man falls to Earth, he's black. So you have the black star, and he becomes the savior. He has the one eye symbolism, and he's the savior in that he is resurrected, but now he's one with Gaia, and Gaia speaks through him, and he says, hey guys, we need to stop drilling for oil, we need to grow plants, pretty much. My point is, the whole movie is about revenge against toxic masculinity, revenge against oil workers, and against the exploitation of Gaia. It's basically the same story as Avatar, and the timing of Avatar and the rig and the Davos group is not coincidental. Lean Dion says she burns down Westeros on a dragon. Yes. And in the rig, you'll note that it's a female takes over, a woman takes over, and the men resent it. And not only is she taken over, but her job was to more or less phase it out, shut it down. So we're looking at a repeated theme from Avatar as well. The bad guys were the Marines with their guns who couldn't connect with Gaia because they had buzz cuts and short hair, and they were domesticated and trained and indoctrinated. Then you had the wild ones with their long hair, and they could just plug their hair into the trees and talk to Gaia. And this is the same story that they just played in Atlanta, where they turned that forest area into Pandora. This is just very blatant predictive programming. That article, if you haven't read it, it's proposed cop city is Pandora to the eco-anarchists. And in this article, which I'm posting below, this is the one protest in Atlanta where the governor sent 1,000 National Guard out. They sent National Guard out. I went to the pictures and the imagery here. They use the big world tree. They point out the long hair. But look at this here. If you remember this article, the riots, there was a cop car burning. And some guy from Fox came out and he says, it's a mostly peaceful protest. Meanwhile, there's a cop car burning behind him. Well, look what was above the burning cop car. What's interesting is, we all know about product placement. Like in school, they teach about how evil marketers are, and they're doing product placement in movies. This is product placement. It's the same thing. Here you have the word Weston right above a burning cop car. And all of their posters for this protest have a tree representing the world tree from Pandora devouring a cop car. And again, the West, think Derek Chauvin, a cop. Nothing epitomizes the oppression of the West more than the police officer. And then you have the martyr in this case is shown reading books to his children. Two different books. Goodnight Moon, there's a moon reference. And Where the Wild Things Are. And Where the Wild Things Are is pretty much the story of Pandora, where in Pandora this guy goes wild. He goes into their world and he merges with them and he becomes their king. And in this story, in Where the Wild Things Are, the kid puts on his wolf pajamas, he joins the wild things, and he becomes their king. So Where the Wild Things Are, Goodnight Moon, you can connect these to Pandora because Pandora is a jungle moon. Martyred activist associated with these things, the big tree, the cop car below being, this is just, to me it's super obvious that what we're seeing here is, again, and look, they even said this, if they don't protect the forest, if they don't protect the straight pines and the oaks, if they don't protect Atlanta's tree canopy, there will be flooding. Avatar 2 is called The Way of Water, and it's about a water-based race, like Atlanteans. Again, this is in Atlanta. Again, proposed cop city is Pandora to the eco-anarchists. Put a link here in the chat if you want to check that out. Lean Dion says the balloons around the letters Lie. Yeah, the Luna shooting, the lunar ballroom shooting, Lie. Yeah, totally obvious. Okay, this has been fantastic. We'll be back. So many things to catch up on, but I didn't want to fall too far behind. Tomorrow I'm going to try to really finalize everything with this court thing so I don't have to take any more time off. So one thing I didn't want to happen. You don't want the trolls to win. You don't want to feed the trolls because your most valuable thing isn't your money. It is your time. And you can't make up for lost time. We have 48 to 72 hours of fake news to parse through every day. There's just not a lot of time for trolls. But I'm hoping that this will send the right signal. And if nothing else, this will get YouTube, I believe, to finally respect the copyrights on this channel. And you'll see our YouTube channel at Infinite Planes Society blowing up. And as I said, you want to subscribe to it because I am making it a point to upload a lot of short videos that go into specific topics. And I'll take suggestions. If there's a specific psyop that you want examined, if there's a world stage character or any kind of narrative that you want me to look at, a 10-minute to 15-minute block of time, I'll do it. I have a very fast system. I'm using Canva and my phone as a microphone. It's super easy and it's going to be very effective moving forward. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is Fepe Akbar, Allergic to Bullshit, featuring Lean Dion. I'll go back to the 24/7 after this.
With your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending. Found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing. All the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting. Only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this. They can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah. Find them in our wreckage. Auto host a message. Squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah. The uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so affected, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the pig. Messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules to have paid with good intentions. I'm clenching, my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick DIPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many man across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
They are shown to be. That's an auto hoax. So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim as missing proof, then you label it. Exactly, it's an auto hoax. Wow, sports is scripted by the number.
All right, it's 12/22, 2022, 8:49 p.m. We're going to go ahead and start early, a few minutes early. Sent out text notifications about 10 minutes ago. Newsletters have gone out. I see there's exactly 33 in the video chat, another 20 on audio. I think we can start. Dave Raven Zeros in chat says, do you still have ambitions of sending up a camera drone to document the flat Earth? As I remember, your mission would have had the drone equipped with a 50mm lens instead of wide. That wasn't really my mission. We were involved in the first civilian space program, and that was Mad Mike's mission to space, but that was a human observer, and it was a raccoon. And the point was we wanted a human observer, because you can always just dismiss video. We wanted firsthand, on the presumption that it hasn't been done yet, that the astronauts have all been actronauts. And to my knowledge, that's still the case. The burden of proof has been shifted. We still want evidence they went to the moon. And the best they can do? Petrified wood, passed off as moon rocks. And one of my favorite sound bites on the entire internet is the NPR story about moon rocks, how All right, today is February the 8th, 2022, and this is a live premiere on the main YouTube channel, which means I'm going to keep this safe for the most part, and I'll attempt to keep it brief. A couple of things I wanted to go over. First, right off the bat, if you notice today, again, it's February the 8th. If you look at the Google Doodle, it appears to be a woman with a crown rising out of the ocean, and if you look really closely at it, it appears to depict a wave coming in. The pink, I guess that's a flower on the right, looks kind of nuky. It looks like a mushroom cloud, or it actually looks kind of like a COVID ball, but very mushroom cloud, maybe even Space Needle-like. Definitely some kind of flood, and yeah, I would say it looks like possibly a tsunami. The ocean level is definitely up in the middle, and she's rising out of it. Now, I haven't looked at the official explanation as to who this is, but I'm just pointing out this correlates with the feminine quality of the Kraken as it's been defined in the various ways. It's synonymous with Gaia, Mother Earth, and it represents this rejection of the West and its pollution. And if you look, she even has a crown, like a corona, and she stands before the sun. All of this is very interesting in the context of this new statue that was just erected in Manhattan above the courthouse, which has the Kraken-esque creature with the crown. We're closing in on Super Bowl Sunday, which is very much represented in predictive programming. It's February the 12th. This is going to be at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's the birthday of Abraham Lincoln. It's the 43rd day of the year, leaving 322. There are some connections that have been forged here between this Super Bowl and a lot of the predictive programming in Dark Knight Rises about the stadium exploding, leaving box 322 untouched. Obviously a Skull and Bones reference. We talked about Skull and Bones extensively last July when the Georgia Guidestones were exploded on George W. Bush's birthday, Major Skull and Bonesman from Yale. And this was on 7/6, his 76th birthday. It's the 42nd year of the Guidestone's existence when it was blown up, the capstone. And as it was pointed out by a caller, when looking from above, the Georgia Guidestones give you a skull and bones, and it was the capstone, which therefore represents the skull, which was damaged. I took out of it some kind of headshot symbolism, and interestingly enough, a couple days later, Donald Trump's friend, former PM of Japan, Abe, or Abe, but again Abe, was shot, assassinated. And I say Abe because, of course, one, he's associated with Trump, and we've seen predictive programming for a headshot, a Lincoln-esque assassination. And then two, of course, this Super Bowl specifically is on Abraham Lincoln's birthday. And what's more, when you go back a little bit in time here, on July 4th, we had a pretty big psyop on 7/4 where the shooter had a 4-7 tattooed on his face, a 4-7 on his car. The whole event was replete with 4-7. It was the Highland Park shooter. Now Highland Park, Parkland High, a lot of overlaps. Quite a lot to unpack there. But he was obsessed with Lee Harvey Oswald. He had Lee Harvey Oswald on his wall. That's very significant because he looks like, if you look, he looks like the character Waldo from Where's Waldo? And I had a live stream at the time titled Where's Oswaldo? Simply because he was showing up at Trump rallies dressed like Waldo. Where's Waldo? He's at a Trump rally. Oswaldo. And of course, on his wall, as you can see behind him here, Lee Harvey Oswald about to be shot by Jack Ruby. Meanwhile, his mother's shopping at Target. Kind of an inside joke here. But the number 47 is connected with this in a few different ways, namely the date, July 4th, and then the shooter was obsessed with 47. Kubrick's signature is apparent in the Trump head wound ritual. There's a lot of predictive programming, and the number 45 on the side of Trump's head seems to be tied in with this. And one of the things I was pointed out with this particular visual mind map is that Stanley Kubrick's character, Joker, in Full Metal Jacket represents JFK. That's why he has the target. Again, target, JFK, Oswaldo, the shooter here. He has the target where JFK was shot. Not a coincidence. A couple of other things about the number. Again, the shooter in Highland Park, think Parkland High, like David Cruz, it's connected. President Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital after his head wound. He died 17 minutes after arrival. A shooter in Highland Park had a 47 on his temple. 4 plus 5 is 9, and 4 plus 7 is 11, so 9/11. If you look at the numbers with Trump's presidency, 45 and 47, someone had brought a 9/11 out of it. Not coincidental here, as Kubrick, in all likelihood, well, by all evidence, directed 9/11. Now this all ties in. This was last summer with these tsunami simulations in Seattle that they were having, where they were talking about a 7.5 magnitude earthquake that would cause a tsunami in Seattle that would flood with 42-foot tidal waves. You have the number 42 already connected with Washington State, 42 Space Needle, 42 meters wide, 42 seconds at the top. Everything about Washington is 42. In this simulation, they were pretending, what would happen if we had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake and basically Seattle would be under a 42-foot flood. At this time, on Stranger Things, there was an earthquake in the final episode that was 7.4. And this correlated with an assassination and the releasing of, or the opening of the quote, Watergate. Now, Watergate ties into Trump, ties into Nixon. Very interesting connection here. But the main thing is Watergate certainly connects with this Kraken that we've been discussing. Interestingly enough, when this character dies and it opens the gate, it's over portal at coordinates 116, mentioned in the show. And the new Supreme Court Justice, Justice Jackson, was the 116th Supreme Court Justice, the 116th Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. And she was very much associated with the Crown Act. This is highly significant. It has to do with hair specifically, but what's more, it has to do with this statue which we recently saw. First woman statue to be erected on this courthouse that only has male statues. And if you look at the statue, it has a pretty obvious gold crown-like look on it. And I would say it corresponds to this woman, also a black woman like the new Supreme Court Justice coming out of the sea. Kraken connection. And of course she has the gold crown. And if you don't know about the statue, I like it. But it's a statue in Manhattan. I think it's 9 feet tall. And it's 9 feet tall. And it's the first female to be on top of this, again, predominantly male-dominated structure. And this is tied in with this Kraken thing. And again, the first female, the rising above the Crown Act. Again, the Crown Act. And not to go too far back into the past, but the Crown Act was actually kind of tied into that story of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. And that has to do with the joke. Chris Rock made a joke about Jada Smith's hair, if you recall, or lack thereof. He made a joke that she could be the next G.I. Jane, which isn't even really a good joke, nor is it that bad of an insult. But whatever it is, it was made a big deal. And this was concurrent with this Crown Act, which is about non-discrimination against black hair in particular. Again, correlating the crown with the hair. And Jada actually said, quote, "Our hair is our crown." Now, she said that with relation to the movie Nutty Professor, where, if you didn't know, in Nutty Professor, Jada Smith plays a character who is at a comedy show, and a Chris Rock-like comedian insults her, and her boyfriend attacks him, just like what happened in real life. But this was all tying in to the first female black justice Supreme Court, and interestingly enough, it tied in that movie King Richard about Serena and Venus Williams going through the Green Court, Supreme Court. One of them becoming queen of the Green Court, which ties into Venus, the name Venus, the color green, Jada, jade, green, and the husband of Venus, the Smith, a blacksmith like Will Smith, who gets kicked out of Olympus, like Will Smith getting kicked out of the Oscars. I mean, this is all ritual stuff we went into last year. It's all theater. It's pretty dense. It's layered in its meanings. But if you look here, this is the statue in Manhattan and the gold crown and the tentacle-like arms, which I would contend is very Kraken-like. The statue is called Witness. And I don't believe it's going to be permanent. But my point being, it ties in, it correlates with this Google image of the day. Again, emphasis on the corona and the crown. Okay, continuing. I'm just glossing over a lot of things. There's just too much to go into right now all at once. I will when we're live. I'm keeping an eye on this Colin Kaepernick documentary. I've been watching it, where he's going through more than 1,000 cop-related killings, and they're double checking the autopsies and they're uncovering things. And it says here, to date, less than a year after its launch, the initiative has provided 42 autopsies tied to police or in custody death cases. In other words, they're second guessing the results and they're finding the ones that match, and they're going to produce for the public a record of abuses that were covered up. Continuing, Taylor Swift won a Grammy for Best Music Video, All Too Well, the short film, and she happens to be 33. This correlates to the Beyonce getting her 32nd and 33rd Grammys. Again, Beyonce has officially become the winningest artist in Grammy history with 33 Grammys. So she has 33. She's significant in the world stage right now for a few reasons. One of them, of course, being she performed at the Blackout Bowl, which was Super Bowl 47. Super Bowl 47 was the one that went blackout for 33 minutes. 33 Grammys, 33 minutes. In 2020, she released that show, that movie called Black is King, based on Lion King, which is based on Macbeth. And it has a man falling from the sky on the cover. This is all very interesting. I don't want to go too deep into the weeds yet with that one. I do want to jump into this one right away. LeBron James has proven that the NBA is completely rigged. It's more than rigged. LeBron James beating Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record was a scripted hoax. NBA fraud proven by LeBron James beating Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's scoring record. Take a look at the score, his age, the coincidental timing, and Kareem stepping out with a 33 on his shirt, and you'll likely agree that some aspects of the NBA are rigged. Now, some people will throw it out. They'll just reject it and say, you can't say it's all rigged, and I'm not saying it's all rigged. I'm specifically talking about certain elements. Maybe it's on a need-to-know basis and not everyone's involved, but the scripting is a key element here, just as it is with the, quote, news. Consider the following coincidences, and you'll see it's not a bold claim to suggest the NBA is rigged. And if you find it inconceivable after, then Big Brother controls your mind and you probably can't think for yourself. LeBron James, 38, four-time NBA champion, beat Abdul-Jabbar's old record of 38,387 when he scored his 38,388th point. He's 38 years old. It was the 38th day of the year. He scored 38 points in that game. The record was set 38 years and 308 days ago. Again, these are just all correlating. This is all coincidence? I don't think so. LeBron James happened to be born 38 weeks after that record was set. Sports are scripted in the same way the news is. Sure, the athleticism is real. They're actually playing the game. But just as there's real news reporting, and not everyone in the media takes part in psychological operations, there's a point here where real and fake merge. There's a dividing line. You have the believers and the perpetrators on different sides of this. We call out the apparent insiders all the time, and I think too many people idolize these athletes and celebrities and think that they're on their side somehow. Well, they're on the other side. They're more on the side of the in the know than believers in really prescribed BS. It's believers versus believers being controlled by the knowers pulling the strings on top. Conspiracy theorists and genuine seekers of truth attempt to cross that line, but are generally pushed back by shame, personal attacks, censorship, and the fear of going too far. The enormity of the claim is what beguiles most into not contemplating the deeper implications of this kind of in-your-face, ritualistic mockery. Again, if you can't see it, it's because Big Brother told you not to. and that's fine. A lot of people have pointed this out again. LeBron James scored his 38,388th point, 38-year record, 38th day of the year, he's 38, and so on. And this is not the first. We have many examples like this. Okay, we will be live later, definitely, to talk about this and lots more. We've got the various award ceremonies, all this idolatry. I want to point out, too, that one of the award winners, of course, was Kendrick Lamar with the Heart, I think Heart Part 5. Again, the heart emphasis, very significant. The hairstyle, capitalism, and this is very consistent. It's pushing back against a male-dominated society. What she represents and what that statue represents are the same. In fact, on that Sam Smith song, the one, I think it was Unholy, which was performed with a bunch of like Party City kind of Halloween costumes, looking like devils, and it shocked everybody. I didn't find it all that shocking necessarily. I mean, it's just the lyrics weren't overtly satanic, but the presentation of it, of course, you would wonder why. Why even do this? Who are they reaching? Is it specifically to shock people? Even CBS, though, came out in advance of it and said that they were ready to worship. But I'm looking at this in the bigger context. And one of the key takeaways from this, and by the way, look at the word unholy and how they crossed the vertical line on the H, making the symbol of Saturn. And she was in a black cage. I mean, obviously, it is what it is. I'm not doubting that this is a very strong emphasis on what people would term the satanic. But what they're putting out in front here, I think, is again pushing back against the binary and the male-dominated patriarchy thing, and they're trying to make everything one world, everyone plugged into Gaia, and it's working apparently. And I think that that's what this represents. This Sam Smith character's performance has been talked about endlessly because it's pretty much confirming what every conspiracy theorist has said all this time. And so I don't even feel any kind of reservation these days when I say that the world is run by witches and warlocks. Like, what more evidence do you need? Then another thing that was pointed out is that the singer is the first openly trans to receive this award. So gender neutrality was a big part of this thing. And then you have this gender neutral God to be considered by the Church of England. And what I find to be interesting about all of this is this Gaia concept, because Gaia is a goddess, but the god of this world has always been represented by the obelisk. It's always been a god, and the sky has been the goddess. That's even true with Thelema, the main cult, the one that Musk is a part of. SpaceX is SpaceX. It's literally a fertility cult, but it's the earth god, Osiris. And it seems like even that's been sort of changed. Like, they're changing the entire paradigm. I'm saying it's the same old system with a new paint job. Now, again, we're looking at an upcoming holiday being Lincoln's birthday and the Super Bowl. There's a lot there to unpack. I have a prediction of my own, which I don't really want to put it out there right now. What I'd like to do instead is just say that this Super Bowl is looked at by a lot of conspiracy theorists right now because, of course, predictive programming. I shouldn't say conspiracy theorists. I should just say impartial observers. The coincidence theorists don't see it. We'll talk about the big earthquake. I noticed it happens the same night. I'm looking at Drudge and the report says Armageddon. And then here you have Elon Musk tweeting end of days vibes about this Sam Smith performance. And he's wearing a red suit of armor called the Devil's Avenger costume from a store called Abracadabra, which is the word of the Thelemic New Age. And it has a ram on it, symbol of Mars or Aries. And of course, he's taken us to Mars. But he put this on Halloween. Everything about this costume. And by the way, in the photo of Elon Musk where he's wearing this Devil's Avenger costume, he's got a phone that has the timestamp set on 1032. DeMar Hamlin had the same timestamp on his phone, and a detonation symbol or a nuclear radiation symbol. Probably not a coincidence. Okay, I've been watching this new show called From, and in it there's a mention of the number 73 and how we are living in the 74th book of the Bible. Just a little bit of trivia here. There's 73 books in the Catholic Bible. 46 Old Testament, 27 New. But 73, again, you can look at that as an anagram for El, the name of God. Not a coincidence. There's an article out by Salman Rushdie. He's been interviewed after the attempt on his life. 33 years after a fatwa was declared. A $3.3 million bounty. He gets stabbed in front of a group of people, and now he reemerges with this one-eye symbolism. I don't believe it. I believe he's an actor. Yep, aftershocks like Armageddon, and then you have Sam Smith brings Satan, whips, and cages to the Grammys. Again, this is the Grammys where Taylor Swift, 33, wins something, and Beyonce gets her 33rd. It's all heavily occulted. Now, I haven't quite determined what the number 38 means in the context of LeBron James. Could mean a lot of things. Could mean 3 8s. I don't really get too deep into the gematria of it, other than to point out that, yeah, there's a pattern here, and it reveals that there's a great deal of hoaxery. We've talked about the balloon thing, which it's obviously a scripted event. It happened to fall and get shot down on the same day, which is 2/4, that the Moonfall movie was released about stuff falling from the sky. Again, 2/4 is Kobe Bryant's number, and we just a couple weeks ago had that anniversary pass. A major psyop we'll look into again, but the number 24 and 42 are often correlated with things falling. All right, we'll be live to discuss all of this and more. I just wanted to record something safe for this channel. I'm going to be working on doing more of this daily in addition to the usual live streams. And I will be covering specific topics, going over specific mind maps, different things that we're working on concurrently. But again, Super Bowl 47 was the one where it went dark for 33 minutes. And I don't think it's a coincidence. And someone just posted this. This is a collection of a whole lot of very conspicuous uses of the number 47 in movies. And again, this has been correlated with Highland Park and the shooting from the summer.
For 47 years. Nice work.
47th page is always particularly significant.
And what's on page 47?
Page 47.
Page 47.
A secret code.
Passcode is 4747.
477.
47.
An in-joke.
Is the 46?
Hidden in plain sight.
47.
47 days to make this.
Across more than 3 decades of popular culture.
47 terrible. Oh,
no. Tell me how to access server 47.
47.
47.
All right, anyway, we'll be back later. Thanks for joining, and subscribe to the newsletter at the link below.
We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people, either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Welcome to the masquerade.
All right, thank you everyone here for joining. It is Lincoln's birthday, Super Bowl 57, and the UFO invasion is imminent. It is 2/12/2023, 2:25 p.m. Yeah, we're finally live. I know it's been a few days. We've been very busy behind the scenes. WordPress was hacked. There was an attempted hack on Patreon, and I've been really dealing with that. It's been taking a lot of my time and energy, but it's worth it. Even though it's a Super Bowl Sunday, WordPress has emailed me twice, and I'm going to get everything fixed, likely today. Now, there's a lot of things to talk about regarding not just the Super Bowl and the predictive programming around it, but in general, like the sun. A big chunk of the sun is about to land on us. A big chunk of the sun is broken off and has formed a strange crown-like vortex over it. Now, my take on this one is the symbol of the sun is synonymous with this crown, and when you go into their symbolic system, the corona, the crown, Christ, they're all synonymous with the sun when you look at the just the symbolic value of it. And at the same time, I think there might be a different connotation here because it says implications for understanding the sun's atmospheric dynamics above 55 degrees here cannot be overstated. And I'm looking at this, okay, 55 degrees. Interestingly enough, I have been working on a diagram, a news-based mind map of the instances of the number 55 as it's been showing up in the news recently, specifically with regard to the story of the death of Tyree Nichols. After he died, the protest shut down I-55, and then they said, "Oh, it's the 55th anniversary of MLK's assassination, and they're going to go do his funeral where MLK last spoke, and they're going to walk up to where he walked." And I thought, wait, 55th anniversary, I-55, and they've connected him to MLK. Daughter of MLK was there. They connected it to Rodney King. And again, I'm looking at this as all symbolic. Rodney King, for example, the name King, obviously symbolic, associated with the crown, happened to be hit on the head 33 times. Now, putting this in context, the sun is the crown. The sun is the representation of the king. And having a chunk of the sun falling off is highly suggestive of some kind of a Kennedy-like event, a headshot. Just pointing it out because there's a lot of headshot predictive programming, and the sun today of all days, very, very conspicuous. That could just be the regular, fear of the sky, alien invasion has begun. And then last week we had this. Photos show bright green lasers shooting across the night sky above Hawaii. Now, those could be fake or real. I happen to be watching a series on Netflix, which is kind of like, I'd compare it to Hunger Games and Squid Games. A lot of games, and I think that's significant given that today it's the big game. And what the Alice in Borderland presents is a world where people are involved in a game, and a bunch of rich people behind screens, anonymous people, unaccountable people, are basically deep faking people into killing each other, putting them into positions where they're at war with one another, they're fighting over, it's all game. Their lives have become disposable. And in one of the scenes, you see that these lasers come down from the sky and annihilate anyone who tries to avoid the game. Like, you can't escape. And there are scenes where these lasers show up from the sky as walls of like a laser wall to prevent them from leaving a certain area. Now, that can't be a coincidence. If you ask me, that's the correlation between the Borderland, which is a trending show. Alice in Borderland is trending pretty high right now. And then another facet of the show are blimps. Blimps being the bearers of the threat, and a lot of symbolism in these things is directly connecting to this stuff that we're seeing in the sky right now. And they were even saying, who's in control? I'm talking about in Alice in Borderland. Are there aliens? Who's above the people controlling the game? And they're speculating about who's behind these blimps. All these connections are not coincidental. It's not a coincidence that on February the 4th, on 2/4/2022, the movie Moonfall comes out. Then on 2/4/2022, 2023, they shoot that blimp out of the sky, which looked kind of like a moon. It also looked like the Death Star with the Satelloon dangling from it, which incidentally is, I think all satellites are just dangling Satelloons. There's no proof of orbit in my view. But I don't believe CGI. I don't believe artists' renditions of things. I mean, isn't that interesting if you think about it? All of the satellites you've ever seen, if you've ever Googled satellites, you've seen nice drawings, but airbrush, colored pencil, digital art, but you've always seen things that come out of the imagination of an artist. But now with this balloon satellite, which is the size of what, a bus? I mean, that's huge. We can see it in detail because it's much lower. I mean, that should get people thinking. Why would you have your expensive multi-million piece of machinery hurling around the world instead of having it stationary and dangling, recoverable? All right, I'll go through some comments here. Rocco says, I want to say I live on Maui and all of my friends and contacts have never heard of the spiral over it, let alone seen it. Oh, the spiral was from one of SpaceX's fireworks shows, and it's mostly fireworks. It's all theater. You know, it's Hollywood. The movie industry and the outer space program are actually connected in so many ways, and it's because they're blurring fiction and reality. Man didn't go to the moon in 1969. Man became convinced he did, because a small group lied to the rest and pulled them all into a fantasy to make them easy to control, to make them malleable. Okay, we talked about Alice in Borderland, and there's a lot more about that. The chunk of the sun, very significant headshot thing. Significant too that it's Lincoln's birthday. Then there's other connections as well with blimps. There's a movie from 1977 that we were analyzing in 2019 called Black Sunday about a blimp crashing down onto a football stadium. And the significance there, Black Sunday, ties into the Christopher Nolan, who's the Kubrick of our time right now, in which there's a stadium that gets attacked by terrorists, except for Box 322, which is a call out to the Skull and Bones Society, obviously. And today, Sunday, February the 12th, is the 43rd day of the year, and there are 322 days remaining. So this is one of these dates that kind of you could suggest refers to the Skull and Bones Society. Interesting. The other date would be obviously the 322. And of course, that was the date that the Georgia Guidestones magically appeared, lasted for 42 years before they were blown up, and it was a headshot. If you look at the Skull and Bones, and if you look at the Georgia Guidestones, and these are correlated, you know, it was blown up on the 76th birthday of George W. Bush, Skull and Bonesman, on 7/6. But if you look at it from above, because it's comprised of 4 columns and then a capstone. Well, the capstone is the part that was damaged when it was bombed on 7/6. And I said, well, if the capstone represents the skull, then that's some kind of a symbolic headshot. And this is shortly before the guy named Abe, or Abe, was shot, the former PM of Japan, one of Trump's friends. And so just correlating with today, I'm talking about a chunk of the sun falling, that's the head, that's the crown, and it's Lincoln's birthday. And it's a day that might be sacred to the Skull and Bonesmen. I don't know, but it's connected to their cult here, as you can see, as was the date of the headshot on the Georgia Guidestones. And the Georgia Guidestones were an incredible structure, down to just the nuance of it. The total weight of the 4 columns and the capstone, 238,000 pounds, which is the supposed distance in miles to the moon. And the reason why this was significant is during that time, I'm talking about July, first week of July, NASA had launched a, quote, capstone CubeSat to the moon. There you have a capstone going to the moon, and the capstone down below blows up. And the correlation, distance to the moon, weight of the edifice itself. And they never caught the guy in the bicycle who blew it up, by the way. Going through some comments here. Garrett Summer says, could be breaking news during the Super Bowl. Yeah, one thing you can't we can't ignore here is that there was a very significant Super Bowl presentation of I believe it was 1984, where it had like a UFO thing show up. They have been correlating this for some time. And if you think about it, if you were aliens and you wanted to talk to everybody on one day and communicate one message, what day would you pick? Well, they have all these different religions, and so the normal holidays won't work. What unites everybody more than football? Ball worship. And it's all about this game again, and the game masters revealing themselves, perhaps, which is sort of hinted at in this Alice in Borderland. By the way, this was presented by someone on our Discord server, shared this link. JL26 pointed it out. Agent Elvis is a new show coming up on Netflix. This may not tie into anything necessarily, but he goes to this underground base, becomes an agent, and there's a big space needle in the background. It all builds off of this relationship that he had with Richard Nixon. If you recall, Elvis Presley went over to Richard Nixon and gave Richard Nixon a Colt 45. I mean, I can't imagine Ye or any musician or celebrity giving a president a weapon like that, but he did, and he got a bunch of badges: police, FBI, DIA, or what DEA. He was claiming that he wanted to fight crime and that he knew communists were brainwashing people. And so there's this kind of story that Elvis wanted to go underground. Again, if you look at that Colt 45, and he goes underground to fight the deep state. Some QAnoners actually think that Elvis, it's just so ridiculous. Almost don't want to go there right now. You thought Elvis sightings were bad and JFK Jr. sightings were bad. It gets even more twisted. Let's stick with the Super Bowl for the moment here. Inside huge Super Bowl security operation, including aircrafts and thousands of officers after Chinese spy balloon fears. Okay, here you have spy balloon fears, Super Bowl, and this correlates to Black Sunday. Let's see, China wants to dominate near space. This is a new phrase, and this was shared by Linda Curtis in our Discord server. One reason to join the Patreon Infinite Playing Society is you get access to a lot of really cutting-edge research, and we have a lot of people doing a lot of research, and it all ends up there. It all funnels this one place, where we know what outer space is and deep space. Well, now they're introducing near space, and it's just another one of these things: inner space, cyberspace. But it's always about controlling your mind, and I think that's ultimately it. Like, they're shrinking down our worlds until we are in a Truman Show. Remember the safe spaces, and the safe spaces became socially, or rather state-mandated safe spaces, which they called social distancing, and then of course limiting how many people could be in a car, etc. And now they're going to the point where they're ready to quarantine the internet. Now let me play a clip here. The Philadelphia Eagles debut their black helmets and black jersey. A couple of things I pointed out the other day, because we were talking about a lot of these celebrities, like LeBron James beating this 38-year record in all these ways that just aligned with the number 38, that are just suggestive of some kind of predictive programming or some kind of, I'll say, scripting of how he broke that record. Well, Beyonce was at Super Bowl 47 when it blacked out for 33 minutes, if you recall. The 33-minute blackout period during the Super Bowl 47. Well, just the other day, she won her 33rd Grammy. And I think it's significant that in 2020, she released Black is King, based on Lion King, based on Macbeth. All this stuff is very well, interestingly and intricately connected. I'm just pointing out it's notable that Beyonce's on the world stage getting her 33rd award when she presided over the Blackout Bowl. Again, the Blackout Bowl ties in, I think, to this Black Sunday, along with many other things. And when we say black here, black and white, in a lot of these contexts, it has a deeper occult meaning behind race. That's just the surface. It's all alchemical, as most of you here already know, far beyond blue pill politics. But let me play this. So when the Philadelphia Eagles debut their black helmets, black jersey, and I believe this is the first Super Bowl where both quarterbacks are black as well, obviously scripted.
Car 4133, 4133, you seen this?
Danger high voltage. So here we are looking at the Philadelphia Eagles black helmet, black jersey combo, and this was released 2 months ago. And it starts off with EMP, which is one of the reoccurring themes that we've been seeing again and again, all of it connected with this Kraken, which has been force memed into the mass consciousness since July of 2020.
Captain, what are you talking about? It appears to be a blackout. Everything is all black.
A blackout? Everything is all black? Again, these words have double meanings, triple meanings. Okay, there you have it. And this is just a couple months old, typical predictive programming, and it connects with everything else that we've been seeing. Like, there's definitely a message that's been conveyed, and it's being conveyed, and it has to do with this particular Super Bowl. Let's continue through the notes here. By the way, this is one of my new Metascript mind maps turned into a meme. Elon Musk had tweeted this the other day. Some of the smartest people I know actively believe the press. Amazing. To which I responded, I only believe the news about space travel. I mean, it's just so, everything that comes out of Elon Musk is automatically ironic. You know, he looks at Sam Smith in this devil costume dancing and he says something like, these are the end times. And I'm like, you're wearing the Devil's Avenger costume that you bought on Halloween. It's got upside down crosses on it, a ram's head. And you bought it at a store called Abracadabra, which has hidden significance to the cult of Crowley. Like, everything about Musk radiates Antichrist. You know, he has that vibe, and yet here he is, you know, playing church lady. And then here he is here. I can't believe people believe the news. But you're the guy that put a CGI mouse on a rocket during a mission where they were sending mice to the space station. Mice that were deemed mighty mice because they were genetically modified. He's so deep in the clown show, but he gets away with anything because the public lets him. Okay, we were looking at predictive programming, creepy commercials, and I have some notes here that will probably speed this up a little. We have discussed Super Bowl 47 and the Blackout Bowl. Now, something else too. The fact that Super Bowl 47 was the Blackout Bowl obviously must have some significance, and the number 47 is very well represented in all of this predictive programming. And it all, again, connects to, it's almost cliche, it's almost just, you can predict it. Like, I can tell you, for example, SpaceX prepared for a massive test this week, and they fired, and these are all code words, they fired how many engines at once? How many engines are in this Starship? Just put your answer in the chat below. Little pop quiz for the listeners in the video channels. How many engines were on the Starship that they just fired up? Waiting for an answer here. Harmon says, Tim, I'm leery of this one Super Bowl. It's reminding me of the movie from 1976. 2-minute warning. Right, and look, that one balloon isn't the only one, as we'll get into. There are more. Commenter says Musk is synthetic. Well, Musk was actually invented by Werner von Braun and Walt Disney. In that whole book, you know, the Mars, A Technical Tale. Yeah, he's a construct. I mean, there's a guy there playing the role. Maybe he moves a little animatronically. And I have seen an animatronic Elon Musk face that was so, it was even realer than him. And you know what's, this might be a coincidence, but there was a point where I was listening to Grimes, you know, one of his babies, one of his 3D printed baby's mamas. I don't know what, they named their kids after Google Chrome suggested passwords. They're unpronounceable. But this thing with Grimes is interesting because she was talking about how AI could perfect communism, get rid of all systemic corruption, and we could all just make NFTs all day and not have to work. And it was this interesting notion of, you know, the Marxist workers' paradise that could be enabled if you could get rid of the people that always screw up communism, that they could fix communism with AI. And this is all before this James Cameron and Gaia and this new synthesis of everybody, I think, is gravitating towards now. This idea of this universal hive mind that we're all going to be plugged into. But right after she said that, I was noting her facial expressions, micro expressions, and I thought, everything about her radiates musk. And could she be a deep fake? Like Schmeagol is that the name of the guy? The Gollum? In Lord of the Rings, the little guy is actually an actor who wears that costume. And then, of course, on the computer monitor, he appears to be this little Gollum. And I thought, could Grimes be a Gollum of Musk? And the day I said that, Grimes moved out and disappeared and left with, what was it, that secret agent? What was that one? Agent Manning? Or Soldier Manning, who was some kind of a spy. Anyway, a convoluted story. And it gets weird all the way back. You look at his dad, and his dad's like marrying his adopted daughter, who's 33, and he's 42 years older than her, always with the number 42. Oh, by the way, yes, if you answered in the chat, let's see who got it. No, it's not 42. 42 they did have in one of their rockets. This one was actually 33. Guessed correctly by Cubstar, Frank Mir, Salty Siren, Jennifer Lovecraft Reeves. And just for future reference, for those of you who got it wrong, if we ever have a pop quiz, the answer is always 33. That's just a hint. How many bullets did Frank James fire into the subway? The Prophet of Doom, mimicking the Riddler right off the Batman movie. Anybody? And by the way, he is now friends with R. Kelly in prison. And this is an interesting twist. Frank James, the guy who shot how many bullets into the subway? He's friends with R. Kelly in jail. And I'm like, that's interesting. Because I have someone who messages me about this, and I'm going to find that email, where he was suggesting that Frank James might be some kind of a bodysuit worn by DMX. And this somehow explains the connection between this subway shooter and R. Kelly. But yeah, it was 33 rounds. Okay, let's continue here. Talking about this number 33 and Elon Musk being a construct, Grimes being his Gollum. Here we go. Space travel is a Masonic occult mystery school allegory of ascending to higher states of consciousness. This is why you shouldn't believe them when they say there are aliens from some distant place. It's all a false model, but people will believe it. But the translation is this. When this headline says, SpaceX prepares for a massive test firing all 33 engines at once, the translation, space is higher states of consciousness. Heaven, this is just, again, it's Masonic allegory. Space sex and the Kundalini fire. That's what the firing of the engines references. It's the fire snake igniting the 33 segments of the spine to take us to heaven or space. Even the T-minus countdown 10 to 1, I think it connects the Kabbalistic tree of life, which ties into the rising of the fire snake, often represented with the snake climbing the tree, and these Sephiroth, or these spheres on the tree of life, which have correspondences with the chakra, also correspond to the planets and the sun. And this idea of ascending to higher states is what I think they're actually about. They're not literally taking you to a higher place. It's fake space travel, and it's all Baal worship. And Baal, of course, is where you get the word obelisk. It's the shaft of Baal. It's obelisk. It's his name. It means Lord. And then here you can see on the graphic I put an individual with an explanation of going from the root or the kingdom to the crown. And even here you can see the crown chakra associated with the head. And this is why the halo behind the saints or behind Christ, it all pertains to this. That's why Christ died at 33. It's all a reference to the transcendence of having all 33 engines fired at once. Musk knows this. They all know it. Okay, continuing here. Just had to point this out. This is just kind of a random note. I've been following a blogger, Jim Stewartson, who's been covering QAnon for a long time. And Q's kind of gone now. And one of the things I pointed out, as I did with the space program, I'm pointing out how the space program is the pageantry of Mystery Babylon dressed up like science fiction. And I pointed out that QAnon was the template used for the Quran radicals, that they were creating a domestic Al-Qaeda. And it turns out, I think I'm right. General Flynn, of course, is the one who was behind the Al-Qaeda PSYOP, and he's behind the QAnon PSYOP. He had a central role in both. And just pointing it out here, Jim Stewartson said, quote, "The radicalization process. QAnon was modeled on Al-Qaeda and ISIS." Mike Flynn admired them. Mike Flynn is a huge name in QAnon. Just pointing this out, I've been vindicated. There are templates at play here. Nothing here is really new. And check this out. This is from the show 3%. In the show 3%, and if it's on Netflix, you can just assume it starts post-apocalypse, post-global warming. And in this one, there are two societies, the poor and the wealthy elite. And you don't get a go to where the elite are unless you get, guess what? Exactly, the vax. And as you can see, everyone has a star cut out of their sleeve on their arm to show their vax status. And I used to say that that's all virtue signaling, and people get tattoos, like the Pfizer tattoo. And I think it's just, what, a 666 and a needle? And they put these things on their foreheads or what, their arms, like, look at me, I'm vaxxed. But this is virtue signaling, but this is showing that you're part of the elite club. You're a new pureblood. They consider themselves to be, well, purified blood, and then you're dirty blood if you're not vaxxed. On the other side, of course, the vaxxed will say that they're pure blood, and that the vaxxed are now the goo bloods. It's, kettle and pot and all that. It's just another status symbol. But instead of a badge that can come on and off, instead of a crown that can fall off your head, no, this is actually a deeper, it's almost like a tattoo, like a gang tat. And that's how they're flashing it. It's your gang tat. You're in the Vax gang. The show's called 3%, very similar to Ellis in Borderland, very similar to Hunger Games. And Hunger Games is the subject of that first video that I was going through, called Hunger Games Economic Collapse 2023, World as a Stage. And it is a great collection of, in fact, let me go through one of the clips on this one. At the 5-minute mark, here we go. This is the part where it correlates Lady Gaga with the person who presides over the Hunger Games. But I want to just really quick point out the symbol of the Mockingjay, because there's something in this that we have to point out, because it pertains to now and the Super Bowl and the idea of a broken arrow nuclear threat.
Stuff is all scripted. They're literally leaving breadcrumbs for us that we may gain the understanding of what's really going on. So let's start off with Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is wearing the Mockingjay from the Hunger Games movie, and she's singing the national anthem.
Okay, now the Hunger Games has this, of course, Mockingjay holding an arrow in its mouth, and that is just a stylized phoenix, which is something I've spoken of quite a bit here. It's another reset symbol, burn down, build back better. It's the same symbol as the dove with the olive branch after the flood. Flooded out, build back, it's the same story. The arcs, space arcs, it's all repetitive symbolism. And the Mockingjay has become a phoenix in this context, but he's holding an arrow. And the arrow has been a very significant symbol for the last 6 months, 7 months, ever since Artemis mission had a cracked tank and they couldn't launch. And there was a lot of these references to Princess Diana. And Diana is the Roman version of the Greek Artemis. These are archers. And this recurring theme of an arrow was brought up. A lot of goddess symbolism. If you remember Eliza Fletcher being kidnapped, of course Fletcher, someone who makes arrows. Princess Diana crashes into the 13th pole, cracked pillar like the cracked rocket. Of course 13's the number of lunar months, significant to the goddesses. And the broken arrow, though, was one of the symbols that kept on coming up again and again. And the reason why this stood out to me is this was around a lot of the hype about how we're all going to get nuked. That Putin's going to drop a nuke on us. They were calling it Satan 2. Well, broken arrow happens to be a military term for an accident that involves nuclear weapons or nuclear components. And this has been reported, or there have been 32 broken arrow incidents to date. And I'm saying we're waiting on the 33rd broken arrow. And again, 33-minute blackout bowl, 33 minutes of darkness, and now the arrow with the Hunger Games. And again, games are an intrinsic part of this bigger story, specifically with today and the Super Bowl. So let me go ahead and continue for a moment here.
Economic collapse. They know once this economy collapses, y'all are gonna go wild like it's the Hunger Games and do everything it takes to survive. So when is this economic collapse coming? 2023. Don't think your boy Sleepy Joe is innocent. If Lady Gaga is...
Anyway, 2023, and there's some interesting connections to the Weekend video And The Weeknd, if you remember, right before the lockdowns, he released that video Blinding Lights, the one that all the nurses danced to in the hallways. And that video was The Weeknd running around in Las Vegas like it was already locked down, pre-lockdown. And that was very significant for a few reasons. That song, how long it was on the charts, its release date. There's a lot about Blinding Lights. But his other song, Save Your Tears, has a Kubrick-inspired video mixed with The Purge. And it seems to have connections to some Jordan Peele movies, and it all seems to suggest that 2023 is The Purge. So don't cry in 2020 when you're locked down with your Netflix and your popcorn. Save your tears for 2023. A few more notes here about the Hunger Games.
Some of y'all already saying, well, then that means there's gonna be a civil war. No shit. The Hunger Games catching fire synchronizes with America will have a civil war in 2025, because that's the next step to getting their new world order.
Now, this is an interesting video. Again, I put a link below, and I'm going to continue to share a lot of these new channels that I'm coming across that are compiling predictive programming. There's some really cutting edge stuff here, and that's another reason to join the Discord server. I have a short clip here of the balloon being taken down, and this is a short clip that juxtaposes the balloon being shot down with the Truman Show satellite falling. And this is, of course, people who are aware of how space is fake. It doesn't matter what you think about the shape of the world or whatever you believe. You might believe we're in a CGI ball. It doesn't matter that much at this moment. I think what matters is, of course, it's about who controls your worldview. But I'm not convinced that there are orbiting satellites. I think they're always balloons. Or satelloons. That satelloons can do the same function, if not ground-based technology. But anyway, here we have an example of how it would be feasible to do satellites with balloons. And that's one of the main takeaways from this balloon incident, is that it's entirely possible that they could fake space. But let me play this clip here. Again, if you're just listening, if you're not watching, that's Jim Carrey responding to a satellite that fell from the sky. On it, it says Canis Majoris, which is the dog star. And here he is standing between the Masonic pillars. He's the initiate, and you can find the dog star between the pillars. It's a key, like everybody worships it. If you've ever been to a New Year's gathering and you counted down, synchronized at midnight, what were you counting down? The fall of Sirius. It reaches its highest point at midnight on New Year's Eve. And it's the star that the initiatory societies are all based around. And even 9/11, the Coptic calendar or the Egyptian calendar, the heliacal rising of Sirius. Sirius figures prominently in all these New Year's rituals. Like, that's why I pointed out, it's just whether you know it or not, you're taking part in these things. And that's what kind of got to me about the Truman Show as I watched it, because I had just read a couple of books, I think by Robert Temple, The Serious Mystery, Robert Anton Wilson, The Cosmic Trigger. I watched it and I caught on to the symbolism the first time through, and I thought this is kind of interesting, considering that only a small percentage of the audience members would have a clue. Who are they making these movies for? And this is when I really started taking a deeper look into movies. It was the Truman Show that made me realize that these actors are carrying roles across multiple movies and their world stage personas. All of it tied into this cryptic symbolism. Anyway, there's the link, and I'm going to go ahead and put the link to this video in the chat below. And by the way, Matt Pizzagates grew up in the Truman Show house, the house that Truman Burbank was in. Okay, we're getting back, catching up. Earthquake projector. This was one of the Illuminati cards at play recently. I think there are 33,000. When it comes to big events, you have to ask yourself, how fakeable are things on scale? And when it comes to media skepticism, you're not obligated to believe anything. You're just not. But if you're going to say something's not true, you have to have something to counter the consensus. And if the consensus is just based on movie clips, or rather, I'm sorry, news clips, then you may have something. But these things are, of course, I mean, there's a methodology. I don't just automatically call everything fake. Now, as far as fakeability, yeah, of course it's fakeable. What isn't fakeable these days? And we'll continue to look at this one, but look at this. This is from Spirit Jordak. 2 teams scored 546 points. I was thinking this could mean... Oh, I see. The Super Bowl starts at 6 p.m. We have a lot of people making some very interesting correlations between the timing of this. The main one, of course, being, I think, Lincoln's birthday. All right, commenter says, notice how they ran with that BS foot soreness excuse to keep LeBron James at 38 points. It's sad how scripted sports have become. Yeah, I've noticed recently on Twitter, and maybe you have as well, that the so-called normies out there are noticing how fake stuff is. This DeMar Hamlin event was too scripted to be believed. A guy named Neil with a 33 on his back standing up and everybody kneels, and all of the references to the heart are I'm piling up as well, by the way. Like at the Grammys, you had Kendrick Lamar, who wears the crown of thorns. He won an award for a song, I think it was called Heart Part 5. And then Kevin Hart was on some commercial a minute ago for the Super Bowl. It's getting to be pretty blatant. Everybody's noticing. Now look at this one. This was from Not Sure on Twitter. He said, from the 2013 film Oblivion, and 2013 was the year of the Blackout Bowl, by the way, in which the character played by Tom Cruise is in a football stadium that looks like it's been destroyed by a nuke. Oblivion's a pretty decent movie. Now, I don't believe in fake space, but I find science fiction very entertaining. I just don't think these scenes are plausible. And the people who believe in outer space are the least skeptical as far as critics go. Like, they never complain that in none of these movies do they accurately depict people floating around in ships. It's like the ships automatically have gravity. Okay, here's Tom Cruise walking through a nuked out stadium.
Start repairs. Watch my back.
Always do.
There's a goalpost right there, which is tipped over. I would say that's a pretty fair example of what we're seeing here. And all these characters are it's a pretty small group. Tom Cruise is very prominently represented within the whole PSYOP entertainment complex, often represented as this Gnostic Christ. That's why you have all these 33s around him. He divorces his wives at 33, coincidentally. He works with Stanley Kubrick, obviously an insider to the fakeness of space. He's about to go to the ISS. But beyond that, Top Gun 2 is one of the most obviously encrypted movies, just loaded with sun god resurrection symbolism. I have an article about it on timosman.blog if you search Tom Cruise. And I'll reprise a lot of these things. And by the way, if you go to Amazon and you get the book, The Schism and Everything, I put all of my blogs from 2022, all of my movie reviews, all in one book. And I cleaned it up, put it through the editor, went through every article, got rid of stuff that wasn't relevant, and it has all of my reviews in there. You can find my books on Amazon. Okay, continuing. Alice in Borderland, lasers, again, these things are always correlating. I call it concurrent programming. I mean, you have predictive programming when it's months or years in advance, or decades, or generations, as with the alien invasion. Think about that. They've been preparing us for an alien invasion since War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells. But then you have concurrent programming, the stuff that happens real time. Like, oh, you didn't catch the news tonight where there was another school shooting, but if you watch Netflix, you'll, see a bunch of dead kids. And they'll warn you on the screen, oh, before you watch this might remind you of what just happened in Uvalde. I'm like, well, that's interesting.
Plain.
Now, this is a short clip from the ISS. I have a few things to say about the ISS, but I want to deal with this first. This is just a short clip. It's fake, first of all, but there's some symbolic import to it that we have to evaluate. But there's gravity up there, at least little pockets.
And what you see here is the two people on the left holding the paper. They're about to drop it when there's supposed to be no gravity. They're supposed to be floating, but they timed it wrong, and then they cut away the scene.
Yep, they cut to the next scene immediately after, but if you're just listening, what happened is the astronauts are handing each other props as always, and they used a real piece of paper, not a CGI one or an augmented virtual reality prop like they generally use, like the microphone cords that go through hands. Like, and look, if you don't know about this and you think the thing's real, your argument is from a place of abysmal ignorance. These special effects are terrible. Anyway, they dropped the piece of paper and it fell. Just like on Earth Day, funnily enough, they had an inflatable globe, which they should have filled it with helium, because the globe fell. This was on Earth Day. They're passing around a globe, or Gaia, the ball Earth god, and they literally drop it on the floor. And they all jump towards it, but they can't because they're harnessed in. They're leashed. These people are on leashes. They're puppets.
Holding the paper, they're about to drop it.
Yep, they dropped it a long time ago. And the cosmonauts dropping screws in the restrooms, it's an embarrassment. It's Mystery Science Theater 3000. Like, if you're not at the point where you're throwing popcorn at the space station, you're missing out on a really good show. Okay, again, I want to point this out. Today, piece of the sun breaks off, stuns scientists. Unusual activity occurs at the sun's 55th degree latitude. Happens every 11 years. Now that's interesting. 11-year solar cycle. I'm not too huge into numerology, but I point out these patterns. I've been trying to figure out this LeBron James 38 thing. And if there's an 11 in there if you add them, and you can. I don't care to do too much to connect dots. I look just for the straight relationships here that don't have any kind of ambiguity. Let me play a short clip here of a blimp crashing into the Super Bowl, 1977. Their special effects are better than what they have on the ISS. Just gotta wait for these commercials that YouTube sends me are also. It's almost like concurrent programming. It's almost like we're already Neuralinked with how accurate they are as well. Okay, here you have a clip from Black Sunday, and you have the depiction of course, a blimp with a bomb on it falling down into the stadium. Now, there's some symbolism in the blimp itself, the symbol of Mercury on it. I think Mercury correlates, in some ways, I would say, with even the Joker character, the mercurial trickster. But he's not able to get his big lighter to light. I hate it when that happens. Oh no, he did light it. It took like 5 tries. I thought he was going to run out of flint. Now, the whole point of this movie, it's Black September, terror attack in a stadium, and the president is there. That's another part of it here. There's another element. The numerology is in this. I'm not going to go too deep into that movie right now, but the main thing I wanted to point out, it came out in 1977. And 1977 was the year of the historic blackouts on 42nd Street in Manhattan. That the Son of Sam was a part of that news cycle. Everyone is in the dark. There was chaos, looting, riots, and then you got this shooter running around. 77. 42 years later to the day on 7/13/2019, blackouts happened. Same place, 42nd Street on, 42,000 people in the dark. And it was literally to the day, and they called it out. And I'm just saying, there's a lot of connection between the number 42 and blackouts. And the more I map this out, the more I realize, okay, not only is there a big script and predictive programming going back, but it's very precise. Again, Goodyear, which is a tire thing. And, the name Tyree, like Tyree Nichols, who's been correlated with MLK, whose 55th, anniversary it is right now. He's 55 years ago he was killed. Well, this Tyree Nichols, the name Tyree, Tyre, is how they spelled, tire in the UK, isn't it? Not sure necessarily, except that you're looking at events that are meant to spark revolutions, or spark, like George Floyd was a spark. It sparked the movement. You have the guy trying to light the thing. I think that's probably symbolic, because I look at the, again, symbol of Mercury, and he's the torchbearer. And that's where Joker comes into the picture, the one who starts the fire. LeBron James hosts 2 goats at a dinner party. Of course, GOAT just means greatest of all time, but I'm only bringing this up because Sam Smith was wearing goat horns. And CBS, they were worshiping Satan for the world there. And then LeBron James comes out with this highly scripted event, everything tied to the numbers, the number 38. He's got the 66 on his chest, but then he bows before, and it's like, wait, he's bowing down. I see the 6 on his back, and then everyone rushes out and they praise him for it. And I'm like, what are we looking at here? It's like some kind of idolatry. It can't be just a basketball game with a bunch of coincidences. Again, as Elon Musk said, some of the smartest people I know actively believe the press. Some of the smartest people I know believe the sports aren't scripted. Doesn't mean that they're not athletic. It doesn't mean they're not actually playing a game. It just means there is a point where real becomes fake. And I have a theory about how this works. Like, there's a lot of people in media get offended. I offended one person. She was interviewing me. She said, "Are you calling me? Are you saying that I'm fake news because I'm in the media?" And I'm like, "Well, no. I think there are levels here, and the higher up you go the pyramid, the more in the know you are. The lower you are, the more ignorant you are. Outside the temple are in the wilderness of darkness. They're not in the know. They don't have the light. The initiates do. But that the higher up you go, the more in the know. You have knowers at the top, believers at the bottom. I'm not a believer. Believers are going off of what the knowers are telling them. 2 different versions, left or right, Republican, Democrat. The fact is, the ones behind the scenes are the ones who know what's really going on. And until you can step off the world stage, you will always be a believer. You'll be lower on the pyramid. And most people in sports, most of the players are probably at the lower levels. Yeah, they sign their non-disclosure agreements, but they're not all at the level of knowing the intricate details. Although, the more I look at the NFL thing, the more it looks like at some point it does become some kind of quasi-Masonic cult. And it's very culty. I mean, it's extremely culty. If you really look at it like from an anthropologist's point of view, like let's say you're an alien anthropologist or an off-world stage observer. You look at basic training. Okay, shave their heads, make them march in step, make them chant, make them tired over. Okay, brainwashing. And that's kind of what you see with these leagues. I think there's a lot of brainwashing involved here. Going through some comments. Rocco says, NWO trying to provoke an uprising, but most of the sheep are just sheep. Yeah, that's been my experience. Like, for example, 2020, we had police precincts burning, we had Chazistan festering, and the police stood down. It was like, wait, what's going on here? Maybe it's all just overly hyped and these are all actors. Like, nobody really gets involved. We're just too busy watching on YouTube. And I think if you follow the money, you'll find that a lot of the protesters and rioters are bussed in from out of town. Like, look at Kyle. Now, I think that whole event, by the way, Kenosha, staged. I think the whole thing was a big stage, kind of like maybe in a... okay, Kenosha's real, but there's a point where the mob is real, the protests are real. But there's a point where they insert something fake, like 9/11. You've got a demolition going on, but the people in the news, they're seeing a version of it that involves planes. The people there, they don't. That's because there are 2 different realities. There's reality, and there's the world stage. Most people live in the world stage, meaning their perceptions are filtered through the screen, which they falsely perceive to be a window to the world, when in fact it's a filter, it's a distorter. It gives you a version of things that they want you to see that's highly curated. The screen is the monolith of Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2 into 1, referring to the eclipse that you see in the film. The corona. The sun and the moon Sun is your consciousness. Your subconscious is the moon. And the two into one, this is the alchemy of it. Means the merging of the two. And the way I think the symbolism in 2001 Space Odyssey and 9/11, the symbolism of the two towers becoming one, what they're showing you is how they're merging us with the screen. They're merging us with this televised version of things. So we're no longer in reality 100%. Like, it's here, it's real, but there's the interpretation. The map is not the territory. Let me play this clip here. This is from FakeOTube. These are 9/11 witnesses, just because we're on the topic. And this one here, you may not have heard this one. He's talking about how he saw 33 people jump out. I should have pop quizzed that. How many people did this crisis actor see jump out of the towers?
I counted like at least 33 people dropping from just this side of the building. I counted like at least 33 people dropping from just this side of the building.
Yep, 33 people. Okay, continuing. This is from Norcom. I've been following a lot of these blogs and these news articles, and UFO Twitter is just lit right now. Like, listen to this quote: "I'm in direct contact with Norcom and monitoring the issue. Airspace is closed due to an object that could interfere with commercial traffic. The DoD will resume efforts and observe the object in the morning." They've kept this hype up all night. It's like they're activating everybody to be prepared for something. Here's a clip from the Olympic Games, Los Angeles, 1984, closing ceremony spaceship. 1984. Yeah, this is multi-generational predictive programming. And for some reason, it seems especially plausible right now. Now, I didn't know they were going to do that. That's the opening track to 2001: A Space Odyssey. Now, Space Odyssey, Journey Through Space, I think ultimately what that means is that we're being merged into, it's control of our mind space. Like, NASA doesn't take us to space, but they're not just faking movies and lying about climate change. NASA's real objective is total world view warfare.
Där nere på plan måste det vara en underbar syn att skåda.
There's a UFO descending.
Nu kommer ett rymdskepp snart, sägs det. Och en helikopter. En helikopter, ja. Och ett rymdskepp.
Okay, it's a very convincing UFO being dangled from a helicopter, I believe. And it descends. I don't know does Michael Jackson come out of this one? I haven't really watched the whole thing. We'll move on from there. But yes, people are ready for anything right now. The Overton window has been smashed, broken, irreparable. This is a link posted in Discord by Lean Dion. More blue people characters that come from the water in Black Panther 2. Also wearing face masks. Not a coincidence. Fascinating. I've done a number of reviews about the movie Avatar and how the new movie Avatar is literally the blue marble for this generation. They have to repeat these things, repeat these themes. And the environmentalist movement was kicked off when the environmentalists saw Gaia in space in need of protection, like an egg that needs to be nested, that we need to cradle it and shelter it. What they've done with Avatar 2 is they've created a deep empathetic bond with Mother Gaia. And it gets intricate because this is an example of concurrent programming in Atlanta. And it all, Avatar 2, The Way of Water, Atlantis. Adjacent to Atlanta, there's this property, I think it's 30-some acres, probably 33, I don't know. But there's this property where the citizens of the forest live. And they are protesting against the police who want to tear down their forest and build a police training camp. And what I pointed out on the blog, if you go to timawesome.blog, is that what they've created is this segment is right adjacent to the BLM marchers. It's this environmentalist themed BLM marchers that are defending that particular property, but it's more about indigenous rights and environmentalism. They're fusing environmentalism with BLM as a part of their wider critique of the West. But that little area that these tree dwellers are protecting is Pandora. It's like literally Pandora right there. And the police encroaching are just like in the movie Avatar 2, where the Pandora people have to fight them off. And they have the first martyr, the first environmentalist martyr, was the one that this whole event was built around. And in the pictures that they show of him, and it's all symbolic, he's reading to his child, and he has "Good night, moon," and "Where the wild things are." Well, if you put those two together, a good night moon, well, Pandora is a moon. It's a jungle moon. Where the wild things are, it's a jungle moon. And the main character puts on a wolf costume, and he becomes king of the beasts. That's the story of Avatar. Like, it's pretty layered when you delve into the programming, concurrent programming, predictive programming. Some of the UFO people are suggesting that the footage we've seen of these balloons getting popped are doctored and that they're actually triangular UFO craft. And that if you take these pictures and you put them through the right filters, you're going to be able to see for yourself that we're looking at triangles.
G'day everyone, Damien here from CTech Research and the UFO community. Look, I'll let you have a look through these photos. They are re-emerging again, but I'm going to give you some clarity at the end because not everything is as it seems. Alright, enjoy.
Shapefinder, and what you're seeing is the balloon is actually a pyramid. Again, this is just clickbait. I'm not going to go too deep into it. There are entire channels of believers, and again, I'm not a believer, but there are channels on YouTube of true believers who will watch the ISS footage eating popcorn like it's real. It's like, man, this is a CGI movie. You're not watching a live feed. And whenever they detect an anomaly, like a bubble comes up from one of the scuba divers, because the thing's underwater, they go on YouTube and they say, oh, we saw a UFO. And I noticed a lot of the UFO sightings recently have been spherical. Maybe this ties into it. Because what you're seeing aren't UFOs, you're seeing bubbles, but they just don't know. They assume they're seeing... Look, I've seen some things. I've seen squids around the ISS. And a couple of years ago, they even sent some baby squids to the space station. But I saw a literal squid. Somebody on YouTube posted a video. They said it was a dragon in space. It's like, look, even if dragons existed, and even if they went to space, they wouldn't be flapping their wings in space. And when I looked closer at this supposed dragon outside the ISS, it was obviously a squid, or an octopus rather. And the way the octopus moves through the water, it has a flapping-like motion, but that's what it was. Let me catch up on comments here. Again, this is the pre-UFO invasion, pre-Super Bowl 57 Metascript breakdown. Okay. Commenter says, staged gang-on-gang subversion groups, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all self-contained. Are you talking about the Proud Boys versus the Soy Boys competing for the affections of daddy government? Yeah, I agree. I think it's the same with the vax and the anti-vax. I think that is also one of these Hegelian dialectics. We're looking at whatever you want to call them. It's sleight of mind. It's really tricky. The world stage is all based on trickery. It's based on stage magic. Okay, let's continue. Lean Dion says, Unholy getting rinsed on OS Radio. I didn't think the song was all that interesting. And I didn't think it was all that satanic. And, even the Church of Satan, I saw him on Twitter, commented that it was about infidelity. Aside from the costumes, you wouldn't have arrived at that. I guess the name Unholy, but why? Anyway, moving in. Ashy Dog says, just tuned in. Well, we're just going through a lot of the predictive programming and a lot of the things that suggest that something bad's going to happen for the Super Bowl today, like this one. Here for the Corn says, you're going to have to deal with the Chiefs. Now, he's referring to the Kansas City Chiefs and, of course, the Eagles, but And again, with their new black uniforms, with the EMP symbolism, very interesting. But look here. He says, quote, "You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs, the great ones. The last one announced our arrival from the pit 9/11. This one is about to show the world that they're not going anywhere." What is he talking about? Some kind of cryptic meaning here. If you look at the arrowhead, and again, there's another reference to the arrow. I was talking about Hunger Games and the broken arrow and the Mockingjay. Well, here you have your arrow reference, an arrowhead, KC. And if you want to go into the numerology, K is 11 and 3, 33. 33 minutes of darkness at an event presided over by Beyonce, who of course is heavily metascripted, just as Jay-Z, who was wearing a shirt that said, "This is all black magic." Now, of course, there's multiple layers of meanings, and as I was saying, black doesn't just necessarily refer to race in any of these contexts. It refers to whatever is happening next. And black magic, yeah, it is magic. And what you're seeing here, though, look, it's a very dark background, and the football coming in looks like a blimp. It looks like some kind of a projectile, a missile, like the head of a missile, not a football, because it's metal looking. And then you have the eagle and the arrow going towards it. This guy on Twitter is suggesting there might be some deeper meaning to it here. I think the broken arrow is the main thing I'm looking at. Again, we're waiting for our 33rd broken arrow, which could correspond to the KC. All right, continue. Oh, by the way, nukes are fake, but that doesn't mean they can't be simulated. And if there's enough crisis actors, they can make people believe in anything, like a bowl of bat soup making everybody sick. Super Bowl 57 action with Kevin Hart. Just another obvious Hart reference. Some pop quiz. Pop quiz. If you're in chat, Andrew Tate's assets were seized. Remember, Andrew Tate was the one who was called out by Greta for having 33 sports cars. But pop quiz, his assets were seized after this police raid. They seized land, watches, cash, cryptocurrency, and cars. Anyone here care to guess how much money did they take? How many pounds worth of assets did they take? In the millions. We'll let some people make their write their answers down. Symvia says 33. Rocco 33 million. Yep, 33 million. You got it. 33. Harmon Walker says, "My prediction for halftime, they'll promote the Vax big time." Lean Dion says, "Jay to wear that shirt at the LeBron ritual is fitting." Joined by X322. Ashy Dog. All right. We're up to about 60 people here. And I just have to say, I've said enough things to get us banned. This video will be available on Rofkin. Rofkin Infinite Plane Radio. We have more than 2,100 subs now. It will be available there and on BitChute Infinite Plane Society. It actually automatically exports as soon as I terminate. Spirit says, in Mexican TV, they're calling the Super Bowl as Ritual Out of This World. Oh, interesting. Ritual Out of This World. All right, let's continue. This is a scene from the end of Alice in Borderland episode 8. Now what you see are a bunch of blimps over the city. A bunch of blimps. And this is the same show that I was showing earlier, has the space lasers coming from the sky. Chinese, not Jewish, space lasers. And it looks just like a scene out of Alice in Borderland. Now take a look at this. This is something I had to point out because we were talking about the ISS later. Earlier today, and I want to talk about this. I was like, let me mark this for later. It's kind of connected here because in one of these videos that goes into the predictive programming, the uploader focuses on Tom Clancy's The Sum of All Fears. And the reason why that stands out to me is Sum of All Fears, I think, is where a lot of the predictive programming comes in for 9/11. And this is a Tom Clancy who also gave us The Division and Dark Winter. These things are all connected. And I'm going to play a clip here from this video. This is Super Bowl 2023, examining the predictive programming and creepy commercials. So beyond the cannibalism, we have the nuke stuff. And after I play this, Let me play this first. I'm going to show you how it connects to the space station and 9/11.
Today, especially involving Ukraine, the US, and Russia. Given that this movie's title is The Sum of All Fears, it is interesting to think about what this means. If this event is the culmination of fears that have permeated the world over the past 3 years, then it is bound to be notable. I have also come across more information regarding the illness in a series that I referenced before. In the series Blood and Treasure, we are told how fear is used to cause mass panic and chaos, and that an apparent illness that is not real is used to stir up that chaos. Let's listen to a few clips from the series and see if this sounds familiar.
Okay, this is what I was looking for earlier. I'm so glad I finally found it. Now, this video, Super Bowl 2023, examining the predictive programming, it's linked in my minds.com account, and I can't recommend this enough. It might be too late if it has any predictive value, but you got to hear this. This is one of the best breakdowns, one of the best revelations of the method of the pandemic that you'll ever hear.
She intentionally gave her own soldiers something that wouldn't protect him. Or...
There is no virus. It was just some localized bacteria.
the virus never worked. But the world doesn't know that.
Why make up the virus?
Maybe she just wants chaos.
Only if she was controlling the chaos for some purpose.
Okay, so the question is, how does the chaos benefit her?
I don't know. Can't see it. It's hard to focus when the whole bloody world is coming apart.
Now, she says it's hard to focus when the whole world's coming apart, and then he realizes it. The whole reason for the fakery was for the chaos itself.
What if that's the point? Look, these videos that are flooding social media right now. This is Rome. They're saying that was last night, but this happened 3 years ago. Chuck and I were at that game. I remember because we got stuck on the subway for 2 hours. Violet's posting these clips to make it look like society's falling apart.
So what he's displaying here is out of context videos to make it look like there's chaos. Just like Les Luthor's been pointing out on Twitter, how they did Ukraine. Playing a bunch of videos out of context to create the perception, to create fear, to control people.
These clips to make it look like society's falling apart.
So it's all coordinated.
The virus isn't real, but the panic is.
It's a setup.
One has to ask oneself.
Yeah, fascinating, right? Okay, continuing here. Lean Dion says, Jay-Z, Jehovah, did a Last Supper performance at the Grannies where he described himself as God. I saw that, and I think that's relevant, very relevant, because here I've been mind mapping all of the examples of the Black Christ archetype that's been introduced in recent years. Kendrick Lamar at the Grammys won an award for the song where it has Nipsey Hussle, who has been portrayed as a Christ, turning into Kanye West, who's been portrayed as a Christ. You know, the shape-shifting video. But on the cover of that album by Kendrick Lamar, he's got the crown of thorns. Then he performs with the crown of thorns in this bloody garb. And he got an award for Heart, Part 5. Again, Heart connects to Damar Hamlin and this whole Heart Project thing. Cubstar says, out of context was the theme of 2022. Yep. Rocco says, I love how fast people can find predictive programming about current events. Yeah, that's why we coined the term here, concurrent programming. You can look back at 9/11 and talk about it all the time, but you can go to Netflix right now and see what's going to happen tomorrow. We've made this case time and time again. Still going up to my notes. Okay, this is what I wanted to get to. I brought up the sum of all fears. Well, the astronaut who watched 9/11 unfold from space, this was Frank Culbertson, the only American astronaut on the ISS. He's up above looking down, and he's listening to the audiobook Sum of All Fears, which he said is a, quote, fabulous book. And Sum of All Fears contains a storyline like 9/11. What are the odds? And he's the one who brought this up. He's the one who said, wow, I was just listening to an audiobook and I saw it on Earth, as though you could see the Twin Towers getting hit by a plane from 200 miles above. And back then their special effects were like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood prop level special effects. Very corny. But the interesting thing to me here is, of all the metascriptors connected to 9/11, you've got Stanley Kubrick, obvious. Then you got James Cameron, And James Cameron's Titanic came out a few years before. The Titanic breaks in two. Looks like the Twin Towers has jumpers. It sinks one part then the other, just like 9/11. On 9/11, James Cameron was at the wreckage of the actual Titanic. Now, there's a symbolic link between the falling of the towers and the sinking of the Titanic. It's about too big to fail. It's about the Tower of Babel, which has been correlated to the space station. And then here's where the numbers come in that I find interesting. You have 911 in Revelations, which refers to Apollyon, the destroyer in the abyss. James Cameron, who brought us Terminator 2, which has also 9/11 predictive programming, he's at the wreckage of the Titanic, and he is filming a documentary called Ghosts of the Abyss. I mean, the Abyss is a Revelations reference. And of course, the reverse of 9/11, and we're talking about him at the bottom of the ocean, but up above you have Culbertson at the same time. And 119 has been consistently correlated with stuff falling from the sky. The date 119 was the date that the first patient came down with COVID. It was the date that Donnie Darko, a movie replete with 9/11 predictive programming, was released. And 119 is a reference to Genesis 11:9 and the falling of the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel, the Titanic, the Twin Towers, the One World Tower, these things are all correlated symbolically. But again, here you have three directors crossing paths. Tom Clancy, James Cameron, and Stanley Kubrick, all in this great work here. But what are the odds that he'd be listening to a Tom Clancy book? Which I guess, in the future, I can imagine, we'd be watching Hunger Games while it actually plays out in the real world. What were people doing during 2020? They were watching movies about viruses. They were watching movies about lockdowns. There was a movie called Songbird that came out even before we had that movie. What was it called? Bird Box, where they had to wear masks on their eyes. And if you see somebody not wearing a mask and you're not wearing a mask, you catch what they have. And you have to get to quarantine. That was some predictive programming, all fear-based, trauma-induced mind control. And there's another show I watched on Netflix, you have to see it, it's called Hot Skull, about verbally communicated mind viruses. They have to lock down the internet, quarantine society, and everybody's mandated to wear ear coverings so nobody can say misinformation to you, which they call jabbering, which sounds like gibberish, but it may actually have a connection to the needle and the need to stop misinformation about the jab. Okay, let me play a clip here. This is UFO shot down over Alaska.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much for your patience while we were delayed a little bit. I have a few things to talk about up top, and then we'll get right to your questions. So first of all, to add to information already provided earlier by the White House, at the direction of the President of the United States, fighter aircraft assigned to U.S. Northern Command successfully took down a high-altitude airborne object off the northern coast of Alaska at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today within U.S. sovereign airspace over U.S. territorial water. On February 9, North American Aerospace Defense Command detected an object on ground radar and further investigated and identified the object using fighter aircraft. The object was flying at an altitude of 40,000 feet and posed a reasonable threat to the safety of civilian flight. U.S. Northern Command is beginning recovery operations now. U.S. Northern Command's Alaska Command coordinated.
Now the uploader says, here comes the alien invasion narrative. We must be close to rapture. They're going to show up at the Super Bowl and they're going to demand that we go carbon neutral. They're going to demand that we give over national sovereignty to, I don't know, Klaus Schwab. There's an agenda here at play, obviously. But we know from experience that it doesn't matter that we see through it. We're in the minority. We're not the believers, and the believers dictate this reality. Everything's totally inverted. This is an interesting Twitter account called Michael in Truth. I highly recommend this one. And he's done great work in finding a lot of the predictive programming for the upcoming PSYOP. And the football game's a PSYOP by itself, just knowing how scripted and fake it is. And if you don't know, watch the last video about LeBron James, the number 38. It's all scripted. They're all actors. NBA, nothing but actors. Neil Heslin on the Sandy Hook shooting has a very curious resemblance to Thomas Richard Kelly, who died on 9/11. There have been a number of people who have actually gone through the supposed 9/11 registry to find that, well, many of these pictures are recycled. It's like this person does not exist, given away in the metadata. Unidentified object detected over Lake Huron between Michigan and Ontario. Notice how they're allowing people to run with the UFO. They keep saying, it's like it's a unidentified object. Like, why are they obfuscating it? Why are they allowing people to run to the conclusion that we're looking at some kind of alien craft? This is CBK News. They're showing a craft that's been recovered, and it does look kind of like a flying saucer, but it's beneath a tarp. It says here, CBK News, cover-up operation has started. All right, continuing. And real versus fake is something we talk about a lot here. And there's this squid climbing up this column here, and it was supposedly brought in by a storm from California. And if you look at the comments, most people are amazed by this squid that is enamored by this concrete column, and it looks real. I can't tell you why it's fake. That's one of the tricky things here. Like, it's not enough to say something's fake. You have to know why it's fake. You have to explain why it's fake, or why the burden of proof has not been met, why there's reasonable doubt. In this case, why is it fake? What makes it fake? This isn't some stationary camera with a CGI or AVR overlay like they do on the ISS. This is a moving camera. And that's something you don't see with the astronauts. The only time you see a moving camera in the ISS if it's a contrived guided tour situation. They never pass a camera around. You know what you would never see on the space station? And I would pay $1 million for this if I had it. You would never see an astronaut with an iPhone recording it, hit record, and throw the phone so it floats across the room to another astronaut. They can't do that. They can't have moving cameras. They're not that good yet with the tech. They will be in the future, though, once they phase out the space station, which is my primary reason for suspecting that they got to pull the space station down. The special effects are outdated, outmoded. Anyway, I'm looking at this giant squid, and I have no reason to say it's fake. I'm just assuming it's fake. I mean, it's fakeable. I wouldn't go with it being real. I would need something more tangible. It's not evidence in and of itself. And just going through the comments, people are asking, is this real? Here's another one. It's a sharktopus in distress from global warming and white supremacy. That one's obviously fake. It's getting increasingly difficult to tell, though, between an actual deepfake, an actual thing and a deepfake. And it's going to get better. The effects are going to get better. You know who brought this up was, I think it was Douglas Trumbull, the special effects guy from 2001 Space Odyssey. He brought this up. He said, you'll notice that the CGI doesn't age well. Every couple of years, it just doesn't look as bad as what came before. And it just doesn't last. Whereas the special effects using props from 50 years ago stand up pretty well today. My take has been, this is intentional. I think in the last 20 or 30 years, they have deliberately dumbed down our visual literacy. I think that's the new dark age. We're visually illiterate. Can't tell the difference between real and fake. A commenter says, squids have goo wherever and there's nothing on the ground, it's fake. Right. It's just minor details, but you can see how it's advancing. It won't be much longer before they're able to make it totally convincing. And that is considered to be an eyewitness account because people believe it's on the screen, it's real. And this is how you fake an alien invasion. I mean, this is how you fake a lot of things. You just provide a lot of fake eyewitness accounts, whether it's somebody reciting how they know what caused the planes to cause the buildings to fall, or UFOs. Elon Musk says, don't worry, some of my alien friends stopping by. I think that the belief in aliens is such an important part of their big structure that they've had to ban people who discount the existence of UFOs. They've made it a scientific thing. Like, oh, if you don't believe in aliens, you're just not a believer, and you don't understand the science. Neil deGrasse Tyson had said something to the effect of, not believing in aliens is like putting a bucket of water in the ocean, withdrawing it and saying, there's no whales. I'm like, I'm not going to argue with that logic. Obviously, aliens are real. Like, suddenly it's become, scientific. And then here you have the flat earthers come along and they say, well, that's all fake and it's a psyop. Well, they're not going to fall for it. DoD confirms the presence of unidentified flying object. Like they're playing this card right now. We'll see how far they can take it. Damar Hamlin says he'll, quote, change the world. Yep, well, he made, $3.3 million by 3:30 that morning after that psyop. It went pretty well. But change the world is a very interesting phrase. It ties into BLM, George Floyd. It's what his daughter said. It ties into Colin Kaepernick's change the world, Ben and Jerry's ice cream. There's a context for that specific meme. I'm going to play a short clip here. This is Brad at Love and Saucers. I'm at a consciousness and conspirituality expo, and the anti-vax white guy reggae song is Bringing Down the House. Yeah, I see these ladies taking their sweaters off.
My health is my true wealth and no vaccine will compromise it. Needles injecting into the sheep what they genetically modified. Installing the operating system, 5G comes online. If death by toxic chemicals or heavy metals ever make the headlines, they blame it on the virus, which they never purified. That's right. Because we're living through a state.
Yep. Dangerous misinformation. That's a verbally communicated mind virus. That's jabbering. All those people should be wearing ear coverings. Canada shoots down its own UFO after US in the same week, TMZ.com. TikTok runs rampant with theories after UFO shot down in Alaska. Okay, here's the actual Illuminati playing card that they're using right now. All of the members have been instructed to take this card out of their packs. Flying saucer, unique gadget artifact. This vehicle was found buried in a cornfield in Idaho. As property of the Illuminati, the flying saucer lets you make one extra automatic takeover each turn. If you make this extra takeover, you must discard your top undrawn plot card. Okay. If they play this, they're going to cancel whatever they were planning. So whatever the Illuminati was going to do, it might actually be... Oh, look, this has got to be one of the more ridiculous costumes I've seen yet. This is Sam Smith in this inflatable suit, and this is a Photoshop rendering by Cubstar of Sam Smith at the pool. But I'm thinking, is this another tie-in to the balloons? Is this predictive programming? This celebrity wearing an inflatable costume? I'm kind of thinking it might be. 737 says good song. Oh yeah, the reggae. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, the lyrics, it's super easy to understand as well. I mean, that's dangerous. The last thing the powers that be want is a catchy song, like something from Chief Crow or something just going viral, or COVID Cooties by Symbiote. If something like that gets out there, it transmits a lot of ideas along with it. It's an auditory Trojan horse. A lot of breaking news again. I'm just scrolling through my Twitter feed. Again, Twitter UFO is blowing up, and this is going to be good. This is good business for the paranormal crowd. Breaking, scientists say a piece of the sun's surface has broken off, a quote, first ever event. Yep, sun falling from the sky on Sunday. But a clarification, a piece of the actual surface of the sun didn't break off. Like, it's not like an egg, like a shell. A solar prominence, a long electrical charge of plasma broke from the sun's surface. Okay, there's a lot going on in the world of blue pill politics I want to get into later. A lot of good drama with some of these characters like Steven Crowder, Eliza Schaefer. Stuff Project Veritas. Project Veritas, a bunch of LARPers, they're falling apart because apparently their war chest was wasted on paying for a musical about James O'Keefe's life with backup dancers and singers and everything. And they all revolted against him because he blew so much money on that stunt that apparently nobody cared about. Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to stop, quote, acting like a maniac, but couldn't, right? Again, we'll go back into the blue pill politics later. I want to focus mostly on the Super Bowl and what's happening with that. Let me go ahead and turn this back over. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to turn this over to 24/7. I'm going to have to delete this video anyway, but we are going to be back live later after to do an after-action review of whatever it is, whether it's a massive nothing burger or who knows. I mean, I'm not really in the business here of making predictions necessarily, but the predictive programmings are something of a model. And we barely scrape the surface when it comes to all of the strange timing or the coincidental timings of things. There's a whole genre. It's beyond gematria where they just go into the names and the numbers. Now they're counting days between releases of movies and specific events and finding some pretty incredible and undeniable correlations that show that, you know, as I've been saying, the entire PSYOP entertainment complex, the whole thing, it's all wired to a centralized script. That's why I use the phrase metascript, and I point out these directors that I suspect of being metascript writers. All right, thanks for joining. We'll be back later. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms Auto Hoax or GTFO, and I'll be putting a link to this video below. By the way, if you're still here, the 24/7 audio stream is still on. It's just the video on YouTube's going off, just for clarification. You can still go to infiniteplane.live and catch the audio. It will be on replay. Alright, that is Antarctica's greatest musician, Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. The song is Airship, so appropriate for our times when the balloon invasion has just begun. You can find Chief Crow's great music on Spotify, and also the link below will direct you to the video on the screen right now. Thank you all for joining. It's 2/13/2023. We're going to do our after action review of the football event, the Super Babylon Fertility Rite. And trains are derailing all over the place. The metascript is off the rails. And this ties right in to that movie White Noise about a train derailment where contaminants from the train destroy the environment, everybody dies. Well, that's happening right now. And it's like, wait, people are living through the script of a movie that was made in their neighborhood. Now we have follow-ups. So I think for every balloon they pop, a train derails. Like, is there a correspondence there? It just seems like, okay, 3 train derailments, 3 balloons. And then I'm noticing the people on the right, the loud squawkers, are blaming Biden for the alien invasion. And, you know, Charlie Kirk, of all people, is actually calling it out as fake. And it hasn't happened yet. And do you know what we call that? When you have something called out as fake before it happens, this preemptive auto hoaxing. I mean, we just call it pre-auto hoaxing. Charlie Kirk pre-auto hoaxed the alien invasion, blaming it on Democrats. Okay, going through some comments. Linda Curtis is in Ohio. She says the skies there are blue. But if you go through the filter of right-wing Twitter, the sky's black and all the fish are dead. Which may be the case, but I need to see the evidence. It's so easy to fake things these days, as you know. We can't just take things for granted. Unless you want to get lost in the sea of true believers. Joined by Lean Dion, Rocco says, I heard about the green laser on Big Island recently. Seems they want us to look up right now. Well, you don't want to look up if it's a laser. You could go blind. But they want us to pay attention, for sure. And that TV series Alice in Borderland features sky lasers and blimps. And this is a textbook example of concurrent programming. And white noise, too, would be concurrent or predictive programming. And there's plenty. And the public is, anybody paying attention to the football game, they're being inundated with a lot of stuff that was kind of built up in our minds in advance. Everything about like the Moonfall movie prepared us for the balloon falling, even to the day. Moonfall, which features a 33-year-old savior. The actor's actually 33. He saves the world from the moon falling because the moon's actually an arc and some hostile alien wants to drop it on us. But that movie was released. It dropped on 2/4 and the balloon was shot down on 2/4. At first I thought these balloons have just got to be maybe, and they didn't tell us, maybe we reached peak helium and NASA can no longer afford to keep all those satelloons afloat because satellites are fake. Like, they don't orbit around the world. I mean, satellites are real, but orbiting satellites are fantasy. It's all dangling satellites on balloons. And I'm suggesting that maybe they reached peak helium in 2020 and they knew it's just a matter of time until the entire infrastructure, the lie, just drops down. And they don't want us to see that on these bus-sized satellites dangling from balloons, they don't want us to see that those are the supposed CubeSats. That Elon Musk has put up a fleet of balloons, not actual orbiting satellites. And it would be a disaster if you saw the SpaceX logo on one of these things. So they send out their jets and they blow them up before you can see them. I mean, that was my first suspicion. But now I'm thinking this has got to be an agenda. And maybe they are faking an alien invasion. Captain Scamp says, I came for the music, I stay for the craziness. Join the Discord server, just go to infiniteplane.live and you can find the link quite readily. And that will take you into the Discord server where we have links to all of the music that is played on this channel. All of the music videos show up there. Okay, joined by Cubstar. Linda Curtis again. If you're in Ohio, Lena, let us know what's going on. She said crazy train, which just got me thinking. Ozzy was in one of those ads, wasn't he? One of these Super Bowl ads, Ozzy Osbourne. Clockwork 113. HLG says it's auto hoax o'clock. It is. It's 24/7. I renamed the newspaper Conspiratainment News 24/7 because Conspiratainment News Daily doesn't make sense when we don't even have a daily news cycle. It's nonstop. It's a deluge. They cram 72 hours of news into every 24-hour news cycle. You have to be listening at triple speed if you just want to keep up. Unless you have discernment and a BS filter. And then 99% of it you can just dismiss at face value. And you know what that really does? When you recognize how much is fakeable and often likely to be fake, it reduces the anxiety that comes with instantaneously reacting. In other words, being triggered. Does that little black box trigger you? It doesn't trigger me. It can't. Jay Digg says the U2 commercial for their residence at MSG Sphere looked like one of those balloons. Yes, and someone in my Discord pointed out that the U2 commercial you're referencing had to have been filmed before this balloon thing started happening. Like they were already planning it. And there's a lot of symbolism, as you'll see, that's just, as I would call it, concurrent programming. But it's pointing to something with, not quite sure what it all means yet, but we'll work on it today. We'll put it together, I think. And it all ties in to the big picture. And the next thing I wanted to point to, it has to do with the Super Bowl and how significant, I mean, speaking of, the ball worship, The symbolism. It's always like, look, keep your eye on the ball, looking up at the big old balloons up above, or keep your eye on the football. It doesn't matter. They just have your focus. If you weren't watching the football game, you were probably watching the balloons. And then you have a whole group of current thinkers who are saying you shouldn't be paying attention to the balloons. It's a distraction from Ohio. Like Ohio's supposed to be the thing you're supposed to pay attention to. Stu Peters is all over it. Ghoul Peters, haven't decided what, but he's one of the biggest opportunists in this entire anti-vax hustle. And it is pretty much, at this point, a whole lot of grifters. But what's interesting about it is he has stood by his claim that Damar Hamlin is dead. Remember, Damar Hamlin died and then resurrected in a ritual sense. He didn't really die. I think the whole thing was staged. I think most of you know that it was staged. But Stu Peters, he's the guy who put out the documentary, died suddenly. And everybody who died now died of a vax. He is convinced that they brought out a clone, that they've replaced the guy. And I was noting he showed up at the Super Bowl, Damar Hamlin, and his jersey offended a lot of people, especially Ghoul Peters. And if you look here, though, maybe he has a point. Because I'll put this up on the screen. It seems like what they have done is they've put this, I don't know what you want to call it, zombie Jesus on the back of Damar Hamlin's jersey. That is a zombie. I mean, there's no other way to describe that. And this is on his back. Or the clone of Damar. Whatever you think it is. But this has got to be, it's morbid. At a minimum, it's morbid. And worse than that, it's got this Velcro on there. So you can put clothes, like there's like a red robe on Jesus. This is the strangest thing I've seen. Stu Peters said, "Here's a better view of Damar's blasphemous jacket. Our prayers might have saved his life, but not his soul." Anyway, it's very, very unusual at a minimum. It's ugly, I'll say that. Zombie Jesus. Is it not offensive? I mean, I don't get offended by these things, but I understand why it would be offensive to people. Okay, let's go into the Super Babylon Bowl. This is the main topic today. Let's look at the train derailments really quick here, because the white noise thing, it's just too much. In fact, the extras here in one of these places that were affected, the extras in the movie White Noise were actually, victims or in the affected zones. 16 rail cars derailed, Montgomery County, Texas. One person died. Possible hazardous material situation. Again, the script is off the rails. I'm not sure what's going on. Is it retaliation for popping the balloons? Is it a white nationalist attack on the infrastructure like they've been preparing us for? I haven't seen Ye in like a week or so. Where's Ye when all these trains are being derailed? Or it could be something else. We'll see. I mean, I don't take it at face value, but here we have a post from my Discord server by Redheaded Fool at 301. He said, "White Noise 2022 film about a train wreck in Ohio that releases toxins into the atmosphere." And then here's an article from CNN linking the film to the actual event. In other words, CNN is examining concurrent and predictive programming. CNN is looking at the news with a Metascript perspective for some reason. I mean, that's what we do every single day. Let me go ahead and play the trailer for White Noise and for what just happened. Now, it's a big evacuation scene. I watched the movie, and I think the character reminds me of Chevy Chase. They definitely reached for that. It's not bad. It's actually, I think it's terrible. I don't want to impose my views on it. To me, it's all propaganda. But the main point of it was he didn't take the threat seriously. He didn't want to evacuate. He would have been the anti-masker in the family. But it turned out he didn't take it seriously enough. And I think everybody dies, more or less. But a train spills over. Let me play a couple more seconds from the trailer.
Let's watch this.
And one more thing. When they do these movies, they have everything they need to, convince the viewer that they're seeing an approximation of a real thing. So if they can fake it in the movies, I think it's logical just to say they can fake it in the news. And it wouldn't shock me if they use movies as a cover for creating a lot of the footage and getting a lot of the still shots. I think they could do psyop preparation under the cover of filming a movie. It could be another use for it. I mean, how is it that Netflix releases a movie and then it happens in real life right after? And like for all we know, that train wreck footage we saw was filmed when they filmed this movie. Maybe they did wreck the stuff, but I'm just saying, it just seems very stagey. Let me go ahead and go back and play this trailer the way through.
Sitcom or something.
No! They're calling it the airborne toxic event.
They won't come this way.
Will we have to leave our home?
Of course not.
How do you know?
I just know.
Okay, what if it's dangerous?
Okay, so airborne toxic event, evacuate all places of residence. And this is being mentioned in context of the recent event in Ohio because nobody's talking about it. Of course, everybody's talking about it. It's the current thing. But everybody that's talking about it is talking about how nobody's talking about it. And that's how they get people to talk about it. It's a pattern. I've seen it. It's being hyped up for a reason. And what we see here, of course, is predictive programming. And I think it doesn't end well. Now let's move on. CNN article. After a train derailment, Ohio residents are living the plot of a movie. When Ben Ratner's family signed up in 2021 to be an extra in the movie White Noise, they thought it would be a fun distraction from their day-to-day life in blue-collar East Palestine, Ohio. Now they're going to actually speak to someone who is an extra in this movie. This is fascinating to me. I mean, this is the world stage exposed. And one other point here. East Palestine, Ohio, the name stood out to me because the Challenger exploded above Palestine, Texas. Okay, here we go. After train derailment, Ohio residents are living the plot of a movie they helped to make. And there's another meaning I take from this. When we participate in a psyop as a bunch of dupes who don't know what's real and what's fake, we are participating in their movie, and we're making it real. Also known as live action role playing, which is what NPCs do, unwittingly for the most part. I'm going through some comments. Donnie the Dead's joined us, says finally got a live stream. Yes, we're back on. It'll be daily, and I'm going to be on a steady early afternoon morning schedule, and possibly twice daily. I'm working on steadying things, but just the law fair has taken a lot of my time and energy, but it's been worth it 100%. And it's going to turn out well, just so you know, a little heads up on that matter. Within the next couple of days, we will have proof of service, and then I'll put out a press release. And if you didn't know, I'm suing both YouTube and the stalker/hacker who hacked my WordPress a couple days ago. And what he did, and I think this is dumb, he hacked my WordPress account and Gravatar and vandalized it. But I still have access, and I reset the password. But he added two-factor authentication and linked it to his personal phone, meaning I can't log in, and he has control over any changes made. He actually, he hijacked the account. But the good news is, WordPress did get back to me, and in a way you could look at it as he's in possession of stolen property. It's linked to his phone, and I am going to get the IP address, the phone number, and I'm going to just add this to the present lawsuit. I mean, so it turned out well despite the inconvenience. He did attempt to hack several LinkedIn accounts. Definitely went after my Patreon account, which was alarming, and I wrote Patreon a letter and let them know the situation. But it's going to work out, like I said. Within the next 20 days, I'll get a response from YouTube. I don't expect him to respond, but they will. In other words, we will hear something and we'll have some resolution or a path to a resolution, or at least a court date before spring. Okay, let's go ahead and get back on topic. After a train derailment, Ohio residents are living the plot of a movie they helped to make. So Ratner, the character, the extra in White Noise, is the one they're interviewing. He says, it's all of a sudden it hit too close to home. Ratner and his family are living the fiction they helped to bring to the screen. And here they are posing in front of jack-o'-lanterns. Interesting. Too close to home. The first half of the movie is exactly what's going on here, Ratner said Wednesday, 4 days into their evacuation. In a way, the movie provided a point of grim humor about their situation, a joke no one wanted to make. Everyone's been talking about this, Ratner said. I made a meme where I superimposed my face on the poster and sent it to my friends. Now, this is exactly like the type of thing we always talk about. In 2022, they're telling on themselves and they don't know. Like, you're not supposed to point this out, CNN. They're not supposed to know that you are part of a psywar that uses entertainment to make minds suggestible for your fake news. Someone will have to be fired for this. Like, they don't fire you for lying if you're with CNN. They fire you for telling the truth and revealing the truth. And a lot of the stuff is, it's hidden by omission, and you just don't point it out. We're not supposed to know that this stuff is integrated. This is not a, quote, coincidence. How many times do we have to note a coincidence before it's no longer a coincidence? Remember Uvalde and Stranger Things, and they even put the warning label on the show. Oh, this might remind you of that school shooting that just happened yesterday. It's like they literally are jumping the gun on their programming. Okay, continuing here. Scholars who studied DeLillo's work say they're not surprised by the collision, that's funny, of life and art. And that's all it is. This terrible spill now, he says, is of course only a coincidence, but it plays on our minds, life imitating art, which was imitating life, and on and on. And he suggests that in White Noise we have become acquainted with the mediated language and enactment of disaster. Now that's revealing. The name of the movie, White Noise, is about the media itself and how the guy was underreacting. He wasn't triggered enough. Very interesting what they're pointing out here, that the name of the movie actually probably relates to what we're seeing right now with this article. Another indication that this was scripted. It's a tie-in. The night of February 3rd, Ratner was watching his daughter's basketball game at a local high school when the crash happened. If he wants his daughter to succeed in basketball, she needs to go to acting school. It's nothing but actors. I'm convinced of it. After this LeBron James record-breaking score of 38 points after 38 years on a record set 38 years ago, he was born 38, weeks after. It was absurd. We went through the numerology. And John LeBon put out a very good video showing that the Super Bowl score was encoded and scripted as well. People will accept the news is fake before they accept that sports are rigged. I mean, we're not saying it's all faked 100%, but outcomes are. And the final score, the way that the score was arrived at, it corresponds to the Australian counterpart to the Super Bowl. And John LeBon explains it. Go to johnlebon.com. I'll put a link to that video. Hopefully I'll speak with him soon about this. It's irrefutable evidence that this stuff is staged. And if you don't want to know, that's fine. Like, imagine being able to switch off your critical thinking. You know how much more enjoyable magic shows would be? I'd go to a stage magic show and I'd be amazed. I'd go to I'd see a little magician at a birthday party and his cupcake disappears or whatever they do, and my mind would be blown. Like, if I could suspend disbelief like that, yeah, I guess. But no, I can't. When I'm shown evidence of fraud or hoaxery, I no longer fall under that spell. Jake the A-hole put out an interesting video that seemed to show a football that was going towards being a goal, and then it somehow veered off to the left, as though maybe the goalposts were magnetic and maybe flung the ball or caused its course to direct away from score. It's possible. It's fakeable. The technology's there. It's been developed. You can Google it. Okay, let me go ahead and continue through here. These actors are now having to deal with the thing happening in real life. And we'll see. This is obviously a long-term narrative. It's got the environmental tie-in. And I've even seen some indications that there's an SJW tie-in. Something about the racial breakdown of the workers in the train. I don't know how many engineers there are, but apparently it's disproportionately white or something. Like, there's other angles here. So it looks like one of these industries that's going to go through some kind of a reform. So it's probably a controlled demolition of some kind. Okay, let me play a clip here from the White House. They came out with the talk. It's time to talk about the UFOs.
Over to the Admiral, I just wanted to make sure we address this from the White House. I know there have been questions and concerns about this, but there is no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity.
She's making the AOK 666 white power hand sign when she says that. She says there's no alien activity. What is she implying? And she's wearing the red dress. The red is a very prominent thing, and I think I've decoded something. All this stuff we've been talking about regarding the heart, I believe I've decoded it. And we'll get to that shortly. But let me go ahead and play this clip. They're addressing this whole thing about how it's not a threat.
Concerns about this, but there is no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity. With these recent takedowns, again, there is no indication of aliens or terrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Wanted to make sure that the American people knew that, all of you knew that, and it was important for us to say that from here because we've been hearing a lot about it. I'm not.
It's funny how trained they are. Like trained SEALs to clap on cue. Okay, you laugh at the alien thing, but take very seriously the invisible body-possessing demon thing. Like they tell you what is serious and what isn't serious. What's a threat, what isn't a threat. And it's always partisan. What's a threat to one side is generally not a threat to the other side. They generally endorse it. One side worships Satan, one side wants to move away from that. And it's totally split perfectly down the line. Phase Polarizer says the movie curse, referencing Ohio. Yeah, maybe the creation of the movie was some kind of act of sympathetic magic, where they do something in miniature, like a voodoo doll or something, and then it happens in real life. Could be that. I mean, it's just like following art as the cliche. It's like, what's more likely? That you're under a barrage of nonstop psychological operations because we're in a psy war, or it's just a bunch of coincidences that can be explained away and dismissed with a simple cliche. Like art imitates life explains nothing. Predictive programming analysis explains everything. By the way, if you haven't been to the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction, it's at the top of minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. I pinned it on top. If you haven't taken the course, it goes into off-world stage programming, the live world order, and everything else. One of the axioms of auto-hoaxology is if they can fake it in the movies, they can fake it on the news. Again, IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction is on teachable.com. It's a course that includes downloadable PDFs, MP3s, and eventually, like at the end of, maybe the end of the summer, I'll have enough content, we'll release a textbook of all of the content. And what I'm focusing on here is the methodology of media deconstruction. It's not a compendium of conspiracy theories. Continuing. Lots of people in the chat here. I see 41 so far, and I am going to resume text alerts as soon as I can. We're kind of low on gas at the moment. We're only on one channel, but it's not a big deal. Like I said, I've had to put all my time and attention into this lawfare thing, and it's just about over. So I'm expecting from here on out, I'll be on daily at a predictable time, so it won't be necessary to send out so many text alerts. But they will resume here very shortly. Expect a blast. Lickety Split says Mothman sightings should coincide with all of this. We'll get into the lunar symbolism and all of that. But it reminds me, there was a moth infestation a little while ago here. I was driving at the time and I thought it was a blizzard. But it was a bunch of moths. And they were apparently going for the moon. That's the tie-in, I'm just saying. Like moths to a flame. But the thing is, on the way to the moon, they see lights in your houses. And so they go and they bang on your windows all night. They crawl through your vents. They get in your car. Oh, it's a moth. If you've never been through a moth invasion, it feels like an invasion. It's constant tapping at your windows. They're always looking at you. They're crawling on the windows. One of the ways to deal with them, it was so bad. I remember getting a vacuum cleaner and hose and making a cone with construction paper as one of my friends instructed me. I mean, you don't want to smash them because then it leaves that dirty brown stain on your walls. Terrible time. A friend of mine almost wrecked because moths were in her hair while she was driving. Okay, Mothman. That's how we got off topic here. But the paranormal crowd, they got to be really happy with this UFO thing. Like if I was still with dark matter, I imagine it would be huge right now because of all of their UFO enthusiasts out there. That now they have something they can believe in, and when you tell them it's a balloon, they'll say, "Oh yeah, that's what they said with Roswell. Just a weather balloon, nothing to see here." The real UFO was probably covered up. There's endless ways to spin this. Okay, let's go ahead and go right into this Super Bowl, what I call the Super Babylon fertility rite and moon goddess worship. And this is our annual Super Bowl halftime Babylon fertility ritual. And there's variants on it. But I'll just start off right off the bat here saying that the Thelemite cult is the secret core of the Illuminati's latest iteration of the Mystery Babylon secret religion and its fertility rites. It's literally that. It's the newest iteration. They worship Babylon and the beast, and that's just the new version of Isis and Osiris, for example. And as you'll see in this article, which you can read at timosman.blog, they have this pairing of the god and the goddess, and it takes many forms. And this is just the newest form, but they're interchangeable. They're linked through. It's syncretic. It's just these symbols overlap and they make them align, and that's what Aleister Crowley's job largely was. And so to explain also, the name Babylon is spelled differently than in the Bible. They replaced the Y with an A, and that's because they made sure it added to a very specific number. The number being 156, don't know what it means, but to them it's a big deal. But moving on, they call her the Scarlet Woman, the High Priestess, the Scarlet Woman. And she's the goddess that they say exists and takes form in, a human woman who embodies certain characteristics. This is why when Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard were working on summoning the New Age or the Antichrist during the Babylon working 1946, they chose Marjorie Cameron. They chose her because she had red hair, and she was this movie star, and they believed she was the perfect personification of Babylon. Later, she appeared as Babylon in Kenneth Anger, underground filmmaker, co-founder of the Church of Satan, former Mickey Mouseketeer. His underground film, Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, and it was venerating her as the goddess Babylon. He wrote a book called Hollywood Babylon, and he explained that the pageantry of the movie industry is the way that they're going to communicate this new religion, and that it's literal goddess worship through idol worship, celebrity worship. Now, she's the goddess found in this system right out of the Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley, their little red book, supposedly channeled. No way to prove that necessarily, but supposedly channeled by an emissary of the god Horus. Along with their status as archetype or goddess, Crowley believed that Babylon had an earthly aspect or an avatar. Now this is a very important concept here. Avatar. Kind of like the Pope. If you look at the Pope, he is the vicar of Christ, meaning he's, you could say, an embodiment. It's sort of analogous to the idea of possession. Now, the avatar of this entity, Babylon, this goddess, originally was this Marjorie Cameron. They used her for this specific ritual, which was the ritual where they create what they call the Moonchild. And that's where the symbolism is going to really connect here. It has to do with this Moonchild thing. Now, what was the point of this? They said, and I have a link here to the Wikipedia article if you want to read about this in deeper detail, but the role of the Scarlet Woman was to manifest the energies of the Aeon of Horus. Now, the Aeon of Horus is their term for the New Age. Horus is the Egyptian version of the god of Mars. This is a key piece of information here, I think, because this is the main deity they worship, and they believe that this is an androgen. And this is why this is the whole non-binary. The other guy or the other person in the red dress, the red wardrobe, Sam Smith, the singer, they emphasize he's non-binary. It's beyond just making a political statement. It's part of this religion. Now, if you look at this graphic I put together last night, you can see the obvious suggestions here. You're looking at Rihanna, and her red jacket is unzipped, and that's, of course, to display the pregnant belly. The goddess is always represented with three faces. A triune goddess, it's the maiden. Then you have the mother, who's pregnant, represents the full moon. Maiden is the crescent moon on the waning. But the waxing crescent going dark is the crone. So it's a three-faced. It's interesting how a lot of these goddesses have these three faces, and there's a number of explanations, which I won't get into here, but it's similar to how they view the sun. As in, like baby Jesus or baby Horus, and then Ra up above, and then of course the dying one. It's the three phases of the moon personified. And here she's personifying the mother. The moon has, of course, 13 lunar months, and it's not a coincidence that she sang for 13 minutes, a 13-minute set. In 2014, Rihanna portrayed a moon goddess in the movie Annie. The significance there, it has everything to do with ceremony and ritual magic, which is indistinguishable from theater if you didn't know what you were seeing. If you've ever witnessed an initiation rite, it's a play. It's quite literally a play, only the characters are embodying the gods and the goddesses and all of that. And in this case, my contention is she's embodying their goddess, this goddess of the night sky, synonymous with these moon goddesses. Now, moving on. 13 minutes. This is, again, the concept here. When you're acting, you're playing a role. In that sense, you're also an avatar. And the avatar concept, which Aleister Crowley called assuming the god form, is a key concept to understanding these ceremonies. Crowley wrote in his books about this thing called the Mass of the Phoenix. And the Mass of the Phoenix is their key ritual. It's analogous to the Wiccan Great Rite or the Catholic Mass. They even call it the Gnostic Catholic Mass. And it has to do with the way that they hold body fluids as sacred. I mean, that's their rites. And I put links, like I said, if you want to know more about it. But when we get into the symbolism, of course, it all makes sense. The Great Rite of Witchcraft uses a chalice to represent the goddess. And this is a key symbol here. And the sword or the knife represents the god. And in the ritual, they put the knife in the chalice. And you can obviously understand what that means. Then, in the Gnostic Catholic Mass, you can also see how they correspond the wine in the chalice to blood. And the bread, or the cakes of light, as they called them in the Gnostic Catholic Mass, represents the male. So it's basically, if you look at the screen, Rihanna's in red, surrounded by men in white garments. So she's in red, they're in white. This is the Mass of the Phoenix taking place in Phoenix. The dancers represent semen, she's the blood. Now, what's more, this gets kind of interesting, is that we've been noting a lot of symbolism with hearts. With Damar Hamlin and now his CPR initiative, everywhere it's hearts. And like, okay, what's the deal with this? Then you had, of course, after Damar Hamlin, Kendrick Lamar in the Grammys, he got a Grammy for The Heart, Part 5. And that's the one where when he performed as a Christ figure in white, surrounded by women in red, covered in blood. So you can see the inverse here. She's in red, surrounded by white. He's in white, surrounded by red. In Thelema, Christ and Magdalene equate to Osiris and Isis, and now extend to Beast and Babylon. So the Christ here is analogous to Osiris, just as she would be analogous to Isis, or the Beast and Babylon Christ. It's the same pairing. And it's an inverse, as you see. Again, white surrounded by red women, red surrounded by men dressed in white. Now, the Super Bowl in this arena would represent, therefore, the womb of the goddess. And she emphasized this by showing her moon bump. And you'll notice a lot of the figures around her are making these hand signs. We'll go into some of those. Again, this is the Gnostic Mass. It takes a similar bread and wine from the exoteric rites of Christianity and it, quote, takes the form of a Eucharist ritual. And again, it says this is right out of their own writings. You can read about it. What we saw, in short, was you could describe this as a satanic communion ritual. Now, if we look at the other conspicuous uses of the color red associated with the heart, the goddess, and the energies of the Aeon of Horus, here you have Sam, Smith, Kim, Patris, and all of them dressed in red. Here you have Doja Cat covered in red. There you have the woman who sang the Lift All the Voices. I don't think it's the Black National Anthem, but whatever that song was, she's dressed in this flowing red dress. Then, of course, Rihanna comes out with the lobster costume. I mean, big red garment. I don't know anything about fashion, so if I say it looks like a lobster costume, it doesn't mean anything. My criticism doesn't mean anything. Relatedly, too, Elon Musk celebrated another major holiday on the occult calendar, Halloween, in red armor with a ram skull, an inverted cross on it. It was, here it is on the screen. It's still his profile picture, and it's called the Devil's Avenger. Still his profile picture on Twitter, and I see him criticizing Sam Smith. He's like, "Oh, this is the end of days." I'm like, "You're the Devil's Avenger." I saw him at the Super Bowl at a table with Rupert Murdoch, and surprisingly, he wasn't wearing his armor. I kind of assumed he never took it off. But if you look at this armor, and this ties in to the Aeon of Horus and the meaning of this goddess worship and all this. The Aeon of Horus centers on Mars. That's why Musk is taking us to Mars. That's why the New Age, the space age, is about Mars, the red planet. Red is associated with Mars and iron. Now, it's Ares to the Greeks. That's why he has the ram on his chest. And again, he has upside-down crosses on his arm guards, which ties into what you'll see in a moment. But these celebrity idols are avatars to be worshipped by adoring fans. Musk stands in for Horus, the war god, Rihanna for Babylon, the sky goddess, and who knows who or what's in Madonna, but these demon-possessed elite need your attention because they're sacrificing it to their higher power. And people ask why. Why are they focused on our Lush? Why can't they just, why can't they just let us live in peace? Why the Psywar? Well, there's a good reason why. And Rihanna revealed it, wearing this shirt with an inverted cross comprised of the letters spelling control minds. And the inverted cross, of course, refers to the inversion of reality. And when I say inversion, it's definitely the case that we have, as a collective, people have replaced primary evidence with screened material, everything that's been processed to the screen. And now we're seeing this collision of real and fake, where these train collisions correspond perfectly to a movie, and the people that were in the movie are noticing, and the news is noticing that they're noticing, and they're reporting on it, and they're just trying to dismiss it with nothing to see here. No, it's not mind control. Don't worry about it. It's just life imitating art, irony. Kevin Mooring says Iron Man wears red. Yes. Iron Man wears red. His name is Tony Stark. Game of Thrones, House of Stark, Iron Throne, and the House of Stark logo is on Mars. There's a lot of tie-ins when you go into that Musk being Iron Man thing. Musk is a combination of Iron Man, Willy Wonka, and Werner von Braun. It's also interesting how he's being blamed for all this hate speech on Twitter. The people who talk about hate speech just hate speech. It sounds like a bumper sticker, but it's true. It just comes down to it. They don't like unregulated speech. They can't handle it. But the way that they're scapegoating him, it's getting to be to the point where it's almost like they want to have new blasphemy laws. Like words kill these days, just like that movie I've been referencing, Hot Skulls. But they're blaming him for turning the Twitter sphere into, I believe I heard someone call it like an anti-Semitic playground or something like that. I mean, it's just exaggerating. It's hyperbole. Most of the e-Nazis, and I know this from experience, if not all of the e-Nazis, are feds, informants, and people who are being paid to do it. Like it's a troll movement. It's not even serious. They don't meet in real life. They're ashamed of themselves. But instead of clan hoods, they hide behind monikers. But, my point is, Musk is being pointed out as he's the reason why the internet is now contaminated with mind junk, which is a term that I've coined, because what they have done is they've correlated it with outer space and space junk, because it's the rich capitalist who is polluting space, which could destroy everything. There you have him as he's the leading purveyor of both mind junk and space junk at the same time. Not a coincidence, especially when, or if you know, that space is fake and it's all just a metaphor for controlling the space between your ears, your mind space. When they say they want to get rid of space junk and they want to get rid of mind junk, yeah, it's all this purification. They're consolidating their reality, their version. Okay, let's continue here, going through my notes. And we'll get to, we watched this white noise trailer, kind of glossed over it. Officials responding to train derailment in Inori. And that's today. So there's definitely a pattern here. You're not supposed to notice those. Here's a quote from Ron Friedman. Far from short-circuiting our creativity, reverse engineering enables us to acquire new skills which empower us to be generative in entirely new ways. I've been thinking about this, and one of the ideas behind Conspiratained, which is the world's first AI-generated tabloid, is by studying the news media and fake news, I think we are some of the leading experts when it comes to discerning what's real and what's fake, what's fakeable and what's not. And Conspiratainment News will be going into print very soon. Just a heads up. Not only is it going into print, but it's going to be a high definition, a lot of AI generated art. So it'll be like an art magazine. You may not read it for the articles, which are AI generated. And it doesn't mean that they're bad. In fact, I would say that it's an enhancement in some ways. Let me play this clip. This is from Dr. Carol Rosen, an aerospace executive who spent some time with Elon Musk's real dad, Werner von Braun. Take a listen to this.
Child Industries. In 1974 through 77, I met the late Dr. Werner von Braun in early 74. At that time, von Braun was dying of cancer, but he assured me that he would live a few more years in order to tell me about the game that was being played.
Now, that's what caught my eye. She said the game that's being played. And I've been talking about Alice in Borderland, which has another rabbit connection, for those who are noticing the rabbit symbolism. Alice, but, chasing the rabbit. Alice in Borderland is kind of I would say it's a Squid Games type thing, but it's the games. Hunger Games, Squid Games, and the idea that there's a game being played. And it's a new theme I've picked up on here. And she's mentioning that there's a game going to be played on us that Werner von Braun clued her in on.
That game being the effort to weaponize space, to control the Earth from space and space itself. Von Braun's purpose in life during the last years of his life, his dying years, was to educate the public and decision makers about why space-based weapons are a dumb, dangerous, destabilizing, too costly, unnecessary, unworkable, undesirable idea. The strategy that Werner von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in 74, they were the enemy, the identified enemy. We were told that they had killer satellites.
This is where she spills the beans about how there's going to be a time where there are going to be meteor threats, and it sounds funny, but it's going to be a thing. This is all coming true. But this is the last card. This is the Illuminati alien invasion playing card.
We were told that they were coming to get us and control us, the dirty commies, that whole story. First, the Russians were the enemy against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. Then terrorists would be identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about terrorism. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the next enemy was asteroids. Now, at this point, he kind of chuckled. The first...
Yeah, here's the part where, even he admitted that this is a ridiculous thing. And look, I think they could do this. I don't believe in orbiting objects. I think that's all hoax. But these balloons are capable of carrying very heavy payloads. They could have tons and tons of asteroid material just dropping over major cities using balloons or tungsten rods. They could make it look like Mother Nature's doing it, dropping rocks on us. They could make it into real munitions, kinetic weapons, but it's doable with balloons. Everything that they say they can do with space wars from space can be done with balloons. And that was one of the things about Alice in Borderland was the lasers from space and balloons, blimps. And I'm not going to give too many spoilers, but it's a Hunger Games type thing, and it's all about, well, space lasers and blimps are a part of it. And at one point, the characters are asking, who's behind the games? Who's controlling the games? Who are the game masters? Are they aliens? Is it AI? Many of the questions we ask when we wonder, who are behind the psyops? Is it who's behind this metascript? Who's the big author? Is it the demiurge, the devil? And that's even what they said in the film. Like, maybe it's God, maybe it's the devil, maybe it's AI. But they're pondering who's behind the game that has these strangers taking sides, playing by obscure rules, and killing each other because they have no choice. Because they're confined, and if they don't do it, they will die. It's a zero-sum game, and what they're showing in this whole film, I think, is that it's analogous to the idea of war or even Psy-War. That at the top of the capstone, and there's one scene where you see the people behind the scenes who are laughing at the struggles of the people in the games. You can kind of see how I think it actually might operate. It explains the dupers' delight. The ones in the know, the ones who know it's all a joke. You can see it. That's why they don't have any concern. It's not that they're psychopaths delighting in collapsing towers. It's because they're psychopaths laughing at how they fooled you. All right, let's get back into this. This is again Dr. Carol Rosen, aerospace executive.
He kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Asteroids, against asteroids, we're going to build space-based weapons. So it was funny then. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space.
Notice what they said here, the last card. That's why I'm not being facetious when I say they're playing the Illuminati playing card for UFO invasion. Like I'm not even deadpan. I'm 100% serious. They have these meetings, and they put the cards out. And we're playing this one today. You can buy these on eBay, $12.99 used for $2, $12.99 new. Illuminati New World Order Flying Saucer UFO. In this show, Alice in Borderland, which I do not recommend, it's incredibly violent and disturbing, but if you do watch it, I just want to warn you that as violent as it gets, the first 20 minutes is worse, and it's not the violence, it's that the characters are acting like Dumb and Dumber. If you find stupid funny, sure. But if you look here, Flying Saucer, this is the Illuminati card. It says, as property of the Illuminati, the Flying Saucer lets you make one extra automatic takeover each turn. This may only be used for a resource. If you make this extra takeover, you must discard your top undrawn plot card in exchange. Okay, well, you got to choose your psyops wisely. But in Alice in Borderland, it's all based on playing cards. And the playing card that is drawn determines the intensity of the game and the quality of the game. And funnily, and maybe this connects with everything, the main game is Ten of Hearts. And I've been talking about the significance of hearts in this bigger picture. And if you didn't know, the playing cards are the same as the tarot cards. And the tarot cards are intertwined with the Kabbalistic tree of life and the occult symbolism of the whole thelemic mess. Like it's in your hands. Like you celebrate the dog star god on New Year's, and the playing cards, 52 cards, 52 weeks, 4 suits, 4 seasons, and you add up all the numbers on them, it gets to 365. The wands are the stabs and spades are the same, the cups are hearts, diamonds are pentagrams. And then when you look at it from that perspective, you can see it's all solar based, of course. The weeks, seasons, and I believe there's a few other things in there that also encode the lunar year. But all the playing cards, of course, are featured in this series, and so it's synonymous with the body of symbolism that we see everywhere else, where a heart can represent a cup, can represent the goddess, or a rocket can represent the god, which is why they named them after dead sun gods. It's because the rocket is in fact an obelisk. Religious syncretism explains everything to this NWO religion. The very fact that they're worshiping Babylon, it's perfectly explained when you see it's just an iteration, like a new version, an update. And the updated religion and its updated rites is right there in our faces, but people don't see it because they're on the outside. Their minds are controlled, as Rihanna's shirt says, control minds. Let's go through some headlines here. These are all rational questions. Charlie Kirk suggests Biden's trying to fake an alien invasion. From Raw Story, right-wing broadcaster Charlie Kirk appeared to be obsessed on Monday with the idea that extraterrestrial aliens could be behind objects that were shot down over North America by the U.S. military. Yeah, there was an alien invasion coming, and they invaded Canadian airspace and got taken down. Like, that's this whole idea that they would just preemptively shoot them down, or that aliens would invade from above. If there are aliens, not only are they already here, but we are their toys, and they're under the ground, and they totally control us in ways we can't imagine. Like, I don't think that aliens, if they exist, are some kind of like remote species, kind of like us. Pengu33 says no need to throw out the UFO card. I'm suggesting it's the helium thing. They ran out of helium, and their fake satellites are going to fall. Someone in chat pointed out something interesting, that Werner von Braun is the inspiration for the villain in Indiana Jones. If you want to understand more about who and the significance of von Braun, I think you'd have to look at the pictures of him with his buddy Walt Disney, who was, of course, this is all fascinating if you mind map it out, but I mentioned the Mickey Mouseketeer / Satanist Kenneth Anger, and Disney, Satanism, and outer space. There are some fascinating connections here. Hollywood is quite literally a wand that the Druids carry. You know, the Holywood tree. Druid means knower of the oak. And I think it's Druids, if anything. If you look at the magical system of Thelema, they didn't just invent it in the 20th century. Like I said, it's an amalgamation of everything else. They syncretize everything. And von Braun, of course, hanging out with Walt Disney, I think says quite a bit about the space program in general. But there are other connections between all these individuals that are also kind of worth exploring. There's one in particular, if you connect the dots, and it connects with this Kenneth Anger character and Thelema and Jack Parsons. But what you find is the basis for the primary point of the book Secret Religion of the Elite is to make the case that what we are seeing are in fact the rites of Mystery Babylon, that the Super Bowl is in fact the time of the year that they do these fertility rites right in front of us. And it sounds unbelievable, and it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but that's the nature of a lot of even the mainstream religions. Mainstream religions don't teach people about symbolism. In fact, they preach against it. I think they actually inculcate a great deal of, I would say, superstition. If you haven't read it yet, I'll put a link below. Second edition, Secret Religion of the Elite. The audiobook is in progress right now. And I will make more paperback versions available soon through my eBay store. But the premise of the book is that there is a cult that runs the world. It's a secret and esoteric society, and it covertly controls all governments, media corporations, mass entertainment outlets, and all organized religion. And it runs this new world order just as it did the old world order. Same masters, different costumes. The new one is the old one with the new paint job. It's a continuation of the old. It's an ongoing conspiracy by an entrenched elite to preserve its power. And it's not just one small family, one small tribe. It's open to new members all the time. And my final point here, if you're not resisting it, you're part of it. And this is one of the points I kind of arrived at in 2020. I realized the elite isn't some group hidden in a bunker somewhere or at some remote island. The elite is your next door neighbor that snitches on you for not recycling or coughing too loud and reporting you to the WHO. The elite are the enforcers, the mask Karens, the soon-to-be helmet Karens. Where's your helmet? Your helmet protects me. All the control freaks. Those are the elite. Okay, going through your comments. And look, if you click the link, that will take you right to the book Secret Religion of the Elite. And you can also get there by going to infiniteplane.live and scrolling down to the bottom. I will be resuming text alerts very soon, so just a heads up if you have been missing those. I'm not discontinuing. It's just, like I said, we are kind of low on gas at the moment, but there's going to be I think there's going to be a pretty dramatic turnaround in the next 3 weeks as this court proceeding goes through and I regain control of my content. And FYI, this video on YouTube will be deleted. Probably not right away, but the censors are fast. They're very fast acting, and I don't want to give them too much time. I don't want to give them the opportunity to strike this channel. Someone pointed out here that Joe Biden emerged last year with that red magenta. And this is an interesting point here, the color magic. As much as you look at the symbols with the numbers or the names and the dates, colors are just as much, if not a bigger part of it. And the more I look into it, I'm like, okay, there's different levels to this, but they're communicating something that's pretty consistent across the board. And I have a follow-up article to the Super Bowl Babylon fertility rite that focuses on the archetype of the witches in red, or this Scarlet Woman, starting with Marjorie Cameron, who I mentioned. But then it goes on to a number of examples, more recent movies, like the movie Doctor Strange, where he has the Scarlet Witch. Game of Thrones, if you remember the Red Witch. If you watch the 100, you had Ellie. These are all personifications of the same. I have an article about that, what's with the witches in red. Here's another mashup of symbolism and comparison that someone else made. Whole lot of red. The Whore of Babylon is a reference to Revelations and a riddle for the coming apocalypse of America, aka Mystery Babylon. The woman in red is Inanna, Ishtar, Isis, or Lilith, who has red hair. Easter's coming up. Easter, Ishtar, that may have some tie-in with the bunny and, of course, the eggs, which eggs have been in the news quite a lot as well. It could just be more chicken feed for the truthers, but they love to do these scarcity things, these scarcity psyops. We're going to run out of this or that. The woman in red is Inanna, or Ishtar. Here we go. There's if you look on the middle, that's Doja Cat, head to toe, literally. Well, yeah, she's covered in some kind of red body paint. Here's a quote from Revelations. And the woman was dressed in purple and scarlet, adorned with gold and precious stones. Oh, interesting. Doja Cat is encrusted with stones. Holding in her hand a golden cup filled with abominations and filthiness on her head. Now this is the interesting part to me. From Revelation 17:5. Upon her forehead a name written, Babel the Great, Mother of Horrors, Abomination of the Earth. And I'm looking at this thinking, because we're getting into the color magic in red. Well, magenta is one of the things that came up, because I'm looking at the red witch. And one of the things that I think you can extrapolate from this here is MAGA. The MAGA movement with the red hat across the forehead and the name MAGA. Well, what does MAGA mean? Babel the Great. If America's Babylon, then make America great again. It's saying America the Great has fallen. Babylon the Great has fallen. Make it great again. So I'm suggesting they're trying to make Babylon great again. And that's why they had the scarlet color of the hat. It's all code. Trump's in on it. I mean, as far as this psyop, I don't think he's fighting the system. He is pretty much consistent. In fact, I even pointed out that Maga is the feminine form of Magus, which is kind of suggesting that, it's the Red Witch or Magenta. Fascinating, though, how they overlap this biblical symbolism onto these celebrities, all this idol worship. Okay, let's see here. Got this interesting link from Lynn. One of the ways they rig the NFL to buy a coach is to buy a team, without the team even having to know it. Why do you suppose they allowed these guys to do interviews? Why was this planned? As long as they kept silent for a year or two, why would anybody still care? Fascinating. There's a number of links here that Lynn has provided, which I posted on my minds.com that I'll be going through later, about how controllable the NFL is. But now this is the great point at the end. She says, this is about a calibrated, programmed attenuation, entropy of memory, and downscaling of emotional significance, like that movie with Christian Bale, Equilibrium. Interesting point. And if you haven't seen Equilibrium, Equilibrium's the future when they've removed all of the mind junk, when they've purified the world view, when we're all on the same sheet, the same slate, the same black screen, the same monolith. Psyobstacles in our Discord server has found another example of concurrent programming, predictive programming. It's a show called Elemental. He says, hopefully I can explain it in enough detail. The main characters in the new Disney film Elemental are Wade Ripple and Eden Stellar. Ripple and Stellar. Okay, not a coincidence, he says. The names of the characters Ripple and Stellar are two heavily controversial cryptos that have been rumored to be the next reserve currencies for the U.S., central banks, and more. Too weird. This movie's got to be full of clues. I haven't seen it. If any of you have seen Elemental, it may have some relevance to this crypto war. And I'll put a clip up from this another example again of Disney and how they control our reality. And it's Pixar Studio. Pixar has the number 113 programmed in a lot of their things, and that number 113 has incredible significance. In fact, 11/3 is the date the new tower opened. 3/11, pandemic starts. Directive 113 in Wall-E, abandon the planet. It's uninhabitable. A lot of predictive programming. The number 113 has as much significance as 9/11 in terms of its predictive programming value. And Pixar had a room with a blue door called Room 113 that may have held some answer as to what this means. But here's a short clip, Elemental. What's with all the trains? Now approaching Element City. Okay, anyway, a couple characters named for cryptos cannot be a coincidence. What they're doing, this is meme placement, product placement, but meme placement. Product placement is a bag of Lay's potato chips behind Matt Damon. Now you want to buy these chips. But meme placement is more like narrative or ideas, mind virus implantation. Like here they are saying, we've got to get rid of the mind viruses. All they do 24/7 is infect you with mind viruses. Like, oh, we got to get you to mask up your mind because your mind flu might potentially make somebody shoot up a grocery store. It's like, what about the true radicalizing agent here? The true source, ground zero for all of the major mind viruses, weaponized hypochondria, and you could even go into racism and a lot of the political divisions. It all comes from the mass media psywar. We're in some sort of like collective mass media psychosis. I just paused it on a random, and already I see symbolism. This is, of course, Disney, so you have to have the one eye. Well, I'll be checking this movie out. The person is wearing headphones and they fell off, and I was just going to mention that the headphones are the new mask. They want people to not listen. They don't want you to inadvertently catch a mind virus from someone that's unfiltered, as in face-to-face conversation, overhearing something, somebody screaming something in an audience that might get you to look into something. They're trying to get rid of those types of infusions of banned ideas and memes into the public sphere. And the movie Hot Skull, which I reference, is a future where we're under a lockdown. We're in a quarantine because of mind viruses. And mind viruses, of course, are infected, or rather spread through verbal communication. And so you have to cover your ears. And if you see somebody without earplugs, you got to run. That was one of the things. Like, you know how in 2020, if you didn't have a mask, everybody would panic, call the cops, or pull out their guns. In this movie, it's kind of the same thing. COVIDiots. Now, I don't know if this is real or not. It's from Stu Peters. If you thought goo bloods, were bad, now look at this. The goo's everywhere in Ohio. This is what happens to cars after driving through the rain in Ohio. Apparently, their bumpers are melting. There's like some kind of sludge coming out of it. Goo rain is the new thing, the new current thing. Goo blood suddenly died? Nah, not a thing anymore. Stu Peters, the only reason I watch this guy, it's like a weather vane to see where the current thing is for the fringe. Not really the fringe, but what they call far right, which is kind of a misleading term. You think far right, far left, like it's a continuum. No, it's just a big circle. Here's another image of Rihanna as she's ascending on that platform, and you'll note the background behind her looks like a starry night. Again, the significance here is the lunar goddess in the sky. I think the lyrics even went along with it. Here's an interesting one. I think this is Krugman suggesting that Biden may be stimulating alien invasions in order to boost our economy. I'm not sure how much sense that makes. It's from CNN.
Program of government spending plus an expansionary policy by the Fed, you could get that. So if you think about using all of these things together, you could accomplish a great deal. I mean, if we discovered that space aliens were planning to attack, and we needed a massive buildup to counter the space alien threat, and really inflation and budget deficits took secondary place to that, this slump would be over in 18.
An alien invasion that would put budgetary considerations on the side. Like we get a loan to fight the aliens?
And really inflation and budget deficits took secondary.
Okay, the experts though, and he's probably got a blue check on Twitter, meaning you can trust him. After train derailment, Ohio residents are living the plot of the movie they helped to make. That's the main headline. That's why I said in the title here that the metascript is going off the rails. Now, we've covered the ritual halftime show and how it's all about controlling minds. I didn't watch the game. I was mostly responding to tweets about it. And then anytime I heard my neighbors howling downstairs, I knew something significant happened. I just like, my neighbors just howled, what happened? And they're like, oh, Chiefs walked away with 80 yards. Like anytime something big happened, I could just hear it. I believe they shot down an octagon shape. That's one of the things they said. I heard some Project Bluebeamers talking about how they're gonna make us. They want you to think it's fake, so you don't arm up. They want you to think the alien invasion is not serious, so you're not prepared. And that's why it's being downplayed. I'm hearing a lot of Project Bluebeamers say that, and I think the reason why is that some people want there to be an end. There's a lot of people who preach doom, and they hope for it. I used to call them a few different names: doom hope, doom boofers, whatever it was. The whole point of it was anything that had a bad ending, like 5G towers, we're all going to die. Bat flu, we're all going to die. Space lasers, we're all going to anything that happens, we're all going to die at the end of it. We're all going to starve. We're out of eggs. We're all going to starve. It's endless. And I'm like, well, every one of these doomsday scenarios have one thing in common: they never come true. Like, let's start with that. When I first saw the dancers on the stage, I thought they were wearing PPE at the Rihanna performance. And I thought, well, it looks like PPE. They have face shields. Now, I think there's layers of meaning to it, and it might be. And this could just be a coincidence, but a couple of weeks ago, we were in the Discord server talking about ways to finance this parallel media. And one of the concepts, because we're not going to sell pills or supplements, but I was thinking maybe we get into fashion, being that fashion is a huge part of mind control, and we're breaking into fake news with conspiratained. And I thought, let's turn PPE into high fashion. As in a fashion line made of like PPE jackets, shoe coverings, disposable, but nice looking, form fitting, personal protective equipment. And sure enough, they made it happen for the Super Bowl. I don't know if they stole our idea. We may just be cutting edge. I also feel like people might be too skeptical for an alien invasion. Have any of you heard from your local geometriaticians, the ones who are really into the numerology? It must have been a headache. I don't know if you saw, but the days leading up to the Super Bowl, it was just nonstop. Predictive programming hints they're going to nuke the Super Bowl, all kinds of things, and there is something there. There's a lot of buzz. There's a lot of hype around this hypothetical situation, the next 9/11. It's just difficult to pinpoint a specific date, and I do not think that they would necessarily, like literally, nuke us, but mentally, sure. But some of the predictive programming was just very specific, like the scene in, I think Elysium, is that the one with Tom Cruise where he goes into a nuked out football stadium? But I think the nuke is metaphor, the nuclear, because nukes are fake. But there's something else going on. It's got to be a symbol for something else. Just a reminder, if you forgot, we never forget the idiocy of 2020 and the enforcers. This is a group of diners at a outdoor, well, actually it's an indoor restaurant, but they have to eat outside because, of course, we're all super spreaders. And they have swimming pool floaties on their head to help them maintain 6 feet of social distancing. Like, this isn't the worst of what we saw, but I do want to compile the worst of what we saw, along with the best, as in like the dancing nurses, and put it into a documentary. We cannot let anybody forget the ways that people acted in 2020. The absurdity, the hypocrisy, the self-righteousness, the insanity. When the fashion statement of the mask became a fascist movement, and how they essentially coerced people into LARPing against their will, and then gave you, what, $1,200 in hush money. But that whole thing needs to be documented. Otherwise, look, the public has no attention span. We know this. They will forget, and then they will remember 2020 as whatever movie shows up, that depicts it the best. People remember things from movies. There's a pretty good series of articles on johnlebon.com about how most of the footage that we saw for Pearl Harbor, most of it, if you can recollect any footage of planes blowing stuff up, it was from documentaries made about the event after the fact. But then, not disingenuously, maybe just lazily, inserted into the educational curriculum as though it was primary footage. Like, this is not uncommon, but I think it's, whatever it is, it's a lack of discernment. But it's not a coincidence either that months before 9/11, 2001, a movie came out called Pearl Harbor with Ben Affleck. And that movie was about planes crashing into things. And then what happened? 9/11. Predictive programming, after 9/11, everybody compared 9/11 to Pearl Harbor. They said, oh, it was another Pearl Harbor. No coincidences. Erica Creech says the dancing nurses were Pan's intoxicated nymphs. Yes, it's true. When you get into their symbolism, we talk about these gods, Babylon, the beast, mark of the beast. Well, think about this. The beast is their representation of Osiris, or however they worship their god. Pan is another one of the representations of the god of the forces of nature, represented by a satyr, an expression of male fertility, virility, and the nymphs on the female side. But the name Pan, of course, is where we get panic. because apparently, according to myth, he was terrifying. I don't know why seeing a naked half goat wouldn't be terrifying. Half goat, half man, chasing people through the woods. But the word pandemic contains the notion of a panic, but it also means all. Pan means all, which is also very consistent because it's like Gaia, the god of all, that unites everything. And in fact, Jack Parsons used to recite Aleister Crowley's Hymn to Pan at every rocket launch, because Pan is another one of these phallic deities that represents the male, the god of the forces of nature, etc. But interestingly enough, the One World Trade Tower is obviously a giant syringe. And for years, people around the area noted that it was a vast pipe, like a flute, that the wind going through it would howl. And people said, oh, it's the ghosts of 9/11, which is kind of interesting when you dig into the deeper layers here. But this big syringe is a pipe, a big flute. Well, the word syringe comes from the Greek word syrinx, which means Pan's flute. Pan's flute is the syringe, pandemic, the panic, the lockdown, based on, of course, what? Weaponized panic, weaponized fear. And of course, when we were hiding in our homes, Pan was roaming around. And who was with him? His dancing nurses. The only people allowed out were the nurses, and what were they doing? Getting high on pharmaceuticals and dancing in the hospitals, pole dancing on IV poles, and a lot more. But no, there's a definitive connection between the word syringe and Pan's pipe. And of course, when you think about it, the One World Trade Tower represents, I think in many ways, the successful cowing of the world through fear. They ruled through fear. They tore down these towers, this threat that's totally invented. Everybody's essentially locked down. They lock down society, they lock down free speech, they take more control over everything. And then this big monument comes up. And I would say that the One World Trade Tower is a monument to the success of those who rule us through fear. Okay, let's continue. This is from Slate.com. The mass shooter database, what do they have in common? I haven't read the article. We know a few things. White MAGA hats, bowl cuts. They go to 4chan. They have Reddit accounts. And they don't believe in climate change. But there's probably something else here. This is actually a podcast. I'll check it out. The mass shooter database. It's linked on my Minds. If you want to check that out, it's also on my Twitter account. I'll be commenting on that later, but I like to keep up because someone alerted me to this last night in the Discord server that they've already reported something like 39 mass shootings in America this year. They're not all extravagant productions, apparently, and they're just kind of, and I call this news by osmosis. The average news consumer, meaning the unenlightened world stage news believer, they absorb 90% of their fake news through osmosis. Like, oh, that happened, that happened, that happened. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, and they just update. Oh, let me get the update. Now there's 300 mass shootings. Now there's 500. Let me get the update. Now there's an alien invasion. They just get their info downloaded into them from that black box. They don't vet the info. And there's an article that I frequently reference called The School Shootings That Weren't, where NPR accidentally did some investigative journalism and reported the truth. I don't know if anybody got fired for that, but the basis of the story was they followed up on the claims of 235 mass shootings during a school year, and they said, that's just unbelievable. Well, 11 were mass shootings out of 235. Of those 11, none of them were mass shootings. One was an incident with a gun brought to school. Another was some kid chewed a Pop-Tart into the shape of a gun. I mean, these were non-incidents that were misclassified, and there were no explanations. In other words, until they got called out on it, they were getting away with it. And NPR accidentally blew that story up. NPR gets it right once in a while. I also really like their report about how the moon rocks are all petrified wood. No moon landing believer has yet come up with a proper or decent explanation for why the moon rocks were all petrified wood. I don't buy wood and moon theory. I think it's more likely they didn't go to the moon, but another big story, let's see. Another person dead in Texas, train derailment in Montgomery County. Authorities are asking people to avoid the area due to a possible hazmat situation. We'll continue to follow that. Scripts going off the rails. Here's a picture of Elon Musk, aka the avatar of Horus, watching the avatar of the goddess Babylon at the satanic ritual in the symbolic womb of the goddess, Super Bowl 57, and he's not wearing his suit of armor, which it really did surprise me. I just assumed he always went out with it. Another video, Rihanna Illuminati initiation ritual. I don't have the context for it, but it is what it sounds like. It just says ritual, and it's a video of Rihanna going through an eyes wide shut style induction into a club. Isn't she a billionaire? Isn't she in the triple comma club, as they call it? Let me show you one thing before we go, and this was something that I think from a couple of years ago. The Kool-Aid Man was on a parade, and it turns out that the Kool-Aid Man, one arm up, one arm down in this parade, was making the hand signs of the Baphomet. So here's another, big red character, but this time it's the Kool-Aid Man in a parade. But what's interesting about this one is the eyes are sixes, and someone in the news here notices, and he's got the Baphomet pose. Take a listen.
Thanksgiving Day parade, which is very cool. And he's actually got some pretty cool numbers to contemplate as well. He has 4 fingers, 3 ice cubes, and check it out, 6s for eyes and a nose. There's another cool fact, approximately 400,000 cubic feet of helium.
Now there's the Red Power Ranger behind him. I didn't notice that before. The Red Power Ranger is cursed. The Red Power Ranger role. If you didn't know, every Red Power Ranger has come to a very bad end. Hey, look, behind the Kool-Aid Man, there's actually a star behind his head. Just like the Baphomet's got a star above his head. Fascinating. So the Red Power Ranger, the first one, committed a double homicide after forcing this older couple to sign some legal paperwork. Then he tied them to an anchor and threw them over the edge of a boat. His replacement, the next Red Power Ranger, got into an argument over a girl and chopped up his roommate with a samurai sword. The next Power Ranger got arrested for nearly killing his wife by beating her severely, concussed her 3 times, and then he killed himself before the police arrived. The next Power Ranger just went to jail for $3.5 million in COVID-19 loan fraud. And the next Power Ranger on the table, or on the, I guess in the sights of whoever is behind this curse, is Marcus Goldfinch, the guy that I'm suing. And you can read about this at timosman.blog, but yes, it is in fact true that my stalker is actually the body double for the Red Power Ranger as a stunt double. And he specifically doubled for the one that recently killed himself. My point is, the whole Red Ranger role has been cursed for a very long time. The one that killed the 2 attempted a sex change in jail with a razor. I mean, the whole story is so convoluted. Go to timosman.com if you want to read it. Conspiratane.com, daily fake news. If you missed this article, junk wars don't look up. Dumpsters of non-recyclable waste descending on American cities. These are not from China. Investigators still searching for leads among the trash. Most likely Illinois, experts say. And look at the art. This will be in print. Dumpsters full of garbage falling down on populations. The article itself, of course, written by AI. After hours of sifting through piles of waste and examining discarded packaging, the inspector made a breakthrough. They found several items with labels and addresses traced back to Chicago. The inspector took pictures and notes, cataloging evidence of illegal dumping. As they gathered more and more evidence, it became clear that trash had come from the Windy City. The inspector's findings would be used to hold those responsible accountable and to work towards cleaning the environment. The inspector left the landfill determined to use their expertise to protect the planet and bring justice to those who had recklessly violated environmental laws. And this is written by an AI, and it's just a story about how Chicago found a way to deal with their non-recyclable waste, just loading it up on balloons. Again, that's fake news. Go to conspiratane.com gmail.com. This has been great. We will be back likely tomorrow morning. It will be daily, if not later on in the evening with open phones. It just depends on how things go. I'm cleaning things up, regaining control of my accounts, and getting this lawsuit moving, but these are setbacks that we're just about over. I appreciate all the commenters and all of the messages. I'll be taking calls next time we're live. I'll be paying the phone bill today. Thanks again. This is One-Eyed Jack on the Shells, Mud Flood. I don't understand how a mud flood can kill everyone but leave the buildings intact. Because gravity. They're inferring a whole lot from photos. We're just gonna sink. All right, happy Valentine's Day, 2/14/2023. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, really theme song for the Auto Hoax generation, which is pretty much everyone here. It doesn't matter when you were born, it's when you woke up. And when I say woke up, I mean it's when you became cognizant of the fact that there's a difference between the world stage as televised and the place that we actually live. Got a message here I want to read really quick from Anderson Cooper, or someone pretending to be Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper is even Anderson Cooper. None of these people are, if you ask me, all that authentic. Mass media is deep fake central. And long before digital deep fakes, they were doing it with synthetic masks. And the whole media ecosystem is very masky in every way conceivable. But listen to this. Anderson Cooper sent, bro, you can shut down Infinite Plane Radio. CNN has got you covered. Check the train story in Ohio. And this is what we talked about last night. The train story in Ohio was something that was already depicted pretty much exactly as it occurred in the movie White Noise. And what's even stranger about this, well, strange from the perspective of people who don't know how fake news is and how it corresponds with entertainment, how they're actually part of the same. It's the same unit. It's all part of an integrated sidewar. But for the people who don't know, they say, wow, this is a coincidence. We were extras in a movie about a train wreck that created some kind of airborne toxic event which necessitated evacuations and destroyed the environment. And then they actually live it. Well, CNN actually goes and talks to people in Ohio who performed in the movie that became their reality. And that's why Cooper's basically saying, yeah, we're going into your territory because we're the ones that point out that everything in the news is also concurrently happening in the entertainment, which was recorded or which was produced long before, whereas the news is supposedly happening at that time. And my point being, that's right there evidence that the entertainment media and the news media are one and the same. There's no meaningful distinction between Hollywood and the news. And I used to say that facetiously as a joke, and then it became serious. And today's the 5th anniversary of the Parkland theatrical production, and we'll discuss that a little bit. I have something in common. I have something in common with David Hogg that is worth pointing out here. We have a common foe, and this is something I can prove, but this is something that's escaped the attention of the mass media. And the fastest way to find this information, if you want to dig into it, is to go to marcusgoldfinch.com. This is the individual who had a channel called MGTV. And as MGTV, he released a video of David Hogg 6 months before the Parkland event, in which he claimed that David Hogg was an actor. As you can see here on the channel, on the screen, it says the channel is MGTV, and the whole reason David Hogg went viral as a crisis actor was because this channel somehow was able to go viral above even CNN's reports, and YouTube later apologized. But here's a little throwback headline from February 2018. YouTube conspiracy theory spreaders seem reluctant to defend their theories if challenged, but eager if supported. When tragedy strikes, the trolls come out. And this entire article is about how David Hogg was trolled and how it created this, as it says here. And this is, of course, a reference to this same person, Marcus, who is a stalker of this channel, interestingly enough. But it says here, MGTV implored videos to copy his video and post it to their channels. Goes on to say, YouTube is trying to censor the truth about David Hogg, that's what he claims, and they were boosted on 4chan. But his video was trending for a full day before YouTube pulled it, and then they apologized. And this is the origin of the crisis actor theory as far as it being mainstream. The thing is, it was mainstream, it was well known among conspiracy theorists from about, I'd say, 2013, late 2012, but 2013 certainly after Boston. But from 2013 on, conspiracy theorists in the know, I think, were, better appraised of this crisis actor thing. It was talked about, and the mainstream conspiracy theorists didn't want to handle that. They just kind of minimized it. But then, as this thing has evolved, as you can see, this crisis actor thing went viral, but this is where it went viral. 5 years ago, Parkland. Let me catch up on comments. I sent out a text, so I'm expecting there to be more today. We were live yesterday and the day before. We're kind of back to a consistent schedule, and I do have a bit of good news. WordPress, I got their attention through Twitter. They worked with me last night, and we removed my stalker from my WordPress account. The two-factor authentication was actually attached to his phone. When I say stalker and hacker, he's actually in one of my emails somewhere. That's how he's getting access. That's one of the things I learned last night. I was trying to figure out, how did he get into my Kickstarter? How did he get into my WordPress? How did he vandalize my profile? And what I learned from WordPress last night is there's an email that he compromised, and I can't access it. Google won't let me in. They say, we cannot verify this is yours. They don't even let me try to guess the password. And this must have happened a few years ago, and it explains quite a lot. But I got control of it again. Same thing as with Kickstarter. I have the IP address. I'm adding it to the lawsuit. So as far as the lawfare front goes, we've advanced a huge step forward. That's twice in 4 weeks that I caught a hacker committing, felony cybercrime. That's twice. And I don't even have a license to catch criminals. Okay, and going through your comments again, and I want to see who's here. I saw someone said it's their first time here. Bobby Gooden says, first time catching a live broadcast, the text notifications are great. Okay, I'm going to keep that up. Minor expense, but well worth it. Mom with Sons is here. Benton, Venus E, Anders A, Penguin 33. All right, cool. And I had the phone number up on the phone. T-Dog135 got the alert. Excellent. The Penguin signal. We can't rely on YouTube notifications, as you all know. The YouTube channels get shot down left and right. I mean, I'm looking at this article about YouTube conspiracy theory spreaders. Those don't exist anymore. I'm like, YouTube conspiracy theory spreaders? No, they delete it before it even begins now. Interesting times, though. Again, 5 years since Parkland. And what Parkland did is it created a schism between the conspiracy theorists that were friendly to the world stage and believed that people actually died, and those that went backstage and were trying to figure out, okay, what's the connection between the FBI dad, this son in this theater school, and you put the picture together a little differently when you don't assume the media is telling you the truth. Nick Cruz is not in jail. Nick Cruz didn't kill anybody. The name Nick Cruz, the name Nicholas and Cruz Cross, this is all very much tied in to the narrative they built around the Children's Crusade. The name Nicholas features prominently in that, but taking up the cross, leaving their parents, the entire Parkland thing led this idea. It kind of really started the idea that the youth have to defend themselves because the parents have voted for guns. Therefore, they have to go fight for their rights by marching, just like the Crusades. And they called it a Children's Crusade when March for Our Lives started. Before that started, David Hogg and company were running around to these different supermarkets and playing dead. And they were doing this to say, look what you're causing. Because adults aren't in the schools. They're not seeing the mass shooter generation terrified, hiding under their desks. But if you put it in their faces in the supermarkets, they can see it. Interestingly enough, what has happened since then? They decided, let's do this as a strategy. Instead of having these victims of a tragedy do die-ins, let's just shoot up the supermarkets. And they've been doing that since. And all of these events are just as phony. I mean, you all are pretty much aware. It was 3/22/21. Super Day for a PSYOP, King Supers, Store 33, Colorado. Every one of these events have the same hallmarks, but they all have the same kind of storylines. Like they recycle. Everything is green. They recycle everything, even their storylines. But I don't want to get too far off of this one. I'm just saying this event is when it really became clear that some people were going to stick with the idea that people were dying and it was a false flag. And some people are going to stick to the truth. And what I realized is the people who left our Discord server because we were, quote, auto-hoaxing everything, they became QAnoners. In fact, they try to sell me on it. And Q was a very disruptive influence because all of a sudden we went from let's not trust anonymous sources and let's just assume that the media is anonymous and unaccountable. Let's get actual observation. And now suddenly we're trusting the cryptic words of some anonymous person. It made no sense. But Q said that Vegas was real and the deep state did it to make Trump look bad. So not only did this event, polarize us on the real or fake divide, but it also politicized a lot of conspiracy theorists. And they started marching behind Trump as in now it became a pro-spiracy. And if you've never heard of a pro-spiracy, I was introduced to this term by the same individuals that introduced me to Q. They said, and this was all offline, they would call me after my live streams, probably feds. And they would say, your views are kind of negative if you're saying there's a conspiracy, when there might be some white hats working for us behind the scenes. And I thought, okay, and this means what then? And they said, well, you don't have to do anything. You don't even have to talk about it on YouTube. And they would always kind of suggest that I was putting myself in danger. And what they led me to was the white hats behind the scenes are going to defeat the deep state. Therefore, it's not a conspiracy, it's a pro-spiracy. It's a positive thing. They're working for us. I was hearing this trust the plan nonsense before they even coined the term trust the plan. Oh, look, Tim Osman in the chat says cathexis. Issa Mahal. He named the exact people that introduced me to Q before Q was actually Q, before the first Q drop on 10/28/2017. Yeah, I'm not gonna denigrate them. They've suffered enough. Their God abandoned them. JFK. In fact, I did see. Let me go and check. I did get a nice piece of hopium. I didn't take the hit. I don't trust it, but I did find there's some circulating. Here's one, and this is from Q, or from someone close to Q. According to JFK Jr., right now we are 10 days of disclosure that ends on Tuesday, February 21st. So on February 21st, it is believed by the QAnon believers, the stragglers, I'm not sure the ones who haven't come back to reality yet. They believe that Trump's going to rip his face off, but it's actually a mask, and it's JFK Jr. behind it, and JFK Jr. is going to somehow save them, even though he's a Democrat. I mean, if you die, I mean, he fake died. I mean, is that a crime? But that's a little bit of hopium. I'm just showing you. I want to get back to the main topic here. Oh, here's another one. Since we're on the topic of the 5th hoax anniversary, one of the Sandy Hook victims, survivors, has been re-victimized. I'll just play this. This is a recycled narrative as well.
It is almost 1 a.m. and I am currently directly across the street from where the shootings at Michigan State occurred. I am 21 years old, and this is the second mass shooting that I have now lived through. 10 years and 2 months ago, I survived the Sandy Hook shooting. And when I was crouched in the corner in school in Newtown.
Anyway, this is not atypical. And this is to create the perception that it's worse than it is. Like, for example, after the Vegas shooting, which the QAnoners believe was real, 50 of the survivors were shot at again at the Borderline Bar and Grill in California, exactly 13 months later. And this was concurrent with a shooting drill being carried out in Thousand Oaks, 5 miles away, with 50 people. And they were reenacting Vegas at the drill while the victims of Vegas were being shot again. If you can believe any of it. You know, these individuals coming out as heroes. Oh yeah, I use my belt as a tourniquet and I use my shirt to tourniquet someone else. And yet he's like spotless. Like, if you apply a tourniquet to somebody with your shirt or your belt, you're going to have some blood on your hands, but nothing. But I mean, we've looked at these things, but just the eerie coincidences, as the media calls them, that's enough to say that it's all just very hoaxy. And do you remember last summer? No, the summer before last. This last summer, it was Eliza Fletcher that was kidnapped and disappeared. The Persephone kidnapped by Hades ritual they do every summer. The one before that was Gabby Petito. And Gabby Petito was actually in a Sandy Hook remembrance music video long before she became famous for being kidnapped by Brian Laundrie, whose name sounds suspiciously close to brain laundry or brainwashing. That's kind of the idea, which is what these operations are ultimately about. I think they have kidnapped our critical thinking, taken it hostage. If you use it, you'll be lambasted, burned at the stake. Now, I'll have a shirt I want to show you. Rihanna wore this inverted cross to the Super Bowl, and I think this explains everything. You know, this is one of these pictures that says 1,000 words. It says, control minds. I mean, an upside down cross and then control minds. I think that pretty much says it all. It's the inversion of everything that we consider to be right and good. And why would they do it? Well, because they're controlling your minds. And they use this funhouse mirror version of reality that, you know, the movie, the TV screen, this distortion to affect this. And they're pro at it. They've been doing it forever. And it's to the point where the public's more or less complicit in it, if you ask me. Kevin McBride asks if we're on D-Live. We're not at the moment. We've had to downsize. We're kind of low on gas, the tank. The think tank is still on. But we're not on all the platforms. We're not on everything at the moment, but we will be soon. I've had to divert a lot of my time and energy and resources into lawfare, but it's working. I have filed a lawsuit against YouTube LLC and against my stalker in the same lawsuit, which is going to make it very hard for the co-defendant to hide. And we'll be getting a response within about 3 weeks or so. So again, I want to say thanks to everybody who's helped with that. It's ridiculous that I'm dealing with a White House connected stalker who's actually, again, behind David Hogg's troubles as far as being labeled a stalker and the death threats. And I'm surprised the media hasn't looked into it yet. I've actually emailed him and I've tweeted him. I said, hey, if you want to know who started the conspiracy theory that you're a crisis actor, which I happen to believe in, but I'm not going to say it, it was this guy, MGTV. And MGTV today is actually on Twitter as Hudson W. Hunter, the guy that's really behind Marco Polo and this Hunter Biden laptop fixation. In other words, the guy that started the David Hogg as a crisis actor rumor and my stalker has the biggest collection of Hunter Biden nudes on the internet. Akon says Octagon deepfake. Oh yeah, let's get into the UFOs. They shot down an octagon-shaped craft. There was also a shooting last night. I noticed the shooter had red shoes. It may tie into this general theme we've been looking at. And this Ohio thing. I wanted to point out something else. We've been talking about this movie White Noise and how it preceded the real events in Ohio. Well, I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, I watched the movie, and I'm like, this movie bothered me because it was like they were doing National Lampoon's Vacation, the whole thing with Chevy Chase and the family driving across the country. And it seemed like the main character was trying to be Chevy Chase, but not funny. Like they were ruining something that, some people might find to be a little nostalgic. And I kind of made the point that the main character in White Noise looks like Clark Griswold. Well, I brought out some pictures last night and I did some comparisons, and they've actually staged them to look just like the Griswolds. Not only that, but this has been picked up by New York Times, who wrote a review about it. Same vibes, unfunny, but New York Times agreed. And I think what the message here, though, is that they want us to dispense with the idea that we can just drive across America anymore. No, that's bad for the environment. They want to destroy this idea of the pre-reset world. This nostalgic idea you get in the family car, the station wagon, you drive across the country and have some kind of experience. No way. Now it's all metaverse. And here's a little excerpt from New York Times' review on it. One of the first aha moments, he told me, was recognizing amid the tension and distress of an evacuation, there was a very National Lampoon's Vacation feeling running through the action. Jack is like Clark Griswold. The kids are yammering in the back seat and the father's just trying to drive the car. I don't necessarily recommend it. I think that they are intentionally trying to ruin National Lampoon's Family Vacation. I think they're trying to ruin that idea, that family that, they kind of fight, but at the end they all get together. They're trying to kill that. And they did. They ruined it, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, let me continue through your comments. Somebody said 99 balloons. Oh yes, there was that song, 99 balloons, and I have it referenced here. There's some lyrics to it, but it specifically says, okay, 99 Luft balloon lyrics. It's about starting World War III with balloons. And the music video is pretty much a bunch of nukes. Okay, continuing. Locals used as extras. I mean, this is one of the most blatant examples of predictive programming, concurrent programming, and the public just so deceived that they're willing to just ignore it and say, no, this is just life imitating art. The cliche just makes them feel safe, I guess. But it matches on too many levels. And I remember watching this movie thinking that this is, obviously predicting the next major threat, which is the, quote, I think, airborne toxic event. And I said this before. The next time they do something that requires us to mask, the mask will not be partisan. You could say, okay, I don't believe in the virus, whatever. But everybody believes in radioactive waste, in dirty bombs. No one's going to take that risk to score some political points. Okay, let us continue. Other things I wanted to cover today. the UFO task force being created by the White House, and they're going to do the invasion. And it doesn't matter if you think it's unbelievable. Did it matter what you thought about 2020? No, it matters what the consensus thinks, and the consensus will believe what it's told to believe and when. Now, this is from John Levon 123 on Twitter. If they wanted to pull off a fake alien invasion, they could do so easily. The masses would fall in line, the skeptics would be ostracized and marginalized. If you don't know this, then what were you doing in 2020? And he makes a really great point there, because we are going to be censored for alien denialism. If you don't believe in aliens, they're going to somehow make that a punishable thought crime. You don't believe in aliens, you're anti-science. And it was just a few years ago where if you believed in aliens, you put on your tinfoil hat and you watched the X-Files. Now, if you don't believe in it, you're anti-science. You're an enemy of civilization, you're a racist school shooter, and all that. Now, this is from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The Army cleared an area for a secret UFO landing with a cover story of a train derailment spilling toxic nerve gas into the area. Conversely, Biden's White House is using UFOs to distract from train derailment spilling toxic gas. I kind of think that's a guardrail. Everyone's like, oh, you're distracted. You're being distracted from Ohio by the UFOs. The UFOs are distracting you from the football game. I'm thinking these are all just distractions from obviously flat Earth, right? But everybody's like, you're not distracted by the right distraction. Like, do I have to be distracted? Do I have to be concerned with the current thing of the left or the current thing on the right? And they both have current things. Ghoul Peters went from clots, grasping at clots, to goo blood, to now it's goo rain. Now he doesn't care about people suddenly died from vaccines. Now it's the rain. His little suddenly died thing kind of wore out. Although he's still convinced that Damar Hamlin is a zombie, dead. And you know what? I hate to give him credit for being right, because I think he's just a sensationalist. However, I'm looking at Damar Hamlin at the Super Bowl, and he has a zombie Jesus on the back of his jacket. It's been called out as blasphemous by many. It's obviously a zombie Jesus. But here's a guy who supposedly died or almost died, 3 days later came back from the dead, all kinds of ritualistic symbolism, which we've discussed ad nauseum here. And he's coming out to a public event wearing a very offensive depiction of Jesus on the back of his jacket. You wouldn't do that with a Muhammad. But, I guess it's just an indication here that, he's aware and we're aware. It's like he's saying, I know you know. Because it was a death resurrection ritual. Okay, let's continue. Here's the newest thing. Again, this is just an example of how it actually works in real life. 2020, you have the NPC being hypnotized by the virus. 2021, the vaccine. 2022, Ukraine. Now it's UFOs. And you may think that's a meme and it's to laugh at. No, that's actually a diagram. It's actually a script, more or less. Erica Bear says, if you don't like your aliens, you're racist and xenophobic. They could play that. They could say the UN soldiers with the blue helmets identify as aliens. And if you don't agree with them, they can shut you down. And as long as they can shut down criticism, anything can be made real. Going through your comments again. Commenter says, media amplified weaponized interdependency. Interesting way of putting it. I think we have this collective Stockholm syndrome where people defend their captors. Like, oh, the captor's lying, the captor's psychologically abusing you, it's gaslighting you, but you have to defend it because your sense of order in this reality depends on them maintaining it for you. People are lost. There's 72 hours of news every 24 hours. Every day, you get 3 days worth of news. You can't parse it all. You're forced to absorb it through osmosis. And you don't have time to dispute every story. And if your operating system is off, like most people's is, like as in if you assume it's real because it's on a screen, yeah, you're going to be lost. You're meant to be. The screen is your Masonic hoodwink. It's the darkness they impose. That it's the ignorance they put in over you, over your life. It's just imposed ignorance because you're not an initiate like Damar Hamlin. You haven't been through their special clubs. You haven't seen the light. You're not up on the capstone where you can see how rigged everything is. And rigged it is. If you go to JohnLevon.com, he did a great video on the Super Bowl and how the score, and it's not even numerology, it's just pattern recognition. How it corresponds with the Australian version of the Super Bowl, some event there. The point of it is, it's just too coordinated. Watchdog asks what happened to IPS.monster. We're temporarily down in a few areas. Like I said, budgetary constraints, but everything will be back up soon. The main thing is we have the 24/7 feed and the audio and the text alerts back on. It's like wheels come off this thing as we're moving forward, and we have to put them back on while we're moving. But we managed to pull it off. JT33 says selling gas masks would make a killing right now. Yeah, I would do it now before they ban it. If you recall, when 2020 started, people on Amazon who were selling PPE were penalized. There was one entrepreneur who drove around to every dollar store and he bought all the hand sanitizer. He filled up his garage. And then he was selling it on Amazon. Amazon shut him down. They made an example out of him. Oh, how dare you profit off of tragedy? It's like, who cares? If he's supplying a service to people who want it voluntarily, voluntary exchange, if he's facilitating commerce, then what's the problem? There isn't a problem. The problem was Jeff Bezos wanted to be the one to make the money. And what they did is they monopolized PPE. And then I remember right after this started, I said, those masks look really dumb. Why don't you get some of these, what do you call the gaiters? And I started putting these gaiters out there on my site because I was like, at least you can not look like one of these sheep. Immediately after, like a day and a half after, it's just like, whoa, this just a few days ago, we were talking about how these gaiters don't look as dumb. And then you had these reporters on the news describing why you shouldn't use gaiters. And they were blowing out candles through the gaiter fabric. Like, look, it doesn't stop anything. No, they wanted to ensure uniformity. Because, and I mentioned this before, and I rarely paid attention to the role of fashion in psyops and in mind control until I started studying Ye last year. But it seems to me that 2020 was spread with not necessarily more than anything, I would say, I think the compulsive nature of it was spread through fashion. I mean, yeah, it was the fear that was first that got people to pay attention, but it was the fashion, the mask. You had to put on something to protect yourself, and everybody got in line, and if you didn't, you stood out. And it was about imposing conformity of thought through uniforms, just like they do in the military, just like gangs do, just like cults do. I'm surprised they didn't have us shave our heads. Yeah, it could live in your hair. At the time, they were saying it lives on the money. And I thought, why don't they just have us all shave our heads? We can be like one of these dystopian science fictions. That's another form of uniformity. And that's what they do in cults. That's what they do in military, obviously. Okay, so they are destroying all positive and nostalgic conceptions of the pre-reset world. So I don't recommend white noise. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Awesome. What do you think about these train wrecks happening right after a Netflix movie? Does that seem too coincidental?
I seen you send out that thing on someone sent it out on the Telegram today asking that poll, right?
Right.
Did you see that?
I saw it. I didn't answer it, but what was your answer?
I didn't answer it either because I ain't got a clue.
Okay.
Well, a little bit about that yesterday, and the movie just parallels with it so much. I mean, how can it not be? Or are we just grabbing for straws?
You know what? Now that we have CNN even pointing it out and interviewing actors that were extras in the movie who are now affected by it, I think we can pretty much say we have a point. We're vindicated.
Right. I agree because it's just okay. I'm old enough. I'm a lot older than you. So what they used to do on events in the late 70s and all through the 80s and up to the 90s of Waco and stuff, they used to have their event, and then within 6 weeks they always put a Monday night movie out. So they did it reverse. They would do the event and then put the movie out to reinforce it.
Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
If you think about it, they always did that. And I used to say, oh, okay, when's the movie going to come out about that? And I wasn't awake, but I just knew that was happening. It was always a Monday night. And it was big in the United States. I know you're from the United States too, but it was big that Monday night movies were big for a while there. That was the thing. Everybody couldn't wait for the Monday night movie. It used to be called the $1 million movie at first. Then, of course, $1 million went way out of the thing, so it just called the Monday night movie. And so that's it's just doing it the opposite way now. Can you see that or not?
Yeah, that's an incredible take on it, and you're right. I pointed out how they use the movies to reinforce the psyops, and people have the emotional connection, often through the movie version of it, and not the actual footage. And I noticed that when the Boston bombing movie came out with Mark Wahlberg, I was like, wait a minute here. They're making the movie more realistic than the psyop, and they're using footage from the psyop in the movie, and they're censoring that, saying it's too graphic. And I'm like, okay, I see what they've done here. They've merged fiction and reality, but you're right. They used to do it after to reinforce it. Now they're doing it before to make us suggestible, and so we accept it. They've accelerated.
And then I want to not really change the subject, kind of the same thing. I was one of those naysayers about this alien invasion stuff. I said, we've never guessed what they're ever going to do, ever. We've never guessed. We've always had to go after the fact. We kind of expect it, but you never know what they're going to do. But they're really hammering this freaking aliens everywhere across the freaking world right now. Brazil, Russia, everywhere. They're getting these sightings. Are they really going to go for it, you think?
I think that the masses are so gullible that they probably will. And I noticed one thing, too. For years, they've been calling these the UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But now, all of a sudden, it's UFO again. All of a sudden, they're using the lingo of the conspiracy theorists that the Air Force helped to create. They created the whole UFO culture thing with the abduction stories. That was all from the Air Force.
I know they created just like created conspiracy theorists. There's no such thing as conspiracy theorists. It's just a word they made up.
It's a word they made up just to label anybody who looks at the news with any degree of skepticism.
Right. So but I never thought they would go for this alien invasion. There's just too many of us knew it, but really, do people really know it? I don't know. How many? Oh,
look,
can you see what I'm saying?
I can, and I've seen levels of. I think the only pure auto hoaxers, the only real skeptics, are the ones who won't fall for some kind of guardrail. For example, the QAnoners. They want the alien invasion. God. They believe that Q is the vanguard of the Pleiadians, who are the good aliens, like blue avians versus the deep state reptilians. There are a lot of people who want this. I think it ties into a lot of religious mythology as well. They want a savior from above. And how much of our conditioning has been to prepare us for a savior?
Everything is the one. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean one? Why is there always one? In the movies, it's always one. One. There is not someone going to come and save you. It's just not going to happen. So what's about this? You made me think when it goes to that thing with the QAnon and stuff. They're pushing that Nazar Gazar shit, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Just like the left is always talking about universal basic income, and the QAnoners are like, no way, never. They want universal basic income, but they call it NESARA. And yes, there's actually some recent postings, and I have one here, where yes, the QAnoners believe that there's a market crash that's going to happen today, on the 14th, and at some point it says here there's going to be a global currency reset, and they're going to implement NESARA and GASARA laws, and it'll give the global financial system back to, quote, the people. So apparently there's going to be a crash today, but we'll make out.
It was supposed to be the 29th also. I got a friend that's just like hardcore Q. I mean, this guy, it's sad. I mean, it's sad. This is how deep it goes. Did you know it's religious?
Yeah, I did. I believe that there's elements of it where it's like I called it originally a neo-Christian cult because it involves this idea of the rapture. It's very evangelical. It's very evangelical where your disbelief makes them think that they have a point. It's
They believe.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. They believe already. They believe that all these politicians have been arrested already, and the one like Hillary Clinton, they're all doubles out there now, because they've already been arrested, and the state's already taken them out, and they've either executed them or they're in Guantanamo Bay. They really believe that. They believe Trump is actually their reinforcement. Trump is sent by God, and I know when I say this it sounds light, but no, they are to the core with this. It's scary to me. I mean, it really is. And they believe they're supposed to be raptured. My friend is doing so much. He's 71 or 2. He literally has built big garden planters out his house and getting them ready and showing his wife how to do it and stuff, because he wants to make sure when he's raptured that his wife, because she's not worthy, will have something to eat while he's gone.
Now, this is where it gets to be in not so funny territory, because when you get down to it, General Flynn, who's one of the masterminds behind this psyop, he calls himself I Am Flynn in his hashtag. Well, I Am is a reference to the I Am Temple. And the I Am, or the I Am Church, the I Am movement, it was called the Church Universal Triumphant. And they believed that there was a war behind the scenes between the Great White Brotherhood and the powers of darkness, just like the White Hats and the Deep State.
Right.
And they believed that they were channeling ascended masters, people who were supposedly dead, but who were still lurking around somehow. Just like the QAnoners and all these dead celebrities like Michael Jackson and Princess Di and JFK. Well, anyway, General Flynn has actually used the prayers from this cult in their big Patriot meetings. And that was a big clue there. In other words, that was a doomsday cult that ended with all of its members hiding in bunkers thinking that China was going to nuke them, and they gave all their money to the cult leader. And when it didn't happen, they said, we must have prayed away nuclear Armageddon. They took credit for stopping it. And it's the same people behind Q.
It's scary, but it's funny, but scary's funny.
Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, the gods must be laughing, or whoever, the demiurge is laughing, because this is human.
No, I'm saying it's scary at the same time funny, because they're so dumb.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that you would think they're going to fall for this, but I followed this enough to realize that they are following an intentional set of clues that brings them into an alternate reality, and then they have agents to help them be in-grouped into a cult-like environment, and then they're insulated from their family, and then their family gets out-grouped for not believing all the wacky stuff. And yeah, I think it's 100% certifiable occult.
And they always say it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. I said, Gary, go back. I said 1850 in the Civil War and 1860 when it started. Everybody, this is the end of times. It says in the Bible. Look, this is exactly what the Bible says, and Jesus is coming because it's like this. Oh, in 1918, the pandemic or a huge earthquake. Oh, it says it in the Bible. Look, it's going. Boom, boom, boom. Every generation can match whatever they want. It's in the Bible. And they all think, and then the ones that's doing it now, they were wrong. They just didn't see like this. Like you said, they could just pray away that bomb. So every generation thinks they can make the signs of the times fit what they want in the Bible. And you understand what I'm saying on
100%. That? You know what, we see this also with the political religions like communism, where they always say, we're the ones we're waiting for. Communism didn't work before because greedy people took over. And the new line is, we can run communism with AI because it'll eliminate systemic corruption. In other words, it'll work this time around and we can create our utopia. And these are all utopian schemes. Great Reset, Great Awakening, Workers' Paradise.
Oh yeah, he says that all debts are supposed to be gone. Every debt is going to be erased. And did you know why it's being erased? Did you know why they're getting rid of that? Do you know what they say about that? Why?
All debts will be forgiven. Why?
Because they need the earth to be, all the ones that are raptured, the ones that are behind, they need to be able to concentrate and to be worthy to. As the progressive rapture keeps going, they need to be able to have their time. So they're getting rid of all the debts and all that, and you won't, and so that you'll compare yourself. I forgot there's a word for it. Prepare yourself and get yourself worthy. And once you hit worthy enough, then you'd be raptured.
Fascinating.
That's why.
Fascinating. And think about the rapture story. You know, it's like they've reinvented it with UFOs. They use a tractor beam to rapture you up. And this is,
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
oh no, this is like some powerful symbolism. I'm saying like War of the Worlds, all these stories, X-Files. I like if you look at X-Files at the intro, the UFO believers are holding signs that say, "We believe," and that's because
Yes,
the
yes.
believers believe that they're going to be raptured ahead of the ones that laughed at them. The UFO cult is a rapture cult, and QAnon's infused with it, but it's templated off of the Christian concept of a rapture.
Yeah, they had one in the 70s or 80s in California. A bunch of them, they all killed themselves there too. They thought they were supposed to be raptured by the alien spaceship was supposed to come pick them up. That was a big story back then.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hale-Bopp, Marshall Applewhite, definitely. And don't drink the Kool-Aid. And I spell it with a Q, because they're pretty much at that point where. And Rachel Maddow, I follow all sides of the political spectrum to see what hysteria they're pushing, and what she's pushing right now is that the QAnoners might be quiet now, but when it's time to arrest Trump, they're going to attack the system. Just a little predictive programming. That's how the cult may end. Instead of hiding in bunkers, maybe they'll go out with a bang.
But they can't get it. I almost had my friend realizing that Trump's part of them and just the same. They're all the same people. He almost got to it, but then he started listening to these people with this Nazar, and they think, why it's the two. Nazar and Gazar. You know why it's the two different names, right?
No, why is that?
Well, Nazara is for ours. It's the national for the United States. God has chosen America to be first and to be like that. It's going to be the special place. And Gazara stands for global, and the G stands for global.
Okay.
And national. And
Okay.
that's how they look at it. And yeah, so America's supposed to be first, and then the rest of the world follows.
Interesting how America's chosen, America's special. They've kind of stolen that whole idea, like we're now the chosen ones. And I've even heard Glenn Beck say that our founding documents were touched by the finger of God. That it's scripture.
Yes, they follow Glenn Beck like crazy.
Yeah, and he's connected to the whole Mormon cult, which is Masonic Christianity.
I was raised there. I went on a mission and everything, and I quit going after I got on a mission. I didn't go anymore just because I didn't go. But now I go, oh my gosh! Even on the Salt Lake Temple, they got all the signs and symbols right there on the outside. And when you walk into the temple, you go right inside. And when you have to get down, it's where people have seen it when it's supposed to be resealed or something like that. People have gone through. But the first thing you go into is called the World Room, and it has a huge giant globe in the middle, and you all sit around this globe. Not that you're worshiping the globe. It just happens to be. It's called the World Room, so they have the globe in there. I mean, it's huge. It's taller than you.
I look at Mormonism and Scientology and NASA. These are all space religions. Because in Mormonism, you have the idea of the celestial kingdoms, where you do well here, and you're born in the right family, in the right social economic income level, you get to go to the big heaven, where you get to have 50 wives and you make babies 24/7 for eternity. I mean, that's some of their myths are about populating planets. It's about interplanetary expansion.
They say, as a man was, as a man is, God once was, and as God is, man may become. Is what their thing is. So they think you can not be. You'll never be as good as God, but you can become a God, and God will always because they believe eternal knowledge. You never stop learning. So the God that's ahead of you is always your God, but you can become like God was at one time by having your own planet.
This is fascinating to me. The structure of it, it's all pyramidal. And speaking of Q, I've realized that Q is a Ponzi scheme. But instead of having you invest your money, they have you invest your social capital. And you're all putting in, and you're all funneling your resources towards the person at the top or the person ahead of you. These political leaders are all part of this. I think it's a big scheme. And what are they promising? That at the end of this thing, all this investment's going to pay off, and everybody who laughed at you is going to realize that you had inside knowledge that you were acting on wisely. And I think the Q pyramid scheme is going to collapse at some point. It's just about there.
They believe that it's already happened, that we're in the Gazar and the Nazar right now. We're in it, and it's happening. They're just not letting people know. Only they know it's happening. Only they know all the politicians are being replaced already, and they've been arrested or executed already, and that Hillary Clinton's not real, and Biden's not real. All of them are not real. They're not there. They've been replaced already by that, and they're killing all the what they call deep state.
Devil-
They're really it goes deep. They're out there.
They call it devolution. I actually heard this on Eddie Bravo on Rofkin. Devolution is what they call this. They say, oh no, Trump is still president. Biden's just an actor, but the military is actually in control. And the military operation involves Psywar, and they're using deep fakes and masks to replace all the people that they're executing. And every time a celebrity got a shot with the vaccine, it was just a wink to us to let them know that they got shot at Guantanamo. So you had all the QAnoners at home cheering,
I
thinking,
didn't hear that one.
oh yeah, I would always say, oh, just look, Pelosi got shot, and they would all cheer and high five. And I'm like, wait, they're cheering on the deaths of their enemies with secret tribunals. I mean, that's not exactly what I would think of as like patriotic, but a different type of mentality about how government should be used. But the fact that they're bloodthirsty, eating their popcorn, watching this stuff says quite a lot about the movement. It's like every other religion. They want to see the infidels burn.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, when you're saying the Mormon religion on that, they believe in the celestial world, telestial world, and terrestrial world. And there's three different kingdoms, and they believe if you get to the highest degree of glory, and they also believe that their wives to come with them when they have the other wives when they get up there and stuff, is they have to. The wife can't come unless the man tells her and puts his hand, like they call through the veil, and brings her through the veil and into the upper kingdom.
Oh, that's right.
So,
And then they do the retro. Was it retro baptisms? Because I was sort of, I wasn't a
not
Mormon.
retro.
What do you call that? The back.
It's called baptism for the dead, and they did do it in the Bible. I mean, a lot of things that they do that a lot of people, if they don't understand it, they just disregard it, and it's called baptism for the dead. They quote this one scripture called, "Else what shall they not do that are baptized for the dead if the dead not rise at all?" So they're teaching, there's no resurrection. Then he says, then why are you baptizing people for the dead if there's no resurrection? They were doing one thing and not doing another in the Bible. So, yeah, the Mormons baptize for the dead. What they do is they get the ancestral records. That's why they're big in ancestry. And they get someone's name, and by proxy, you're baptized for them so that the whole world can be baptized and have the same judgment.
Yeah, exactly. They go through your family tree, and they'll go ahead and they'll be a favor, like, oh yeah, I baptized your ancestors for you. That's cool. Thanks.
Right.
Hey, look at this commenter. For T-Dog135 says, Qbert was an alien that speaks in gibberish as well.
I love Qbert. God, I'm old enough. I loved that game.
Yeah, I like the art. Yeah, I like the pyramid of cubes. I've been looking at the artwork and the little. I don't know what he looks like. A meatball. What is he? He's an alien apparently.
I don't know. He's just like a little thing you squeeze, I think, and his nose pops out or something. I don't know. I don't know what he is. I never thought of that. Talk about a generic non-whatever.
Yes.
You know.
But no, I do like these old games though. I mean, I like the pixelated art. It's just there's something charming about it. And anyway, this has been a great call because this Q movement, it's got to come to a head soon because their main leader is on really shaky ground. He's being possibly threatened with arrest for this thing in Georgia, and a lot of people have lied under oath. So it's getting to be very ugly. I'm not sure how it ends.
I don't know. I'm not into it. I just had to, because I had to argue with my friend all the time. Who's a Q leader? I don't even know what you're talking about there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, the Q movement should have ended when JFK didn't show up at 110 years old on a walker to save them on November 22nd. That should have been the moment where they had a wake-up call, but supposedly, they just decided they were just cleansing the energies and that he's going to come next year.
I thought, and Trump didn't get elected. That was it. I mean, how can you even go past that? If they go past that, they can go past anything, and they can rationalize, oh, he's really president. No, he's not. But, so I'm going to disagree with you on that. It's not going to end. Oh, they got it. It's going to go.
5D chess, 6D chess, 7D chess. Yeah. You think the cognitive dissonance and the making excuses for the plan not coming true will just perpetuate indefinitely?
Well, don't the Bible guys say that all the time? I mean, I was raised that way. I'm 64 and I don't have to deal with it. I'm Harmon, by the way. I'm sure you knew that.
Oh, but, awesome. Yeah, I actually did.
Yeah.
See you in chat all the time.
Yeah. What you call it? They do it the Bible time. They make excuses. Well, this was supposed to happen. This was just like this the money reset was supposed to be January 29th. My friend swore he knew he wasn't going to be here. Well, I won't see you again. He was going to be raptured by 29th. They're going to do the reset of the money, and now the new date was the 14th. You said today?
Yeah, today. Today's the crash.
They just keep moving. There'll be a reason they're not doing it. Oh, and the reason the first one, what was the original date that was supposed to be? Do you know the very first date it was supposed to happen?
No, what was the original date?
September 12th or 13th. So they had to have 9/11 because 9/11 stopped it because they knew that it was going to happen. So the original date was supposed to be 9/11.
Okay, I have heard this.
9/30.
Yes, that the QAnoner belief about this Nasara Gasara was that we were all about to have free money starting on 9/13, but on 9/11 they ruined the plans and kept us enslaved to the globalists. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so you think they could tell these guys anything.
You know what? Actually, there's actually some truth to this because the Canadian Queen of QAnon, and there's a King Carlson, not Tucker, but there's a King David Carlson. There's Queen Carlotta, I think that's her name, the Canadian QAnon Queen, and she told her followers, "Hey, Gasara is coming. Don't pay your electric bill. Don't pay your bills." And people stopped paying their bills, and they were instructed. You just got to say this bill has been covered by Queen. Her name Queen Diddaloo. And
yeah.
A lot of people's homes went dark. They were all talking about the QAnon. They always say 10 days of darkness is coming. Well, a lot of them brought it in sooner by cutting off their own power.
Unreal. They you know, it keeps them from actually doing anything productive and helping any situation. It actually keeps these people at bay because why should I worry about tomorrow when it's going to end today?
That's an excellent point. And this extends to also the environmentalist thing. I think what the elite like to do, and this is how I think Q is probably an elite program to keep us locked in an ever-present now. They don't want you to plan long-term like they do. They don't want you to think 50 years ahead. The fact that they script out their news and they bend the news a generation in advance, that tells you they think ahead. They want you to be in the moment and to think the world could end tomorrow. It puts us at a strategic disadvantage. That's time control.
You know what you're talking about the benders when they were building that 1968 one from England, and they were talking about 73 news that happened. You know, and this show was actually 68. You know.
Yeah, the show
things happened.
How
can you people not see that?
The news benders play about how they bend the news 5 years in advance. Everything that was in that play happened in reality. Like it was just was unbelievable.
And people still, you tell them that, and it just pings off their freaking head. To me, I say it's like throwing BBs at a steel wall. It just doesn't penetrate.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's a great way of putting it, and it's because what you're coming up against, you're throwing BBs against the monolith, the monolithic mind control system symbolized by the screen, the black screen, and everybody who puts that black screen before their eyes is wearing the hoodwink that puts them into this intentional darkness where they cannot see through the Cywar. They cannot see the world stage for what it is. That's the main thing I gathered out of Kubrick's work in general with this monolith concept, is that what they have done with 9/11 is they've monolithically pulled us all into a single story. And they look at Christianity. You look at a religion built around what? Like it's built around a central character, but a central tragedy, the crucifixion. And 9/11 was one of these major tragedy events that synchronized everybody. And after that, we were all on the same script. And that's what they're constantly
doing. The lockstep you're talking about?
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, that's crazy. What was I going to say? I had something, but you got me so interested in what you were saying. Yeah,
newsbenders. You were talking about newsbenders. Newsbenders. Was it 73? So it's 5 years in advance. But newsbenders. It's a play about how they openly. Well, not only were they writing the news in advance, but the news reporters were all implanted with chips. So if they ever went off script, they could be taken out.
Yeah. Good call. I really appreciate talking with you today. It was fun. But I just had to tell you because of my friend. I mean, he's so freaking lost, you know. And there's some tons of them. How many things? Okay, real quick. What would you say if you had to put a number to how many they are? Would you say 50 million of them?
Okay, the number of QAnoners. I've been told it comprises a certain percentage of the Republican Party, and I think I've seen estimates as high as 30 million. It depends. It's on a spectrum. But as far as the people who accept the general premise, it's probably much higher because the QAnon general premise is based on older conspiracies anyway.
Huh. And they just keep kicking the can down the road, like you said. Heard you say that so many times.
Yeah,
Just kicking the can down the road.
JFK is going to show up when the ocean levels rise up and flood Florida.
My friend in 1990 something, when they were talking about it's going to start flooding, he lives right on the west side of, you go down the panhandle part of the Florida. So he actually went out and put his stick in there, a big, nice, not a real, I mean, a high quality measuring stick for how the ocean will move. Hasn't moved an inch in the whole time. He says, well, it hasn't moved. And they keep saying it. He goes out there, look at 2012, we're supposed to be flooded. You know, Florida's supposed to be underwater according to Gore. And he goes, and he still has his stick out there, and it hasn't moved. It hasn't moved. End of story. It just doesn't move.
I would ask him to check one more time because I think in 2020 to 2021, 57 tons of PPE went into the ocean. It might have gone up a little bit, but it wasn't global warming if it did.
Well, if we're on a recycling process and somehow down in the South Pole and this water, like let's say there's 4 main water systems, and it's a filtration system that come them 4 main rivers out of the north, and it goes all the way down, cycles down to the south. Maybe everything just cycles out of it. That's just my thing, because there has to be a cleansing area in this world, or else it would have been polluted, I think. So I think it has its own cleaning system.
You may be onto something there. I was looking at one of these old Mercator maps that has the North Pole with a island in the middle, and it looks like, if that is what it is, that they would have a function. It's just too symmetrical. It's like this has got to be some kind of a, like you said, a filtration system.
Yeah, just like we do. Like we filter stuff, you know. It's just filtering again. It goes all the way to the South Pole and comes back. And it's like, you know why? I just figured this out, really. I mean, maybe someone's always saying, you know how we believe the sun comes around and makes circles and stuff? Well, I don't think it's the sun. I think it's the light source, the magnetic source, and I think the light source causes the sun. I think it has the power and the power of the center of the sun, just like in the yin and yang. It forms in the middle. That's why it's not tangible. It's just something you see. But anyway, why everything works in a vortex, why all trees, all plants, all animals, everything has a vortex or spiral thing, is because if the ether is just completely making circles every day, 360 degrees, that force alone would cause and react to something growing, like a tree so long and anything else. That's why it would spiral with that force of the making continuous circles. That's what I was thinking.
Interesting, fascinating. I'm looking at a book right now on the Druids and their concepts of the universe and their cosmology, and it's all based around not just the circle and the cycle of the sun, but more like the spiral as it goes through time. And the spiral is just an intrinsic part of their whole paradigm. Fascinating.
Yeah, that's how we age, you know, because if this ether is electromagnetic, it's just one day, you know, it is a clock. The world is a clock. We know the sky's a clock. We've learned all this stuff since 2015. Now we realize it. Even the Hunger Games show you it's a clock. So the clock is going to age you. There is time. You can't, people go, there's no such thing as a man construct. No, there is time. Things age, things decay. Time does that. It's not, we didn't invent that. So we ain't invented nothing. We just discover it, that's all. And so when the sky turns, so that field has to affect the plants. It has to affect that because it's constant. It doesn't never give up. So it's just constantly moving. So that's why stuff growing that way. That's what I just thought of that about 2 days ago. I don't know if you think.
Very interesting. No, I think you may be onto something. I'm looking at the symbolism of Saturn and Father Time, the hourglass, the scythe, and in all the old images, you find Saturn or Kronos eating his own child, and it makes no sense. And then you look at there's even I think the biblical archetype that connects to this would be Abraham with the knife about to stab Isaac, and then he stopped. But the whole point of it is, what does that mean? It sounds crazy. Well, it's all just symbolic language. And the instant that you're born, Father Time is devouring you until you die. It's just kind of a truism. and it's explained in a lot of the imagery. And I think that, yeah, we're born into a realm, we're being devoured from the moment that we're conceived, and you are every year, yeah, the time is taking its toll, the grim reaper, the harvest.
Yeah. And so, that's just to me, it's so simple. Once that's the thing when we learn about flavor, we learn this. It's not complex. It's simple. It's not a blackboard that's 2 stories high and you got this professor writing billions of things. No, that's complicated. The world really isn't complicated. The sky clock isn't complicated. The ether's not complicated. It's not hard, in my opinion.
This is all very interesting, especially how everything is based on this clock, and on a larger picture, the timing of the transition into a new astrological house. And a lot of the burning house symbolism we've seen, I think, is about the previous age being burned. But it's absolutely true that even the richest man in the world worships the god of time. That's why he bought that $42 million clock and put it in the mountain. And there's all kinds of Saturnian symbolism. It's designed to last 10,000 years. Again, Saturn returns every 10,000 days. They worship this god of time and constraint, the ruler of this world, whatever it happens to be.
Right. Who knows? I don't think we'll find out that mystery. Like Peter and Pete. People should really look at their channel. They've been flat earthers forever. They do science, and people just don't listen to what they do. Like they show you that, like H2O, water is not H2O. It just isn't. It's never been proven. They got all these pseudoscience little experiments they show, but they've always induced the element within it. The air isn't whatever. What is air? Oxygen and all this stuff. It doesn't exist. Oxygen is a man-made element. They show you. They break it down to how much. When you say everything's a lie, you got to remember everything's a lie. Oxygen in the air. It ain't true. It's just the air, ether. It's just air. It's just water. You don't know what it is, and they try to make all this stuff.
Yes.
Man's never done it.
Let me make a point here is that you're not denying these things exist. What you're refuting is the explanations we've been given, which probably omit the truth. And that's a big difference, between saying, oh, they don't believe in science. No, that's not true. We just don't believe lying scientists. And we are fact-based, and we have to recognize that some things are fakeable. Like, okay, deep space. If a scientist shows you a picture of a star 42 million light years away, is it real? Every single believer in space will raise their hand and say, yes, it's real. A scientist showed it to me. Well, guess what? The scientists behind the $10 billion James Webb Telescope put a salami in a Photoshop image of the sky and convinced them all. If they can fake you out, if they can fake the smartest rocket scientists in the world with a piece of salami, they can fake you with cartoons about what exists at the micro level.
Right. And these guys, Peter and Pete, they're just amazing. And after all these years, they still only got like 4,000 followers, but they're really consistent, And so it's like I taught them this on one thing they picked up on the channel, like, the word real, right? So if you add ITY to real, right? You know what that makes real?
Tell me.
Add ITY to real. What is that?
I'm missing your math. You tell me.
No, real. The word real, and you add the letters ITY to the end of it.
Oh, reality. I see.
And what does that make it? Not real.
Interesting wordplay.
Yeah,
hey, Pete and Pete.
Yeah.
How do I find them? How do I find Pete and Pete? Because someone in the chat is mentioning them. I've never.
Peter and Pete. Peter and Pete on YouTube.
Peter and Pete. Okay, I'll take a look at their videos, and hopefully it's something I can bring back here and we'll discuss even further. But hey, thanks for the call.
They have a PDF about water, and it's free. You go down there and download their PDF on water, and you're gonna get them. It's gonna blow you away.
I'm gonna read about the H2O hoax. Can't wait. And it's
yeah, that's what it is. He has the PDF.
Awesome. Okay. Hey, thanks for the call, Harmon. Anytime. And again, we're gonna be live every day, so feel free to call in whenever.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. Covered a lot of good ground here, and I've been wanting to do some catch up on where Q is at. Where's Q? Not necessarily where's Q, but where are his followers? How are they? Have you checked on your not to change the subject, but I see too many environmentalists engaging in activism. Like, why aren't they locked down? Why aren't they locked down for Gaia? Haven't they watched Avatar yet? Avatar is another one of these movies that has all kinds of reality tie-ins. If you didn't watch Avatar 2, the whole story of Pandora under attack by capitalists from Earth and their police state, that is being repeated in Atlanta with this forest area where these forest dwellers are fighting off the police who want to build a training camp, a police brutality training camp. They've literally made Pandora a place adjacent to Atlanta. Of course, Atlanta, Atlantis, the tie-ins here are plentiful because Avatar, Way of Water, very Atlantean. And of course, the forest dwellers say, if you cut down the trees, Atlanta's going to flood. Don't make Gaia mad. Elephant Tusk says, everything has consciousness. Are you familiar with the singing tones? Oh, stones, singing stones. I think I've heard of that. It's an interesting idea. It's kind of part of it's actually it's intrinsic to the whole Thelemic cult. Not to diminish it as new agey, but the idea that everything is sentient isn't a new idea. Even this idea that we're in a sim or holographic universe, none of these things are new. Okay, let's continue. We're waiting for the fake alien invasion, which of course it'll make sure that you believe in the establishment worldview because the aliens come from probably Venus or Mars. If you missed the live streams and you want to get the archives, you can find us on most of the podcasting platforms. I'll be back on Spotify soon. We were cut off of more than 4,000 subscribers because of somebody falsely claiming rights on the podcast, but that should be fixed soon. You can also get the archives by going to Patreon for $1 a month. You'll get the live stream notifications and you will get archives sent to your inbox. We're on Rofkin, just Infinite Plane Radio. We have more than 2,100 subs, which is an indicator of how many people are into this level of media analysis. Because on YouTube, we can't get more than 100 without being censored. So it would make you think that we're just a small channel. But on these other platforms, and Rofkin is not a big platform, we have thousands, and we're still relatively new there. Okay, we've talked about the Super Bowl Babylon fertility rite, moon goddess worship, which ties into everything we've seen with the heart symbolism and all the red. And that's something I went through in detail on my Substack article called Super Bowl Babylon. I recommend it. What I'm saying here outright is that when you're wondering, who are the string pullers, what's with all this occultism, they're not Satanists. That's too shallow of a description. It doesn't go deep enough. I would say that the Thelemic cult, I'm talking Aleister Crowley, the Great Beast 666, that is the secret core of the Illuminati's latest iteration of Mystery Babylon. It's the latest, it's like their latest version, and they update and they have this amalgamation of all these various archetypes. But what you saw in the Super Bowl was the Mass of the Phoenix that Crowley wrote. You saw it enacted with Rihanna. And Mass of the Phoenix, taking place in Phoenix, of course, it's a rite where you're looking at goddess worship and you're looking at what you see in the Gnostic Catholic Mass. And it has to do with body fluids. And I don't want to get too graphic. You can read about it if you care to. It's Crowley and company. But she's in red, surrounded by all the male dancers dressed in white. And this corresponds to this Gnostic Mass, and it has to do with the fertility rites having to do with the god and the goddess and the conception of the New Age, unleashing the energies of the New Age, the Age of Mars. And this does tie into Elon Musk with his satanic red armor. Elon Musk being the one to take us to Mars, because the Age of Mars is a New Age concept from Thelema. They call it the Age of Horus. And it's not about going to Mars up there. It's about changing here, making Earth Mars. Look at the Mars bases, the space gulags. Yeah, that's what's going to come down here. Now, if you look at the recent performance by Grammy Award-winning Kendrick Lamar, specifically for this song, The Heart Part 5, he performed it in white, surrounded by women in red. So it's the inversion. Rihanna in red, men in white. Kendrick in white as Christ, surrounded by women in red. It's not hard to decode it. This is why the red and the white exist on the Templar flag. In Thelema, Christ and Magdalene equate to Osiris and Isis. That's why you have the Christ. Also to Beast and Babylon. That's their newest iteration. And there you have the Super Bowl arena with Rihanna's moon bump showing. This was just a ritual ceremony, a veneration of the goddess, a satanic communion ritual, you could call it that. And it's not separate from the Sam Smith and Doja Cat and even the singer of the Lift Up Your Voices. All these red dresses you've been seeing, it's all connected. This is all connected to to Damar Hamlin and the heart. All the reference to the heart troubles, even the stuff with the fake vax damages, where all these athletes are dying suddenly, and most of those are just hoaxes anyway. What you're seeing is this constant reference to the heart. Well, the heart in their occult system corresponds to the chalice, and it represents the goddess. And of course, here's Elon Musk, if you haven't seen him in this costume, which he picked up on Halloween. And I'll go a little bit into the detail on Elon Musk and his significance and how he ties into this, because it's part of the same religion. Now, October, of course, Halloween, obvious occult holiday, but it's more than just cheap costumes. With Musk, the costume reaffirms everything that I suspected about his world stage role. Aside from being sort of a combination, I would say, of Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka, sort of eccentric, and the more level-headed Von Braun. He kind of vacillates between these two roles. But here he is with a red costume. Here he is with a ram's head. It looks like the Iron Man costume. It's called the Devil's Champion, upside down crosses, and he purchased it at a place called Abracadabras. Well, if you look up this word in the context of Aleister Crowley's religion, this is like the main word of their religion. Like it's encoded into everything they do. Their main red book adds up to the numbers. It's all gematria. I don't care to get too deep into it, but just suffice to say, this is more than just a Halloween costume. Here is the composite character. I think he's Willy Wonka, also Tony Stark, and Von Braun. Of course, Von Braun wrote the book Mars: A Technical Tale, but he wrote about this character called the Elon, who would colonize Mars. Does anybody here in chat still believe that this guy's going to take you to Mars in a rocket ship? Who still believes that? Like, how did he go from, I'm going to start human civilization again out there, I'm going to found a new civilization, live out this great historic role, but first, let me go ahead and buy this gossip website where people just spew inanities at each other. Like, let me just buy Twitter. I don't know how he made that change. Now, a couple of other things. Of course, if you look at the Kabbalistic symbolism, which is the basis for Western occultism, they all use the Kabbalistic tree of life. They use the same Hebrew characters and the numbers they associate with, the same body of symbols. And it's syncretic. So it's not specifically Judaic. It's syncretic. It's everything, as you will see. And, of course, it's updated, even with modern archetypes like Iron Man. Iron Man corresponds to Mars for a few reasons. Of course, Mars Kabbalistically is associated with the color red, the metal iron. It's associated with, of course, the ram, which is Aries, and Horus. Horus is the Egyptian god of Mars, and he is a falcon-headed Egyptian deity. And Musk's original set of rockets were the Falcon, the Falcon 9. Mars is red because of iron. It's the fourth planet from the sun. The number 4 in the tarot cards is the Emperor, who sits there wearing a red suit of armor next to a ram's head. In all of the images, you'll see rams for Aries and red armor on the Emperor. And Musk he has called himself the Imperator of Mars, which is sort of an emperor term. A couple other things. Here's the actual tarot card, the Emperor. You see the ram, the red armor, the number 4. It's all associated with Mars. The planet Mars, according to NASA and the pictures that they show us, It has the House of Stark logo on it. The House of Stark corresponds to Iron Man, who is Tony Stark. The House of Stark has the Iron Throne. Just another connection there. A couple of other things. We're in the age of Mars. That's why this is all happening. We could start with this too. JPL, where NASA has its origin. You know, really the genesis of modern rocketry and this new space religion. It began with a Thelemite warlock named Jack Parsons. And he stated pretty openly in his writings that it was his role to summon the Antichrist to declare a new age. And he was the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley. He was hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard, who was the founder of Scientology. And this makes perfect sense. A guy who creates a space age religion, a science fiction writer, hanging out with a warlock to create a religion for the masses. Well, look at our mass religion. Look at all the occultism. You can kind of see here how it's the perfect fusion, but there's one more element: movies. And this ties into Scientology and their celebrity worship. But in addition to Parsons and Hubbard, you had a movie star, Marjorie Cameron, who were at the very center of the beginning of our space age religion. But Musk is a living embodiment, a living idol of this idea. He is you could say, vicar of Mars, just like the Pope is the vicar of Christ. And Rihanna temporarily was the embodiment of the lunar goddess. And that's an archetype I covered at length. It's tied into this cult, but it's also in so many different movies. Here's a picture of Marjorie Cameron, if you haven't seen her. They called her the Wormwood Star, which is an Antichrist reference. And she was the first to report seeing a UFO. And this was in 1946, a year before the UFO crash landed in Corona Field in Roswell. No, was it 47? Yeah, 47. You have the Red Witch from Game of Thrones. You have the recent Doctor Strange, and the movie Doctor Strange has the Scarlet Witch. Well, the Scarlet Witch and the Scarlet Woman and the Red Witch from the Game of Thrones, it's all the same archetype, is what I'm pointing out here. In fact, Doctor Strange happens to look exactly like Jack Parsons. It's an intentional resemblance. They have brought this archetype, and this is something else to point out. They've been bringing this Babylon archetype, this is their goddess, for the longest time. It's not new. It's a role they play. And this year it was her, but it goes back. It goes back to the beginning of Hollywood and what Hollywood's actually about. If you want to look through any of these notes, everything we discuss here, go to minds.com/infiniteplanesociety. I'm going through some comments to see if I've missed anything. Now, speaking of red and the use of this color very conspicuously, the shooter in Michigan had these bright red shoes, which may mean something. And so did Alex Stein, by the way. He has a new show on The Blaze, and we were talking about Glenn Beck, Glenn Beck's network, The Blaze. Alex Stein's first show, he's on a blimp, and it's powered by his deceased mother, who's taken over the computer as like the AI. You know, like HAL 9000. Well, in his blimp, Alex Stein's mother is like the HAL 9000. It's an interesting show. He had Gavin McGinnis, Gavin McSmollett is what we've been calling him. The guy who faked a swatting to get clicks. The guy who once faked getting arrested. The guy who made out with a pederast at the site of a fake shooting and didn't call it fake. Anyway, the show wasn't bad, but he was wearing red shoes with no socks. I don't know what that means exactly, but there's got to be some symbolism there. I have some crazy examples of hopium. I don't want to really read them, but somebody is circulating a letter from JFK Jr. who claims that in 10 days everything will be exposed. And that is on Tuesday the 21st. So we have a week. In 1 week, masks are off. Mark your calendars. And if you're a QAnoner, update your calendar and cross out the date that it didn't happen. Okay, this has been great. I'm going to turn this back over to the 24/7. If you want to get the live streams, just go to infiniteplane.live and sign up for the newsletter. Again, we've been talking about this overlap of real and fake and how even the news media can't hide it, so they're forced to comment on it. We've been discussing the fake UFO invasion that will become real when they say it's real, because what they say, the masses believe. And if the masses believe it, we have to pretend like it's true, whether we want to or not. All right, this is going back to the 24/7. Again, I'm going to go ahead and put the links below. If you've missed any of the live streams, I just recommend going over to infiniteplane.live. You can also leave voicemails, and I will respond to those. This is Fepe Akbar. I think there was a terrorist attack yesterday I was reading about, and they were screaming Allah Akbar. Made me think of this song. Anyway, this is Fepe Akbar, because he is, or they are, by Allergic to Bullshit featuring Lean Dion.
Don't fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad to represent. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting better. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yes, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules to hesitate for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Did it gain a tremendous momentum? There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tempen, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hopes Army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguin.
Like a movie scene. There was gunpowder all over the floor. You know, it was just so real, but it felt so
fake. Your reality is fake as fuck. space program is fake, and all of the female astronauts are dudes. All of them, they're all trans. Trannies in space, crisis factors on the ground, fake 9/11, Q is fake, Trump is fake, Melania's a dude, Joe Rogan's a bitch, Eddie Bravo sucks, chemtrails are fake. If you believe in chemtrails, you're a fake and you're a fool. Nobody died at Sandy Hook, nobody died at Aurora, nobody died at Littleton, nobody died at 9/11, nobody died at any of the terrorist attacks like Bataclan, nobody died at Thousand Oaks, nobody died in Vegas. None of those gay people died at the disco shooting in Orlando. There's no evidence for any of your religious saviors to actually exist. There are no prophecies. There is no end times prophecy. Global warming's a hoax. There's no space junk. There's no satellites. The space station is fake. And like I said earlier, your reality is fake as fuck. We know it's a hoax, we know it's a movie, but they keep talking about how it's the Americans that drank the Russians' piss, and it's not the other way around. That's the only part I believe. Out of all of it, the only part I believe is that those American astronauts are actually drinking Russian piss. That's the only part I find remotely believable. Alright, it's been 12 minutes. Let me go ahead and delete this. I know you are listening, trolls. I know your ears are bleeding. Go ahead and call your mommies. You have a 5-minute intermission. That's World War III, One-Eye Jack and the Murder Hornets. I'll be right back. Go ahead and share the stream, and I'll put the link to the track below. Alright, it's 2/15/2023. Just a couple months into the new year, and it's already a PSYOP-rich environment. The title of tonight's live stream is Life Follows PSYOPs, a take on Oscar Wilde's Life Imitates Art more than art imitates life from The Decay of Life. And clearly it's never been more obvious than right now that life actually follows PSYOPs, that there is a script. Most people right now who are paying attention to the news have come across this. It's Yahoo News. It's being covered by every major outlet, but everyone, even, let me go ahead and pull this up on the screen. You'll see how it's gone mainstream that this particular story of this train wreck is right out of Netflix. And we have been describing this phenomenon since 2020. I said, hey, look, you can just look at your Netflix and determine what's going to happen next year. And we've been noticing this and fine-tuning our observations to the point where we coined a new phrase, concurrent programming, to reference the entertainment media that corresponds in eerie ways, as they say. Their word is eerie. No, the word is scripted. These are not eerie coincidences. They are scripted coincidences. But this is going to go over most people's heads. But let me go ahead and play this clip here. Filmed to real life, East Palestine derailment reflects Ohio movie. And I like their choice of the word reflects, because one of the points we make here is that it's a funhouse mirror of reality.
Simply life imitating art. But seriously, what are the odds of this happening? Given that we know the global elite like to mock us, is this another example of predictive programming?
We also have the story tonight of an East Palestine man who was in a recent movie that was eerily similar to the train derailment that happened.
First News reporter Abigail Cloutier spoke with him about the uncanny similarities.
When Ben Ratner signed up to be an extra on White Noise, a movie that was about a train accident that caused a chemical leak, he never thought it would become his reality. Ratner is an extra in a traffic jam scene sitting in a line of cars trying to evacuate. The movie follows a family after a train hits a tanker truck, creating a chemical cloud. White Noise came out in 2022 and was shot around Ohio. Ratner is an extra in a shoot in Salem.
My dad and I went, and they had us basically in cars evacuating.
The plot of the movie is not lost on the East Palestine community.
Because there's only so much negative you can focus on. People are like, oh, how about this? It's kind of uncanny here, this movie.
Ratner tells me he tried watching White Noise again soon after the derailment.
Probably like 15 minutes in, I turned it off. It was not something that...
He turned it off. Why did he turn it off? He's watching something happen in real life that he just portrayed, and as an extra, I guess he portrayed the same role, an evacuee. But now it's a little traumatic for him, I suppose. But the media is noticing this, and this alone is, I think, a key point today.
I was ready to watch yet.
The night of the fire, Ratner and his family were watching his kids' basketball game, and they weren't sure what was wrong at first. They live in what was the 1-mile evacuation zone, and it became clear they needed to get out.
Loaded up the kids and the dog and a little bit of clothes we had from mother-in-law's house and went and stayed in Salem.
He waited for a few days after the evacuation order to bring his wife, kids, and dog back.
Now, this guy could be a dupe. I mean, I'm not suspecting him of being a crisis actor. I'm just trying to determine, and you're welcome to call in and chime in on this, what is the point? Why are they pointing out conspicuous predictive programming? Are they trying to get ahead of us? Do they want to get ahead of the critics and say something about it before we do, and then just throw on some cliches? Oh, it's life imitating art, or you're reading too much into it. It almost seems like they're trying to diffuse it. Commenter Garrett says, Ratner sounds like Exalt. You know what? That is interesting. I don't think it's the same person, but I can see that. They sound and sort of look alike. Now, the Ohio thing is very interesting as well, and here's a Metascript tie-in that I was just made aware of. And there's so many more. And just as a rule, if it happens in the movies before it happens in, quote, real life, it's probably a psyop. And I'm just pointing this out based on patterns that we've all noticed. But someone had pointed out that Ohio is called, I believe it's called the heart of it all. Yes. In 1984, the Ohio Division of Travel and Tourism created the slogan, Ohio, the heart of it all, to promote tourism. Now, another key point about White Noise that I mentioned, and I pointed this out the night that I watched it. I said, hey, this is like a dark version of the National Lampoon, the Clark Griswold. It's like this family vacation story, just in a really dark way, because now it's this toxic cloud airborne event. Because toxic airborne events are so hot right now, they're happening everywhere. They're getting people locked down in place. There was a vehicle turned over. I think it was in Arizona somewhere. I mean, this is predictive programming, and now it's becoming real. But one of the points I made was that this is like an imitation of National Lampoon, and maybe they're killing that idea that we shouldn't be tourists. We shouldn't be driving across America. We need to do away with that nostalgia for that kind of lifestyle where you have a nuclear family and you all are forced into a vehicle and made to get along. Like, that's kind of old world pre-reset stuff, and they're killing it off. And that main character had a very conspicuous resemblance to Clark Griswold, Chevy Chase. And I was looking at some of the promo shots, and it's undoubtable that they actually did conspicuous, and I would say obvious overlapping here. And yeah, here, if you look at the picture on the screen, same clothing, same arrangement of the family. It's just this nightmarish version. But again, it's been made real, and the people who participated in it are noticing how unusual it is that life is imitating art. And we're like, welcome to the club. My main comment the other day was, when did news become conspiratainment? Conspiratainment is, of course, the news that is from our perspective, just so self-evidently fake. It's just entertaining. But the news today is just so obviously scripted and hoaxed. Yesterday was Valentine's Day in the hoaxiverse, and we talked a little bit about Parkland. But let's get back into this. What are the odds that 17 years later, this is 17 years after, look at this, CDC just so happens to update the profile for vinyl chloride. And this was just weeks before the derailment. And someone brought this up in Discord. It was posted by Patriot Mando. Looks kind of like a Q person. Anytime I see the word Patriot, I'm always a little suspect. It's probably a Fed, but it does appear to be the case that vinyl chloride had its profile updated, and it was done just before the derailing, and now everybody knows what vinyl chloride is. It's one of these new buzzwords. And I'm not a reality denialist, but I'm just saying there was a train wreck, sure. But the fireworks show, the smoke, the explanation, all of that could be hoaxed. And then you have all these people who are on TikTok talking about how bad it is. And they're telling us the media is ignoring it. So listen to me. Let me tell you how bad it is. I'm like, okay, but you're not there. And that's kind of like typical. I think what we're looking at is some kind of consensus building, and it's also very partisan. I'm not really buying it. It's seeming to be very psyopy to me. Continuing along this line, there are so many more things along with this particular psyop I wanted to touch on, but Ohio being the heart of America is a pretty big deal. And this was sent to me by Boring NPC, because we're talking about the faking of reality on a major scale. And everything that they did, with this train wreck is obviously something they can do in the movies. And that's one of the basic axioms of auto hoaxology 101. If they can fake it in the movies, they can fake it in the news. Like, that's just a truism. And the sooner you can accept that, the sooner you recognize what is and what isn't fakeable. And then when you account for actors and liars, it all kind of makes sense. This was sent to me by Boring NPC, and this is just something else to give you an idea of how long this has been going on. He sent me this letter about rubber dummies used during the Korean War. He says, "Thank you for your continued efforts. Please add this information in the attached 1951 San Francisco Chronicle about rubber dummies used during the Korean War." He says, "Add this to your quiver of examples of hoaxing at the official level. Keep up the good work, Boring NPC." And here's what he sent me. A newspaper clipping from 1951, February the 8th. U.S. drops dummy paratroops to the back of the enemy lines. Now, dummies used in combat, dummy tanks, dummy missiles. Well, here you have dummy parachuters. AP correspondent said that the transport planes dropped dummy paratroops behind enemy lines. Why? They called it Operation TAC. The purpose was to disable supply truck. They did all kinds of stuff like this, but it was just to, scare people, like with the inflatable tanks, and it would work. Back in 2020, when everyone is locked down, I made the point that if they dropped inflatable Chinese tanks on every street corner, America would have been conquered, because no one would have left their house to see if these things were real. That's how powerful their spell was. Now, we left the houses. Those of us who became reporters, Infinite Plane Media, if you go to the website, just go to infiniteplane.media, has a link on the very top. You can get a press pass, your freedom pass, your unlockdownable, your essential, and you can fact check the claims of the mass media. So far, as if you see here, we've sold 55 of this particular design. But all told, we have more than 150 reporters since 2020 who've picked up the press passes and on some level are ready to be deployed in their area and report back. In fact, someone just sent me photos of the wax sculpture of the Rock. And he suggested, and I'll bring those pictures up, that maybe the reason why they put the Rock out front right now is because there's so much talk about the Rock being rubber. And I'm not sure if you've all have heard about that, but we were talking about how the Liver King is, a total hoax. And when that came out that the guy was just using steroids, Joe Rogan came out and said, well, The Rock is too. And I thought, if anything, that's probably a cover for rubber suits, which are far more sustainable and healthy for you. If you think about the long-term effects of the drugs that they use to maintain these, unsustainable body types, it would make more sense to me that they would use rubber suits. Catching up on your comments. Again, this is the official YouTube channel. It's at Infinite Plane Society. And one of the reasons why I'm using this official channel right now, even though I'm going to delete videos afterward, is I want to get everyone here who's in the think tank wrenched. If you don't have a wrench, just say something and I'll make sure to hand them out, but this live stream will be deleted after. And then after tomorrow, or the next day, I'm not going to give it much longer, those who haven't obtained a wrench will be auto-banned. Anybody who comes in, just auto-ban, and I can sort it out by manually removing them when I'm requested. But I'm trying to use this as the official channel, and we don't want, lurkers or trolls. Yeah, the heart thing, though. Let's get back to the heart topic. Ohio being the heart of America. All the heart symbolism, the Rihanna performance piece with the red, all of that ties in to what's an ongoing psyop. In fact, let me bring this up. We were talking about the red in particular, the red wardrobes, the red dresses, and I had noted conspicuous uses of red in a number of places. In fact, it was Alex Stein's first show on The Blaze. He was wearing these red shoes. And I guess the QAnoners assume that red shoes are made from the leather of sacrificed babies' skin. But look, red shoes, it matches up with the red we've been pointing out, Doja Cat, with the full body red. And then, of course, the lobster outfit. They say the lobster outfit is actually a code for something sinister. The red, though, speaks for itself. We have been pointing out how conspicuous it is. So here you have Stein with red shoes, and they really stood out on his first show. And he was in a blimp, interestingly enough. Now on the right, you have the Michigan shooter wearing bright red shoes. On the left, you have WWE superstar Seth Rollins joining the, quote, big red boots craze, stomping Miz, with these big red Smurf boots, just weird and oversized. They remind me of those gloves that you wear at the baseball game, the giant hand with the finger that points up. Like, these are cartoonishly large red boots. But what's with the red boots? The killer, the guy stomping Miz, Alex Stein. There's something going on with these red, and of course, the heart of it all, Ohio, right now. And then I noticed this. Today, someone lunged at the Buffalo supermarket shooter. And this was the shooter that was radicalized by the Riddler, aka Tucker Carlson. And he went and he shot up a grocery store in a black neighborhood to prevent whites from being replaced, or whatever they thought they were doing. Obviously, it was a hoax. This actor is just another Nick Cruz, another fake patsy. I don't believe it's real. If you believe it's real, if you believe the Buffalo Tops shooting was real, the one that had multiple concurrent programming links to Netflix shows at the time, specifically Stranger Things. If you think that was real, what's your evidence? If your evidence is the elite controlled media put it on my screen to agitate me, that's not evidence, I'm sorry. I looked at the evidence. In fact, we went into our Discord server, we did a frame-by-frame analysis of this thing, and it was all CGI and AVR. Like, it looked like 3D characters superimposed into an actual scene, but it was totally debunkable. There was a hat that flew up in the air and stood there. I mean, there were too many glitches to be counted, and we went through this thing several times. But here he is in court wearing red shoes. Now, I just have a question. I'm wondering, does anyone else here think this is weird? The shooter in Michigan, of course, red shoes. Alex Stein, red shoes. I'm just saying there's a pattern, but this. He's got the orange jumpsuit, but these are red shoes. And the reason we see it is that he was ran out of the courtroom this morning. Let me play the clip.
Our kids, we never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
You hearing the chaos of a man lunging at the Padron Gayton, the shooter who shot 10 people at the Buffalo Tops. Again, that was a major league psyop, and one of the things I pointed out at the time was how you had these firemen in costume who didn't look like they were aware of what they were doing, and they were standing there next to uncovered dead bodies. And then you had live streamers there, or no, or they weren't even live streamers. They were just people with their phones out saying, "Hey, this is terrible. What are you guys doing?" And they all seemed like actors. And I was thinking, you know what? This doesn't even make sense. The scene didn't make sense. The whole thing was staged and phony, and so was this. And I've noticed a lot of these shooters, if you look at the promo shots in the news, they have hairdressers in jail now. They do. That was especially true with this guy before. I've noticed it before. It was like, wait, there was like 4 different mug shots, and his bangs were slightly teased different ways with each shot. Like glamour shots, I was pointing it out. It's like, when did they do glamour mug shots? Like, when did that become a thing? Okay, Dua Simpera says, the spellbound can then just say, yeah, I know, I saw it on the news. You can then say all you want, that the point still remains, but to no avail because the point has been disarmed. That's the spell. Yeah, I was talking to someone a few minutes ago who said that there were people, just random people they worked with, talking about, oh, this thing in Ohio was predicted by Netflix. I'm like, haven't you been paying attention? Obviously not. It's like literally everything has been. Your lifestyle has been predicted by the media that your parents consumed and that you consumed when you were young. Life imitates psyops. Joined by X322, Copaesthetic, Heidi Belanger, Clockwork 113. Copaesthetic says good times. Yeah, these are interesting times. The world stage has never been this conspirataining. Joined by Osher, Zinvalis, Salty Siren, 737. Thanks everyone for joining. And if you don't have a press pass, get one. If you're awaiting books, a lot of stuff got delayed because of my lawfare, but this morning I sent off 9 packages. And every day it's like that. Every day I'm going out and I'm dropping off half a dozen. I will catch up. It won't be much longer. But press passes get sent from a third party and they go really fast. You'll have them in hand so when they have an airborne toxic event in your neighborhood, you can go report on it. And how even the people who are putting up the signs, this area is banned, are probably actors. Like, I think it's going to be another one of those types of psyops where you have people on the ground to tell you it's real. And it's always secondhand. One of the first persons I heard talking about it said, my friend that I grew up with, in fact, my best friend, lives over there. And I used to live over there. And I'm so mad about it. And then she starts raging. And she's got, pink hair, raging about how the media is not talking about it. It's like, not only are they talking about it nonstop, but they're talking about how it's exactly like in the movie. And this isn't just some random correlation that we're making. They chose white noise, or white noise was scripted to fit this. There's a bigger narrative here at play. And I believe it has to do with the attitude of the main character, how he was dismissive of the news and endangered his family, and about white noise being the white noise by misinformation, conspiracy theorists possibly. There's always a subtext where they manage to somehow demonize and blame the free thinkers for whatever's happening. Again, if you are in chat, you're gonna have to say something and get a wrench. This is the official channel, which is why the videos here won't stay, but they do auto export to a couple of places. You can find them on Rofkin, where we have 2,100 subs. GCF says, can't wait to get my book. Yeah, and if your books are late, if whatever you're waiting for is late, I always include something. And I painted a whole bunch of penguinati penguins, put them in little baseball card sleeves. I think they're cooler than Pokemons. Let's see here, commenter. Has anyone here in Ohio seen anything or noticed anything? I'm noticing there's some people are from Ohio in here, but I haven't come across anyone who's been specifically affected. And like, here's a tweet from Noah Benjamin. The Ohio River, right at the blast site, is the 3rd largest discharge artery in which volumes of its water flow to millions of people. It connects with the Mississippi River. This explosion is a crisis of massive proportions. I'm finding a lot of information and a lot of Twitterers making it clear that I'm not panicking hard enough. I'm not overreacting enough. And it's becoming kind of partisan to where it's almost a conspiracy theory to say there's something wrong. Now, I don't know if this is predictive programming. Somebody posted it in Twitter, and it's Lady Gaga being vomited on with some green substance. So I imagine it's something she drank, and this is all just choreographed for a rock show. But I don't know if this is even new. It's a clip though, where she's I think this might be some kind of reference to toxic sludge. I don't know. And I'm talking about the music, but also what she's vomiting it out there. I've been saying Lady Gaga for a long time, and now it really fits. Interesting world stage character, though, if you look at how she's being used to put out certain archetypes, as all these celebrities are. Damar Hamlin, who's made the news because of his offensive jacket, which is actually called Travis Jesus, of all things. He shows up at the Super Bowl wearing a blasphemous zombie Jesus jacket, and it's named for Travis Scott, the guy that did the the Astro World psyop, where they crushed a bunch of people and sucked their souls to the void, and it was 66 years. I mean, this is all crazy if you get into it. I don't want to go too deep into the Travis Scott thing, but everything's encoded to make you pretty aware that this event is designed to convey something. Even the way that the stage was set up in the arena, it looked like something out of Hieronymus Bosch, this vision of hell. But Travis Scott, of course, he never got charged for murder there. 9 people, death by auto-tune. He was just up there auto-tuning and they were just dying. But it's called Travis Jesus. Well, here's Damar Hamlin, and now he gets a hand tattoo, which he just shared. TMZ Sports has learned that Damar got a space-themed hand tattoo before the Super Bowl to remind him of the healing journey he's currently on. And you have an astronaut sitting cross-legged like Baphomet, and he's meditating. Now, what is the significance here? Behind him there's Saturn, which you could say is where he's going, his destination probably. And I'm suggesting here that this is probably just drawing attention to the New World Order's religion, in which heaven and the competing visions of heaven and paradise has been replaced by something universally acceptable, which is outer space. And it's our common destination. More space worship. The spaceman is in a protective suit, but I consider this to be nothing more than it's a religious garment. It's essentially a religious garment. I think space travel is nothing more than allegory for higher states of consciousness, but we're not told that because we're not initiates, but he is. And I'm not sure how clued in these celebrities are to the big picture, but there's a reason why they mystify space. And they've been doing this since things got really psychedelic with the artwork in the 60s and 70s, where they've been creating this notion of cosmic consciousness and associating space travel with higher states of consciousness. It's not new. And I've been pointing out how the tree of life and the 33 vertebrae in the spine, the chakras, all correspond to the solar system, and that whenever you see these launches with SpaceX, where it's like we're firing up all 33 engines, yeah, it's all just a metaphor for going to higher states. It's not about taking you to Mars. And of course, outer space is just, in a way, it's just code, because ultimately the concept of outer space is a replacement for heaven, and it's all about mind control, controlling the space between your ears. Always has been. Going through your comments, someone says, "Where's Greta Thunder Bunny on Ohio?" Oh yeah, right. Where is she? Strangely silent. It's a partisan thing. I think for some reason I've noticed only right-wingers are mad about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen anybody on the left, on the environmentalist side, overreacting to this thing. And those are the ones who go into your convenience stores and steal all the straws. They don't want you to use plastic straws. They want you to use paper straws with plastic wrapping to keep them sanitary, of course. But you got to use paper straws. Or steel ones and you wash them yourself. Yeah, the ones who are super concerned about the environment, the ones who dumped 57 million tons of PPE in the oceans last year, yeah, They don't care about Ohio for some reason. But you know what they do care about? Space junk. Space junk and mind junk. That's what they're mainly concerned about, which is, I think, the explanation for why Elon Musk is their number one villain. He is the world's leading purveyor of both space and mind junk. And I read somewhere today that he has somehow managed to game the Twitter system to make sure he's always the most visible Twitterer out there. Elon forced algorithm change to boost his profile. Not surprising. Now, this is also interesting. I think this might not be a coincidence. I often look at the Drudge and I notice that they will put things in here that correspond and create patterns, like rather a gestalt. Like, for example, when Elvis was in the theaters, he was on Drudge and he had a phoenix jacket. And then to the right, there was a story about this, quote, phoenix bird thought to have been extinct in Japan that was just found. And below the story about the phoenix bird was a story about a church that burned, but only the cross remained standing. So you had the cross standing, the phoenix bird, Elvis lives with the phoenix. And there was a couple of other articles in there that kind of tell a different story, or they add layers of depth. I mean, whoever's behind Drudge's arrangement here, they do these things in a very calculated way. But what I see here is interesting. Raquel Welch, dead at 82, sex symbol who beat Hollywood. Below that, Lana Del Rey. So this one dies, and now you have someone who looks almost similar to her. Someone who deliberately is, her entire persona is meant to look like something from probably the 50s or 60s. And it's always meant, I think, in a sort of ironic way, to try to make it look like America was a really terrible place. I think that Lana Del Rey's lyrics might all just be counter MAGA, trying to destroy the idea that it was great at one point. But she released a song, a 7-minute epic called American Whore. And one of the things I brought up with regard to the Rihanna performance was that the elite today, if you want to give a name to their religion, it's not Satanism. You would more accurately call it Thelema. And as such, their god and goddess, it's updated from Isis and Osiris. Now it's Babylon and the beast. Yeah, they actually openly in their cult or whatever, they worship the whore of Babylon and the beast. I mean, these are all just different ways of describing the god and the goddess, the sun and the moon, and they use various ways to hide and conceal these things from the profane. And the profane are the ones who aren't in the temple, who haven't been shown the light. You're the profane. I am profane. If you look at the screen, here's Rihanna with a shirt that says Control Minds, and it's an upside down cross. Make of that what you will. Okay, let us continue. All right, phones are open. 505 number is up on the screen. The 800 number and the other channels will all be reopened up very soon. Did you all lock your doors last night? I was watching this press conference. It was a brief by Senator Kennedy, and he said something very strange about the UFOs and about how we don't know what it is. And he said, make sure you lock your doors tonight. I'm like, what are they trying to do? That gets people thinking. And they throw these things out there in a very calculated way. And how convenient. RT has an interesting take on the balloon situation. RT is suggesting that it's all about money. UFO defense. Washington turns to sci-fi to boost military spending. On the heels of the Chinese balloon scare, the U.S. is now being invaded by unidentified aerial craft just in time for the new budget bill. Interesting piece here, and it also describes the idea, and I've already brought this up before, that I think they're going to NATOize the entire world, that space air defense, like we have air defense artillery, but it's going to have to go further, and it's going to have to protect everyone. But I thought the excuse was going to be asteroids, and they've made that argument, but they may actually use balloons or something. Okay, continuing. Oh, by the way, have you if you didn't know, the very first UFO crash, the one that they said was a weather balloon, 1947, was in Roswell, but it was in Corona Field. When the Corona lockdowns happened, I thought that's interesting. We were finding all kinds of correlations between the virus story and the alien invasion narrative. A lot of connections here. And in fact, there was a movie that came out in 2020 called Sputnik. And it was about, let me go ahead and bring this up. The Sputnik 5 vaccine came out in 2020, August, the same month that a Russian film came out. And of course, it was Putin's vaccine. Well, Sputnik is about cosmonauts who catch an alien they catch a virus that's actually an alien, and then it takes up residence in their esophagus. And then at night, it crawls out and it feeds. And the way it feeds is it terrifies its victim first because it feeds off of their, it gets their nutrition from their cortisol. So here's an example here. She discovers that the creature, and these are creatures who come down with the astronauts who are infected by the virus. The creature is affected by hormone levels. And that one of the videos she's seen shows her the truth that the creature is eating live humans, but that it shows itself to them first, and it augments their fear and makes their brain release cortisol, and that's the thing from which the aliens obtain their nutrition. Interesting storyline here. It really did correspond with a lot of the talk about the elites and adrenochrome. Same exact notion here. I mean, is this truth in plain sight? Is this concurrent programming? Is it predictive programming? What is this thing, this obsession with scaring and eating people that the elite seem to have, and that shows up in so many of our movies? But it's about a symbiotic relationship with the creature, analogous to possession, but an extraterrestrial that arrives as a virus. That's the main point. And a little bit of a spoiler here. At the end, you find out that the government made a deal with the aliens. In exchange for technology, they give them the people to eat or feed off of. Yeah, exactly. Someone points out here, the Monsters, Inc. movie had the same exact storyline. All right, moving on here. Roswell's an interesting place. I don't believe in space aliens whatsoever. I do believe that they need you to believe in space aliens. I think it's all symbolic. In fact, I think the UFO itself is symbolically analogous to the capstone of the pyramid. It's analogous to the capsule in the rocket. And I arrive at this by looking at the space needles. And the space needles are synonymous with the space age. They were in fact designed with UFOs in mind. The one in Seattle is the one we've spoken about the most. But when you look at the symbolic meaning of it, what is the meaning of the obelisk? It's the symbol of the Savior. It's the resurrection. And resurrection, you're talking about ascending into heaven. And the heaven has been replaced by outer space. And the rockets are now what go to heaven. But the obelisk represents the deity that ascends. But when you look at the Space Needle, instead of the capstone at the top of the rocket, or the capsule, or a capstone at the top of the obelisk, here you just have a UFO craft. But it's essentially the same thing. And when Jeff Bezos went to space in 2021, or close to the Kármán line, or whatever they did, he floats down in the capsule. Well, that's extremely significant. It's the same symbol as the eye in the pyramid on the back of your dollar bill. And when I do a deep symbolic breakdown on Jeff Bezos, and it's nothing about that man is a coincidence. Everything is entirely scripted. But it represents the elite, the elevated ones, the ones who will be raptured, and that's what the column represents there. It's the tractor beam to the UFO. And of course, this particular Space Needle in Seattle is notable because, Washington State 42, 42-second elevator ride, and it's a 42-meter wide UFO. And if you add the letters, the numerical value UFO, it's all 42. And that's just scratching the surface. There's quite a lot in here. But the number 42, if you've paid attention to Elon Musk's work, is consistently associated with the space program as it is with Jeff Bezos's work as well. They all encode 42 in their work, and the answer, of course, and the number 33 as well. And I think it's this particular replacement for the obelisk just represents the next agenda, which is, of course, some kind of alien invasion, rapture. And it's also a symbol of salvation, because the world's going to be destroyed by, well, probably climate change. And to get out of here, of course, you have to get into some kind of a craft, a space ark. All right, phones are open if anyone has anything to say about what's going on in Ohio, or if people in your life are noticing this stuff. Like, I'm curious to know, how are people who are being told now by the mass media that this is predictive programming, how are they responding to it? Are they going to arrive at the right conclusions? Probably not. If you haven't seen it, here is a clip. White Noise 2022 Ohio Chemical Train Derailment movie, released just months before the actual event. The streaming began on December 30th by Netflix. And I think I watched it a couple of days after it came out. And I thought it was terrible.
Of uniformed mourners, there were ranks and squadrons, elaborate backdrops, blood banners, and black dress uniforms. Crowds came to form a shield against their own dying. To become a crowd is to keep out death. To break off from the crowd is to risk death.
And many of these extras, of course, were in the affected zones of this act. Of this PSYOP. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't recruited to be crisis actors. Really, just it would make perfect sense. Fascinating movie. Again, it's got a number of subtexts, and it's a dark take on National Lampoon, Family Vacation, and the idea that there's something nostalgic, something desirable about getting together as a family and driving across the country. Because, of course, both of these things go against the World Economic Forum's model for the future. The 15-minute city thing has been getting a lot of attention. I notice on the left, they're laughing at those who are suggesting that there's some kind of conspiracy to do climate lockdowns, and that the 15-minute cities are a step in that direction. And I don't see anything wrong with that assessment. They are conditioning people. Like, I don't think they're going to force people to lock down for the climate. They're going to brainwash them to do it voluntarily. It's the easiest way. It's just not possible to force people to do things like that. Think about 1984 and this ubiquitous surveillance system where they had to put cameras everywhere to make sure that nobody escaped Big Brother. Well, look what they did instead. Instead of putting cameras everywhere, they just trained people to make their private life public. And I think it's also part of a bigger war on the very premise of private property, where no, actually has more value if you make it public. Nothing private has value. You got to share it. And then you see like how, the commodification of literally everything. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing necessarily, but I think that this flippant disregard for privacy is a weapon. I think it's been weaponized, this idea of putting yourself out there in every conceivable way, because in the future you will own nothing and be happy. Okay, continuing. What mass shooters have in common? We may get into that. Charlie Kirk was one of the first ones on the right to suggest that the extraterrestrial alien invasion is a Democrat psyop. That's interesting there. The UFO junkies, though, are very happy about this, and I think it's very conspicuous that they went from UAP, which nobody knows what that means, to UFO. Why do they go to UFO? Because they want to agitate the UFO believers. And, just down the street from me is the Air Force Base, where if you watch the documentary Miragemen, I highly recommend it. I think you can probably find it on YouTube for free. But it's about this special operations unit at Kirtland Air Force Base. There's a conspiracy theorist in town that is noticing strange craft and reporting on it on his website. The Air Force then sends people into his life posing as conspiracy theorists with inside information. Then they start sending him fake messages that they're aliens from Venus and that their planet is running out of water and that they're going to take over the Earth. Well, Mirage Men is about one conspiracy theorist being led by a bunch of Air Force Special Operation agents to start UFO conferences and talk about abductions and share stuff that they gave him. And it was all just disinformation. But the point of it is they created the UFO mythology. They more or less created it as a way to cover anybody observing any real advanced technology. It's to discredit people, for one thing. Let me go ahead and play a clip here from the trailer.
To help shroud what we're trying to protect. Absolutely. If you've got an aerial platform that is highly advanced and the public who happens to get a glimpse of the thing, if they're convinced that it's from Venus and there's no way it could be our military, well, hey, you know, that's awesome. Hell yes.
It's been a cover story in the U.S. for a long time. Tell the media, tell anybody who will listen, that they're using UFOs to cover up advanced technology, when the truth is exactly the opposite of the words.
We're really a byproduct of extraterrestrial intervention.
What if we're there?
Now, it has a sort of a tragic ending because the person who was being targeted with these lies, who then built a community around it, he would have people show up at his conferences saying, I was abducted. The other person, would just kind of go along with what he knew to be fake, and eventually I think he was told the truth. But at that point, the fact that he was being lied to was harder to believe than what he had come to believe, and he refused to accept it. Cognitive dissonance sets in. Again, it's called Mirage Men, and it's about the U.S. Air Force and U.S. intelligence services exploiting and manipulating beliefs about UFOs as part of a counterintelligence program.
Let's take one step at a time. You're looking at Richard Doty, the professional disinformer.
Okay, Mirage Men refers to, of course, it's like Men in Black. It's the disinformation agents. And you may have met some Mirage Men. If you've ever been to a conference of some kind, conspiracy theory conferences, you've probably come across such individuals. Now, what's going on here with this Ohio predictive programming being called out by the media? Are they just trying to steal our thunder? Are they trying to take away the premise of this program where we do radical media deconstruction? Or just say skepticism? It's not even radical, but compared to the blind faith belief the masses have, it's pretty radical. Okay, let's continue. Vladimir Putin's top TV propagandist calls for a missile attack on Parliament, and translate that into CGI and dummies, which has always been the case. I mean, you saw that article, I posted it from what Boring NPC sent me, that they were using dummies with parachutes to increase the perception in the minds of the enemy of how many people were invading. I mean, it's pretty smart, but Trump's habit of clogging toilets with government documents even grosser than previously thought. Now, I went through this article, and I've already heard about this, that Trump was known to tear up documents and flush them. And now we're finding out that it went on throughout his presidency, but somebody always went after him, removed it, dried it out, taped it together, and figured out what it was he was trying to flush. Like, he didn't get away with anything, but somebody had that job. Okay. Prepare for a wave of extraterrestrial sightings in UK, say UFO experts. Yeah, there's never been a better time to be in the whole UFO industrial complex. And I think the anti-vaxxers are now going to focus on the environment and this new chemical spill. I think that's going to be their thing. I think a lot of the chemtrailers will also probably go along with that too. I think it's just a new current thing. I mean, forgive me for not overreacting and not evacuating, but I'm seeing too many coordinated psyops to think that these conspicuous train wrecks are all accidental. There's a book called Death Cloud over Ohio. The subtitle, The Union Told Them This Would Happen. No one listened. I don't see the author's name, and I can't find the book. I didn't spend a lot of time looking, but if you can find Death Cloud over Ohio, the one about how nobody listened to the union, and I think this is one of the subtexts to this train crash where Pete Buttigieg was like, there's going to be more derailments. It just seems so scripted and fake. Speaking of scripted, a lot of the times when they want to reach target demographics, they just go with celebrities that have already established themselves as credible with said demo. Well, here you have Aaron Rodgers, who I believe he was probably even a anti-vaxxer. Well, he is here bringing out some truth about what's about to go down with the Epstein files. Could just be more hopium, but it's supposed to happen like really soon.
Going on right now, Aaron?
Did you hear about the Epstein client list about to be released too?
Whoa, allegedly, yeah. I assume we have to say, because I'm getting sued by a guy that used to be a starting quarterback in which you were a backup quarterback. But what's that? What are you talking about?
There's some files that have some names on it that might be getting released pretty soon.
Oh.
Are you on there? Look out, AJ.
You know, Maxwell was the only, person ever.
Note the hopeful music. Notice how the music in the background is making you think, oh, well, there's some hope coming. This guy's an operative, political operative, and they're probably sowing the seeds so Trump's going to save the children. Like, they're just going to repeat 2016 all over again. Remember Epstein didn't kill himself and all the hope that was going to come out? This is just bad hopium, and this is a hopium dealer on Truth Social.
Okay. Maxwell was the only, person ever convicted of trafficking, and nobody who was involved in the trafficking ever went to jail. So nothing to see here.
Someone else pointed out that Tom Green said the same thing. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of celebrities are coming out and they're saying they're trying to distract you. You shouldn't be distracted from that distraction. Be distracted by this distraction, and this distraction is Epstein files. Like they're doing the balloons to hide the mess in Ohio, and then some are saying no, they're doing both to disguise these Epstein. I mean, come on. At some point, how many times can they move the goalposts on this thing? It's already 2023. They were saving the children back in 2016. Now they're all teenagers, and they've been with the NWO. You haven't rescued them yet. If they've been in custody this long, they're all voting Democrat. Like, you can't even save them. There's no saving of the children. There never was. But let's go ahead and play the rest of this. The music, though, is making me hopeful.
Trafficking never went to jail, so nothing to see here.
No, nothing. Look, there's UFOs.
See, there you have it. There's UFOs. It's all a distraction. Whenever somebody says to me, it's a distraction, I look into it twice as hard. I came across this phenomenon back when, I guess it was right after the Charleston shooting, Dylan Roof. I was paying attention to that event, and somebody in the chat on one YouTube video said, the earth is flat, NASA lies, and someone said, don't look at that. Don't look at the NASA lies stuff. Don't question NASA. That's a distraction from, I don't even remember what. But whenever someone says, thou shalt not look, or don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain, I immediately go there. But I'm recognizing this as a marketing tactic. Like, nobody's talking about it. When everybody's saying nobody's talking about it, everybody's talking about how nobody's talking about it. It's being talked about. And you caught a mind virus. Got a message from Lynn. Says, what makes you think they're not capable of staging a train derailment as a movie special effect? Why do you suppose they staged an arrest of media reporters at Governor DeWine's press conference on the emergency? Right. I was asking the question, do you think it's fakeable? And I'm saying it's 100% fakeable. One axiom of Autohoaxology 101, if they can fake it in the movies, they can fake it in real life. Now, I don't know if this is significant or not. I was watching an interview with Damar Hamlin, who is being very circumspect. He's not going to talk about what caused it. I think he's been told not to say anything because he doesn't want to feed Ghoul Peters and all these trolls, which they helped incite the whole thing. They riled up anti-vaxxers, but many will say this is a deep fake, this is a clone. I kind of think it's really him, and it was all a psyop. I don't think there are such things as clones. I think the whole clone conspiracy theory is to cover up and obfuscate the fact that they have hyper-realistic masks. And there could be 10 people wearing a Damar Hamlin mask in the same room, and you wouldn't know who the real one was. There's a pretty decent interview with Jonah Mendez, who was the director or chief of disguise for the CIA for like 20 some years. And she said in one of their tests, they had 6 individuals wearing Saddam Hussein faces, and she couldn't tell which one was which. They were interchangeable. But let me play this short clip, Damar Hamlin one-on-one on Good Morning America with Michael Strahan.
PR to you. Alerted everyone else that the situation was pretty serious. I owe Denny my...
The situation was pretty serious. Whenever I hear him say that, it just reaffirms, I think, what we've been pointing out here. They have a coded way of referencing the occult Masonic ritual, and of course Sirius is the star that fell and woke up Truman. It's the one between the Masonic pillars. And this Damar Hamlin thing, in addition to all the heart stuff and the number 3, you do have that Hiram Abiff death resurrection ritual right in the center of it. Pope Elon Musk says he bought Twitter, and he's been speaking out against world government, so you can trust him, even though he has orbiting satellites, even though he has mice on the outside of his rockets. I mean, of course they're not faking space. They're not faking the world itself. So if he's speaking against world government, you can trust him. But he says he bought Twitter because it's important to the future of civilization. And I thought this is interesting because earlier that day I had said, wait a minute here. This is the guy that was taking us to Mars to save the planet, or save us rather from the destruction of the planet. This is our savior taking us to Mars, and now he's buying Twitter. How do you go from let me reboot civilization on a distant planet to I'm going to buy a gossip website? And I thought it just seems so trivial compared to space travel. Well, hours later, Musk comes out saying that buying Twitter is actually important for the future of civilization.
That 3 to 5 years is actually worth a lot. I mean, to be frank, I was a little worried about the direction that and the effect of social media on the world, and especially Twitter. And I thought it was very important for there to be a maximally trusted sort of digital public square where people, within countries and internationally could communicate with, the least amount of.
I'm not really catching any of that. I'm catching every other word. And I've heard people in the comments back when they used to worship him. Like, he used to get a lot more worship and love from the left before he went anti-woke. And they used to say, oh, well, he's just trying to dumb down what he's saying so we can understand it. That's why it's taking him so long to get it out. He's trying to make it comprehensible to us. Okay. He's got to filter it down to our level. Okay. Anyway, he's not just BSing. Of course not. Let's go through some more headlines. Kanye West documentary is coming from the BBC. It's going to be about the rise and fall of Kanye West. Something to look forward to. Again, it's all scripted, just kind of reinforcing it. I had a caller yesterday who brought up how they used to do a lot of movies right after these events, immediately after, as propaganda reinforcement. And I think back then, it was probably necessary when you didn't have instant replay for everything all the time 24/7. I mean, right now we have access to everything. And they do the media, they do the news events, like generally at the same time or right after they put it in the movies. But at that, prior to the internet, you would have these big fake events happen in the news. And if you missed it, yeah, you could just catch the movie after. It makes perfect sense. And they still do movies right after these events. In fact, I recommend Hot Skull. It's just like COVID, just like the lockdowns, only it's for mind viruses that are transmitted verbally. And you're not catching mind viruses from me, by the way, because you are critical thinkers. And this is interesting here. There's a correlation between the mind virus and the virus, and how the people on the left are generally pro-vax because they don't think that their immune system is good enough. The people on the right who believe in natural immunity, yeah, they're fine with it. They don't need the vax. They have their own immune system. Now, look how they both view mind viruses. The people on the right say, we don't need censorship. We can critically think. We believe in free speech. The people on the left say, no, our mental immune systems are too weak. We don't want to catch those mind viruses. Please protect us. Vax our minds. Make them wear masks on their minds so they can't give us mind flu. These right-wing social media influencers with their mind flu. You see how it works, and it's perfectly split down the middle. The attitude towards mind viruses and viruses. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence either that Virus of the Mind, the book that really conceptualized memetics, was written by Richard Brody, who invented Microsoft Word. And then you have this correlation. Bill Gates, Microsoft, Richard Brody, Microsoft, mind viruses, viruses, computer viruses. There's a pattern there. It's a methodology. I think there's a systematic way that they have come up with to filter our minds by getting us to accept a premise that the super spreader premise has been added to the mind virus super spreader premise. And again, they want to make it clear that you don't have a mental immune system, that you can catch ideas. That's what the movie Hot Skull is about, catching ideas. That's why I came up with the phrase mind aids. They want to give it to you. That way, you're automatically just so dumbed down that you just believe anything, which makes you a danger to yourself, obviously. Oh, these people don't know how to not believe, so we have to censor. Otherwise, they'll catch everything. They have a weak mental immune system. And it's by design. By design. And what they have done is when they shifted the burden of proof from the media and the big liars to the watcher, the viewer, the audience, when they shifted the burden of proof over, that's when that was a direct attack on your critical thinking. Oh, critical thinking makes you a conspiracy theorist. You're supposed to replace and supplant your own perceptions with whatever's on the screen. That's when they got rid of your mental immune system, and they just opened up your mind and they started dumping in mind viruses non-stop, eyes wide open. And I think that's what eyes wide open means in a Kubrick's film. It means that your minds are wide open to their programming. P. Tripp is here, says this show sounds great on surround sound. Oh yeah, and make sure that you're most likely to catch all the mind viruses. This is mind war inoculation, actually. And we are I consider this to be an info war. It's a flood of information. And I think one of the tactics is overwhelming people, overwhelming you with so many stories and ideas and narratives. Like you look up, something to be afraid of. You look down, something to be afraid of. Now you can fear the water. This is why I've always rejected the fears. One of the commonalities between all of the psyops, whether it's climate change or chemtrails or asteroids or space balloons, it's this idea that there's something to fear from the sky. That whenever you're outside, and it's like they're programming you with agoraphobia. Why would they do that? Why would they want you to be afraid of outside spaces, open air? Well, they want you to be afraid so you go inside. The same reason they want you to wear a mask. The same reason why they want you to socially distance. And another connection between viruses and mind viruses, think back to when they introduced safe spaces. I remember here, they built a new facility, it's like $80,000. That's the first time I paid attention to it. To create a, quote, safe space. And I realized, wait, this is meant to protect left-wingers from right-wingers. So they are putting it out there that right-wing memes are dangerous mind viruses that lefties can catch. I'm like, okay, safe spaces. Then, of course, COVID comes around and the state mandates safe spaces for different reasons, for viruses, not for mind viruses, but for viruses. You have to maintain a safe space. They limited the number of people that could congregate, etc. After that, what they have done and what they're doing right now is they're continuing the safe space idea, but they're replacing the virus excuse with the mind virus excuse. Avoid the same people, not because they're not vaxxed, but because their minds aren't vaxxed. because their speech isn't masked. This was an operation. And I called this out in 2020. I said, look, they're using the lexicon, they're using the terminology that you would use to describe an epidemic, to describe our language. They're saying toxic misinformation. This is why I coined the phrase mind junk to correlate with space junk. This is an operation to get the public to accept the premise that they need to lock down and vax their minds without needing to be coerced into it or forced into it. And I would say they're winning. Okay, by the way, if you're not subscribed, subscribe at the YouTube, on this YouTube channel now, and please comment, and I will be handing out wrenches. In a couple of days, probably I'll give it maybe a week. In about a week, and I don't care if people start now, we're going to go ahead and just start. We have a process here, and if you don't know how it worked at the very beginning, when we first created the think tank, when it was only one YouTube channel, the people we knew, the people who understood the rules, or at least our outlook, which was, if you're not auto-hosting the news, your input's not going to be all that valuable with regard to certain events. Because at that time, most people were just like, how can you say it's fake? Think about the victims. It was usually just people doing the work of the MSM, like T cells, like, oh, the beast matrix media is bleeding, let's go patch up the wound. Like, what? We're looking at glitches in the matrix, and you're going to do cover for the MSM and tell me not to criticize it because somebody's feelings might get hurt? But when we excluded the people not in the know from the conversation, it increased the rate at which we would deconstruct things, and we didn't have to worry about trolls. But the only way we could facilitate this was to give every single person there a mod wrench. Now you're a moderator, which means you can post links, which made it easier for us before Discord to put our research in one place. And this became a research facility, not an echo chamber, because it's open. We don't close it off to ideas. You can get in, but it's also a think tank, because we do have to kind of treat this as it's a sheltered environment. We have armor because, of course, we are surrounded by trolls at all times, and it is in a state of info war. And of course, we're shooting out of the turret. We're launching the red pill grenades into the world stage and just watching the results. I mean, it was just kind of a metaphor. But the point of it is, we were able to create a community of people in the know, even though we're right here exposed on YouTube, by banning anybody immediately the second they stepped in. And if they were legitimately part of the program and wanted to be in the think tank and they knew what was going on, they could just email me at infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, give me their YouTube name, and I go into the dungeon and remove them. Give them a wrench, and they're in. It's simple. You spend one night or less in the IPS dungeon, you get a wrench, and you're let back out. Just a little, like an initiation, you could say. A little formality. But it was a great vetting process. And that's the origin of the blue wrench. It's the blue moderator's wrench. And this is the official channel at Infinite Plane Society. This channel will live forever. We're not going to let this one get censored like all these other ones have. That's why you need to go ahead and click the link below, sign up, get on the newsletter, because you'll want to get the archives immediately after. And the archives will usually just come from Rofkin, but also Odyssey. And I've been working on the website, been doing some development, and if you go to infiniteplane.media, one of the new changes I've made is at the very top, it will automatically have not just the live stream that's playing, but if we're not live, it'll have the previous upload. So the most recent archive will always be available right at the top of Infinite Plane Media. And you can also listen to the audio right here. So you have live audio, archives conveniently located. And then also at the top, you can click the link, order a press pass. And I have a few other links that you might want to check out. Metascript.cc. If you want to be listed as a press pass carrier, if you have social media, I can list you in the press room. Just contact me through the site. It's under development. Constantly improving things, especially when there's downtime. And right now there's downtime. We used to be on 25 platforms all at once. but we've scaled down temporarily. But we're going to scale back up from here. But this is ground zero on YouTube. Again, there's other YouTube channels you can find us on where I don't delete it, but those are disposable. This one isn't. All right, continuing. We've been talking about the derailment, the media noticing, and this is an interesting one. Someone brought this up today about a disappearance of a Nicola Bulley in the UK. Another one of these high-profile disappearance stories. And I'm not a reality denier. There was a shooting on the corner down the street at the Circle K where I get my gas, and I drove by it after the fact, and I saw the car and the blood where the person in front of it was shot while he was filling his gas. And I'm just pointing out that you probably didn't hear about that because it was real. And for the most part, real life stories that don't fit the media narrative, the gunman didn't fit the right mold for their agenda, they don't report on it. And it won't make it into the history books, and it didn't happen. That victim didn't count as much, or those victims don't count as much as the ones like Wayno Saxton or any others we could name who are, you know, basically state actors, propaganda agents. You're supposed to cry for the fake people. It's the strangest thing that people have empathy for psyop actors. And we had to break that spell, and it really was a spell. It's emotional manipulation to say, if you criticize this, you are a bad person, or you should feel bad. I'm like, wait, this is not, to me, this isn't an area where you bring your emotions. When you're doing media analysis, media deconstruction from an off-world stage perspective, it more and more begins to approximate film criticism at this point. And the world stage movie has never been so conspirating. Okay, now this is the point that someone had brought up in our Discord server. It was the Panic Master. He pointed this out. He said, the disappearance of Nicola Bulley becomes stranger with the recent discovery of a single stained glove. It seems massively symbolic and reminiscent of Hanks's Twitter nonsense not long ago. Tom Hanks used to Instagram all kinds of photos of just random gloves on the ground. This is pre-COVID. He would post pictures of single shoes from children, and it was pretty ominous. In fact, it got really weird because Isaac Cappy called him out as one of the king hot dog consumers in Hollywood. And that's Pizzagate code. Big pizza eater there, according to Isaac Cappy. Well, Tom Hanks posts a picture on his Instagram of a glove on Route 66. And adjacent to the glove is like a dead ground squirrel or some kind of roadkill. And between the two is a bottle cap. And people called Cappy Cap. So you have roadkill, cap, and a glove on the ground. 42 days later, 42-year-old Isaac Cappy is roadkill on Route 66. Or he was thrown off a bridge. But whatever the case, yeah, there's a history here with Tom Hanks and this creepiness. But what Panic Master noted here is that in Freemasonry, the glove is symbolic. And according to an article I was looking at here, the hands are symbolic of human actions. Clean hands representing pure actions, dirty hands the opposite. And what it goes on to point out here is that the symbol of the glove is a way of representing even the Masonic apron, a symbol of purity. So it's a highly symbolic thing that's probably more important to the story than anything. And this is from sacredtexts.com. Very interesting article here about the symbol of the hands, and it got me thinking about COVID and PPE. And I had called the mask symbolic of censorship, that it's a religious garment, and it's about purity of what? Purity of your mind. And that's what this is about. What I'm suggesting is that we're going through a holy war, a purification, a mass initiation, even the masks and the quarantine. This is all part of an initiation ceremony that we all went through. But interestingly here, we're finding that the gloves are very much, it says here, there is no doubt that the use of gloves in masonry is a symbolic idea borrowed from the ancient and universal language of symbolism. and is intended, like the apron, to denote the necessity of purity of life. The same site has some interesting material about the single shoe, which we so often see at these psyops. But yes, police recover stained glove, searching for Nicola Bailey. I haven't looked too much into the story. Fake until proven real. Just a rule of thumb. Don't get upset. No need to worry or pray for this crisis actor until you're sure that it's real. And I haven't looked at it enough to know that it's fake, but I don't have enough information to know that it's real. And that's an important distinction. Someone might say, how can you say that's fake? Well, how do you know it's real? And if they give you the argument from the screen, then you know that they're reality impaired. Dale on Twitter points out the United States shot down a UFO over Cumtown, Alaska 69 days before 420. The simulation controllers are turning us into a meme in 2023. Yeah, a lot of people have noticed synchronicity, coincidence, overload. But this is the rule, not the exception. Whenever the public is pointed to or directed to look at something, I don't trust it. Whenever the public's told, pay attention to this psyop or this event rather, it's questionable. Like Jussie Smollett. Jussie Smollett was caught faking his own lynching, blaming it on MAGAs. Never happened. The media ran with the story, but then they exposed it as a hoax. And that was meant, I believe, to show you, the public, that, hey, look, if any of us ever try to do a psyop, we're going to expose it, and we're going to expose it in front of everybody and throw the guy in jail. So Jussie Smollett wasn't a patsy. He is an actor, and he played the role of a guy that got caught trying to hoax the media. And that's what happens when you try to hoax the media. It's the exception, not the rule. Of course, we know the opposite to be true. But this is how they convince people of things. Like George Santos, a big-time liar. He tells all these stories about how he's a bigger liar than Brian Williams. And yet, he gets exposed. And now people want him out of the government. They want him out of office. And I'm suggesting that that was scripted and it's a psyop. That George Santos was given this fake persona and a fake identity, and he is intentionally being exposed. That way, it deflects our attention from the fact that every single politician out there is, at that level, is something of a construct. That they're all fake. That's Fakeville. But when they throw out the guy that's the scapegoat, and this is what a scapegoat is. If you look at the origin of the scapegoat story, and when I look at Osama bin Laden with his goatee, I thought about how he was a scapegoat and George Bush was reading a goat story. 9/11 was a scapegoat story, and they created the scapegoat of the radical Islamic extremist. But the scapegoat story has to do with a pair of goats released into the wilderness with all the sins and impurities of the village that go with them. And of course, bin Laden escaped into the wilderness. But this George Santos, oh yeah, he's the one. He's the liar, and let's just throw him off the world stage and distract. No, we're not liars. This guy he's it. He's the exception to the rule. Jussie Smollett, scapegoat. Rocco says fake is the norm. Exactly. Rocco says, I think Cappy was a plant. Absolutely. Cappy, I don't believe that was real. I think it's a plant. I think he's still alive. I mean, he makes a good case. Maybe he was just crazy, but I don't know. I mean, I looked at the video. I looked at the body cam footage, and it didn't seem like a real death scene to me. It looked fakeable, 100%. And I drove past that spot on Route 66, and the bridge was only 22 feet high, which is not that high if you're planning to leap to your death. And supposedly there were two individuals that saw him about to jump, ran up onto the bridge, and tried to hold him back. But he did it anyway. But we never got witness statements from them. We never actually see them. That's also questionable. And then months later, some military police in a Humvee find or see him on their dash cam footage. And I looked at that dash cam footage of Cappy, and it looked like CGI. I'm just thinking maybe he was part of the operation to make it seem like Q had credibility, because many people didn't take Q seriously until Isaac Cappy pointed fingers at Tom Hanks and seemingly was assassinated. Like, there's a pretty good story there. And those who arrived at the conclusions they arrived at with regard to the deep state and the adrenochrome, yeah, I think they had a good reason for arriving at these things they were led to. Just like we were led to believe in toxic airborne events as the next current thing. And just a heads up, the QAnoners are expecting JFK Jr. to show up on a UFO on the 21st of February. Tonight we covered the red shoes of the Michigan shooter, Alex Stein, and how those correspond to the red shoes of that wrestler on TMZ. And there's a big trend with red shoes, and someone had actually sent me a picture of the Super Bowl pre-party from above, and it looked like blood spilling out of the stadium, and it was just a bunch of people in red. Something is up with all of that. Life imitates psyops. That's been the topic for the night. More than, I mean, that's really what that is the case. Life imitates psyops because that's the script. The psyops don't happen in a vacuum. Like CNN isn't like, you know, we could really score some points against the gun lobby. Let's fake a school shooting. If that was the case, the right would say, hey, forget about their liberal bias. These guys are just faking the news now. They don't do that because both sides fake the news. Here's that shirt that Travis Scott was wearing with the rotting Jesus character, or at least that's what I thought. I don't mean to be insulting to the art. Maybe that's not the case. It looks very strange. One eyeball looking up, one looking down. Maybe I'm missing something. Like, I'm not all into fashion, so I'm like, I don't want to criticize that guy's inflatable suit. And when, you know, Sam Smith with his inflatable black suit, and I was like, well, it might tie into the balloon stuff. He should have just worn a balloon. Who is the designer behind this piece? It is Takashi Murakami, and it's called Travis Jesus. During this year's Super Bowl, and this is from sportskita.com, Damar Hamlin and several groups of medical staff were presented with a tributary award. However, netizens were more interested. Aren't we metaversers? We're not netizens anymore. Now we're metaversers. I refer to people as world stagers. It says they were more interested in the Letterman jacket that Hamlin was wearing because it contains controversial symbolism. He was wearing a green and blue jacket with a crucifix-styled symbol on the back and the word eternal. And the figure on the cross, his face looks distressed and spooky. The other words say, Saint Youth, world without end, there is no day, there is no night. Interesting piece of artwork here, but it's called Travis Jesus. One netizen said it was a reference to the satanic ritual that Travis did at Astroworld where he auto-tuned the people to death. Here we have it. Travis Scott sacrificed his fans in a ritual at Astroworld, and he made this piece famous by commissioning a jeweler to turn it into a rhinestone-encrusted pendant. Now, if you're looking at the screen, you're looking at the jewel pendant of Travis Scott, and then it made its way onto the back of Damar Hamlin's his letter jacket. Fascinating. Yeah, the phrase "what the hell is going on" has also been memed. It's been force memed out there. I think people are overwhelmed. They're seeing the balloons, then the Super Bowl's happening, then the explosions, and now the media is pointing out the bizarre coincidences. And just the fact that the media is drawing attention to it should tell you something. And the movie, again, called White Noise, that has to be a very significant point in it as well. CNN. Residents are living the plot of a movie that they helped to make. Ohio train derailment predicted by Netflix 2022 movie. And the Netflix movie was released streaming just a few weeks ago. That's from The Independent, not Infinite Plane Radio, The Independent. New York Post. Deadly Ohio train derailment eerily predicted on Netflix. Quote, scary. Now, when they say eerie, you know it just means scripted. From film to real life. East Palestine derailment reflects Ohio movie. It's never been this obvious, has it? But why are they pointing it out? I think the clue might be this, because I don't think, quote, people are waking up. People always say that. They say, oh, people are waking up. People are waking up. Where? I haven't seen it. I think there's something else to it. Like, what does the phrase mean? What does the phrase white noise mean? And I think this might give us a clue. An even mixture of sound waves extending over a wide frequency range, a constant background noise that drowns out other sounds. Now, what is that? All right, this has been great. We'll be back likely earlier tomorrow morning, taking calls and voicemails all night for the most part. If you're on Discord, we'll be in the chat, actually. We're doing a lot of work in the Discord server. We have some documentaries in progress. So many things that have been delayed because of the lawfare. I want to say thanks to all of you, of course, for helping out with that. We're going to have a victory. Within 3 weeks, we're going to have a response from YouTube. You know, we're suing YouTube because of, well, most of you know, I don't want to repeat it too much, but YouTube is involved in property right and identity theft crimes, cyber crimes, and I have all the evidence. And the other perpetrator, the one who actually used YouTube against me, used their own copyright and trademark reporting system against me, he's on the lawsuit with them. So I'm actually suing them both simultaneously in small claims, and I'm mostly doing this to draw attention to the prosecutable criminal acts. I'm trying to get the FBI and I'm trying to get them to act faster on multiple acts of hacking. And my WordPress was hacked, my Gravatar was, and they changed my profile. I got it all back. WordPress emailed me in the middle of the night, and we came up with a solution. The problem was he had linked his personal phone to my device. To my account, like with the two-factor authentication. It was kind of a tricky situation. We says white noise puts people to sleep. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. And it drowns out background noise. And what were we experiencing in the last week between the Super Bowl, the balloons popping, and Ohio? We were just, I think, inundated. And then before that, we were dealing with the World Economic Forum, talking about how the environment's going to be destroyed. And at that exact time, we were having the Avatar movie out, and then the floods, and they connect all these things. It's an immersive illusion. And whenever they change subjects, they really change everything. So right now, toxic airborne threats. And there's so much predictive programming for toxic airborne threats that you can guarantee it's going to be the next excuse for lockdowns. And I pointed this out this summer. This summer, the National Guard in Austin, they were doing drills for, I believe it was dirty bombs. Like the DHS has been preparing for dirty bombs. Drone-borne weapons, depleted uranium. And there's a movie called The Humanity Bureau, which I recommend. It's Nicolas Cage. Came out, I believe it was in 2017. And The Humanity Bureau, again, it's a dystopian, like they all are, set in 2030. In 2030, we're all locked down because of serious environmental problems. Again, this is the Humanity Bureau. Now, they're locked down because of radioactive waste. They can't go anywhere. They're stuck in place. And he's going around, I guess, determining who's useful and who's not. It's a real dystopian thing. But at the end, he finds out that all these people are quarantined for no reason. He gets his hand on some banned equipment, and he's able to test the environment for himself, and he finds out that they've been locked down for no reason. Sound familiar? And that was 3 years before 2020. Again, it's the Humanity Bureau, just another excuse to lock us down. 15-minute cities. Yeah, I think it's a stepping stone. It's a stepping stone to create the shift in culture that will result in people acquiescing to lockdown just as a lifestyle, as a choice, not as a compulsion. They're going to do the same thing with guns. I think guns, then they don't have to take your guns. They're just going to brainwash you to think about guns in a radically different way. As former AG Eric Holder said right before the 20 years of fake school shootings began. In fact, let me play that clip.
People who have influence over youngsters, entertainers, athletes, to be involved in this program as well. But not only them, community leaders, Jesse Jackson, Mayor Barry, people who have credibility with young people should be on the television, on the radio, as much as we possibly can, and telling these youngsters that it's wrong to carry a gun, and that if you have information about people who are carrying guns, you've got to share that with Chief Thomas and with his people as well. I've also asked the school board to make a part of every day.
Now here it is. Here's the part. This is the famous clip here where he talks about brainwashing.
Some kind of anti-violence, anti-gun message. Every day, every school, at every level. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
And I think Hollywood's been a big part of this. Hollywood has made guns one of the main characters. Guns and jet fuel. You know, leading up to 2001, I think a lot of movies were preparing people for jet fuel, but they make guns into characters, they exaggerate guns. Even though they hate guns in real life, these Hollywood actors are very pro-gun in the movies, but they're pro-gun in such a way that it makes guns scary. They created a scary gun culture to make guns easier to ban, or to get people to agree that they ought to be banned. I have a voicemail I want to play really quick here. This is, I believe it's from Lynn, and it's about the present topic.
I happen to know of a case of a internet radio podcaster who had actually been busting hoaxes. He was on YouTube. This was back in the days when YouTube was still a free and open range. And he had busted Sandy Hook. He had busted the San Bernardino PSYOP and shown the involvement of Ross Perot Jr. in that and how it was tied to the real estate development. This podcaster, creator on YouTube, I thought really had earned Pulitzer Prizes for some of the auto-hoaxing and exposing a fakery that he went after. The Hoaxstead, or how do you say, the Hampstead hoax.
Okay, now, towards the end, here's where she gets to. When 2020 came, he just thought it was real, and she's describing how he lost a lot of his following because he couldn't go all the way behind the curtain.
Whatever the one over in England, he went over there to and he was really good at it. Huge number, I mean, long time devoted subscribers, people who were keeping him afloat financially and everything else. This phenomenon needs to be explored. I'm bringing this up because I don't think it's the raw numbers that matter. First of all, we can't trust the raw numbers that are coming from YouTube or Twitter when they talk about ups and downs.
Okay, yeah, this is the other point that I want to get to. That if you're trying to tiptoe around the truth because you're worried about protecting your numbers and keeping your channel financially viable, you might survive in the short term, but it won't work in the long term. A lot of people started making a point to not say fake, to not say, oh, these are actors. People who shied away from that thought they could protect their channels. But then when 2020 rolled around, 2021, we could see how they found so many excuses to censor channels. Playing it safe is not a long-term strategy at all. And I don't intend to here, and I don't have to. We don't have to. We don't compromise in the truth here. We are not trying to kowtow to the MSM. We don't breathe their same air. No need to. We have a different program here. We're off-world stage media. And if you don't know what off-world stage media means, what I mean when I say that, it's about frame of reference and about your basic assumptions about what media is, how monolithic it is, how immersive it is. And if you need any better example, you can't find a better example, I don't think, than Ohio. When you're looking at how immersive the illusion is, how coordinated the entertainment programming is with the news programming, how they prepare you, make you suggestible for their psychodramas. It's how they rule you. They rule through fear, they rule through psyop, they rule through theater. And if you want to check out Auto Hoaxology 101, I'll put a link in the chat below. Thanks everyone for joining. Again, get on the newsletter. And this video will be deleted shortly, but it's going to show up immediately after. And if you're on the newsletter, you'll get those links. This is Solemnite Fly, Auto Hoax, and I'm going to put a link in the chat.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati on my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto.
Hey everyone, this is Chief Crow's Auto Hoax, or GTFO. Put a link in the chat. Today is 2/17/2023. It's 5:35 p.m. Starting a few minutes early today. I'm not presently using text alerts, so I'm using Instagram and other social media, but I will be reinstituting that very, very soon here. And again, this is the official YouTube channel, and it's very important that you say something now and get a wrench. Because after 222, we're instituting a wrench-only chat policy, and it'll become increasingly difficult to actually get your fins on one. And if you don't get it right now, if you don't have it, I'll come back afterward, and you don't have to worry about the auto ban. That doesn't come into play until next week. And if you don't know the history of the wrench, I have an article I'll be sending out very soon. We'll be discussing this on the 22nd, and you will then understand the basis for it, the historical basis. It's a tradition, and it's something of a trademark with this channel. And it really just speaks to the necessity of having a concerted effort to maintain a place where free speech is even possible, where that's the basis for it, because snowflakes have all the power today. Like in the real world, snowflakes are given ban hammers everywhere. But yes, press passes, books, art, all of it has been going out. If you didn't know, I am suing YouTube, and I'm suing a White House connected cyber stalker who hacked my Kickstarter account. I'm suing them both on the same civil suit, and I'm doing this not just for a settlement, because I don't care about the small claims. I'm doing this because the person I'm suing has committed felony identity theft and multiple cyber crimes, all federal crimes, very bad stuff. And he did so with the help of YouTube. And since 2017, YouTube and now Spotify have given my copyrighted content rights over to this person. This is why we're not on Spotify, where previously, I think it was the last day was October 28th or 29th, we had 4,000 subscribers, lost them all, and is all on the basis of a false copyright claim by somebody pretending to be me. Now, I have solved the problem. I've caught this person, we have exposed the whole situation, I have all the evidence, but what I'm doing with a civil suit by suing both of these parties is I'm going to bring to the attention of the judge and the public, and as much as I can get, as much attention as I can get on this, I'm going to try to get people to look at the fact that we do have a White House connected, it looks like some kind of an agent who, look, he's a provocateur. I would even call him an unindicted insurrectionist, but he's one of the main QAnon pushers, and he's also one of the main pushers of Hunter Biden's laptop. I'm just saying he's like some kind of Psywar operative in the White House who, for some reason, targeted this channel with YouTube's help. And I can prove it. I have emails that show collusion, and those emails will be released here. I'm using the civil suit to publicize all the evidence against them, and hopefully initiate some kind of indictment against the guilty parties here. In other words, it's kind of a novel strategy from, I've never seen it used, but I'm using a civil suit to draw attention to the need for criminal proceedings to just be instigated, because it just doesn't seem like it's going to take care of itself. If you recall, back in 2017, 2018, I had already filed reports with the FBI about these, and nothing ever happens with that. But luckily for me, my stalker recently hacked my WordPress and my Kickstarter, and both of these companies have been very forthcoming with sharing IP address and how he did it. He actually managed to hack his way into an email address and hooked his phone to my WordPress and hijacked it for several days. It's one of the reasons why we were quiet earlier this month, and it explains why a lot of the packages were delayed. A lot of things were delayed, but again, we're caught up now. As of last night, the process servers have been paid, the lawsuit has been filed, and I expect a proof of service any minute now. And once I have that, I'll have some leverage, and I'm going to get Spotify back. And I'll secure this YouTube channel here, Infinite Plane Society, because this is probably channel 160. That's probably how many. And those of you here have been through this entire process, and this is the permanent wrench. All right, let's continue. I want to see who's in the chat here. Again, we'll resume text messaging very soon. Johnny's List, Flat Stuff Earth, Portal Complex, T-Dog, Anx G, Linda Curtis, thank you for joining. Symbia X322. We come from the land of ice and snow. Asks if we're live. And we are going to be live pretty much every single day from here on out. I never intended for there to be interruptions. But anytime we're interrupted, we're working on other things. We're building the foundation here, because what we're doing here isn't growing a quote YouTube channel. What we're doing is we're aggregating anyone who can understand what we're really looking at when we talk about the world stage. And there are enough of us that we can form a sizable breakaway society. You may look at it as a philosophical movement. We're not activists. It's way beyond political partisanship. We're just here to throw popcorn at the screen and not get triggered by all of the psychological warfare. Tominoid2 says, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Toxic Train Crash Cover-Up Story for the UFOs. I recall that was one of the points someone brought up. Many tie-ins here, and the predictive programming alone is worth noting. And something else I wanted to point out. It seems like the main theme right now is agoraphobia, which is the fear of outside spaces. And this has been the case since quarantine, and they've been applying the logic to environmentalism. Like, maybe we need a lockdown for Gaia. So you're doing it to self-sacrifice to save the planet. You're locking down to not be a super spreader. They're getting you to lock down your mind so you don't be a mind virus super spreader. But now they're bringing in other threats for those who aren't coerced so easily. Now it's going to be space junk, toxic airborne events. And this is fascinating to me because the right laughs at climate lockdowns, They laugh at the left and their climate hysteria, but you'll notice that this Ohio wreck and the toxic airborne event is only threatening to the right. It's totally politicized. And that's not accidental, as we'll get into. But agoraphobia is one of the things I was thinking of here. Because if you look at it, it's like, okay, you lock down to save the earth from man, or you are trying to save however it is, you're being acclimated to it. Asteroids, meteors. In fact, the last movie I just watched, Alice in Borderland, no spoilers here, but meteor is the thing that nukes the place. I mean, it's just endless. The fallout, toxic airborne events is just the latest, and all of this is mixed in with aliens, which is why the close encounters thing doesn't surprise me at all. But just look at these two headlines just to give an idea of how partisan this is. You have Florida Senator Mark Rubio is calling for the resignation of the Secretary of Transportation because they're not treating this like a real disaster as they think it should be. Biden rejects Ohio's request for federal aid after a train disaster in East Palestine. Why would it be partisan? Where is Greta? And I believe we have the answer to this. All right, I'm going to be handing out wrenches. Just say hello if you don't have one now. Don't feel insecure. No one's going to swat you. But you have until the 22nd. I put a notice up on the screen. Okay, continuing. We have quite a lot to cover today, but the main thing is this recent PSYOP. And I want to point this out, that this Ohio train crash will wake up no one because there's too much white noise. This has been given plenty of coverage because of the fact that there was a movie about it before it happened, and many of the extras are now, quote, victims. My contention is that these victims are crisis actors. I don't believe this is real. If it was real, it wouldn't be partisan. It wouldn't only affect people with a certain political perspective. People are not going to wake up to Ohio because, as far as they're not going to wake up to how fake reality is. Even CNN reported on this. CNN reported on this thing as a, quote, eerie coincidence. And the fact that CNN reports on it, to me, suggests that this was meant to be exposed. And I think I understand the reason why. It compares it. You have to look at Jussie Smollett and George Santos and this event in this same context. What you have are anomalies that make it look like, well, things that make it look like they're anomalous. Like, okay, this one here is predicted. Let's take a look at this. Something's fishy. Then you have Jussie Smollett. He gets caught. Then you have George Santos, lying politician, total construct, totally made up character, but somehow gets elected. And then he gets exposed. And I think these are all diversions to hide the fact that it's fake as a matter of routine. And these supposed exceptions to the rule are really just there to disguise the fact that, no, actually, PSYOPs are the rule. And you'll see here what I'm getting at. If people see this as an isolated event, they're being led to conclude it's an anomaly, and it's one of these can't see the forest for the trees situation. They see the isolated psychological operation of the news cycle and cannot see the wider psychological war that exists 24/7. As in, most don't see it as a psy war, they just focus on the individual psyops. I believe this is one of the reasons why they focus so heavily on Alex Jones and that one tree. They didn't want you to notice the forest of fake school shootings behind that. And it worked for quite a long time. In fact, it's still working. Now, unless they can see it's a diversion from the fact that major events are being planned, the normies won't wake up. Like, they have to understand, if you're trying to get someone to understand that this means something, that predictive programming means something, you have to point out that this is not an anomaly, but this is business as usual. This is why I don't believe people can, quote, wake up. And then it's going to be further complicated because most mainstream truthers, I'll say all of them, are going to say that the Ohio train derailment was a false flag or a lie hop. A lie hop means it was allowed to happen on purpose. They let it happen on purpose. But they will see intentionality for this one, but they'll be stuck with the idea that there's a real chemical toxic airborne event. And this is what I consider to be a false flag or a guardrail explanation because it omits the fakery. In other words, they'll admit predictive programming, but they still think it's real. They can't follow the logic all the way through. And this is a consistent thing. It's a strategy. as you'll see. Again, how many people did the Jussie Smollett hoax wake up? People thought that, okay, that's one guy, he got caught. It's the example. It was a fake exposure. Now, again, this is, I think, misdirection. The people who believe the news implicitly, the trusting MSM true believers, they think the screen is just portraying reality. And again, they confuse it for a window when it's a filter. Now, what's the solution to this? I think it's really a matter of media literacy, but taking into account the existence of the Psywar, and the evidence for it is, voluminous if you care to look. And most people don't. That's why I'm not reaching out to people who still believe the news. It's their religion. But the people who can see through it, I think we constitute what I consider to be a sizable piece of the media ecosystem, but it's just not self-aware. Like if you see the BS, you default to these fringe characters and you think that they're seeking the truth. No, they're misdirecting you back to the center of the world stage, back to the voting booth, most likely. But I put out this article today, don't be conned by conspiracy research community dogma. And there's a very specific piece of what I consider to be dogma that I want to address. It's this thing called revelation of the method. And I'm going to call it out as BS, as you'll see. Because what's happening here is, wittingly or not, the conspiracy research community is concealing the deep-faked reality, and they're deepening the mainstream media illusions. You'll notice how the false flag pushers, the non-auto hoaxers, they point to predictive programming, but they won't mention the fact it's a hoax. This means they think it's real, and not only that, but worse than reported, worse than what the MSM believers think. Because now you have the sinister element of a conspiracy. They add a level of horror, so it's not just an accident. Now there's a conspiracy that involves a dark occult group, a they. It's still a sabotage, or it's still an attack, but now it has a different story attached to it. It's a little deeper. So again, wittingly or not, most popular conspiracy researchers are part of the mainstream media ecosystem, and I think they exist for this purpose. The so-called shills. The agents. Why would they even exist? Yeah, they exist to route you back. And now this is what I call MSM plus. The mainstream media consumer just kind of believes what they see, but they don't get too deep into the details. They're just more or less passive recipients. But the ones who are awakened, who look deeper into it and see these conspiracies, but haven't figured out how fake it is, they're the ones who run off with additional information. Call them MSM plus. In other words, they believe what's on the screen, but there's more to the story. Now, what this means is that they'll take some more information and add to it, and this explains why conspiracy theorists seem to be agitated when confronting mainstream media types. Oh, they're sleepers. They're distracted. They have to be awakened to this. Why isn't anybody talking about blank? And this is one of the main things I heard after Ohio. You had many people on Instagram saying, nobody's talking about Ohio. Everybody's distracted by the football game. When everybody says, or when all the usual pundits are saying, nobody's paying attention to it and that's all you can hear, yeah, it's telling you what they want you to look at. Now, again, these types of conspiracy theorists, they don't auto-hoax the situation. They don't start off with a premise that it's fake until proven real. They run with the assumption that the story is basically rooted in reality, which I think is a big assumption with the MSM, just given their proclivity for lying and fabricating. Now, in stark contrast, the auto-hoaxer perspective subtracts unverifiable information, and it uses reality as a starting point. In other words, fake until proven real. And if that sounds extreme, I would ask you why. I mean, isn't the media's job to report? They should be able to provide a sufficient burden of proof or evidence for their extraordinary claims. The fact that they can't isn't my problem. It's theirs. And they want you to assume the burden of proof, which leaves you more or less, I guess, stuck with having to just trust them. Trust them. And I don't really think that we ought to. Not at this point. Now, what's more, here's where the mainstream conspiracy theorists explain the predictive programming away. And I heard this on InfoWars today. And in fact, now that I think about it, they've been using the same line for a long time. They will say, revelation of the method. that there are dark occultists who are revealing the stuff in movies first so they can do the bad stuff to you with your implied consent. In other words, they'll say the reason why we were shown 9/11 before it happened, the reason why we have this predictive programming is one, to condition us to accept whatever narratives they give us, but two, it frees the perpetrators from karmic retribution for doing bad things to us and hurting and killing lots of people. And that's an interesting explanation, and it comes from a really good writer and a decent book, a really incredible book, in fact, Secret Society, Psychological Warfare, Michael Hoffman II. I like his work, but again, he's a world stager. He believes all these things are real, and it's not his fault. Many people who have been in this area of research for a long time didn't quite grasp the significance of 2012, the end of 2012, and what was exposed, specifically the behind the scenes look that we got. And I'm just suggesting here that the research is good, but that assumption is kind of wrong-headed because it assumes that they're actually killing people. Now, I don't think revelation of the method explains it because, again, it assumes that the thing is still real. What I'm suggesting here is that what they're doing is they're taking a what is it question and turning it into a whodunit. Instead of is this real or fake, they're asking who's responsible, and then it becomes finger pointing, and it's endless. Just another political football. But I'm kind of rejecting this notion that dark occultists have to release this information. I think this is one of these things that they spread out there to prevent you from looking deeper, to prevent you from peeking behind the curtain and seeing, no, all we're looking at are perception management, psychological operations, which are the norm. That the truth will lie in what the facts and reality-tested claims reveal. And what I notice here too, even with this event, that the types that add on to the mainstream story, like the Stu Peterses of the world, they're always doing this. Stu Peters jumps on every faddish fear out there and then spreads it, and that's their job. I think it's bait. Yeah, Victoria mentions this. Victoria Pandora says, did you hear they're giving them all digital IDs in Palestine? I have a link to that. In fact, I have a link to a movie that I believe contains some predictive programming pertaining to the residents there being given some kinds of medical ID bracelets. The guardrailers follow a predictable template. And this is why you don't see Greta out there. It's just too partisan. Listen to this. How dangerous was the Ohio chemical train derailment? This is from sciencehowstuffworks.com. And I'm finding that they talk it down. The left is going to minimize the damage, and the other side is going to argue on the severity, how more extreme it is than they're saying. They're going to exaggerate it, one's going to downplay it. But neither are going to deny that it actually happened. I'm saying it's just a movie. I got a comment from a Music Man. He said, so are the train derailments not real? The dioxins and dead fish et al., are these fake? My answer is, the derailments are like the 9/11 controlled demolitions, if anything. Mostly movie magic and theatrics. Everything should be considered fake until proven real, especially with this level of predictive programming. Dead fish can be crisis actors too. I mean, how easy is that? You want to fake some kind of environmental catastrophe. And you consider that the greatest hoax of all time, in terms of scale and magnitude, is global warming climate change. And the environmentalist movement is built on faking and exaggerating man's effect on nature. This is standard stuff for the PSYOP entertainment complex. If you believe the story as reported, you can merely assert to be a believer. You don't know if you're not there, and reality testing the claims. And moreover, the burden of proof is not on you. The question is, have they met the necessary burden of proof for us to know this was a real event? And my contention is no. I think it's 100% PSYOP. Nobody died. Nobody cried. Again, I'm rejecting the revelation of the method. I think that that's an explanation put out there in order to prevent people from calling a hoax, which is what they need. They need everyone to be hoax. They need you all on the world stage. Let me go ahead and play this clip. This is what the commenter Victoria Pandora was referencing. Just prior to the train derailment, and again, this is another coincidence. Just prior to the derailment, a medical company showed up in East Palestine handing out free medical tracking bracelets. And this was just weeks ago. This was reported on, let's see, January the 26th. Okay, not too long ago. Small device, big impact. Another, again, coincidence. East Palestine, weeks away from launching new My ID medical service. Let me go ahead and play a clip from this so you can listen to how, I mean, this is, again, the merging of real and fake.
A small device is ready to be used in a small town to make a big impact.
Yeah, East Palestine's excited to make an important medical device available to all 4,700 residents. I told you about it in October, and Sunday there's a special meeting to share more or start signing up.
The My ID program is ready to roll out in East Palestine.
The My ID. Now this just suggests too that we're looking at a bigger operation, and I would even posit that the movie itself, White Noise, was an operation in itself to maybe even provide an umbrella under which the PSYOP could be planned and coordinated, including the train derailment, as well as everything else that ties into this. This is not a small project. And even the name of the movie, White Noise, and the theme, it fits everything else here as though it's predicted, as though it's, even the theme of the movie ties into the present time, white noise being, I think, a metaphor for our hyper-mediated environment and the need for censorship or some kind of controls over, because the main character was underreacting to the terror. He was auto-hoaxing. Can't have that.
It's a medical information system which helps first responders provide care.
And it gives us that rapid information that we may need should somebody be unresponsive or having some kind of medical emergency.
My ID provides wearable devices or key fobs which have QR code.
Key fobs. Now, that sounds somewhat close to a word that I think it's kayfabe. Let me see if it's pronounced. In professional wrestling, it's the word used to describe something that's, fake, but it's being presented as real. I want to see if it's pronounced the same way.
Kayfabe.
Okay, no, that's kayfabe. Pretty close, though. Kayfabe. It's the portrayal of staged events within the industry as real or true. Again, we're just looking at this medical device. Let me play that one more time.
Wearable devices or key fobs which have QR codes.
Okay, key fobs and kayfabes. Kind of close, not exactly. Ankle bracelet. Yeah, they might as well give us ankle bracelets. Or a lot of the movies that I'm seeing are using neck bracelets, or rather collars, and explosive collars at that. This was really prevalent in Alice in Borderland. This movie has a lot of concurrent programming. It's got space lasers, it's got blimps, it has the constant reference to the heart. All of the main characters, it turns out, because of a nuke, well, a meteor, but it looks like a mushroom cloud, gave everybody cardiac arrest. Everybody died and then were resurrected, and while they were dead they had this experience. Not too many spoilers here. I'm just saying the general picture was we're looking at concurrent programming in the movies, the heart being specifically emphasized here, but along with, of course, EMPs and meteors or space junk. Okay, let us continue. I'm going through this article. The main thing is this. There are pretty much three different ways of approaching mass media. The true believer, who just absorbs it all, mostly through osmosis and through the entertainment media that gives them the same stories. Then you have the conspiracy theorists who go really deep into it and they add on to what's on the screen. Then you have the skeptics, the media analysts, who are termed auto-hoaxers just because we preemptively consider it could be a hoax, unless it's attended by ample evidence. We subtract from what's not, from whatever doesn't quite add up or whatever can't be verified. You have to just remove that, and so you end up with less than what they tell you, as in you believe less. Like, okay, I believe something happened there, but I don't know if it was real or not. That kind of thing. And these three approaches are, of course, I think, indicative of the type of reasoning the person has when they approach media. And people are selectively I think it's very compartmentalized, but they're very selectively critical in their thinking. They turn it on and off, depending. I mean, there are people who will see through all the fake news, but they believe in outer space the way it's portrayed. And I'm sorry, but it's the same psyop entertainment complex. There's a reason why these stories in their science fiction parallel with everything else that's happening here. It just seems to me it's programming first, entertainment second. But to think that they're telling the truth once they go above the Kármán line, it's kind of naive at this point. Especially when evidence for fakery above is so readily available. If you don't know the ISS is fake, it's because you haven't done the research. Your argument for believing in it is based on faith. I can point to many things, and this is how people are, so they're self-deceived. This is how people are duped so easily. They trick themselves. You can have a computer animation specialist working with some production company, producing movies, making realistic special effects. And if they failed at that, they would lose their job. And you could show them examples of bad special effects, and experts would be able to point out, oh, that's an AVR glitch, green screen glitch. You need a better editor here. I can see the wires. You could have a professional deconstruct poorly executed digital, or rather 3D renderings. But then if you direct them to the ISS, they'll see the same bad effects. They'll see bad editing, and they'll think it's real. How does that work? How do they suddenly believe? And I think it's a mental evasion. It's a trick, sleight of mind, and it's inexcusable in my view. And I've noticed that it's easy to trick people into being honest when they want to gaslight themselves. And I plan to do more of this in the future. My point being, the burden of proof belongs on those asserting the extraordinary claim. And you might not think it's an extraordinary claim to say there's a space station up there, but given the amount of fakery that we can point to, and it's like not just green screen glitches and bubbles, but there are continuity errors. There are times where they forget to use the delay. There are just so many glitches, crossfading. Sometimes they're wrong on scale. Recently, I saw a wire from a microphone go through an astronaut's hands. I saw an astronaut's head go through the wall. I saw a microphone go through a neck. Then Don Petit, his coffee floated out of the packet and went back in. Like I said, it just goes on and on. In fact, the other day, an astronaut was holding a piece of paper and dropped it. It's like, whoa, it fell. How did that happen? Okay, continuing. This commenter says Apple Watches are bracelet IDs and people buy them for $1,700. Yeah, exactly. And you know, I made this point about 1984 being this nightmare scenario where there's compulsory surveillance and you can't get away from it. Well, that was unachievable. And it's laughable now because instead they use perception management and they manage to convince people that their privacy, their private life is more valuable if you commodify it and make it public. And this too, I believe, is another area where there's an attack on the very concept of private property and on the self. In fact, 1984, they have this term for people who spend time alone. I think they call it own self, and it's banned. The main character, Winston Smith, gets into trouble after getting his own apartment, and he gets a diary. You're not supposed to do that. That crime he committed was a crime of trying to be an individual. And that's what's under attack. That's why I think privacy is under attack. Private property, of course, is bad for the environment. But in the future, you'll own nothing and be happy. You know, bread and circuses, Netflix and crickets. Let's go through some of my notes here. Again, there's quite a lot here. Yeah, this is an excellent meme that really encapsulates everything. Here you see the mushroom cloud in Ohio. Again, it was created to look like that, in my opinion, for dramatic effects. I think this is theater. But you see Greta, she doesn't like that. But, I mean, she doesn't care. She doesn't want to hear about it. But then she wants to take away your straws. I'm like, okay, you can see how selective they are. And of course, if you didn't know, paper straws come wrapped in plastic. Christ, I mean, this is such a scam. But you know, one thing about Greta is at least she's honest. She admitted it a little while ago. She admitted that ultimately she just wants to see the West overthrown. She doesn't really, I don't believe, she doesn't actually care about the environment. It was always just a cover. I'm not paraphrasing, but she did say the West needs to go down because it's imperialist and racist. But whenever they criticize the West, that's the real target of their, quote, environmentalism. They're just saying that your political economic system, your freedom is, well, dirty. And not only that, but your free speech is dirty because you're contaminating the mental landscape. This is why you have Elon Musk put up as this a villain for the left. Leading purveyor of mind junk and space junk. Two things that we can't have if we're going to have one world unity. Which explains why they have him out right now speaking against one world unity. All right, let me go to the climate hypocrite Bill Gates here, and I want to show you something very interesting. BBC reporter asked Bill Gates why his climate activism should be taken seriously as he continues to fly private jets all over the world. Not a new criticism. I mean, Al Gore's been criticized for years for his air conditioning bill, which is like $15 million or something, including all of his houses. Gates tried to assure the reporter that despite his private jet usage, he's not part of the problem, he's part of the solution. Now, I want to compare this to Kenneth Copeland, who is criticized for flying a private jet all over the world. And I just want you to note how similar their responses are.
What do you say to the charge that if you are a climate change campaigner, but you also travel around the world on a private jet, you're a hypocrite?
Well, I buy the gold standard of funding Climeworks to do direct air capture that far exceeds my family's carbon footprint. And I spend billions of dollars on climate innovation. So, should I stay at home and not come to Kenya and learn about farming and malaria? Anyway, I mean, I'm comfortable with the idea that not only am I not part of the problem by paying for the offsets, but also through the billions that my Breakthrough Energy group is spending, that I'm part of the solution.
Okay, there you have his rationalization for his bad behavior. Now this is Kenneth Copeland.
Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever...
Now, let me give you full context here. He was criticized for flying his jet all over, but one of the reasons why he said he needs these private jets is because he's doing God's work. And he can save more people in the aggregate as he flies around. Like, how is that any different from Bill Gates? But this part here is funny. One of the reasons he didn't want to fly in planes, I believe, is because he considers airplanes to be tubes full of demons. This reporter called him out on it, and you can see he gets a little cagey, a little cantankerous, but he actually did say that airplanes are tubes full of demons. And if you think about it, Bill Gates probably thinks that airplanes are tubes full of super spreaders, or demon possessed, or rather, virus possessed, infected.
Say I did.
Now, Oral used to fly airlines, right? But even back there then, man, it got to the place where it was agitating his spirit. Sure. People coming up to him. He had become famous, and they wanting him to pray for him and all that. You can't manage that today. Right. This dope-filled world. Right. And get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
Right. Get in a long tube with a bunch of demons. That's what he really thinks. I mean, he's just speaking extemporaneously. I don't think this is a gaffe. I think that he really believes it. These people are demon possessed. But again, he justifies flying around the world in his private jets because he's doing salvation work. He's saving us, just as Bill Gates is. Same scam, just new iteration.
Right. And get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
Right. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
He's got to be one of the most possessed-looking persons ever. Remember, Copeland is the one who did the song COVID-19. Well, it wasn't a song. There's a remix where he prayed away COVID-19. I think what he did was he blew the wind of God. I think that's what it was. Let me go ahead and play a short clip from the Remix Bros. A little throwback to spring of 2020. And this was at the time where churches were being shut down and people were going into quarantine. Again, I think quarantine was a religious, I think we were being inaugurated, or rather initiated into the new world religion, and it's about purification. Not just the world and sanitation, but mentally. That's why they made censorship such a main aspect of it. Let's just play 15 seconds from the Remix Bros.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19, 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 blow!
Excellent video, excellent effects, but there he is blowing the wind of God. Yeah, he's an excellent preacher. I think he's just as hypocritical as Bill Gates, but it's the same thing. This guy will say, if you don't change your behaviors, God's going to flood the world. We'll need an ark. This guy's saying, and on the left they're saying today, the scientists will say, if we don't change our behaviors, Gaia's going to flood the world. Commenter posted a link here to 99 red balloons released in 1984, and yes, that does in fact deal with World War III being triggered by balloons, and it ends with nuclear explosions. Again, I don't believe that nukes are real, but the fear of them is real. I listen to a lot of mainstream media. I'm not an escapist by any stretch. I actually study it intently, and they all truly believe it. You know, I see people on TV crying like tears about, and they believe this stuff is threatened. And look, it's because they're victims of trauma-induced mind control. If you want a link to that Remix Bros track, I'm putting it in the chat. Another reason to join the Discord server, go to ips.monster or go to infiniteplane.live and get into the Discord server. And even though these videos get deleted, the chat logs remain and all of the links remain over there at the IPS 24/7 Think Tank Omni Chat. Right now we're only on YouTube and Twitch, but and of course a number of 24/7 audio streams are picking us up, but we're going to go back to being on multiple channels, multiple platforms here very soon. Yeah, this lawfare took a lot of time, energy, and resources from the channel, but it's all been very well directed. That domino has been pushed. It's IPS versus YouTube, and they're going to pay. It's probably a coincidence that their CEO stepped down a couple days ago, but someone there is going to own up to the fact that they colluded in significant crimes against this channel. I mean, against me as an individual, but against this channel, against what we're doing here. I think it was done for political reasons. I mean, the guy is a political operative, as I have demonstrated. Now, this is something that happened today, and I'm sure, I mean, it's just one of these things. It's kind of interesting just to note. I was looking at the gas station on the corner where a couple of people were shot the other day, and a Shriner came out. You know those Shriners, the 33rd degree Masons, and he plants these signs all around it. And it's got a gun on a yellow background pointing directly where the person got shot, or the persons. Now, it says gun show, Shriners. And I just thought, how funny, gun show. Because if I didn't live here, if I wasn't in the neighborhood when it happened, I might have been inclined to say, let me look into this. Seems a little hoaxy. You got these Shriner clowns putting this ironic signage next to this thing right after the family went on the news and said, we need to do something about the guns. Like hours after the family does this press conference and cries on TV, convincingly. It wasn't like what we see with these major league psyops. But I thought it was kind of an interesting and ironic occurrence. But I wanted to point out that the reason I knew this one was real wasn't because I'm in proximity to it, but because the pertinent facts were withheld until the investigation could take place. The names of the victims were withheld until next of kin could be notified, and so on. There's procedures that you'll see when the events are real that you don't see when they're staged. And of course, this wasn't plastered on the front of Drudge Report. It didn't even make news. And the reason it didn't make news is because it probably didn't fit the right demographic breakdowns in terms of the victim and the perpetrator. Again, just an interesting coincidence, though. All right, continuing. If you look at the screen, this is a meme that's getting a lot of traction on my Twitter feed. It has, you've probably seen it before. It's got the individual holding hands with his girlfriend, looking at another woman, and she's looking at him, very angry. The woman walking by is labeled PSYOP. His girlfriend is labeled PSYOP. And he's labeled the people. And that's how we are. The collectively. What we're seeing, I think, is how we're living in a psyop-driven reality. Life is following psychological operations. It's built around them. And these psyops have authors. The authors I call metascriptors. They are the writers, and I think we are the only real critics. We're criticizing the world stage at that level, and we're kind of, if you think about it, auto hoaxers would have to be their worst nightmare. By the way, I was looking into the etymology of the word gore because I was looking into agoraphobia. Because I was thinking, the common thing here is they're trying to get us to be afraid of the open air. Can't go out without a helmet or a spacesuit or a mask or gloves or whatever it is. They're just promoting this insecurity, and it's always fear of the outside air. And I thought, well, maybe the name gore has some kind of etymological link to agoraphobia, which it doesn't that I could find. Gore from Old English is dung, Germanic origin, muck or filth, thick clotted blood. Anyway, cognate to be filth and mud. I couldn't find any connection to this idea of agoraphobia, which agora has to do with open spaces. Now here's a little meta-scripting for you. Tucker Carlson's in the news right now because he called Trump a demonic force. He had a lot of interesting things to say about Trump behind the scenes. In public they're friends. But if you look here, Dominion Voting Systems has sued Fox News for defamation, and they're seeking $1.6 billion in damages. 1.6. January 6th. You see the connection there? I don't think they're just being ironic. I think this is more scripting. I've seen this type of patterning everywhere. But yeah, on the night of January 6th, Carlson had texted somebody that Trump is a, quote, demonic force, a destroyer. But he's not going to destroy us. Now, I thought the term destroyer was interesting because Apollyon means destroyer. And this is probably going to feed into a lot of those narratives building up that Trump is something of maybe the Antichrist or some kind of, I think that's the contention here. And there's quite a lot to support it. I got a photo here sent to me by one of our reporters, one of our press pass carriers. Again, if you have a press pass or if you're awaiting a press pass, the press passes will be sent. But if you have it, you're going to want to hang on to it because you will be unlockdownable. He noticed here that the address number 45 is next to Trump Tower. So him being president at 45 has to be as old as Trump Tower. This is part of our conversation about how Donald Trump is one of the most heavily meta-scripted characters on the world stage, next to Elon Musk. Maybe even more so when you really dig into it. The premise here, though, is, and we can go back to 1958 to see early examples of Donald Trump being foreshadowed. We've been prepared for him. And this goes into the architecture. It goes into the buildings. It goes into the entire stage set. He's very closely connected, his storyline, with the Twin Towers. And this ties in with the Back to the Future predictive programming for 9/11 with the Twin Pines. Again, the Twin Towers were going to be replaced with the One World Phoenix Tower, and Donald Trump was behind that, the World Trade Center Phoenix. And they decided not to use that. And I'm thinking they probably didn't want to use that because it would have been too obvious. But Donald Trump was a part of this operation. He wanted to call it the World Trade Center Phoenix, or the Twin Towers 2. Fascinating symbolism. Again, the Twin Towers were built in 1968, went down in 2001. They were 33-year-old twins when they burned. 13 years later, on 11/3, the replacement at 1,776 feet high was opened, and that one World Tower was going to be called a Phoenix rising from the ashes. That was Trump's plan. He goes on, again, the same reporter, 11/30/1983 was Trump Tower's inauguration date. 11/30, which he gives as a 311 tie-in. Easily. And there's some fascinating connections between these numbers. Like I was talking about this earlier today with someone, they were looking at the symbolism in the Matrix. Well, Neo has a passport which expires on 9/11. His birthday is 3/11. I read this as the old world expires, or the destruction, the death is at 9/11, and the rebirth, the new age, the neo age starts at 3:11. There's these fascinating connections, like the 911th minute of the day is 3:11. These are not coincidences, they actually just tie into a bigger pattern here. I'll get into some of that as well. We have so many of these other events that are just kind of building this narrative, but the other side is just dismissive of it, saying, you know, there's 1,000 derailments a year. It's not a big deal. Alex Jones, by the way, Alex Jones actually has the guns that belong to the January 6 rioters. Alex Jones' bankruptcy filing shows that he has the guns that belong to the January 6 rioters. InfoWars conspiracy theorist Alex Jones is holding onto guns from the rioters according to the bankruptcy paperwork. He's holding on to weapons for Owen Schroyer, Sam Montoya, and those were two among the 2,000 who were charged. But they stored their guns in the cases while all this stuff is going on. It doesn't say if he's holding on to the QAnon shaman's spear. Jones, 49, baselessly sped the false claim that the you-know-what shootings were fake. Now, I think that Armalite 15, or Assault Rifle 15, the company paid out $73 million. I mean, if you follow the money, you can kind of see the agendas here. Again, this one event is a tree in a forest of lies, and his job is to make you miss the forest for that tree. But yeah, I am curious. Is he storing the QAnon shaman spear? Who has that? That ought to be in a museum somewhere. Commenter remarks Donnie Darko. Oh yes, the Donnie Darko movie is definitely predictive programming for Donald Trump, for Corona, for 9/11. There's overlapping between 9/11 and 3/11, which is what originally I was just calling the COVID thing 3/11. I said it's the new 9/11, but unlike 9/11, which had a big spectacular event to start it off, this one's just creeping in, but it was declared that day on purpose. Commenter says, if you go protesting this weekend at Rage Against War, you will probably get shot by the National Guard. Just saying, protesting outside government buildings has never achieved anything ever. From my perspective, the world stage is believers versus believers. They're both being puppeteered, and the only way to not lose is not to play. I think it's a losing game. I think that you're caught up in a controlled dialectic, controlled opposition on both sides. I only advocate inactivism. You know, we're reporting on this stuff, but I do not think that there's any sense to being involved. I look at the Patriot Front, and I can't tell the difference between Patriot Front and Antifa. Probably the same people. Okay, continuing. I found a really good blog I'm going to be sharing. It's called Zen of Machiavelli. He does a lot of Metascript analysis by the numbers. It's easy to see, do you? In this article, he breaks down some of the numbers, cryptic numbers that tie together all these events that show that whether or not you think there's any sense to the Q thing or the storm, you can demonstrate here that, and these are, as he puts it, quote, an undeniable pattern in many of the events coming to a head in 2020, showing clear instances that take the reader past the threshold of perceived coincidence, far beyond coincidence, when you get into the timing of these various events. And I'm just suggesting that this suggests not that God is doing his work through this, or these are coincidences, or that this is somehow revelation of the method. No, I think what we're seeing here is evidence of scripting, and it's all given away in the numbers. But this is the channel where he brought up that 9/11, rather the 911th minute is 3:11 p.m. And he breaks down the symbolism behind these numbers and how they tie all these various events together. As we have done as well, I mean, there are so many different ways of looking at this. And I don't do gematria. I don't get deep into the meanings of these because I don't want to go lose people who are on the world stage. I'm trying to stick with the stuff that makes the case. But I do look into it, and it's there. I mean, it's endless. Here's another coincidence for you. Vinyl chloride. The density of vinyl chloride is 911 kilograms per cubic meter. Again, the Ohio train was carrying vinyl chloride, allegedly, and the density of it, 9/11. A 9/11ing event. And I brought this up the other day. Ohio, their state slogan is the heart of it all. Very significant there. Here's the link to the YouTube CEO stepping down. Quote, after 25 years, I decided to step back. There's nothing interesting here about her reason. The timing's interesting, but we'll see. Again, here's some lefties saying, I don't think this matters. I don't think reporting every single train derailment is newsworthy. There's 1,500 per year, and this mass hysteria doesn't help. So a person on the left is looking at Ohio saying, nothing to see here. Person on the right says, you sound heavily vaccinated. Believers versus believers. I mean, the guy does sound heavily vaccinated. But I'm not implying that it's caused by whatever was injected. I'm just suggesting that the people who bow to the altar of big government have made that blood pact with the state, and they're true believers. They take their booster communions every week. Another movie that contains predictive programming, and I watched this one, it's all about quarantine and agoraphobia. It's called The Rain. 6 years after a rain-borne virus wipes out most of Scandinavia's population, two siblings join a band of young survivors seeking safety and answers. Now, this is interesting too because the main character is this Antichrist-like figure, and I just mentioned Apollyon, you know, the one from the pit, the destroyer. And again, destroyer is what Tucker Carlson called Donald Trump on January 6th. And that was the day that he grabbed the wheel of the beast. If you remember the vehicle, he grabbed the wheel and tried to drive to the Capitol himself. I think it's all symbolic. But this is a show about the sky being poisoned with some kind of virus that turns people into probably zombies. But it's again, it's the same exact story, just pointing it out. The Rain. And I did see people on Twitter talking about The Rain. I've seen some articles suggesting that there are people having to, like, here's an example. And I think these are crisis actors. I really do. It's not just the liberals that use crisis actors. They're not just at school shootings. No, they use them for everything, and they're really popular on TikTok. And what's particularly annoying about this is that you have the crisis actor in the middle, and you have the people reacting to it on the left and the right. So you get to watch two people having the experience of being triggered. You get to watch them get triggered, and then you can get triggered with them. This is a form of bandwagoneering, appeal to emotion. This is a 2-minute, I mean, this is a 50-second video, but it's just nothing but getting people to react emotionally. You're not seeing toxic sludge dumping down from the skies, like in the movie The Rain. But anyway, The Rain, let me, really quick before I move on. The movie The Rain, the main character lives in this bunker for most of his life. And then he comes out of the bunker, and he's like this Antichrist-like figure, and he taps his mind into the land, and he just basically has the potential to control everyone's mind, destroy the world, this type of thing. And I think it's interesting because the subtext is you have this character in a pit who comes out later. Interesting series, The Rain. But it's all about how the rain will kill you, just one drop. And people are spending all their time trying to avoid the rain. Well, here you have weather effects around the world, crisis actor crying about the rain, and a couple of TikTokers getting triggered.
Let's talk about it.
Ask for help. But I'm going to ask for help. And I'm going to ask for TikTok to do its thing. With regards to the train derailment in Ohio.
Going to ask for TikTok to do its thing. Now, we're not seeing the toxic sludge, but now you're seeing the method acting. She started to cry, and then the two reactors, or the reactees, they are about to also kind of empathize with this crisis actor.
Anyone in North America right now, stay out of the rain.
Stay out of the rain if you're in North America. That's a lot of people. And okay, let's listen to her. She's crying. Whoever she is, she knows somebody that got affected by the rain.
There's reports coming in from Nebraska that it's eating shit, that people stand in the rain.
Wow.
Stay out of the rain.
All right, TikTok, do your thing. Stay out of the rain. And as Senator Kennedy said, because of the balloons, lock your doors. Okay, right. Aliens can come here from across the world, but they can't figure out how to pick a lock. All right, Senator Kennedy. Another storm is coming, commenter says. Okay, someone gave me a link and they said, this looks real. Okay, well, that's not an argument in favor of it being real in 2023. But I'm going to look at what you sent to me. And I'm
in the description box, me and my wife are here to help many and to lead many to the righteous path, and that's the path of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Breaking.
For those of you
dark
that want to send
cloud
us
getting bigger. It's a live stream and there's a dark cloud getting bigger. It's in, where are we? We're in Florida.
Holiday Florida 34691. Once again, guys, $1 a month Patreon a week.
Okay, apparently there's something brewing, a storm. I'll look into that shortly. I know that JFK Airport has been blacked out for a little while. That may have some significance. Let me continue through the notes. Okay, I think we have something good. Oh yeah, Andrew Cuomo. You know, Andrew Cuomo, the guy who was, totally pro-lockdown. This guy is one of these hypocrites. He claimed that he had caught the virus and it was like a beast, and it gave him phantasmagoric visions, and he saw his dead father sitting at the foot of his bed. Do you all remember that? Chris Cuomo. And then, okay, he was out doing the egg hunt on Easter when everyone else was supposed to stay home for Easter. Oh yeah, his basement 14 days later. This is so bad. Chris Cuomo's coronavirus performance. Such an actor. Okay, now on Easter, he's out there and he's hunting for eggs with his kids, and someone on a bicycle stops and says that he's a hypocrite. And then he goes full on crazy. I don't know if he attacked the guy, but he got very verbally agitated for being called out as a hypocrite, which he was. He broke quarantine to go, do the egg hunt thing. Which, is that going to be happening this year? People are complaining about the egg prices. I'm like, thank goodness. I'm actually glad that egg prices have gone up. I think it's been too cheap. No way those chickens are living their best lives. All right, check this out. This is Andrew Cuomo. After he got fired, apparently he was thinking about going Adam Lanza over there at CNN headquarters. This is one of the most anti-gun people out there talking about committing a mass murder.
I have learned to accept it. I had to accept because I was going to kill everybody, including myself. Things can consume you. Italians are so passionate. And I really had to fight against that because, just like you did, I got too many people counting on me. I have learned to accept it. I had to accept.
I was going to kill everybody and myself. He actually said that. Chris Cuomo, after firing, says, quote, I was going to kill everybody and myself. That includes Don Lemon, which would have, killed two birds with one stone. He's really being ripped on today because he said something sexist about how Nick Haley is past her prime because she's older than 40. I don't know if you heard that, but they're treating Don Lemon's, quote, sexist statement as worse than Chris Cuomo saying that he wanted to massacre everybody at CNN. They're totally playing it down. This guy here, Biden Winter of Death 3.0 on Twitter says, very nasty rain in California this week. Everyone's car was green-gray. It came down dirty and never ran clear. Car washes were completely packed for days. Never seen green rain before. It blew out in a single day. Do any of you believe this? My response was, pics or it didn't happen. If you believe this, and then you go on TikTok and you cry about it, and you say, if you're in North America, stay out of the rain, then you're brainwashed. I'm sorry, but there's no other way of putting it. You're triggerable by hearsay. It's a very fragile state to be in. Very fragile. Very manipulatable. Next thing you know, you'll be putting, wrapping yourself in garbage bags and putting, like 5-gallon clear plastic buckets over your head to go to the grocery store. Do you remember all the COVID-idiots in 2020, the people who overreacted and how they just, some people would wear basically like a shower costume. They would spray down every surface. It was hypochondria weaponized, and it didn't occur to them. If things are so bad that you got to cover yourself up head to toe in a body condom and spray every surface down, why are you even leaving your house? You're either very brave and situation is very dire, or you're just not really thinking, or it's some kind of bizarre, I would say, virtue signaling. Like, look at me, I'm virtuous, I'm suffering, I'm fighting it, I'm part of the solution. Like, anytime I see somebody with a mask outside in public today, for the most part, I mean, I get there might be some exceptions, but for the most part, if it's not a necessity that they're out for, then they don't really feel like they're at risk. Linda Curtis says, does vinegar protect you from the rain? Yeah, according to a lot of Ron Paul supporters, vinegar gets rid of chemtrails, that you can spray vinegar in the sky. Zinvella says, the Cuomo brothers are some of my favorite crisis actors. Yeah, didn't Bela Lugosi, the older brother, didn't he get some kind of a Grammy? I think he got a Grammy award. Let me see here. Yes, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo to receive Emmy. Sorry, Emmy. My bad. I get these idols mixed up, all these little golden calves they worship. They're all the same to me. Andrew Cuomo to receive International Emmy for masterful COVID-19 briefings. Yeah. And then you had that mayor, was it de Blasio, the guy that was eating French fries and pizza on TV with his mouth open? Well, anyway, 2020 was a big awakening for a lot of us to the level of hypocrisy and that none of this stuff is actually real. Let me show you a crisis actor, or what I allege to be a crisis actor. I don't believe this person is a witness, or rather, I don't think this person is a reliable witness here. Ted Murphy, a resident of East Palestine, Ohio, lived near the fallout site. Long story here. He came back to get his mother her insulin and encountered chemical fallout. His skin became red, like he had fallen asleep on Myrtle Beach all day. His lymph nodes became sore. He inhaled the air and thought he was going to die. He almost wrecked his truck. And he won't go. Now, anyway, this is a long story. He saw dead lizards, dead salamanders, dead fish, dead snakes, dead birds falling from the sky. Everything is dead. And Ted said, quote, I got to find somewhere to live. I'm worried about my health. Now, I'm looking at him, and he doesn't look like someone who just fell asleep on Myrtle Beach all day. He doesn't look like someone who just underwent a chemical attack. And I'm noticing how much he's grinning throughout this exchange. So my take on it is crisis actor.
What's up, guys? Here in East Palestine, Ohio, here with, and it's Tom Murphy? Ted Murphy, Mr. Murphy here. And what's your experience been like with this entire situation over the past couple weeks, sir?
Horrific. I'm evacuated out of my house before they pulled the evacuation because my 80-year-old mom lives with me. My house was...
Now, what I'm pointing out here is, look past what he's saying. We're not shown any evidence that corroborates this. Everything is secondhand or it's third-hand. We're hearing accounts of what people know from people who live near it, and they're emoting. You're expected to have these second-hand emotions, third-hand emotions. This is all just an empathy op. I think you're looking at the staging center here for a psychological operation. Is this reporter in on it? Is he a Fed? I don't know. But in all likelihood, if this guy's an actor, then yes.
Engulfed in fumes.
Because, look, crisis acting isn't where you get a gig and you go full reporters. You know, it's not like that at all. They are part of the media team. They're part of the studio. They're part of it just as the reporter is. It's basically a movie.
So I got her out, packed some clothes, and then Sunday I come back to get her insulin because we didn't grab her insulin.
This sounds very memorized. Very memorized. And again, I'm just not buying it, and you're going to see some duper's delight.
She needs it.
This past Sunday?
Yeah, no, Sunday before the implosion.
Oh, okay, okay.
And when I'd left to go back over, the fumes in town were nothing like they were on 170 coming out of that creek. I inhaled that air, and I thought I was going to freaking die. I thought I was going to die. I almost wrecked my damn truck. The road looked like a wet ribbon.
Whoa.
You tell me I didn't suck something in. There wasn't shit in that creek.
And did you have to go to the hospital, or?
I went to the hospital a week later.
Oh, wow.
And I'm so stressed out about it that when I went into the hospital, as soon as they put a cuff on me to check my blood pressure, I had 3 doctors standing there, and they took me back and put an EKG on me and had a shocker sitting there ready because they thought I was going to have a damn heart attack.
Okay, does anyone here think that's real? I think it sounds very hoaxy. I'm not buying it. Yeah, implosion. I think he got that wrong. I think it was an explosion, but. Okay, Truth Hurts 21 says the Cuomo sanitizer infomercial was the best. It was all a movie, and when they gave out Emmy Awards, I'm like, okay, I get it. They gave us crisis actor pay, a couple stimmy checks. But I think the EPA is something else that's going to be pointed at as the bad guy, because what happens is you have a staged event, and this one I think is pretty obviously staged. Predictive programming suggests this. Anything they fake in the movies, they can fake in real life. It's all theater. No reason to think there was an actual chemical spill. They can fake it. You don't need that many actors. It's all just rumor and TikTok doing its work. Paid shills. It's easy. They filmed a movie there. The actors who are in the movie were affected by this event. It was a rehearsal. That's pretty much how I'm looking at it. Now, a few other things I wanted to get to today. Again, life follows psyops. We've had a few other repeats as well, like crisis actors that got shot at one event, getting shot at new events. We talk about this a lot. And, you know, I listened to a podcast of true believers on this matter, and it was a Daily Beast podcast. And they were ranting and raving about how terrible it is in America that you're likely to be shot at multiple events, that more than once in your life, you might be texting your loved ones that this might be your last communication because there's a shooter on the loose. I mean, this is an old story. They've repeated it many times, and people still fall for it. And I listen to people who fall for it, and I hear their outrage, and I can tell their outrage is real. They just don't know how, how duped they are. I have a short video clip here I want to play from The Onion. I can't play it all, but
In our top story this hour, police arrested teen pop star Justin Bieber today after an investigation revealed he is not a 16-year-old heartthrob, but rather a 51-year-old pedophile in disguise. Wearing a wig and a rubbery mask, Bieber, born Michael Coate in 1959, spent years cultivating an image as a sensitive teenager and penning innocently suggestive songs like Down to Earth and First Dance.
Okay, anyway, I just brought this up because it's been rumored that Justin Bieber wears a synthetic mask and he's deep faking it as The Weeknd. And here's a parody from, I guess, The Onion, just kind of throw it in your face that, yeah, he's not really who he seems to be. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Let's see. The Rust movie is still in production. Just a heads up, it's going to be a big movie. Huge PR stunt, that fake shooting. I think that's what it boils down to. It's a huge PR stunt. And we've been talking about white noise and, of course, the connection between white noise and the, quote, real event. And this is all part of the Psy-War as usual, where the merging of real and fake is how they keep people in this gray area, this zone, where they are malleable and they can be pitted against one another. Left versus right, but it's always believers versus believers. It's not people that know what's going on necessarily. Okay, we talked about a little bit about the climate hypocrites. We'll continue with that, but the hysteria about acid or green goop rain, I'm just not buying that at all. The green goop rain psyop, these are all secondhand again. Pics or it didn't happen. Fake until proven real, specifically when there might be an obvious agenda. And in this case, the partisan agenda is clear to me. You're going to see the right against big government, against the EPA. They're going to probably milk this thing for some time. Yeah, exactly, Lean Dion. Reported Biden administration not giving disaster relief. It's on purpose. On the right, they are exaggerating it. On the left, they're downplaying it, which is just completely the opposite of what you would have expected. If you're not on Rofkin, it's where I post the archives. If you're on Patreon, I send out the archives every night. I send the link. It's rofkin.com/infiniteplane radio. More than 2,200 subs now, and their platform is improved. The app is really good, and what's more, it has a download button. You can just click save. You can download right off of Rofkin, and you can upload podcasts separately as well. And it does have a place where you can post blogs. I'm going to be making more use out of it because it's really just been a reliable place for storing archives. Again, rofkin.com/infiniteplane-radio. Here's a meme of somebody being puppeted around. Those who know the least obey the best. Now this is an interesting one to me because I think the way that the pyramid structure is set up is that the masses at the bottom know the least, but they believe whatever they're told to believe. The people at the top believe the least because they've been elevated above the BS. They've been shown the light, the initiates, the capstoners, and looking down, they know what's going on. They know it's a psi war, and they know that they can get people to fight over political footballs all day long. And they can keep them so distracted with the trees, the individual psychological operations, that they will not see the forest. They will not see the psi war. Dostoevsky, this is, tolerance will reach such a level that intelligent people will be banned from thinking so as not to offend imbeciles. This is the mind masking going on. Those of us who are skeptics are being told to mask our minds, mask our thoughts, because we might spread mind viruses inadvertently to people who can't handle it, who don't have the mental immune systems. Again, free speech is there to protect offensive speech. Inoffensive speech wouldn't need that kind of protection, obviously. But free speech, of course, just like freely walking around, this is what's under attack. One of the things about White Noise, the movie White Noise, I think that's under attack, is the idea of the nuclear family getting together in a station wagon and driving across the country. And of course, Ohio is the heart of it all. That's the state motto. Not a coincidence. I think that came out in 1984, but I think they're trying to destroy that idea that we should travel. And then the white noise is a reference to misinformation, what they call misinformation, competing views, the need for a unified view, the need for a monolithic media to take control and censor the internet. White noise is a reference to both the desire to say, or the need to save the planet and not travel, and the need to constrain our minds, our thoughts. You can't have free-ranging minds, can't have free-ranging people anymore. Again, don't be conned by a conspiracy research community dogma. If they're suggesting it's real, you have to ask, what's the evidence? And if you believe it's real, what's your evidence? Are you a believer or a knower? And my contention, of course, is that mainstream conspiracy theorists are all believers. They're deeper in the illusion than the average people who don't pay attention to the news very much, but just kind of take it all in by osmosis. And I don't believe the Ohio train crash will wake anybody up, despite its overt and flagrant predictive programming, because the people who are being programmed with predictive programming are too immersed in the illusion to see out of it. They're in Plato's cave. For example, let me play this clip of somebody who might be waking up, you would think, right?
So, in 2021, Netflix filmed a movie that came out in 2022 about a small town that has to evacuate after a train collides with a tanker truck that is stuck on train tracks. The truck just so happens to be full of toxic materials. It explodes, of course, and derails the train, which causes a massive chemical disaster, at which point the entire town has to evacuate. This film takes place in and was shot on location in East Palestine, Ohio.
Now, this is, of course, eerie to them. How can this be? What are the odds? And they think, okay, well, we're awake to this. They're telling us what they're going to do. But they fall for the trick of thinking that it happened. And now, in addition to believing what everybody else believes, that this unfortunate thing happened, now they've attached to it this sinister element, the conspiratorial. And I think this is why conspiracy theorists exist in the media ecosystem. I think this is intentionally created as a phenomenon. I think this gives anybody who sees pattern anyone who sees any evidence of scripting a reason to go deeper into the illusion unwittingly, rather than just rejecting it at its face value and then questioning the very source of the information. It's all spin. Continuing. I don't know what the agenda is here, but Sam Smith is being heckled in public, and he's being called a groomer and a Satan worshiper and all this stuff. I'm not sure what the agenda is here, but it may play into hate speech or something. There's no reason why a high-profile performer like this would be out in public. If he was, I don't think that this would be an authentic thing. I mean, maybe, but take a listen.
Sam Smith belongs in hell, you demonic, twisted, sick bastard. Leave the kids alone, you sick fucker.
First record.
Sam Smith is a pedophile. He's corrupting up the kids. Grooming the kids. You sick motherfucker, Sam Smith. You're evil.
I see somebody at the end screamed Illuminati. All right, fascinating, right? I think this is by design. I think this is yeah, Cubs fan says it always sounds better from a lady with an Irish accent. Yeah, I seem to remember now. When the empty hospital phenomenon started, it was a woman with a heavy Irish accent who was saying that the tents were empty, and it was like one of these moments. If I could find it, I bet we could find it. We have to go back through 2020, best dancing nurses, best activists. We just have to compile it. I want to get a compilation of all the most egregious examples of COVIDiotism. The people with the buckets on their head, the people spraying the surfaces, the hysterics, the hypochondriacs. I mean, it was kind of funny from a certain perspective. From the demiurge's sadistic perspective, just playing with human gullibility. And it's not their fault. It's not our fault. We're born into an immersive illusion, and there are severe penalties. There are repercussions for going against the program. And the cognitive dissonance that you feel, the disharmony that you feel from going against the mob is quite a disincentive. That's why I use the term guardrailed. I feel like we're being led somewhere. We're being led on a trajectory. We're being led on a script. It goes from A to Z. And anytime someone drifts off and decides to question the script, you have the guardrail that keeps them from going off of the road and keeps them moving forward. And the guardrailers always have a scarier version, or they portray the world in a way that makes it more threatening, or their very presentation is off-putting to large swaths of the population. For example, you stray off the MSM worldview and you get into the alternative, and what happens? You run into people who say the sky is falling in just different ways. People who say that you're being threatened in different ways. InfoWars would typify this, where if you listen to InfoWars, you're going to hear 10 minutes of commercials specifically geared towards males. I mean, super male vitality, which is what funds most of their operations, is hawked every 10 minutes. I think that's intended to be off-putting to females. I think it's intentional. My point of it is, you can listen to this nightmarish scenario from a carnival barker who try to overthrow the government, or you can stay where it's safe. Like, they make sure the alternatives aren't as comforting, and they want that agitation to cause you to reject it. In other words, InfoWars is a heel for the MSM. And then if you go over the rails, what happens? You stop going with the flow. You cease to be led to the conclusions that they make you suggestible for with the predictive programming. Those of us who have went over the guardrails are what I would consider to be off-world stage in our perspective. And we don't take everything on the screen for granted. Again, I don't take the screen to be a window to the world. They're for our edification, for our information. They're going to give us a window so we can know what's going on everywhere. No, the window that they put in front of you is a filter. Trust the government. EPA seeks to reassure Ohio residents near the toxic spill. Again, you can see the angle here. The left trusts the government. They trust the vax. They trust the lockdown measures. The right says, no, we can't trust the government. You can see how this is perfectly split. If it was a real significant toxic airborne event, environmental catastrophe, the response would be unanimous. Officials find thousands of dead fish near toxic train crash in Ohio. Again, crisis actors, props, theater. I don't think any fish necessarily had to have died. They could be props, but it could just easily be crisis fish. UFO downed by $400,000 missile may have been a $12 hobby balloon. Maybe it was a flat earther with a balloon and a camera, and they're just shooting those down because they don't want you to see that. No matter how high you go, the horizon is level. Okay, Linda Curtis says, over the guardrails and through the psyops. Yep. Life imitates psyops more than psyops imitate life. Okay, commenter says the YouTube is guardrail central. Yeah, look, I think that, like I said, the conspiracy theorists, they're not all shills, they're not all paid, they're not all willingly or wittingly rather taking part in a deception. But I think they serve a purpose. And they're given a lot of things to look at and respond to and be triggered by. And they form a chorus and a consensus. Consensus is the train wreck is real. But the leftist media is underreporting it because they're bad. So we must hyper-focus on it. It's the new current thing. Forget about goo blood. Now we got to worry about goo rain. And you see how it just goes from one thing to the next current thing. I see people making fun of the current thingers, but there are current thingers on the left and the right. And I was able to guess. Even before, look, I study various media personas because I use them as like bellwethers. I like to know, okay, where is the left looking? Where's the right looking? Where are the guardrailers looking? And I immediately knew that this thing's a hoax, too much predictive programming, but Stu Peters is going to go, he's going to go all in on this thing. And he's going to go into overdrive. And I see him tweeting fires. He's like, we're under attack. There's a fire. Hey, that one was put out 2 days ago. Multiple times. I've seen these channels, and they'll aggregate all these stories and create a composite and then throw it at you to create a perception. P-Trip at 103 says, honestly, all these reporters interviewing second-hand or third-hand accounts of what happened make me think of the news reports in the old game Sim City 2000. It's a hearsay-based reality, isn't it? It's a hearsay-based reality. And that's not admissible, in court, hearsay. And what I'm suggesting here is that so much of what we get is already secondhand because your screen is the primary filter. Your screen is not first-hand information, and that's the major philosophical error. That's the epistemological inversion, that people take the screen as primary info. That's why I say it's a filter, not a window. Lean Dion says, I found this on his website. I didn't know Dave Murphy was a 9/11 witness. Fascinating. So was Dearth. And the 9/11 witnesses, the ones who claim they saw the planes, a lot of them backed off that as more people started paying attention to the scenario. But their job was to prevent people from saying there were no planes. That's what I mean by guardrailers. They hide the hoax. Anybody saying, oh, but the dead fish, they're hiding the hoax. In praise of the 15-minute city, the mundane planning theory terrifying conspiracists. Now note the word conspiracists. Very slick there. The frightening prospect of a greener, people-friendly street has sent the online right into a tailspin, says Guardian architecture critic Oliver Wainwright. The idea that we're being coerced into a lockdown-based society is not a conspiracy theory. It's their ideal. That's why I'm suggesting that if you see your neighbors recycling, snitch, call 311 or whatever, because the sooner we lock down the climate change activists, just throw them all in jail before they set themselves on fire, before they destroy art, before they go play in the freeways, because that's what they're doing. These eco-terrorists, they want all of us locked down eventually. Lock them up. Let them lead by example, minimize their own carbon footprints, and I think for the first time, we can kind of move past this climate hypocrisy that's plagued the whole global warming movement for 35 years. They don't have any evidence to back their claims. It's all secondhand, it's all hearsay. And I brought them up earlier because they've been exaggerating climate catastrophe for decades. You think they can't fake a little toxic airborne event with a few actors? It's super easy. I mean, the left falls for the fake shootings, the right falls for the fake terror attacks, and I thought this being environmental in nature was going to be something that the left was going to glom onto, but no, it's definitely a big government thing. Trust the government, and then as we saw, we got the medical bracelets that tie into this story. Check this out. New meteor blast. You have an incident in Russia, another meteor blast happening 10 years to the day of another massive meteor that came down in Russia. What are the odds? 10 years to the day. Suspected meteor sighting comes exactly 10 years after a massive fireball was seen in 2013. It was a 59-foot diameter asteroid that weighed 10,000 tons. It exploded in the atmosphere and produced a significant shock wave. The blast ended nearly 1,500 people injured and damaged thousands of buildings, but there were no deaths. Again, in Alice in Borderland, it was a major meteor event that takes out the city, and it gives everybody there puts everyone into cardiac arrest, which is kind of a tie-in to this whole heart thing. And again, they have to beat the Queen of Hearts in the game to be resurrected. Just more concurrent programming. Okay, continuing. Raging 5-acre Florida fire burns plastic pots. I noticed that a lot of these stories are being circulated all right now at the same time, kind of building the perception that something is going on. In fact, let me play a clip here from 99 Red Balloons.
You and I in a little toy shop, buy a bag of balloons with the money we've got, set them free at the break of dawn, till one by one they were gone. Back at base, box in the software, flash the message, something's out there.
Now again, this came out in 1984, and if you go towards the end of the video, it's all nuclear detonations. If you want the link, I'll put it below, but you have the lyrics available on Wikipedia.
Jet fighters, everyone's a silver hero, everyone's a Captain Kirk, with orders to identify, to clarify and classify, scramble in the summer sky, 99 red balloons go by.
Again, it just seems like we're all being led to this eventual World War III situation. Make sure you get on the newsletter. This is Solomon Might Fly Auto Hoax.
Ready, real.
We'll be back tomorrow, same time.
Space, dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space.
So it turns out that if aliens ever show up here on Earth, little green men might be the least of our problems. A new study indicates that instead, they'll probably be more like super intelligent dinosaurs, as smart and as cunning as humans. As one scientist put it, we would be better off not meeting them.
That is Dinosaurs in Space, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I put a link to the video below. You can also find it on Spotify. Just search Chief Crow and, in quotes, Dinosaurs in Space. An interesting amalgamation of two equally fake concepts, both outer space and dinosaurs being fictional. But today, we live in a cartoon universe, or CGI. I think once you get above 62 miles, the universe is just beautiful airbrush, CGI, and sometimes these days it's looking like they're using a little more, I don't know, a little more higher end graphics, 8K, but it still looks a little AI generated. My mid-journey renderings look realer than what NASA's providing. In fact, if you go to conspirattained.com, it's where we publish fake news pretty much every day. And this newspaper, Conspiratane News Daily, does have a distinction of being the world's first 100% AI generated tabloid. And if you're interested in this, just go to conspiratane.com. But one of our recent articles, the space station is landing in China. If you look at this AI generated art, it actually looks better than what we've seen from NASA, but also ESA or even China's fake space agency. And a warning, or rather just a disclaimer for those of you who believe in outer space, what you're seeing on the screen is just complete AI rendering. It's not even an attempt at being real. I just made this in a program called Scribble Diffusion. But if you look here, the explanation, the article says, the space station is landing in China. NASA blames peak helium. The article is about a balloon-borne spacecraft landing in China due to the world reaching peak helium as warned by NASA, and it promises to be an extraordinary event. The ISS, a spacefaring craft held aloft by a balloon, houses a scientific laboratory and conducts groundbreaking research. The helium, which is used to maintain its buoyancy, is in short supply. The world has run out of helium, and the ISS is rapidly losing altitude and needs to make an emergency landing. If you want to read the entire article, again, it's AI, the first AI tabloid, and it's going to reach print very soon. Once I reach a certain number of subscribers on the e-version, it's going to go right into print. Again, that's conspirataned.news. And I'm bringing this up because one of the narratives that has come out of this Ohio train derailment, in addition to the mainstream media pointing out its own predictive programming, one of the narratives that has come out is that AI-generated news is what triggered a lot of the false claims and conspiracy theories that put a lot of people into a state of panic. In other words, one of the main articles that suggested that the Mississippi River was going to be contaminated and a lot of people were going to be forced to relocate, yeah, that was an AI generated story from a fake news site, and it somehow went viral because of the way it was promoted. Now, whether that was organic or they're just trying to make the claim that the internet needs to be sanitized and censored, that kind of remains to be seen. I think some of these things are intentional, just to make the point that we can't have regular people generating news and competing or drowning out the mainstream media. And the drowning out of the mainstream media, that's what they're trying to avoid, and I actually think that's the meaning of white noise. The movie White Noise, the tie-in that the media has even acknowledged, I think the white noise is a reference to the fact that they can no longer compete with the masses accessing the means of fake news production. And here's the article, How a Fake News Site with AI-Generated Reporters Fanned Panic. And the reason why this is an advantage is that it writes believable, grammatically correct articles, and it aggregates the information from reputable sources, and it can pass itself off as being legit. How a fake news site with AI-generated reporters fanned the public about the East Palestine derailment. Yeah, this is the thing. Again, they're making the case that the environment in cyberspace is contaminated by so many information superspreaders, and they need you to lock down or at least mask your minds, specifically during tragic events. And about a month and a half ago, I pointed out that Joe Rogan was talking to one of his guests about how when it comes to tragedies, it might make sense for there to be media blackouts to prevent false rumors from causing confusion. I mean, isn't this interesting? It's like sometimes they're almost self-aware. Like when there was that spate of shootings or fake shooting reports and all these schools going into lockdown, and the reports were saying, even though these are fake and they're hoaxes, it's still traumatizing the students and it needs to stop. And I agree, but I think this also applies to the hyper-realistic school shooting drills, which we were very outspoken against before the teachers' unions started criticizing those events. All right, let me go and check up on the chat here. It's been a very interesting week. We scored 4 for 4. In the last month, Infinite Plane Society assets were hacked in 4 places: Kickstarter, WordPress, Vimeo, Gravatar, and we got all of them back. I got back from Vimeo this morning. We had to kick someone out and reclaimed the Vimeo account, and so I'm going to start using Vimeo. I'll put a link below. But yes, it's 4 channels that were hacked and then overturned. And I'm going to be publishing an updated version of my counter-stalker manual where it explains how to undo the damage of people who are trying to stalk you or harass you online, or how to unmask people. But I'm going to put an article in there on how to reclaim compromised accounts. And there's a certain methodology I used when it came to contacting these companies, and I think it'll work for anyone. Okay, we're joined by Intersection 737, Portal Complex. We come from the land of ice and snow, Polecat 75. X322, Garrett Summers says, nice time slot. I'll keep that in mind. I'm trying to determine what the optimal time slot is, but I am sending out text alerts. We have almost 200 people signed up. And if you're not signed up for live text alerts, just go to infiniteplane.media or ips.monster. A sudden case of red pilling says, wrench me bro. Yes, we are on the official YouTube channel, and I'm going to institute the ban on site rule starting tomorrow on 222. So if you don't comment tonight, I can't guarantee your comments will be read in the future on this channel. And we do this for a lot of reasons, which we'll get into later. Garrett Summer says, this band would be awesome in a garage on shrooms. You're talking about Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Yeah, go to Spotify. Joined by David Hazel, Chris Diamond, Lickety Split, Kevin Mooring, Wayne L. Sexton over there on Twitch. Oh, sorry, Discord. And if you need the Discord link, ips.monster. Okay, Chris says all Disney Pixar movies push dinosaurs and space. There's a reason for that. And I've noticed this before. One of the first things that you're taught in school is that the dinosaurs that you grew up with on all the movies, on your pajamas, on the walls, your toys, you bond with the purple dinosaur. And Barney, by the way, recently got a facelift, and people aren't being kind about it. But they get you to bond with dinosaurs when you're growing up, and they're all intelligent and they talk. Then you go to school and you learn that they went through what's called an extinction, when everybody dies. Like, before you can even use such a word as extinction, you already understand, okay, a rock from the sky killed all my friends, my imaginary friends. There's no more cool creatures. We're stuck with, at best, what you can find at the zoo. They kind of killed all these dragon-like creatures. That's MK Ultra. Like, if you read the MK Ultra programming guide that was out a little while ago, I think there's a number of people have written about this topic, but there was this one by Fritz Sprigmeyer about how to create a totally undetectable mind-controlled slave, and it talked about how the victims of mind control are made to witness the sacrifice of an animal they've bonded with. I mean, really sick stuff. Well, that's what they do when they kill your dinosaurs when you're a kid. And it affirms that we live on the CGI ball, and that it's pretty much about to get killed by a rocket any minute. I mean, that's also a recurring theme. And by the way, Pixar is where you get the 113 code explained. If you've been wondering why all these Pixar films have 113, it's explained in the movie Wall-E about the Earth post climate catastrophe, where man has to leave in a space ark because the Earth is not only covered in trash, but the atmosphere is, the sun is completely blocked because of, well, space junk. That's our future, according to Pixar. But in that movie, there's this thing called Directive 113, where the president puts on a gas mask and he talks about how we have to abandon ship, meaning the Earth. It's all programming. In fact, Wall-E programs the children for a communist revolution, an agrarian reformation. Getting rid of the technology that turned us into lazy, compliant slaves fixated on tiny screens, and it puts us into a world where we work with our hands again. That's kind of the point of Wall-E. They abandoned ship. They abandoned their system, which made slaves out of robots, and the slaves represent the lower class. The whole thing is just Marxism disguised as environmentalism. All right, Scotty Smith says wrench, please. Yes, anybody who asks for a wrench will get one. Joined by Davey Hazel, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Laura. Thank you for joining, everyone. Just comment at least once, and I'll make sure you get your blue wrench, which is something of an NFT, like a non-fungible token, worth more than any of those bored yachts. And it's going to be in limited supply. I don't see more than 300. After that, that's it. We're just going to limit the number of wrench holders. And then we have this ban on site policy, and again, it's all for good reason, as you'll understand, as this thing moves forward, because this is our public think tank. It's different than the Discord server in a few ways, and this is meant to be on 24/7, and to enforce the kind of quality control that makes it sustainable, we have to keep bots out, for example. One of the issues we've had is these chat rooms get flooded with bots advertising dating apps. And the problem with it is the channel gets flagged as a spam enabler, basically. I get blamed for their spam. All right, advanced settings. We'll be handing out your wrench. Maskless, faceless. Phil LeBlanc, you're here. We can see you. All right, excellent. Thank you for joining. And phone number is on the screen. It's our temporary number. I'm just talking about how the news, the fake news, is worried about competition in the fake news business, or AI generated news. Thank you, Lickety Split, for feeding the crack Gwyn. The IPS appreciates the support, and he's correcting the spelling of 737. Paid, not paid, with an I, not a Y. All right. AngsG says too many cyber stalkers mucking things up. Well, I have good news on that front. I'm in the middle of a civil suit, and I realize, you know what? I'm accusing somebody. Well, most of you know the story, but it comes down to identity theft, among other things. But I'm suing the person, and then he goes and he hacks my Vimeo account. And I'm thinking, isn't this sort of illegal to harass the plaintiff in some kind of, that's what I'm suggesting here, because I'm a witness to a few things, and I'm thinking this is something that's borderline criminal. So I went ahead and I filed a police report, and I filed another FBI report, mentioned that this is a case of identity theft, and now that I'm suing him, he's retaliating by hacking my social media sites. And I have witnesses. I have 4 witnesses. Kickstarter is going to be a witness, so is Vimeo and the other 2 sites as well. And my point being, I think we can escalate the situation, which was the entire point to filing a civil suit. It doesn't make sense to file a civil suit against a person committing federal crimes against you. The reason I'm doing so is that I think I can expedite the process and maybe put a stop to the constant harassment of this channel. And we've been dealing with this for 4 or 5 years. That's the reason one why we got the wrench in the first place. This channel was targeted because of our think tank, and I realized if I make a mod, out of all the people who are here with the right intentions, we'll have a very effective and productive think tank, which we do, and we have. Okay, let's move forward. Yeah, I was noticing, I'm totally fine with grammar Nazis. I use Grammarly. If you haven't used it, it automatically corrects your spelling. I've had to add a lot of words, and I'm going to share my dictionary because we have a lexicon. If you go to the Discord server, the IPS lexicon, there's a lot of words that we've come up with, like CSAY. It's the visual equivalent of hearsay. When we talk about things that don't exist on the world stage, even the terminology for how people reason, like there are different ways that people take in the news, different modes of reasoning, and some people just automatically believe it all is real. Others just kind of half-ass take it in as osmosis. They don't pay attention and they think they're somehow not affected by it. And then you have the real critical thinkers who don't believe it until it's proven. But these are all just different categories, and we've come up with a lexicon to explain a lot of the observed phenomenon. And I'm going to share that lexicon in the back of the textbook for the IPS Institute. But I also share it for anyone who uses Grammarly. You can pre-program these words, so every time you write in auto hoaxer, it doesn't correct your spelling. Let's see. A sudden case of red pilling says, Tim, I want a 9x12, but there are no penguin paintings. You can make a special request for a canvas size, of course. If you click the link below, I am doing private commissions of anything, but most people are requesting penguins, and I will do them any size. It doesn't have to be the 12 by 12. And I'll do as many private commissions as I have to until I can pay to have everything about this channel registered with the USPTO. I mean, we're planning to do this thing forever. There's a long-term plan, the infinite plan. What we're creating here is something, I'm calling it a parallel media. We're not competing with the alternative news. I don't need their air. We're not trying to bring in a lot of people into the think tank who still think everything on the news is real. We're trying to fine-tune things, and we have. In fact, let me bring up something else. This is something you can read about at the blog. I brought up this notion that there is what I would consider to be conspiracy theorist dogma. For example, most conspiracy theorists will look at the news and think this event is either real or it's a false flag. It's one or the other. And I don't think that's accurate because it assumes that with the false flag that people actually died. It doesn't leave room for the hoax explanation, which is actually the most rational if your standard of evidence involves reality testing mass media claims, not accepting things at screen value. So my article here is Don't Be Conned by Conspiracy Research Community Dogma. How the conspiracy research community conceals the deep faked reality and deepens the MSM illusions. And that's what I am accusing them of. And I pointed out with Ohio that this is going to be very prevalent. You're going to see that now that the mass media has pointed at the movie White Noise and said, hey, look, predictive programming. What an eerie coincidence. Now that the mass media has pointed at it, all of the truther channels, all of the conspiracy theorists like InfoWars, they've all had to cover, oh, look, predictive programming. And some people think, well, oh, they're going to wake up. They're going to see it's all fake. And my point was, no, they're not. What they'll do is they'll assume the event was real, but it was predicted in order to give the perpetrators some kind of either sadistic glee by laughing, knowingly that they were controlling our reality and scripting things, or somehow it's what they call revelation of the method, which absolves them of the guilt because we're somehow giving our consent to these tragedies because we've been exposed to it in advance. I mean, I think this is nonsense. But these are the explanations that you will hear from all of these mass media believers. They'll say, well, this event was telegraphed because of the, quote, dark occultists behind the scenes. And what I put out yesterday was an article, Revelation of the Method is Misdirection. And this is one of the points I made. It's just dogma. There's no reason to believe that the bad guys somehow find it necessary to predict everything on TV because somehow it makes them less culpable in some kind of karmic way. Like, to me, that's reaching, and it's actually a mystification of the truth. I think the truth of it is the predictive and concurrent programming is there to maintain the immersive illusion that monolithic media requires. It's as simple as that. It's nonstop. These aren't anomalous events. Ohio is not anomalous. The fact that the media is noticing predictive programming there is interesting because they're blind to it in every other instance. But the explanation of revelation of the method, I'm calling out as nonsense. What I wrote here is, the way mainstream conspiracy theorists hide the fakeness is by suggesting these real events need to be preceded by sly hints that the conspirators have foreknowledge. Allegedly, this absolves them of any wrongdoing, and our consent is implied, since we were technically warned. This explanation assumes the events are real, and not merely psyops. I contend that, quote, revelation of the method, quote, represents a strategic mystification of the event, to prevent it from being exposed as fake. Well, Miles Mathis addressed this in an article here, Taylor Shabusiness, really. That's his latest article, and I put a link there. And he addresses this exact point about this supposed revelation of the method because, you know, we're looking at mass media types, popular channels pointing out what we're always pointing out. How do they explain it away? Here's what he says. The immediate question is what this event, and this is from milesmathis.com. I'll put a link below. The immediate question is what this event in Ohio was. Reese doesn't answer my other question, like VC burning white, but he does address the movie White Noise. He explains it away as predictive programming. What is that? He tells us, quote, its purpose is to psychologically trick the minds of the masses into accepting major traumatic events that would otherwise be resisted. To which Miles says, does that make sense? Not really. And he goes on into this, but he brings up this. Where does this come from? Where does this come from? He says Michael Hoffman in his book Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. And that's the source of this meme. In his book Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, Michael Hoffman, who does some very excellent work, I mean, he's unparalleled, but he supplied the rationale for predictive programming. And I think maybe that's a good explanation, and many people find it satisfying, and they share that information as like valid. Oh, this is why they do it, because they're sorcerers and they're worried about karma. And again, I'm telling you, that's mumbo jumbo. It's mysticism. It's nonsense. The truth lies in what the facts and reality tested claims reveal. And time and again, we have exposed through our crowdsourced investigation here that when it comes to these psychological operations, yeah, the whole media ecosystem is saturated with reinforcing programming, concurrent programming, narrative building that ties into it, and it's so concerted. That's why I'm comfortable calling this thing a monolithic media environment. I mean, it's all telling the same story. You know, I recall, I'm going to sit down, and I didn't even finish the last season of Game of Thrones because of this. I'm like, okay, Roe v. Wade, 50 years later, another leak. I want to get away from the news for a minute. I turn on the new Game of Thrones, episode 1. Oh, the queen's going to die during childbirth, and it's not up to her because the patriarchy needs her baby. So they make the choice to have the baby and let her die. I'm like, wait, I was just watching this in the news, this Roe v. Wade argument, and then I get this thing here on Netflix. It's always like that and always has been. There's no, quote, revelation of the method built into this. And it makes a difference whether you think something is a false flag or a hoax. If you assume people die, you're assuming this is a big problem here. This is a big error in the logic. You're assuming that the media is an observer and not a producer. Like, what are these guys at the cameras and the microphones going to these school shooting events? Are they just getting a call and going over there as fast as they can to report on it? No. They are the production company that manufacture the thing wholesale. They're not merely reporting reality, they're producing it. As I've been saying, your screen is not a window to the world, and they want you to think it is. No, your screen is a filter. If you haven't taken the course Autohoaxology 101 from the IPS Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction, the whole point of creating this course is to have a place where we will never be censored, a place where all of our content information will be put into audio, into print, and into a textbook here very soon. But this will never be censored, unlike all these other channels where it probably will be. And this course, none of these courses are about listing all of the fake events in some sort of like an encyclopedia. I don't think that's what we need. It's about the reasoning behind how we approach media itself and arriving at some modicum of truth, which most people are what I would consider to be auto-believers. They automatically believe it if it's on the screen because they assume it's been vetted, and again, they make the mistake of assuming that the screen is a window. And we point out examples of this all the time. Never forget the space salami that fooled millions of the smartest people on Earth, rocket scientists, space believers. They thought this thin slice of meat, this chorizo, was a star 4.2 trillion light years away. And the reason they thought so is that it was supplied to them by a fellow believer in outer space who had access to a $10 billion telescope. They couldn't tell the difference between a piece of meat in space and a star. Now, this is what I'm talking about when I say CSAY and the problem of visual literacy. The new dark age that we are being prepped for is an age of people who have been rendered visually illiterate to the illusion. And most people already fall into that category. The reason why I think I've been more or less immune to it And I call this channel, Infinite Plane Radio, Mind War Inoculation, because that's what we're doing, is we are inoculating our minds against accepting every false premise they put forth. But the reason why I've been, I think, immune to it is I have many years of experience in video editing. I used to, as on a gig-to-gig basis, do special effects for small projects or commercials or whatever, and I know for a fact that people would want their money back if they saw green fuzzy edges or other glitches in whatever I produced. And the people at NASA apparently they don't have the level of criticism that we do in the free market because they're government workers and they never get fired. But their special effects have been terrible. And I can say this as a video editor. In fact, one of the more recent NASA flops was a piece of paper one of them dropped. It fell on the floor. Like, wait a minute here. They're not supposed to have gravity up there. Okay, here is, and I predicted this. This is from Twitter. This is how mainstream conspiracy theorists explain predictive programming. They say this: the Ohio train derailment and foreshadowing in white noise is an example of predictive programming. The masters of cinema mind control are always revealing their plans through entertainment. In this way, they mold acceptance of pre-planned events through subconscious exposure. No disagreement there. But here's where they reach. Instead of pointing out that things are fake, they're assuming it's real, but then here's what they say. It's a form of lesser magic. It's called natural law, and it's entailed that any evil acts done on this plane can be free of karmic retribution as long as the truth has been shown to us through riddles, symbols, and entertainment. That's where they're reaching into woo. They're reaching into an area where they don't have an explanation, therefore they're going to supply something supernatural. It's the divine fallacy. You've got to fill in the gap, so let's just throw in some magic, sprinkle some magic on there. A little bit of mysticism. No, I'm sorry. What you're doing here is you're assuming that the event is so terrible that this absolves them of karma. Sorry, there's no karma for making bad propaganda films that aren't even believable. And I have a list of topics I was going to get into tonight, but one of them was Greta mode, because one of the side effects of Ohio and the toxic airborne event is it's turned right-wingers into little Gretas. One minute it's Greta, how dare you, you're not paying attention. We're laughing at environmentalists all the time, gluing themselves to things, throwing soup on priceless works of art, laying in the streets. We've been pointing out, hey, these climate environmentalists are crazy. If there was anything real, they wouldn't need to be dramatizing it like this. They wouldn't need the histrionics, the theatrics. But now you have the right saying, why is nobody talking about this? And I see this meme getting around. Nobody's talking about Ohio. The balloons are a distraction from Ohio. And it becomes this, how dare you not pay attention, MSM, people are dying in Ohio, and all these rumors get spread. And I was just calling out a lot of these people as actors, crisis actors. I didn't believe anything toxic actually happened, and I still don't. I just don't. And those that do are, I think, responding to fake environmental crises. And this is what the environmentalist wackos have been doing for decades. They've perfected it. And it's very easy, and I find all their claims very suspect. Now, here's their angle, though. And I said this is the Hegelian dialectic, where you have the left is being chastised for not overreacting, and the right is overreacting. They say, where's Greta? And their response was, welcome to the club. You'll notice they waited. They waited until a lot of people got mad, and then they said, oh, this happens all the time. The East Palestine disaster raised public awareness of toxic spills, which are disturbingly constant and a feature of capitalism. That's from Vice. They're saying, okay, now you agree with us. Capitalism is the problem. They were waiting for an overreaction that they could play off of and make the case that we have a common enemy here. It's our system that's doing the polluting. Again, this is a trick that aligns everyone against capitalism, and you cannot separate this from Avatar or the World Economic Forum and their recent witches convention, where they talked about how they're going to boss us all around in the future. Environmentalism is a huge part of it. And the Avatar movie is all about bonding us with Gaia, making us protective for Gaia. There was a recent event in Atlanta with this cop city in development where they have the environmentalists now getting involved in the anti-cop protests. This is part of a bigger narrative. It's a huge tie-in. It's an environmentalist psyop. They want the right angry. And here you want also them to admit now, okay, if I'm going to stick with capitalism, we're putting profits over the earth, profits over people. Again, the right overreacts to the spill. That's problem. They chastise the left for not overreacting. Where's Greta? They demand. That's the reaction. The left responds, like Vice just did. Oh, welcome to the club. We agree. But we need communism. And there's your solution. I think it was expertly played. I didn't fall for it. I don't know if anyone here did. But if you did, it's understandable. But I just don't think you can give the media benefit of the doubt in any instance, specifically not when you have multi-layered predictive programming. I mean, not only does white noise foreshadow the train wreck and the toxic airborne event in the same place, but you had many of the actors in that movie, many of the extras were affected by the real event. So there's a crossover. And then you can obviously make the connection. It's pretty obvious that white noise references the media environment saturated with misinformation, which made the lead character, who's sort of a Clark Griswold knockoff. I mean, they were knocking off National Lampoon Family Vacation. But that character was responding to the white noise and didn't take the evacuation threat seriously. And that represents the capitalists, those who are ignoring Greta, but maybe this will make them pay attention. Of course, this also ties in Ohio being the heart of it all. That's the state motto. And we've been hearing and seeing nothing but heart references in the symbolism from Damar Hamlin and the CPR thing to every, like the Grammy Awards, you had that Heart 5 with that Kendrick Lamar. Lots of heart symbolism. And here you have the heart of America. And I think the train, like the train tracks, it may represent arteries or something. Like there's a bigger story here. My point being, if it's connected to a story and involves actors becoming inadvertent crisis actors, maybe they're not inadvertently part of it. I don't know. Maybe they really think they're being evacuated for a real reason. But the fact that even Yahoo News is pointing out the quote eerie coincidence tells you that this thing is very much just a psychological operation. And there's no need to assume any of it's real. And look at all these headlines. This is from Wired. The Ohio derailment lays bare the hellish plastic crisis. Like they care. Remember, 57 tons of PPE now exists in the ocean. Just COVID islands all over the place. 57 tons. Over what? Over what? I mean, I'm just thinking, we don't care about the oceans anymore. It's just kind of hypocritical. But at least, I mean, this is something else too. I've noticed the environmentalists are always about the current thing, and space environmentalism is actually taking precedent over the ocean. Okay, let's continue here. Cubstar says, the place being called Palestine might be for a later psyop, getting everybody ready to agree the toxic explosion is bad. Maybe what they're aiming for. Balloons, bombs, and toxic explosions. I found news reports in the past years talking about the damage of Palestinian balloon bombs. Interesting. I thought that was kind of a notable name, and I kind of correlated it with the Columbia explosion, the space shuttle Columbia, which blew up over Palestine. There might be some significance. I certainly think so. Breaking President Trump to visit East Palestine next week, while Biden ignores massive ecological disaster. Again, I told you this is exactly what I was predicting. It's going to be a left-right thing. The left is going to turn a blind eye, and the right's going to get agitated. Yet now they're both on team capitalism is a problem. Now, if you don't think we're looking at crisis actors, let me go ahead and play this. I want you to note two things. One, somebody gives him a cue, and he looks at that person, and then he coughs. And then you can see a huge smile, and they had to kind of cut it out. I'm going to play this a few times. This is from TMZ, and one other point. This video is edited. The fact that it's edited means that they chose to leave the cough in the clip. Why would you do that? Okay, I'm going to play this clip here.
And we're just fed up, and something needs to change here, sir. In my experience,
Yeah, that was a laugh.
And and we're just fed up, and something needs to change here, sir. In my experience, we.
Commenter says, sorry I'm late if I missed it, but what is achieved from this, fake or not? We'll get into that. Why does it matter if it's fake or not? That's a good question. Why does it matter if you're being lied to or not? What difference does it make? I can name a few things. One, the mass media admits that hyper-realistic school shooting drills give kids PTSD. Now, if that's all done for something fake, then how do you justify traumatizing children? Like, that alone should be a point. I'm talking about trauma-induced mind control using gaslighting, which is a form of psychological abuse. And I think that the constant gaslighting and the what I would consider to be group mind control, I think it's leading people into a very ignorant place, a place of reacting emotionally rather than critically, turning people into puppets. That to me, it's the same thing with religion. Like, religion's fine, I guess, but if you're very fanatical and you become a cult member and you move into an underground bunker, there's a problem. And right now, the global media is a doomsday cult. It's no longer just reporting. And that's what we're revealing here, is that mass media has actually supplanted religion. The fact that they give you the global warming, climate change thing, that's nothing more than a modern day flood myth. And I've done a lot of work on that particular topic. If you go to metascript.cc, I have a graphic that explains it all. Noah from the Bible has been replaced for the atheists. Even the atheists now believe that we have an angry God that will flood the world if we don't cut our wickedness, but they just changed it around a little bit. Replace wickedness with sin, replace ark with rocket or bunker, but it's the same exact concept. Noah was warning about the flood. Genesis 6:6, they laughed, they mocked, they scoffed, until the ark doors slammed shut, and the floodwaters came pouring in. And there's a graphic here. Don't wait until it's too late. There goes the ark. And all the people who waited and who laughed at Noah, they're going to drown. Now, he was warned by a satellite. And I'm comparing it to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And their symbol is the dove. And this is not a coincidence, because the dove is the symbol of Noah from the Bible. It's the dove that brings the olive branch to show that the floodwaters have receded. My suggestion here is that this is a modern flood myth, and part of your programming is, one, to keep you in the end times, to radicalize you. Like, what does it matter if it's real or fake? Well, you have a bunch of brainwashed youth gluing themselves to things, playing in the roads, setting themselves on fire. These lies have consequences. They're being radicalized. They're like Gaia Akbar, pretty much. Suicide bombers for environmentalism. And I'm suggesting here that this is a modern iteration of an ancient cult. And they keep us in the end times and then keep us in fear of God. Only the God is now a construct that we call globe. It's the same thing. The symbolism's the same. You can laugh at somebody with a sign that says the end is near, but then you can find environmentalists. We have 1,028 days left, and she had glued herself to the tennis net. It's mind control in action, and they really believe it. They believe we're in the end times. We're in a global doomsday cult. Okay, let me play this clip one more time, and I'm going to pause it on his smile.
And we're just fed up, and something needs to change here, sir. In my experience.
I mean, really, you're laughing during this, and one of them was talking about how he thought he was going to die, and he looked like he'd been laying on a beach all day, and his face was red and blistered. And no, I'm sorry, he looked like he had makeup on. He just got out of the studio. His hair was great. These are actors. That's just what they are. And I've been predicting that a lot of the current thingers would go into full Greta mode, and I think I've been vindicated with that prediction. Commenter says, trauma bonding in a sense to orchestrate collective compliance. Precisely. It's how the few control the many, and it's worth pointing out that the first CEO and co-founder of Netflix is the great nephew of Edward Bernays, the godfather of public relations, the progenitor of PR stunts and perception management, psyops. We're talking about the origin of psyops, where it existed in marketing, and now it's pretty much being used by the government for all the same reasons. And this is a guy who's related to Sigmund Freud, so they can get under the hood into your subconscious. And now they own Netflix, and I'm pointing out Netflix has a lot of conspicuous, what the media would call eerie coincidences, where their stories, their narratives, their characters correspond to real-time news events, which shouldn't be possible for a show produced months or years prior. These are coordinated releases of entertainment propaganda that are meant to create this immersive illusion where you cannot turn it off. You know, Kanye, before he went full-blown praising Hitler, he was on Tucker Carlson, and he talked about how he felt like he was in his own Truman Show, because wherever he went, he could not escape a mention of the Uvalde shooting. And I had made that exact point that previous evening because I watched something on Netflix, and it said, you may not want to watch this because of what happened over there in Uvalde. And I'm like, that's interesting, because on the news you just hear about the event, but then you watch Netflix and you get to see it. Oh, okay, first episode opens up a bunch of dead kids. All kinds of subtle and interesting tie-ins to the real-time shootings. Bobby Gooden says setting themselves on fire isn't very environmentally friendly. It depends on how you look at it. Like if you go all the way, it actually is, because it cuts your carbon footprint off. You go to net carbon zero, is that what they want? They want World War Zero. They want us to go down to half of our carbon output, because you're all just carbon super spreaders. Your misinformation super spreaders, your carbon super spreaders, and your COVID super spreaders. The guy at the tennis match set himself on fire in protest of private jets. He said ban private jets in the UK, but they don't protest private jets that fly these environmentalists over to these central meetings where they talk about how they're going to, prevent us from ever having our own private jets. They're super hypocritical. But he didn't burn all the way, thankfully. I mean, these are victims. These are martyrs. It's easy to make fun of people who throw soup on expensive paintings and glue themselves to things because they're dupes, but you're also looking at mind control victims. I mean, if they were from any other cult, we would feel sorry for them. And a lot of them are probably born into the cult. They're probably second generation Gaia cultists. And again, you cannot separate it from Avatar.